Some plans he had made were so risky and unusual that even Kai had doubted them, despite knowing that nothing else was going to work. This was one of them. Originally, he had intended to bring down the massive tree by burning its roots and weakening the earth around it. But the task had proven far harder than expected. He had backup plans, several in fact, but in the end he had decided to trust Elas instead. The old magus was a variable, unpredictable, but had done nothing to arouse suspicion so far. Kai had deliberately kept him in the background, knowing full well Elas was used to leading, yet the man had not complained. That willingness to cooperate earned him Kai's trust now, at the most critical moment. Kai battled the writhing roots and the occasional fiends on the ground while Elas focused on preparing his spell. Earthquake A6 circle spell required time, precision, and extensive preparation. The golems flanked Elas as guardians, with Sentinel taking the lead in shielding him from surging roots, weavers, and fiends. If the situation worsened, Kai was ready to assist with defensive spells, but for now he was fully occupied. The roots felt endless. By now, Kai had burned through what seemed like thousands, yet they regenerated relentlessly, twisting out of the blackened earth as fast as he could destroy them. Frustration gnawed at him, but he pressed on. He continued throwing spells one after another. His second circle flame spells were barely slowing them. Gritting his teeth, he summoned a third circle spell. A blazing disk of molten magma tore through the roots, incinerating them only for new tendrils to surge forward in their place. As Kai took care of them, he stole a glance toward Elas. The magus stood tall, chanting the incantation with unwavering focus. Strands of raw mana coiled from both of his outstretched hands, burrowing deep into the ground. Sweat beaded on his brow, and his face had grown pale. Kai knew the spell's cost would leave the man drained and barely able to stand afterward. That was trust, and Kai honored it. Turning his gaze toward his forces, he also saw that the battle on the flanks was nearly over. The Treant had hurled wave after wave of weavers and twisted creatures against them, but at last, the tide seemed to have ended. With the disciplined formation of soldiers, enforcers, mages, paladins, mana cannons, and golems working in unison, his forces had held their ground. Casualties and injuries had been heavy, but they stood victorious, cutting down the last remnants of the Treant's twisted army. Although he was proud of how they kept formation, in the back of his mind he knew something else. This was only a temporary victory. Even if every weaver and fiend here was slain, the Treant could summon more from the corrupted wilderness of Vanderfall. They were scattered everywhere. Unless the weaver, the Treant itself, was destroyed, the war would drag on. They had won battles, but the Treant was the war. As that grim thought settled, Elas staggered and slumped to the ground, his breathing ragged. Kai flew to his side and caught him as he wavered. The spell matrix still pulsed faintly between Elas' palms. "You good?" Kai asked quickly. "It's done." Elas' voice was hoarse. He turned to the side and spat on the floor. "The spell is ready. You can trigger it whenever you want, but don't wait. I can't hold it long." He glanced up weakly. "Warn your forces. I don't want them swallowed by the fissures." Kai nodded sharply and shot into the air. He spotted Killian, deep in the fray, cleaving through the armored hide of a stone lizard fiend. "Killian," Kai shouted as he descended, "pull our people back, get them away from the center, and send the rest of the explosive drones down the tunnels the golems dug." Killian hesitated briefly, not fully grasping the scope of the order, but then gave a crisp nod. The man knew better than to question whatever Kai had in mind. He'd trusted him ever since the beginning blindly, and he knew it came handy in such situations. Without another thought, he ascended again. If the earthquake worked the way he hoped, they would be the final blow. Below, a supporting mage guided the golems to drop the last of the drones into the tunnels. The golems had served their purpose, distracting and entangling the roots underground, but their true task had always been to carve paths toward the Treant's main roots. Seconds later, Killian's voice rang out across the battlefield. "Lord Arzin, we're ready." Kai's response was immediate: "Burn them." The ground below trembled violently as the explosives detonated. Flames and shockwaves roared through the tunnels, consuming roots in blistering fire. The massive tree above groaned and shook violently. At that moment, Elas unleashed Earthquake. An overwhelming surge of mana coursed from his frail body into the ground. Kai stayed airborne, his wind magic keeping him steady as the world below began to fracture. Sentinel and the other golems propped Elas up to keep him from collapsing. The Treant, in a last desperate act, retracted its roots from the surface and tried to lash out at Kai. The molten disc spell had already faded, and Kai hovered just out of reach, watching. The ground heaved and split. the fire still raged below, devouring the roots that were once its lifeline. Kai could almost feel the tree's panic. It tried to extend new roots, but the shaking ground tore them apart. There was nowhere left to go, nowhere to escape. With every passing second, the quake intensified. Cracks split the earth like lightning bolts, racing toward the tree. Its enormous roots flailed wildly, writhing in primal fear as the world beneath it prepared to swallow it whole. Kai simply hovered above, watching as thin cracks widened into gaping fissures, splitting the earth beneath the tree's enormous bulk. The ground around it fractured violently, unable to bear the weight. Not letting up, Kai ascended higher and conjured spheres of molten magma, launching them into the exposed holes where desperate roots clawed for stability. The regenerating tendrils that tried to anchor the tree against the earthquake burned and exploded into ash under the relentless assault. Yes, it's working, Kai thought as he saw how the tree had begun to tilt. More and more fissures spread like veins across the earth, radiating outward from the collapsing center. The mighty trunk, once towering and indomitable, wavered like a dying beast. The tremors intensified. With a last resounding crack, the final of the underground roots were wrenched free as the ground gave way completely. The tree toppled, crashing down with an awful noise that sent a massive shockwave rippling across the battlefield. For a moment, the entire area was covered with dust. Kai didn't wait. The moment the great corpse lay broken on the ground, he summoned the remaining drones linked to his mana signature. They shot through the air and obeyed his command, releasing the vials they carried. In an exact pattern, the drones circled, scattering a golden liquid in a fine mist over the tree's sprawling remains. The substance clung to bark, branches, and splintered roots. Even as the tree weakly tried to lash out, dragging ruined roots across the ground, the struggle was already over. Once every inch of its massive frame was soaked, Kai held out a single finger. A small flame flickered to life at the tip. He took careful aim, then let it fly. The fireball struck, and the reaction was instant. The flames roared across the soaked corpse in a heartbeat, engulfing it completely. The tree ignited instantly. Its once impervious bark, thick and ancient, was no match for the alchemical liquid. Kai knew it was only a matter of time now. With its roots severed, the great beast had no way to anchor or heal itself. It could do nothing but burn, powerless, awaiting its inevitable end. A voice broke through his thoughts. What was that liquid? Elas rasped from behind. Kai didn't take his eyes off the inferno. Pyrocene, he said, an alchemical essence, normally used in top-grade pill refining where the mixture has to be heated for months without burning away. It can also be used to create an alchemical phenomenon called the endless flame. He gestured at the blazing corpse. That's what you're looking at. Just one spark is enough to ignite it, and once it starts, it won't stop. The tree will burn for hours, but the pain alone will finish it long before that. Without roots to draw strength, it's already dead. Elas stared at the roaring flames and gave a slow nod. So, it's over. Kai finally exhaled, the weight of command easing from his shoulders. Yes, we won. He turned toward the rear where his forces had pulled back to safety. A few stray cracks and fissures had reached them, but thanks to the early warning, they had escaped serious harm. Across the battered field, Kai spotted Killian among the ranks, his armor scorched and dented, grinning in exhausted relief. Kai gave him a firm nod in return. Releasing the last remnants of his active spells, Kai felt the draining pull of mana finally fade. His limbs heavy, he lowered himself to the ground and sat back hard against a jagged stone. He breathed deep and hard. His entire body shook as the toll of the march, the constant ambushes, and the harrowing battle caught up with him. Every cell of his being was exhausted. And yet beneath the exhaustion, a quiet sense of satisfaction settled over him. They had done it. The treant had fallen, and he had done it without sacrificing the core of his forces. He had come far, farther than he ever thought possible, from a lone wanderer to the leader of a united force, shaping strategy and guiding men through horrors few could imagine. As he sat there, a familiar feeling stirred inside him, a powerful energy building deep in his core. He had felt this before. The call had come again. It was time to reach the fourth circle. Viscount Redmont stood on the walls, staring down with full focus at the dark, empty land outside. The ground was torn and barren, marked by the deep holes where the cursed roots had once crawled out. For over a day now, the roots had pulled back for some unknown reason. It had been a huge relief for the mages and soldiers who had stayed behind to fight them. Even Redmont himself, though too proud to say it aloud, felt the heaviness on his shoulders ease. Because by now, the endless battle had worn them all down. But the fact that the roots had retreated worried him just as much. It likely meant the Treant had drawn its roots back to protect itself in battle. That meant Count Arzin had reached the monster. Redmont clenched his fists on the cold stone wall. Was the battle still going on? Was the Count still alive? Both the questions left him with a stupid headache. A soldier standing beside him broke the silence. "My Lord Redmont," the bald man said, "the expedition will surely defeat the cursed Treant. It's been a day since the roots vanished. If the Treant had won, the roots would have returned by now." Redmont nodded slightly, though the worry did not leave him. "I believe you're right. Arzin's forces are strong. That's exactly why I'm still concerned." The soldier blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, my lord?" Redmont kept his eyes on the dead land. "The men we sent are the best this kingdom has," he said quietly. "The army may have larger numbers, the Arcan Tower may have more mages, but Count Arzin's force is different. They are balanced in every way: soldiers, knights, mages, paladins, clerics, and even golems. And Arzin himself, he has knowledge far beyond his years and his rank due to his lineage." Redmont sighed deeply and tightened his grip on the wall. If even that force struggles, it only shows how dangerous this enemy truly is. Redmont turned toward the soldier with a small smile. "Do you know what the most important thing is in a war?" he asked. The soldier hesitated, unsure of the answer. He opened and closed his mouth a couple of times, probably not knowing what to reply with. Redmont waited patiently, knowing the man had to speak his heart. "Well, strength, my lord." Redmont shook his head. "Ah no, knowledge. A man with knowledge can plan, and a man who plans rarely loses. Arzin has both knowledge and the strength to use it. If even he cannot defeat the Treant, then I fear for the kingdom's future." He looked out at the distant horizon. "The kingdom is not as strong as it once was. We don't get men like Arzin very often." The soldier fell quiet, but curiosity got the better of him. "Does that mean House Redmont will support Count Arzin?" Redmont paused, falling silent. The soldier quickly panicked. "I didn't mean to overstep, my lord. Please forgive me." "No, it's fine," Redmont interrupted gently. "I was just thinking, you're right. If Arzin returns after killing the Treant, House Redmont will support him fully, in both the Sylvan Enclave and the Assembly." Just as he spoke the words, Redmont froze. A strange wave of mystical energy swept over him. A clear voice echoed in his mind. It was Arzin's voice. "Viscount Redmont, the Treant has been burned. We suffered losses, but we are safe and will return soon. I only wish to tell you of our victory and give you peace of mind." Then the voice vanished. Redmont stood still, eyes wide. For a moment he wondered if he had imagined it. He blinked a couple of times, feeling the exhaustion of Arzin's voice. Maybe it, but no, it had been real, too real. Slowly, a smile spread across his face. The soldier beside him looked worried. "My lord, are you all right? What happened? You froze. What is it?" Redmont turned to him, his eyes bright. "They've won." He took a deep breath. "Count Arzin has defeated the cursed Treant. We are free from the plague's hold." He straightened, voice strong and clear. "Inform everyone. When they return, I want every one of them to be given a hero's welcome. They have saved our kingdom." Killian's mind replayed the entire war against the Treant over and over. He could still see how his men had held their ground, even when things became nearly impossible. They had been trained, yes, but more than that, their minds had been honed to withstand the pressure of a greater threat. He couldn't have been more proud of them. "How many are dead?" Killian stirred at the sound of a quiet voice. He turned and saw Magus Elias standing nearby. They hadn't spoken much during the entire expedition. In fact, Elias had barely spoken to anyone except Lord Arzin. The question caught Killian a little off guard, but he answered smoothly. 20 men, Killian said. Their ashes will be the first thing to reach their families once we get back to Fort Aegis. Elias nodded. "I expected more. I'm glad the majority survived. Anything more than 0 is too many casualties." Elias gave a small smile. "You have the makings of a good leader." "I'm just a knight," Killian replied firmly. He didn't like short talk, especially not when it came in the form of grief bonding. "No, you're far more than just a knight," Elias said, shaking his head. "You're a general. You don't need to spend all your time guarding your lord. He's more than capable of protecting himself. You've shown the kind of leadership that will be remembered in history. Even those proud mages who think they're better than everyone won't be able to ignore your name, not with your strength." That caught him off guard. Killian looked away for a moment and thought before speaking. That strength came from Lord Arzin, and there are still times he needs me as his guards, like right now. Killian glanced around at the camp. Tents had been set up for a short rest before they would begin the journey back. The soldiers were exhausted from the brutal expedition. There had been no celebration yet, only quiet rest after the funerals were done. Lord Arzin had also withdrawn into his tent, though for a very different reason. Elas followed Killian's gaze. I believe his advancement will go well. He's far more skilled than I ever was at his age. He paused. Though I've been wondering how old is he. He looks young, but if he's really in his early 20s, then he's the most gifted mage in the world. Elas let out a small laugh. I only reached the 4th circle when I was in my 60s. Killian almost asked how old Elas was now, but stopped himself. Instead, he just nodded. Lord Arzin is young. Elas gave him a knowing look. Not much of a talker, are you? Killian gave a small grunt. I'm not sure if we're allies. We just fought side by side. Not to brag, but I'd say I played a big part in your victory. For that, both I and my lord are grateful. You'll always have a place in Veralt if you want it, but our countries are different. Elas grew quiet and looked out over the ruined land. The barren, cursed soil gave off traces of dead mana, and twisted creatures still skulked at the edges. I don't think there's much left of my country, he said at last. The plague may have ended, but I don't know if this land will ever recover. Killian noticed a rare, honest pain in the Magus' eyes. It made him pause. He wondered if Elas had truly loved his people and his nation. It was still a mystery. Killian wasn't the type to judge another's patriotism, but as Lord Arzin had told him once, a Magus never reaches greatness without being ruthless and practical. Patriotism wasn't usually part of that. A kingdom is its people. You can always rebuild. Elas gave a sad smile. I've always believed that too, but you also need land to rebuild on. He sighed. We lost a lot of our people. The armies and mages who survived, along with those from the big cities, are all crammed into a single city at the edge of the plague. The living conditions there are terrible. It's not the kind of place you can rebuild from easily. Killian frowned as he understood what Elas meant. They plan to go to war to take more land, he asked. Even if they still have an army, they must have lost most of their supplies and resources. Elas sighed and looked out at the dead land again. Desperate times turn men into worse than beasts, and desperate beasts are dangerous. I don't want it, but there are already whispers. Some want to attack the small border kingdom of Eoloria and then move to gain more land in Lancefil. Killian stiffened at the thought. His men had barely survived one nightmare, and now another war might be on the horizon. Are you in favor of that? He asked carefully. I was in favor of dealing with the plague and reclaiming our land, Elas said quietly. The first part is done, even though the royal family thought it was lost forever. But the second part, Elas shook his head and pinched between his eyebrows. I don't know where to even start. I've never heard of dead mana being fully removed. For all I know, the land is cursed forever. Killian nodded slowly, but his thoughts drifted. He thought of Amara and the ancient elder tree stumps. Maybe they were the only way to heal the land, but her existence was a tightly kept secret. Not even Elas could know about her. Only Lord Arzin could decide when, or if that secret would ever be revealed. Elas' next words caught Killian off guard. That's why I'm hoping Arzin might have answers. Killian frowned. Why do you think he does? Elas chuckled softly. He has the look of someone who knows what he's doing, someone with answers. If he knew how to kill the treant and purge the plague, maybe he also knows how to reclaim this land. He turned to Killian and asked, do you think he knows, and if he does, will he help? Killian looked at the tent where Lord Arzin rested. We'll only know when he wakes up. That was the most he could give to the old Magus who was trying to pick answers. Elas smiled at that. Then let's wait for his 4th circle ascension. The tent was quiet, just like Kai wanted. He sat cross-legged and focused on the heartbeat that thrummed in his ears. For so long, he had chased the next step with everything he had. Time after time, he had pushed himself toward the 4th circle, only to fall short. But now he knew deep inside that today was different. Today was the day he would finally advance. The moment he had felt that familiar pull, the instinct that told him he was close, he had ordered the army to rest. He had stepped away and isolated himself here, inside the tent, to complete the long-awaited breakthrough. A part of him had considered waiting until they returned to Fort Aegis, where it would be safer, but there were talks he needed to have with Elas, and a little more power could only help. On top of that, he simply wanted to be done with it. He had spent long enough stuck on the edge. Now, as he meditated, he stretched the invisible walls of his mana heart, the astral chamber inside him where his power lived. Carefully, he pulled in mana from the air and directed it into the almost formed 4th circle. The plague lands made it harder. The mana here was tainted, and he had to purify it as he drew it in. Still, bit by bit, the walls expanded. Mana threads wove into the structure, pushing the new circle closer to completion. It was almost done, 90% formed and growing stronger by the second. Kai wasn't only preparing for this advancement. As always, he was thinking ahead. He pushed the boundaries of his mana heart wider than needed, laying the groundwork not just for the fourth circle, but for the fifth and sixth. That was why this step was so important. Any mage who could stretch their astral realm to this size almost guaranteed their path to the sixth circle. But after that, advancement was no longer just about pulling mana from the world. Reaching the fifth and sixth circles demanded more. Perfect control, flawless internal balance, and an understanding of mana far deeper than most would ever grasp. The journey only got harder. Many mages reached this point and went no further, either lacking the talent, the discipline, not wanting to take risks, or simply running out of time. Kai knew the risks. The higher the path, the steeper the climb. Mistakes wouldn't just stall him, they could shatter his mana heart entirely. He would be left crippled, unable to cast even the simplest spell. He pushed the thoughts aside. With extreme focus, he guided the final mana waves into the walls. The astral chamber trembled as lines of pure energy locked into place, light blooming deep inside him like a second sun. The last thread settled, and with a soft pulse that rippled through his entire being, the walls of his astral realm stretched to the brink. It was done. It had been hard, but thankfully, it went well. Kai sat motionless for a moment, breathing heavily. He reached out with his senses, inspecting his inner world, his astral realm. The space inside him felt solid and whole. The circles spun in perfect harmony, their patterns stable and strong. More importantly, the chamber itself had expanded, leaving room for even more circles in the future. For the first time in a long while, he allowed himself a small, satisfied smile. He focused on the last part of his advancement. Before him, the swirling vortex of compressed mana spun like a small star. Slowly and steadily, he pulled more mana from the air to feed it. Tainted mana tried to slip in, but Kai pushed pure mana and expelled every trace of it. Only purified mana remained, blending into the vortex. It wasn't easy. Sometimes the vortex rejected even the clean mana he had just placed, forcing him to push it back again and again. Bit by bit, the circle grew. It rose steadily until it matched the height and size of the other 3 circles inside his core. He kept going, refusing to stop. Finally, the circle expanded to the perfect size. A wave of energy rippled through his entire astral realm. The signal was clear. After all his hard work and failed attempts, he had finally reached the 4th circle. Power surged within him. His mana capacity had multiplied, now holding 45 times more than a normal person's mana heart. It was a major jump from the 3rd circle. An average 4th circle mage had about 30 times the mana, but his result was far greater thanks to his unique method of awakening and the natural talent of Arzen's body. Kai was about to end his meditation and celebrate his advancement when something strange happened. A cooling sensation spread through his body, tightening around him like invisible chains. His breath caught as he realized what was happening. Then, just as several times before, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. Arzen's mother, Valkyrie, Kai thought as he took in her pale figure and white hair. She smiled warmly, even her eyes lit up. Her hands came around to embrace him. Kai felt how cold they were, but in an instant he knew she was fading. "You are capable now, go. My heirs inherit my legacy." As the woman's presence faded, Kai felt something strange enter his astral realm. He didn't know what it was, but he could sense it clearly. His concentration wavered. All he wanted was to rest, but curiosity pulled him back for one last look. Alongside his 4 perfect circles, something new had appeared. A projection, a faint glowing map, hovered inside his astral space. He stared at it, watching as it displayed pathways and obstacles, all of them leading towards a tall, thin tower rising high between sharp mountain peaks. Kai tried to study the map, to understand where it was, but before he could focus, a sharp pull yanked him out of his astral realm. His eyes snapped open. His body collapsed onto the ground of the tent as he gasped for breath. His vision blurred and spun. Kai tried to cast Refresh to recover, shaping the spell with weak, shaky hands, but the magic failed every time. His body was simply too drained, too empty of energy to respond. Exhaustion overwhelmed him. He felt himself slipping into unconsciousness, barely aware of footsteps approaching from outside. The tent flap opened and Killian rushed inside, kneeling beside him with urgency written across his face. "Lord Arzen, are you all right?" Killian's voice was faint, as if coming from far away. He wanted to sit up and tell it was all right, but he couldn't. For a moment, his body betrayed him. His hands fell to his side, twitching. I'm okay, I reached the fourth circle. I'm just too tired to move. Please protect me while I rest. His vision darkened. He could see Killian's mouth still moving, but no sound reached him. As the darkness fully took him, one last thought stayed firm in Kai's fading mind. He'd found the location of Arzen's inheritance. Now it was time to claim it. Kai felt his surroundings shaking as he slowly came into being. His head pounded dully, and every part of his body felt weak, like he hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a very long time. His throat was dry, and his limbs were heavy as stone. He frowned faintly, trying to remember what had happened, but there was only a blank space in his memory. Had he been hurt during the battle with the Treant? That was the last thing he could recall, but even that memory was distant and unclear. As he struggled to sit up, the rough fabric wall in front of him shifted. A flap opened, and an unfamiliar face peered inside. The young man wore a simple metal helmet and bore the crest of Viscount Redmont. Kai stiffened, his senses still dulled but his instincts sharp as ever. The soldier's eyes widened in surprise at seeing him awake, and without saying a word, the man quickly closed the flap and disappeared. For a while the carriage kept moving, the familiar jerking and swaying continuing under him. Then it slowed, and the shaking finally stopped completely. Kai heard footsteps crunching softly on dirt outside before the flap opened again. This time, a much more familiar figure stepped inside. "Lord Arzen, you're awake," Killian said with obvious relief. His eyes softened as he stepped forward. Kai groaned quietly and pushed himself upright with effort, leaning heavily against the cushion. His breathing was rough and his muscles ached as he glanced around the cramped space. "Yes, where are we? Is this a carriage?" he asked in a hoarse voice. Killian nodded quickly. "Yes, Lord Arzen. We've been traveling back to Fort Aegis." Kai frowned slightly and shifted his position. What happened? Killian looked at Kai for a second, and he could tell the man was contemplating something. "Well, you collapsed while advancing to the fourth circle. I was scared. I thought something had gone terribly wrong and that your body had been damaged beyond repair." His eyes darkened at the thought. "But Magus Elias checked you and said you were only exhausted. He assured me you would wake up once your body recovered, right?" Killian's words stirred something deep within him. His memories began to return and everything played right in front of him. The brutal fight with the Treant, the overwhelming pressure of that battle, their hard-won victory in the plague-ridden land, and then the surge of mana as he built his fourth circle at last. The feeling had been overwhelming, and then the vision, the woman, Valkyrie, the same strange, distant figure and her cold embrace. It burnt deeply into his mind. He exhaled slowly, steadying himself as the weight of what had happened settled on him. In an instant, he closed his eyes immediately and slipped his senses inward, entering his astral realm. The familiar space greeted him, but something new caught his attention. Right at the center floated an unfamiliar Shapia map, faintly glowing, its lines and symbols drawn with a delicate yet powerful hand. It showed what he instinctively knew to be the site of the inheritance. He stared at it in silence. Doing something like this with just a soul fragment should have been nearly impossible. It would have required a high-circle soul spell and a great deal of effort. Kai could only guess that the fragment Valkyrie had left behind had used his own mana to make the map, draining him to the point of complete exhaustion. Combined with the strain of forming his fourth circle, it was no wonder he had fallen into such a deep sleep. Still, as a precaution, Kai ran a quick check over his heart and his 4 circles. He examined the state of his organs and the pathways where mana flowed. Everything was as it should be. Relieved, he let his senses withdraw and slowly opened his eyes again. Killian was still there, standing stiff and tense, worry written all over his face. "I'm okay," Kai said at last. "Don't worry about me. I reached the fourth circle. I just overdid it and passed out from exhaustion." Killian's posture eased and some of the tension left his face, especially the frown. It was gone. "That's good to hear, Lord Arzen. We were worried. We're a few days away from Fort Aegis. We've been traveling fast since the Treant is gone. No more fiends or weavers have come after us, and Magus Elias has taken care of any random ones who thought we were an easy target." Kai nodded slightly, but his thoughts lingered on Magus Elias. The old Magus had not returned to Vanderfall after the battle, even though the danger had passed. That could only mean one thing: the man still wanted something from him. Kai, too, had plans that involved speaking to the Magus. Looking back at Killian, he asked, "Magus Elias didn't intend to go back to Vanderfall right away, did he?" Killian shook his head. In his own words, "Only if you hadn't woken up by the time we reached Aegis. He mentioned wanting to speak to you about the future of Vanderfall and possibly to seek your help. I didn't ask further." Kai gave a soft hum of understanding. "That's about what I expected. At our next stop, I'll go find him and hear him out." Killian straightened. "If you need anything, Lord Arzen, the sentries outside the carriage are at your disposal. The news of your waking will calm the soldiers. Morale has been low since your collapse." With that, Killian gave a respectful bow and slipped out of the carriage, leaving Kai alone once more. Kai closed his eyes again, not to sleep, but to focus on the map in his astral realm. He had only glanced at it before. Now he studied it more closely. Image showed a towering structure that pierced the clouds, standing tall between jagged mountain peaks. There was land spreading out in every direction, but something about the scene nagged at him. It didn't look like any place he knew within the Sylvan Enclave. If a tower of that size existed, he would have seen or heard of it. That meant only one thing. The tower must be hidden concealed by layers of enchantments and powerful arrays that kept it out of sight, or it could simply be outside Lancefil itself. Kai frowned, mind already racing through possibilities as the carriage rocked gently onward through civilization. If it wasn't hidden, the tower would have already been found and ransacked long ago. Its concealment made locating it incredibly difficult. If Kai wanted any real chance of success, he first had to identify those mountain peaks. Fortunately, he had already invested heavily into expanding the Watchers, his network of scouts and spies. Once he returned to Veralt, he could leave the search in their capable hands. Still, curiosity gnawed at him. What did the inheritance contain? Was the medallion hidden there? The thought of it made him want to abandon the caravan and fly straight home to begin searching. But that was only impatience talking. The feeling passed quickly. He needed time to stabilize his new fourth circle anyway, and by then they would be back at Fort Aegis. There was still time before the assembly. Time he could use to begin the hunt for the inheritance. King Sullivan had made his request clear, return with the medallion. Kai fully intended to honor that just to see what the king was playing at. As if on cue, the wagon's shaking slowly came to a halt. Kai opened his eyes. It was time to find Magus Elas. He pushed himself up and carefully stepped over stacked crates of mana cannon parts and destroyed drone frames. His body felt so much better, far strengthened than before. Once outside, the cool breeze met him. Soldiers posted around the wagon immediately straightened and bowed. Kai nodded absently in return. He could feel eyes watching him, whispers of surprise and relief passing quietly between the ranks. He ignored them. He walked steadily through the camp and soon spotted Magus Elas seated by himself, well away from the campfires where the rest of the soldiers gathered. The old Magus was chewing slowly on a strip of dry jerky. Kai approached and sat beside him without a word. Without looking up, Elas reached into his pouch and offered Kai a strip. You should eat, Elas said gruffly. Your body has been running on nothing but mana for days. He had a point. Kai accepted the jerky and bit into it. The tough, leathery meat had no taste left to offer, and Kai chewed mechanically, already longing for a hot meal back at the fortress. Still, it did what it needed to. After another bite, Kai glanced sideways at the Magus. You're not planning on coming with us to Fort Aegis, are you? Elas let out a short, amused snort. No, I don't plan on starting a war. He shifted slightly and finally turned to meet Kai's gaze. And that's actually part of why I wanted to speak with you. Avoiding war. Kai nodded slightly. Killian mentioned something about the future of Vanderfall. Yes, even though the plague is finished, the land is ruined. The soil is poisoned, the rivers run foul. Nothing will grow there again. The royal family knows this. They're preparing for a desperate war to claim new lands for the people of Vanderfall. Kai frowned, chewing slowly. You can't stop them. I've tried, Elas said quietly, shaking his head. I've begged them to rebuild what little remains to adapt and endure. But it's not so simple. Most of the remaining healthy land is owned by the nobility and wealthy families. They have no intention of giving it up for the displaced commoners, so the king and his council are turning their eyes outward. Kai said nothing at first. He understood all too well how politics worked. Greed and pride had destroyed more kingdoms than any army ever had. That's dumb, Kai said flatly. Elas sneered and gave a dry chuckle. Obviously it is. The current royal family of Vanderfall isn't what I'd call wise leadership. They're heavily influenced, controlled, a group of powerful nobles. The king himself, let's just say he's not someone I'm a fan of. Then why do you still work for them? Kai gave him a blank look. The joke fell flat given the weight of the conversation. So you need my help? Kai asked, steering the talk back to the point. To do what? Restore the land, make it livable again. Elas nodded, chewing slowly on another bite of jerky. I guess so. That's the only real solution I see. The alternative is, well, killing off most of the commoners to reduce the need for land. But even the royal family won't go that far. They still need people to serve and fight for them. Kai fell silent, his thoughts drifting momentarily to Amara. His eyes swept over the dead, barren land around them, the taint of dead mana leaving nothing but withered soil and cracked stone. You do know, Kai said at last, that anyone capable of restoring this would be hunted. Mages from all corners would come to dissect their methods. They might even try to kill them to keep the knowledge for themselves. That made Magus Elas pause. He stared at the ground for a long moment and nodded. I know. But I still have to ask. I've already searched every text in the royal library. Nothing. I plan to reach out to mages I trust and bargain with those who I don't. I'm prepared to trade anything I have to find, even the smallest clue. That's why I decided to ask you as well. Kai raised an eyebrow. Do you think we have that kind of relationship? Or are you going to offer me something to trade too? Elas chuckled softly. I thought after standing side by side in a battle like that, we had a good enough relationship already. His tone shifted, turning more serious as he studied Kai's expression. Unless he paused, narrowing his eyes, you're asking because you actually know something. Kai said nothing. His face remained impassive, but the slight tension in his posture was answer enough. Elas froze, his expression shifting from cautious hope to outright shock. It was clear that, though he had dared to ask, the old magus had fully expected a rejection. Now the silent confirmation left him reeling, but Kai couldn't admit to it, not yet. The existence of elder tree stumps, rare and ancient generators of mana, was something he could reveal in time. They would be noticed eventually. But Amara, that was different. A part of him refused to risk her existence becoming known, even to Elas. At the same time, he couldn't simply let an entire country remain cursed and barren, not when he knew Maleficia would eventually find ways to exploit dead mana lands. It wasn't just about Vanderfall, it was about preventing something far worse. So the question became, could he trust Elas, like truly trust, not just share a part of his plan but trust him? The old magus had fought well beside him. There was respect between them, yes, but they were still only temporary allies. Kai didn't know how far that trust could stretch, but he did have one way to protect himself. He stared at Elas for a long moment before finally speaking. If I'm going to help you, Kai said slowly, you'll have to make a mana oath. Elas raised an eyebrow. What kind of oath? There'll be more than just simple terms, Kai replied calmly. But the core of it is this: you cannot reveal the existence of my method, or anything or anyone involved with it, in any way. You cannot act with hostility toward it either. There will be some other protections added as well. Elas nodded slightly, waiting for him to finish. And one more thing, Kai continued. In exchange for my help, you'll have to convince the royal family to formally agree to avoid any act of aggression toward Lancefil for the next 50 years, not even a hint of it, and I would also need a favor out of them. Elas let out a low whistle and rubbed his gray beard thoughtfully. I can understand the mana oath conditions. If your method works, that's a small price, and even the non-aggression pact, well, I think I can persuade them. For all their flaws, they'll listen when I tell them that a Lancefilian saved their kingdom. He gave Kai a sharp look. But why the favor? What do you want from the royal family? Kai hesitated for a moment. Then he shifted, the weight of his thoughts finally surfacing. What do you know about the current political state of Lancefil? Elas snorted. 3 princes, all idiots vying for the throne. A king who's alive but might as well be dead. A mess. Kai allowed himself a faint smile. Accurate, but it's even more complicated. I've been named Count, and that comes with attention. I also killed my brother who launched a full-out war to take my land. I'm walking straight into an assembly that will judge whether I keep my title or not. That's what they claim, but it's really about power. There are factions already moving behind the scenes. Elas folded his arms. You're in a big mess. Not really, Kai said with a shrug. I'm confident I'll win the assembly, but it's what happens after that concerns me. Elas leaned back and frowned. What comes after, you'll see, but I can already tell I may need another country's cooperation at some point. Don't worry, it won't cost you much. Certainly far less than what you would have spent trying to destroy the Trient without me. Elas chuckled dryly. Fair enough. I'll speak to the royal family, but I can't promise anything. Kai's expression hardened slightly. I will need a guarantee. Elas sighed and gave him a sidelong look. You're stubborn, Arzan. Why not just ask a personal favor from me instead? Kai shook his head. I think you'll have your hands full in the coming years. Elas narrowed his eyes. Why do you say that? Kai took a deep breath, his gaze drifting over the twisted, lifeless landscape around them. I meant to speak to you about this before we faced the Trient, but I never got the chance with the constant assaults. He turned back to Elas, voice steady. Why do you think the Trient appeared there and how it grew so large? That silenced the magus enough for him to fall into deep thought. Kai waited patiently until he gathered his thoughts. My guess, some foolish noble ignored it, maybe thought it was just some special magical tree. They let it root in their territory, and by the time they realized the danger, its roots had spread too far and it had grown too big to deal with. Kai nodded slightly. You're not wrong. That's how Trients grow, slowly feeding off the land. But I believe this case is different. I believe it was placed there. Elas straightened, his eyes sharp. The frown deepened. Planted. By who? Kai studied him for a long moment. He could already tell that Elas had considered the possibility, even if only in the back of his mind. But the magus had never found any clues to act on. Kai spoke the next words slowly, letting every syllable linger in the air. There's a prophecy that governs this world and an organization trying to fulfill it. I'll tell you about it. It's a long story. Amara tried her best to calm her nerves as her gaze trailed to the tall arched window. The view from her chambers overlooked the eastern gardens, their neat lines dotted with frost from the early morning chill. She watched as a few leaves danced on the wind. They were fragile and bore no weight, unlike the heaviness that rested on her shoulders. She almost wished she could return to her past life where there was only quiet, hidden beneath layers and layers of royal silk, fake smiles and silence. A life where her words meant nothing, where she was just another pawn in the court, tucked behind her mother's overbearing presence. Even if she had been stifling, it had been safe. She didn't have to think about political ripples or noble alliances or the weight of representing someone else's cause. But now the moment she stepped through that door, everything would change. A new life awaited Heron where she would stand not just as a princess, but as a voice for a faction that could shift the very structure of the kingdom. One tied to Count Arzan, one she believed might do good, might bring balance, but whose consequences she couldn't fully foresee. Being healthy again, truly healthy, came with its own cost. She had prayed for strength, and now that it had come, so had responsibility. Arzan had asked this of her, and she had accepted without hesitation. But acceptance didn't mean she would be at ease. Still, she had made her choice, and she would see it through without complaint. Her thoughts were interrupted by a soft, familiar voice of Anya. "Princess, you'll do well." Anya chuckled softly, stepping towards her. She ran a hand over her dress. "It will be okay, Princess. You have the list the Watchers handed over 2 days ago." Amara nodded. "I read through it," she said. "It was beyond helpful. Most of the confidence I have, if I have any at all, comes from that list." She didn't say it aloud, but the truth amazed her. The level of detail Count Arzan's Watchers had managed to gather in such a short time was frightening. Information networks weren't uncommon in Lancefil. The thief guilds, merchant rings, and even a few royal intelligence branches all had their own channels, but none of them came close to this. None were as thorough or as quietly precise. The list she had received was a map. A breakdown of each noble expected to attend the Gatheringold families with deep ties to the beginning of the kingdom itself, tangled in politics and tradition, and newer ones, born from coin or blood spilled in war. Some had only gained their titles in the last 2 decades, still finding their footing within the aristocracy. The older ones were unlikely to be swayed. Many of them had long-standing connections to one of the 3 princely factions, and those ties ran deep through marriage, mentorship, or shared enemies. Shaking their loyalty would take more than clever words. It would take a shift in the very balance of power. But the newer nobles, the ones still scrambling for favor, recognition, and stable land, they were her true targets, yet even they wouldn't fall into her arms easily. Backing the wrong person, especially someone like Count Arzan, was a gamble. A wrong step here could freeze their family's rise for generations. Amara knew that, and it made her role even more important. She had to make them believe they weren't gambling at all, that they were choosing wisely, that they were backing the future. She had already convinced one. Baron Renlod, once a merchant, now land-holding noble with growing influence. A few hints about trade routes being planned by the crown, promises about future infrastructure, projects just enough to catch his interest. She hadn't promised anything, of course, but the man had bitten down on the bait, and now he was hers. Even now she stood in his mansion. Beyond the tall doors of the drawing hall, she could hear the vibration of conversation and the occasional burst of laughter, the sound of nobility mingling, of wine being poured and alliances being tested. Knights, heirs, and daughters of noble house, many of whom had accepted her invitation out of curiosity alone. There was a mercantile saying she had once overheard in the market as a child, listening from the back of her carriage: "If you can sell 1 product, you can sell 100. Amara straightened her shoulders, knowing she had to embody that saying today. "I'm ready," she said softly. Anya gave her a quick nod and stepped forward to go ahead. Amara remained still, listening to the muffled sounds beyond the door until a moment later, the steward's voice rang clearly through the chamber. "Her Highness Princess Amara Lancefil enters now." With that, the heavy doors swung open. Light spilled across her face, the warmth of the chandelier bathing her as dozens of eyes turned to greet her. And with her next step, the campaign began. She walked in with grace, measured, elegant, exactly as she had been taught since childhood. Her smile was calm, not too cheerful but not distant either, just enough to seem warm, just enough to seem confident. The room quieted as her presence settled in, and every eye turned to her. She caught a few whispers at the edge of her hearing, light murmurs passed between fans and flutes of wine. Some nobles tilted their heads, examining her with faint curiosity, as if trying to confirm with their own eyes the whispers about her recovery. After all, the sickly princess had rarely stepped foot into social gatherings, but she didn't react. She didn't let her gaze flick toward them or falter. Instead, she kept walking toward the center table, where the hosts and the main guest were gathered heads of noble houses and wives draped in finery. She gave a graceful nod to the bowing nobles and knights as she passed, the murmurs growing quiet under her calm presence, before finally stopping at the main table. Her eyes met the gaze of a wide man with thick fingers and a jewel-studded chain of office across his chest. Baron Renlod, the merchant-turned-noble who had opened his doors to her cause. Baron Renlod puffed his chest and gave a quick bow. "The pleasure is ours, Princess, that you have graced our hall tonight. Many didn't believe me when I said it would happen." He cast a pointed glance around the table, where 3 men and 2 women stood, all finely dressed and clearly measuring her with cautious eyes. One of the men leaned forward. He was younger than the rest, with a curled mustache that seemed too large for his face and an easy smile that he wore like armor. "Ah, Renlod, don't be like that," the man said with a chuckle. "For once I believed you and came just to see the princess. You're harder to catch a glimpse of than the princes themselves." He raised his glass slightly. "But I'll say this, rumors of your beauty are well spoken." Amara smiled, unbothered. She knew full well there had never been such rumors. That was pure flattery, but flattery was a toolon she had learned to accept with a mask of grace. She let her eyes linger on the man thoughtfully, recalling the information she had memorized. Then, with a polite dip of her head, she spoke. "You must be Lord Marcellin of House Fiendler. I've heard your family's sons are becoming exemplary royal knights. They've been doing well consistently among the top ranks in the evaluations." The man blinked, visibly surprised. "The princess knows my name and my family." He straightened, pride blooming on his face. "It's truly an honor." Amara's smile held steady. "I keep track of every man I believe could become a pillar of the kingdom's future." His smile grew wider, and Baron Renlod gave her a small, approving nod from the side. She had done well. Since the moment she stepped into the hall, negotiations had already begun, even if her guests didn't know it. They were wrong, utterly. She wasn't here for her brother. She was here for Count Arzenand. No one had noticed yet. After a few more carefully guided exchanges at the main table, Amara rose with poise, followed closely by Baron Renlod and Anya. She moved through the crowd with purpose, ensuring to greet every noble who had accepted her invitation. They should have come to her. That was tradition. Nobles greeted royalty, not the other way around. But Amara walked calmly, deliberate little each knot of conversation, offering a greeting first, a nod, a small smile, not forced, not overly polished. Just enough to show they were seen, and they didn't know what to do with it. Men who had barely been acknowledged at court blinked at her approach, stumbling over their own names in surprise. A few of the women stiffened at first, caught off guard by her presence at their side, only to relax the moment Amara gently praised a daughter's flute recital or mentioned a nephew's recent promotion. She didn't need to look down at a scroll. She already knew. Names, estates, old feuds, small wins. It was all etched into her memory, given to her by the Watchers and polished through repetition. "You must be Baron Howrick," she said at one point to a thin man with a sharp nose. "I've heard the irrigation plans you funded near the Greystone Fields helped reduce the seasonal flooding. Practical work. Nobles like you are very needed in the kingdom." The man stared at her, caught between awe and suspicion, then finally muttered, "Didn't think anyone outside the village even noticed." "I did," she said simply and moved on. Another, a grizzled matriarch in a dress too big for her, raised an eyebrow when Amara complimented her family's hunting buousness. "They say you were ill," the woman said. "I almost didn't come." "I was," Amara answered, "but I'm not anymore, and I'm glad you did." That softened her, just a little, and slowly it spread. It wasn't just the names she knew, it was the listening. Every time someone mentioned a concern of poor harvest, a delayed title confirmation, a tax they couldn't Argesh never cut in, she let them speak. Then once the problem lay open, she placed a hand lightly on their arm, nodded, and said the same quiet phrase. "I'll see what I can do." Not a solution, not a guarantee, just a word of hope wrapped in royal silk, and it worked. It worked so well that halfway through the evening, while smiling at a young knight and praising his sword form, Amara caught her reflection in a polished wine pitcher and didn't quite recognize the woman she saw. She was negotiating, persuading, making calculated promises she might never fulfill. Not least no, she would try but not truths either. And they were eating it up. "I feel like a politician," she thought suddenly, and the realization almost made her laugh. She who once couldn't hold a conversation without retreating to her books, was now charming half a hall into loyalty they hadn't planned to give. She straightened her shoulders and reminded herself, this wasn't about her. This was for Arzan. By the time the dancing began and strings filled the hall with warm, sweeping music, Amara had already counted 6 nobles who had quietly leaned toward Baron Renlod and whispered that they'd like to discuss future possibilities. 4 more had left her side smiling, with eyes brighter than when they arrived. As she stood near the edge of the ballroom, watching the dancers twirl beneath the glow of chandeliers, a thought crept in. What will his face look like when he finds out I did this for him? Would he smile, thank her? Would he finally see her not just as a sheltered princess but as something more, a friend, she thought. And then, before she could stop herself, maybe something more than that, she felt her cheeks warm. And she truly hoped that, when that day came, he would see her clearly, the way no one else ever had. The conversation with Elas had gone on far longer than Kai had expected. What began as a quiet discussion beneath the cold stars had stretched deep into the night, turning from cautious probing to grim revelations. It turned out the old magus hadn't been entirely blind. He had known of the prophecy, at least parts of it. Whispers passed down through broken records and ancient families, but like many scholars of his age, Elas had never taken it seriously. To him, it had always seemed like a myth, a cautionary tale to spice up dusty history scrolls. As for Maleficia had heard the name, a threat perhaps, but never one that warranted true concern. That changed after the conversation. Kai told him enough to paint the shape of what was coming, not in full detail, but enough for Elas to understand that what lay ahead wouldn't just threaten their kingdoms. It would engulf the entire world, and by the end of it, Elas was no longer skeptical. The oath, however, was another beast entirely. It took hours. Kai had to make sure every word was in place, every clause ironclad. It was a shield for Amira's existence. He layered the oath with intent, with language that bound Elas not just to silence but to protection. The old magus couldn't reveal her, nor allow others to discover her by neglect. He couldn't act in ways that endangered her, even indirectly. On top of that, Elas had to agree to a fifth circle spell, Sandstorm, to be cast across the land when they began their reclamation efforts. The spell would blanket the area in obscuring grit, saturating the air with mana particles that would scramble divinations and blind scouts. No spy would get close, and even if they tried, Elas would be there, stationed nearby with the authority and power to intercept. When Kai had first insisted on this level of caution, Elas had looked at him like he was mad. Until Kai told him why. He didn't name Amara, didn't reveal her form or her origin, but he spoke of a magia singular existence Suho could absorb and purify dead mana. That alone had been enough to drain the color from Elias' face. Then came the second revelation. Kai had elder tree stumps. Elias had gone still for nearly a full minute before whispering, "Can I study one?" No, Kai had said without hesitation, but he knew that Elias would try. He would watch the planting sites, examine the reactions of the land, make quiet notes and sketches when he thought Kai wasn't there. It was inevitable, but as long as he didn't uncover her, that was acceptable. More concerning had been Elias' next request. "I want to come with you," the old magus had said, "to see this mage with my own eyes." Kai had refused, flatly. There was no way to bring him close without risking more political rumors. Elias hadn't pushed, not after that. He understood there were lines even an ally couldn't cross. Besides, he had duties of his own, had to return to the royal family of Vanderfall, to report on the Treant's death and the cost of its defeat. So they parted ways under the pale light of a breaking dawn. Elias left with more knowledge than he had ever expected to gain that night, and Kai was left with the same weight he always carried, but at least now, he didn't carry it alone. With only his soldiers and the church's people accompanying him now, the air around the force lightened. Tension still lingered. Red ghosts of the plague lands clung to them like dust, but without Elias, the unease faded. But they marched on, fast and purposeful. The journey passed quickly, and before long the towering walls of Fort Aegis rose in the distance. Kai narrowed his eyes. Soldiers lined the top ramparts, waving down toward them. Word had clearly arrived before they did. Hai's message must have been taken well. The men on the wall had already begun celebrating. "This is good," he thought to himself as they drew closer, the iron gates creaking open. But nothing could have prepared him for what was inside. The courtyard wasn't just filled with guards waiting to report or servants rushing to serve. Hundreds of people had gathered, men, women, children. And at the heart of the crowd stood Viscount Redmont, dressed in ceremonial armor, flanked by what Kai assumed was his family, a dignified woman, likely the Viscountess, and 2 sons and daughter. Rows of tables stretched across the edges of the courtyard, stacked with steaming dishes and decorated with colored cloths. Sizzling meats, sweet pastries, and fruit arrangements lined them, enough to feed a small town. Bards stood off to the side, instruments in hand, strumming lively tunes that floated across the cobblestones. Everywhere there were smiles. Even Kai, hardened as he was, found himself blinking at the sight. Behind him, his soldiers began to slow, taken aback by the arrangement that none of them had expected. And then the Viscount raised his hand. "Everyone," he called, voice booming with pride, "the heroes of Lancefil have returned after purging the plague that devastated Vanderfall." He stepped forward, sweeping his hand toward the weary warriors. "Let's welcome them home with a cheer they'll never forget." The crowd erupted. Claps, cheers, cries of joy so loud it felt as if the very castle walls vibrated. It crashed over them like a wave. The soldiers froze for a moment, stunned by the force of it. Some blinked back tears. Others stood taller. Kai glanced to his side and saw Killian removing his helmet, running a hand through his sweat-matted hair, a crooked smile on his face. The others followed suit, their expressions ranging from confusion to cautious pride. All their eyes turned to him. Kai met their gazes. He smiled, just a little, just enough. "Go," he said quietly, but they heard it. "Enjoy yourselves. You've earned it. You survived hell." And like a dam breaking, the men exhaled. His own men broke into cheerslaughter, freer than before. They dispersed into the crowd, greeted with handshakes, warm food, and the kind of welcome only home could give. Kai stood still for a moment longer, watching them disappear into the joy he hadn't known they needed so badly. Some of them were already scanning the faces around, searching for family brothers, sons, wives waiting with teary eyes and open arms. Others, like Knight Kai's, kept their discipline a bit longer, heading straight for the Viscount to report, but most made a beeline for the food. And Kai couldn't blame them. After days of hard marching, half rations, and chewing through dried jerky like leather, the smell of roasted meat, fresh bread, and honey-glazed pastries was enough to make anyone pause. He caught the scent of peppered steak thick, seared perfectly, juices sizzling as they were flipped on an open grill just a few stalls away. The warmth drifted on the breeze, and his stomach grumbled in response. For a moment he considered heading toward the keep, maybe freshening up, maybe talking to the Viscount privately first. But then he had returned victorious. The Treant was dead, the plague fields behind him, the oath with Elias sealed, and his men were safe, so Kai let himself breathe. He took a step forward, then another, until he stood in front of the stall, the flames licking under thick slabs of steak. A wide-eyed cook bowed hastily before holding one out to him on a plate, trembling slightly from the weight of the moment. Kai took it with a quiet nod, letting the warmth seep into his hands. He tore off the first bite before he could even sit down, and for the first time in days, maybe weeks, he let himself enjoy the simple act of being alive. The celebrations in Fort Aegis were a sight to behold. From the moment the gates had opened and the soldiers marched in, it was as if the entire stronghold had transformed into a festival ground. Banners waved from the walls, laughter echoed off stone, and the scent of roasted meats filled the air. But beyond the revelry, there was something more recognition. Every soldier, no matter their rank, was treated like a king. At the heart of it all stood Viscount Redmont, flushed with pride and animated by the thrill of survival and victory. He led from the front not in war, but in reward. Each of his soldiers received generous gifts, parcels of land, pouches of gold, and gilded weapons. For some, it was the greatest wealth they'd ever touched. And he didn't stop there. The church, too, was shown gratitude. A substantial donation was promised, one so generous that Bishop Morris spent the entire evening grinning like a man who had just found a second son. Even Kai's soldiers, those from Veralt, were not forgotten. The Viscount offered them weapons, gold, and a standing invitation should any of their families ever wish to relocate. Land and shelter would be waiting. It wasn't quite as lavish as what he gave his own men, but Kai didn't mind. Rewarding his people was his responsibility. And he already had plans that would make every one of his soldiers understand that their suffering, their survival, had not gone unnoticed. Because truly, nothing Kai had experienced had not the Fief Wars, not even the Beast Wave had demanded so much. Back then, he had been defending. He could choose where to dig in, when to strike. But in the Plague Lands, they had been the attackers. Every step forward had been a gamble with death. The land itself had turned against them. A single touch could kill. Strategy alone hadn't kept them alive. Resolve had. Throughout the celebration, Viscount Redmont barely left his side. The man kept a goblet in one hand and a string of thank yous in the other, offering his gratitude over and over. Kai accepted all of it except the betrothal. His polite refusal was met with visible relief from the young lady herself, who looked far more interested in her wine than in the idea of a political marriage. Thankfully, Knight Kais had taken over the duty of reporting their battle, giving the Viscount a clear picture of what had transpired. Kai had no need to go into details, but he did make one thing clear: Magus Elas had been a key part of their victory. He had stilled for a moment, goblet halfway to his lips, his brow lifting in a quiet flicker of disbelief. After all, Elas didn't have the best PV the reputation. It was enough to raise questions, and dangerous ones at that. But Kai had been prepared. He explained only what was necessary and made one request clear. Don't include it in your reports to the crown, Kai had said. The Viscount had hesitated, but only briefly. The look in Kai's eyes made him understood. The moment that detail made it into royal hands, some petty noble or power-hungry rival would twist it into something else entirely. Kai's position in the kingdom was already balancing on a knife's edge. Elas helping him could easily be painted as conspiracy, a collusion with a foreign power, and Kai didn't need that, not now. Redmont had heeded his request. No oaths, no ceremony, just a look and a quiet promise. It was enough. The Viscount had wanted the celebrations to stretch for days. He had even begun planning contests, feasts, and a formal banquet. But Kai had no interest in staying. He had spent too many days stuffed inside enchanted plate armor, too many nights on broken ground, his spell structure always ready in one hand. The music and cheering were pleasant, but they weren't rest, not the kind he needed. So once everything was settled, he called Killian aside. You're in charge of the men, Kai said. Let them enjoy themselves. Get them moving in 2 days. Return to Veralt. Killian's expression was half smile, half concern, but he nodded without question. And with that, Kai left. The air was cold, cutting against his face. But it was freedom. Flying had always been a joy, but this time it was something else too. It was escape. The wind roared past him and the world below blurred. He crossed the stretch between Fort Aegis and Veralt in under 2 hours, a record for him. When the stone walls of his city came into view, he allowed himself a breath. A few guards on the ramparts looked up in surprise. 1 or 2 even knocked arrows, reacting more out of instinct than sense. But someone must have shouted his name because the bows dropped before the string was pulled. He didn't slow down. He didn't land at the gates or seek out an enforcer to get reports. He glided over the rooftops, found his castle, and landed on the balcony outside his room. The window was unlocked. The maids had been keeping the place clean. He slid it open, stepped inside, and didn't even bother to take off his boots. His bed was made. Kai let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding and fell forward into the mattress. He didn't think of Elas or Redmont or even the royal court. He didn't think of assemblies, politics, or the future. He thought of roots tearing through stone. He thought of poison in the air. He thought of death narrowly avoided and the way his men had looked when they saw the sky again. And then something deeper, quieter, overtook him. It wasn't fear or guilt, just exhaustion. His breathing slowed. The world dimmed, and before he knew it, Kai was asleep. Kai woke to soft rays of sunlight spilling through the high windows, dust motes drifting lazily in the golden light. He blinked, disoriented for a moment as he stared up at the stone-carved ceiling above his bed, unfamiliar only because it had been so long since he last saw it. A beat passed before he let out a quiet yawn and slowly sat up, pushing the blankets off. The silence was pleasant. No shouting, no marching, no sickness in the air. Just the faint chirping of birds beyond the balcony and the distant hum of the city awakening. He stood and stretched, cracking his shoulders, then stepped toward the bathroom. The basin inside was clean but, of course, no water had been drawn. He frowned, then simply raised a hand. A shard of ice formed in his palm. With a flick, he hovered it over the basin and seared it gently with fire mana until it melted into cool, clean water. He splashed it on his face, exhaling at the sensation, and wiped his hands on a nearby towel. As he patted his face dry, a familiar thought returned. Plumbing. The lack of it had faded to the background during his recent battles, but now that he was homesteading in a room that should have water on demand, it bothered him more than ever. He'd already made latrine pits standard for the new homes being built in Veralt, but if he truly wanted to modernize the city, plumbing was essential. Running water. Drainage, heated baths. Another project to add to the pile. He shook off the thought for now and made his way to the closet. A fresh tunic and breeches, simple and comfortable, were pulled on quickly. He tied the sleeves, adjusted the cuffs, and ran a hand through his slightly messy hair before stepping toward the door. The moment he opened it, two maids standing just outside jumped in surprise. Their eyes widened, clearly not expecting anyone, especially him, to be here. They stared for a second too long before abruptly bowing, heads lowered. Kai raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. "You were here to clean?" "Yes, my lord," one of them stammered. We thought you hadn't returned yet. I came yesterday." "Is sittin' in the office already?" One maid straightened slightly, still flustered. "Yes, my lord. I just handed him his morning tea." "Good," Kai said, nodding. "Bring some for me too, and anything to eat with it." The maid nodded quickly, giving another hurried bow before retreating toward the kitchens. The other slipped into his room with a quiet apology to begin cleaning. Kai lingered at the door for a moment, watching them both, then gave a faint smile. Was he really that scary? It wasn't like he barked orders or glared at people. But then again, he supposed not many people had real conversations with him. Aside from Claire, he hadn't connected with any of the staff. And maybe that distance, combined with his status and his magecraft, made him seem like something untouchable. He had experienced this before. That quiet fear, the kind that crept into people's eyes once they realized what he truly was: not a noble, not a man with a sword, but a mage. Someone who could bend fire and water and air with a thought. Someone who could kill with a flick of his fingers. Kai didn't enjoy it, but he had accepted it. It came with the life he chose. With a small exhale, he brushed the thought aside and made his way down the hall, footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. When he reached the apprentice's office, he didn't bother to knock. He opened the door and stepped in. Sitten, seated behind the desk with a cup of tea in hand, looked up in surprise. The office was far more chaotic than usual. Papers were stacked high, some teetering at the edge of the desk. Open books were scattered on nearly every flat surface, ethic tomes on historical cities, scribbled scrolls of merchant ledgers, maps, letters, and even what looked like a half-finished blueprint for a windmill. A chipped ink bottle sat next to a cracked quill stand, both smudged with fingerprints, and a heat stone that had long lost its glow rested beside an open scroll, half buried under letters bearing different noble seals. Despite Francis having left behind 5 apprentices to manage Veralt's affairs, Sitten bore the brunt of the responsibility. He was Francis's hand-picked successor, and over time he had become Kai's de facto steward when it came to internal affairs. The moment Sitten saw him, he stood quickly, nearly spilling his tea in the process. "My lord, Lord Arzen, you're back." Kai gave a small nod, stepping inside. "Yes, I returned last night. You probably didn't hear since I went straight to my chambers." "I hadn't the faintest idea," Sitten said, bowing properly this time. "Just yesterday I sent an envoy to Fort Aegis. I was worried about the expedition. We hadn't received any official news." Kai snorted faintly, moving to take the seat across from him. "Then your envoy will arrive just in time to find a celebration and probably get drunk." Sitten blinked. "A celebration? The Treant is dead. The plague is purged. We took casualties, but fewer than I expected. We won." Sitten's expression softened into a smile, genuine and tired. That's truly wonderful news, Lord Arzen. A blessing on the city." Kai leaned back slightly in the chair. "Yes, but I need to know how did things go here while I was away. I'd like a full report." Sitten straightened again, already moving toward the stack on his left. "Of course, give me a moment." And for the next hour, the apprentice delivered. He moved through categorical economic reports, showing the gold flow from trade routes and recent taxes collected, infrastructure updates, including the progress on the new housing district and the expansion of the Southern Wall recruitment numbers, listing every mage and enforcer discovered in the nearby villages and towns, along with their affinity, status, and whether they had accepted Veralt's offer of employment or chosen to remain independent. Kai listened carefully, occasionally taking scrolls into his hand and skimming them. Numbers flowed easily through his mind, but he didn't just listen for facts, listened for gaps, hesitations, things that might have been missed. And so far, Sitten hadn't disappointed. Midway through the reports, there was a soft knock and the door creaked open. One of the maids stepped in, carefully balancing a silver tray. A steaming cup of tea, still swirling with heat, rested beside a small plate stacked with round, crisp butter cookies dusted with crushed nuts. Kai gave her a small nod as she set it down on the side of the desk. Without a word, she bowed and backed out, the door clicking shut behind her. Kai took the cup with one hand and flipped another page with the other, sipping slowly as he scanned the financials. Everything was here clearly documented, down to the last copper spent on ink and parchment. Construction projects, trade taxes, grain stock levels, mage commissions. The sheer thoroughness would have made most lords dizzy, but Kai appreciated it. A few entries caught his eye. One detailed a guard rotation system recently established to monitor the sewers, which was hopefully going to keep the assassins out of the city. Another file outlined the construction of a theater in the town's central square. An entertainment initiative, it said, and he vaguely remembered agreeing to in a moment of fatigue, more to keep some of the more restless mages content. And apparently it had worked. Several mages were now personally involved in shaping the structure with earth magic, their enchantments helping speed along the frame and seating. Every time Kai turned a page, he could feel Sitten watching him. Not obviously, but with the subtle glances of a man trying not to look too eager, eyebrows raising here, shifting in his seat there, as though trying to guess which part Kai was reading. Eventually, Kai chuckled and set the documents down. I feel like I'm being watched more than the reports, he said, giving Sitten a faint smile. Relax, everything looks good. You're doing a fine job in Francis's absence. He did, Kai agreed, sipping his tea. I would have liked him here, but Varen needed stabilizing, and there's no one better for the job. Still, you're holding up well, and for that, I'm giving you a task. The apprentice straightened up, posture instantly attentive. What kind of task, Lord Arzan? Kai leaned forward, setting his cup aside. I need the full machinery of my territory watchers, enforcers, mages, even the village chiefs, everyone available. Sitten blinked. To do what exactly? Kai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he reached for a blank piece of parchment, pulled a quill from the ink pot, and began to draw. A peak, sharp and jagged, surrounded by smaller mountains, a winding path leading up. Then, at the summit, a tower tall, narrow, piercing through clouds. He sketched the curve of the land around it, adding marks that would help in locating it. The image came naturally burned into his mind ever since he had first seen it floating in the center of his astral realm. When he finished the rough map, he slid it across the desk. I need to find this, Kai said softly. It's not on any of our current maps. It may be hidden, but I want eyes on anything that even resembles this place. It might not even be in Lancefil, but we need to find the tower. Sitten stared at the drawing, eyes narrowed, lips pressing into a thin line. I'll begin immediately, but I've never seen a tower like this before, he said. And I've traveled quite a bit before coming here to serve my apprenticeship. If this exists in Lancefil, it's not near any of the common landmarks. Kai's frown deepened. That's what I feared. It might not be in the kingdom at all. That's why I want everyone, especially the watchers looking for it. Make copies, quietly distribute it, have them check every report, every old ruin or isolated peak in every border region. Sitten nodded. I'll handle it personally. Good. There was a moment of silence before Sitten glanced up again. Anything else, Lord Arzan? Kai paused to think, rolling his shoulders slightly. The warmth from the tea still lingered in his hands, but already his mind was shifting to the next steps. Yes, he said finally. I'll be taking it easy for a few days. The plague lands drain me more than I'd like to admit. But once I recover, things are going to move fast. Sitten gave a sympathetic nod, sent an envoy to Fort Aegis. I spoke with Viscount Redmond, agreed to let us have a permanent presence there. I want one of our own stationed at all times. The apprentice tilted his head slightly. You think there's more to be done in the plague lands? Kai nodded. The plague's been stopped, but the land is still dead. I don't plan to claim it, but we can't just leave it either. I want every weaver and fiend still hiding in those lands purged. Redmont's agreed to assist if we agree to supply his men with more of our armor. I see, Sitten said. We'll need to work fast then. I know, Kai replied. He rubbed his temple. I'll need to speak to Amara about it too. If you see her, tell her I'm back and to come see me. Sitten blinked, a flicker of surprise in his expression. She can help. Kai could see the confusion there, unsurprising. He hadn't exactly advertised what Amara was, what she could do. She's one of my apprentices, Kai said simply, and I'd like her involved. I'll be busy and need to teach her about these things. Kai stood up and stepped toward the door. Either way, I'll leave you to it, and make sure I have an answer on that tower's location as soon as possible. Sitten nodded. Will do, Lord Arzan. Ansel sighed, leaning back in his chair and staring at the towering stacks of paper in front of him. Then, with a slow turn of his head, he glanced at the other table across the room, also full. Reports, letters, scraps of coded messages, intercepted notes. He had been working through them for hours now, maybe days, and the pile never seemed to shrink. He wasn't surprised. They'd expanded fast. Too fast, maybe. With the assembly approaching, the political game had intensified, and he'd responded in recruiting new watchers, spreading them like seeds into noble houses across the kingdom. Most of them had been deployed using Malden's merchant network, and now all those little seeds were bearing fruit. Every single watcher was sending something back: gossip, troop movements, rivalries, trade shifts, family tensions. The flow of information was relentless. And with the druidic magic embedded into their system, courier birds trained with nature-binding spells, Ansel was almost certain the Watchers were the fastest intelligence network in the kingdom, possibly even the world. But that also meant he had to read it all. Well, not all High's assistants helped sort it. They skimmed the obvious clutter, categorized the useful, and passed on anything truly important or delicate to him. Still, even the filtered pieces came by the hundreds, and he was tired. Burnt out, he wasn't made for desk work. He was a field operator, a wildsman, trained to move like a ghost through trees, not to sift through scandals and blackmail material in a quiet chamber that smelled like parchment and ink. But he also understood one thing clearly. The head of the Watchers couldn't afford to disappear into the field anymore. Not when Lord Arzon needed him close. Not when too many eyes were watching. Not when any misstep could tip the scale. And Ansel had agreed to that. So he kept his mouth shut and kept reading. He picked up another paper from the Stackthighs one regarding a minor count from the Southern Territories, whose daughter had apparently run off with a commoner. Some details about how it could be turned into leverage were underlined in red. He exhaled again, lifting the parchment when a knock at the door made him pause. "Come in," he called, already expecting more work. The door creaked open, and one of his assistants stepped in. Tilara, the red-haired hire from Verides, stepped forward with a piece of folded parchment in hand. "This just came in." Ansel frowned, rubbing the lines on his forehead. "Tiara," he muttered without looking up, "I need to get through this stack before I look at anything else. We're already behind on northern noble reports in the merchant unions." "I know," she said, "but this came from Lord Arzon himself." That made him pause. He glanced up, brow creasing. "He wants us to locate a tower." "As soon as possible, a tower," Ansel repeated. He had already known Lord Arzon was back. High's men had seen the Count fly overhead the night before and sent word before dawn. But a tower search, the request didn't make sense, not with everything else going on. Still, he didn't question it. Lord Arzon's intentions were often layered, and Ansel had learned long ago not to dig too deep unless asked. Wordlessly, he held out a hand. The girl passed the paper to him. The moment Ansel's eyes landed on the drawing, he froze. It wasn't the tower that hit him, not at first. It was the peaks. Jagged, narrow, drawn with the kind of precision that only someone who had seen them could manage. He had seen them too, many times. His grip tightened on the paper as his throat dried. Slowly, he looked up. "You're sure this came from him?" he asked, voice quieter now. She nodded. "Yes. Is something wrong?" Ansel didn't answer immediately. He looked back down at the sketch, his heart thudding harder than it should have. He didn't recognize the tower, nor but those mountains, that curve of ridge, the split valley, the forked path winding up through the stone. He had walked those trails, camped in their shadows. He could still feel the burning wind, the heat, the dust in his throat. He stared at it for a few seconds longer, then finally whispered, "This is the Ashari desert." The words felt heavier than they should have. "My home." Kai leaned back in the chair, the sun warm on his face as he brought a glass of orange juice to his lips and took a slow sip. The field behind the sorcerer's tower stretched out around him, green and open, a rare bit of peace in a world that rarely allowed it. After months of countless battles, which included an extreme level of planning, construction, and near death, he had finally taken a break, a real one, though even his break came with work. Before him, a group of newly awakened mages were spread out across the grass, shouting, laughing, and blasting small bursts of mana in chaotic bursts of movement. They were playing mana ball, their robes pulled up, sleeves rolled back, and cheeks flushed red from all the exertion. Kai watched with mild amusement, resting his foot on a small stone and tilting the chair slightly. The glass in his hand clinked softly as he swirled the juice inside. Most games in the Kingdom Hell, in the whole world, were built around duels. Sword duels, spell duels, duels of wit or blood. At best, you'd see children playing catch with sticks or chasing each other through the mud. But this was different. Mana Ball was a relic from the second golden era of magic, a time when spells weren't just weapons, but part of everyday culture. A time when high-circled mages created games to challenge themselves in ways that didn't always end in death. He took another sip and watched the play unfold. Two teams of 11 novices ran across the field, chasing a shimmering orb of condensed mana. Each time a player kicked or passed it, the sphere scattered a small wave of energy into the air, thinning with each move. Whoever controlled it had to infuse it again with their own mana, fuel it on the fly, or risk letting it disappear. And if it vanished while you were in possession, that was a 5-point penalty, enough to lose the match outright. The only other way to win was the traditional method of scoring a goal. But even that wasn't easy. The defending team had a single keeper, and that mage was allowed to use a first circle spell just one to block the ball at any moment. It was a stripped-down version of the real thing. High circle matches had 3 or more mana balls, faster spells, enchanted rules that changed mid-play and often ended with someone bleeding, or unconscious, or both. But with these fresh novice barely past awakening, it was just rigorous enough to teach them pacing, mana control, and teamwork, all while giving them something to enjoy. Kai leaned back further, watching as one of the girls on the blue team lunged forward, her boot connecting with the dimming ball and sending it streaking toward the other end of the field in a burst of golden light. A few cheers went up. One of the defenders scrambled, eyes flaring with focus as they prepared their single-use spell. Kai sipped his juice, eyes narrowing slightly as he watched the play unfold. Chasing a glowing sphere wasn't the main goal of the game. It trained more than movement and mana management. Every player subconsciously kept their mana perception active across the field, adjusting it to follow the ball. And most importantly, they were being forced to push mana through their legs. That was something this era's mages sorely lacked. Most focused entirely on hand-based casting, the classic posture of spellcraft. Logical, sure spells were easier to control that way, but it was also limiting. Why let your entire body be a conduit for mana if you only used one part? Kai had long since integrated mana flow into his entire body. His flight spell used his legs as the primary release point, which gave him speed and stability most other mages couldn't dream of. And yet here on the field, it was painfully clear that these young mages had barely started down that road. The result. The defenders barely had to do anything. The glowing mana ball would fade out in mid-pass, shrinking to a flicker in the air, and then vanish completely, giving the other team a 5-point bonus by default. It happened again and again. Only 2 players managed to keep it going longer than a second: Rhea, his apprentice, sharp-eyed and burning with focus, who led the blue team with a precision that mirrored her training and her strong determination to win. And Sylvain, a wiry boy from the streets of Varen, found by Claire and brought into the tower less than a month ago, who looked like he'd put everything in his power to keep the game going. Both of them could move with mana in their legs, not for long, not perfectly, but better than the rest. Still, it wasn't enough. Not when the rest of their teammates fumbled basic flow, losing energy with each step. Kai leaned forward slightly, observing their reactions. Rhea's expression was tight, frustrated, barked instructions, trying to guide the others, but her tone was too pointed. Her teammates looked terrified of her. The way they flinch every time she opened her mouth was enough evidence for him to know she was a natural caster, not a leader yet. And Sylvain, he didn't shout, but he started doing something worse: hoarding the ball, taking longer runs, pushing himself harder, refusing to pass unless absolutely necessary. He didn't trust his team, and that trust breakdown was visible in every move. Kai sighed softly. It was another test, really, one they didn't even know they were taking. Leadership. Rhea had the raw power but lacked patience. Sylvain had adaptability but no faith in his allies. Both of them were losing not because they lacked skill but because they lacked the ability to bring others with them. And Kai watched it all unfold like a slow, burning lesson written across the field. Another pass collapsed mid-air. Another 5-point penalty. He set down the glass on the armrest of his chair, just as Sylvain clenched his jaw and pushed mana hard enough that sparks flew from his feet. It was not efficient, not in the long run. It was a mere burst of effort that would burn him out before long. But Kai didn't move. He didn't call out. They'd have to learn the hard way, but he'd be watching every moment of it. As for Rhea, she moved across the field like a storm trapped in human form, the very image of an angry young goddess. Every time her team lost points, her voice rang out sharp and cutting, like a lash across exposed skin. Are you blind? The ball was right there. Do you even know how to push mana into your feet? Or are you just pretending? If you can't play, move. Not one of her teammates answered back. They kept their heads down, eyes averted, swallowing whatever pride they had left. But Kai could see it: the tight jaws, the stiff shoulders, the occasional glance passed between them when Rhea's back was turned. It wasn't fear. It was dissatisfaction. The only reason it hadn't boiled over into open defiance was his presence, seeing the fact that she was his apprentice. He had known for some time that Rhea was receiving special treatment. No one dared train with her too harshly, and she got resources faster than most. She wasn't spoiled exactly, worked hard, but her link to him placed her above the others by default. That wasn't her fault. But this attitude, it would rot her from the inside out. And the worst part, it was his fault. In the madness of the past months' wars, plagues, treats, Korch had neglected her. He had given Amara time, yes, but Amara had needed it. She was different, gentle, composed, and thoughtful by nature. Even with her powers, she remained grounded. Rhea, though. Rhea had always carried the scars of a cruel family and a cold childhood. Magic had given her power. Power had given her confidence. And confidence, in her case, was now turning to arrogance. Kai took another slow breath, watching as the ball zipped across the field. One of Rhea's teammates, a boy with short brown hair and a nervous stance, suddenly found himself with the ball at his feet. His eyes widened, panic setting in. The ball immediately began to shrink. He tried to force mana into it, his arms flailing slightly as he focused, but it was too slow. The glowing orb dimmed to a flicker and then vanished with a faint hiss of displaced energy. A maid acting as refurion of the tower's staff given the task of scorekeeping blew a sharp whistle and called out the penalty. 5 points to Silvern's team. Cheers erupted from the opposite side of the field. A few high fives, some laughter. Silvern himself just crossed his arms and gave a smug little nod, but Riche snapped. She stomped across the grass, fury in every step, her hands glowing faintly with unstable heat. The boy didn't even try to defend himself as she marched up to him, her voice cutting through the air like a blade. You had so much time, she shouted. You saw the ball fading and you still let it vanish. You could have passed, you could have done anything, but you stood there like an idiot. Her mana surged. Sparks danced at her fingertips. How incompetent are you? Kai's eyes narrowed. That was enough. The young mage stepped back, hands trembling at his sides, his eyes wide and lips parting in a rush. I'm sorry, he stammered. I just thought I could. Thought, Rhea snapped, cutting him off mid-sentence. Her mana flared again, a thin line of heat visibly rippling around her arms. What exactly did you think you could do? Because from where I'm standing, it's clear that none of you can push mana properly through your bodies. That's the basics, the bare minimum. The boy lowered his head, face flushed with shame. You realize my master is watching this, she continued, voice rising. Do you know how embarrassed I feel when you can't even hold the ball for a full second? A sharp snicker broke through her tirade. Rhea turned, eyes blazing toward Silvern, who stood across the field with his arms loosely folded, laughter playing on his lips. What's so funny, she growled. But before the tension could snap and devolve into a full-on confrontation, a voice cut clean through the field like a blade. That's enough. The words weren't shouted. They didn't need to be. Kai had finished his juice. The glass now rested beside his chair, forgotten. His gaze was fixed on Rhea, steady and sharp, not filled with anger, but with the kind of cold clarity that demanded silence. Every mage on the field stilled. All heads turned. Rhea's shoulders tensed, and for the first time that day, she visibly shrunk back under his gaze. Kai stood slowly. It's not your group that's incompetent, Rhea. It's you. Her eyes widened. What? She breathed. How? I never lost the ball. If it weren't for them, we would have. Kai raised a hand, and she fell silent. You're not incompetent because of your spell work, he said calmly. You're incompetent because of how you act as a leader. He stepped forward onto the field. This is a training match, not a life and death battle. It's meant to teach coordination, mana flow, trust. And instead of encouraging your team or planning around their weaknesses, you let your anger rule you. You lash out. You humiliate your teammates in front of others. That's not strength. That's immaturity. Rhea's arms dropped to her sides, the flames around her dissipating like embarrassed sparks. Her eyes lowered, the fight drained from her. But I tried my best, she said quietly. For the first time throughout the match, Rhea looked small. Kai nodded. I know you did, and I'm not saying your effort isn't there. I know you want to win. He paused, but berating your fellow mages in front of other sand in front of your own master isn't just unkind. It's against mage ethics. You have a long way to go, Rhea. Mage, and as a person, there was silence across the field. The members of the other team, especially Silvern, couldn't help themselves. A few smiles broke out. One of them even snorted faintly, quickly covering their mouth when Kai's gaze swept over them. Silvern, however, didn't bother hiding it. He stood a little taller, the satisfaction plain on his face. Kai's eyes locked onto him. And you, Silvern. The silver-haired boy flinched, though his smile didn't vanish entirely. Kai's tone turned colder. I don't know where this little rivalry of yours with Rhea started, and I don't particularly care. But don't think I didn't see how you handled this match either. The boy's smirk faltered, slightly. He hadn't met Kai before today, that much was clear, but the stories had reached him. The Count of Veralt, the mage that stood against a beast wave, the man who had killed his brother in a war that had killed hundreds, and now that same man was staring straight at him with a frown. Silvern straightened defensively, that cocky edge in his voice returning. But we won. Yes, you did, Kai agreed, but you were an equally incompetent leader. That shut the boy up fast. You didn't trust your teammates. You held the ball too long, even when it was clear you were burning more mana than you could afford to. You trust yourself, and that's good, but you'll end up isolated like that. Silvern's jaw clenched, but he didn't argue. Kai turned, his gaze sweeping across the rest of the team. And you, he said, voice carrying, you all didn't do better. Just because you won doesn't mean you performed well. Some of the other mages looked up hesitantly, uncertain. A few of the younger ones glanced at each other. You were content being sidelined, Kai continued. You didn't fight for the ball. You didn't try to improve. That's not the mindset of a mage. You're too easily satisfied with being carried. The words hit home, heads lowered, backs hunched. Even some of the older recruits, those who had discovered their mana organs late in life, looked shaken under his sharp critique. Kai took a slow breath, eyes narrowing just slightly as he let silence settle over them. Then one by one he picked them out. Another, a girl who had stayed near the sidelines, flinched when his gaze landed on her. You were too hesitant. You waited too long to act. If the ball scares you, what'll you do when it's a live spell flying at your head? And on he went. Not with cruelty, but with a disappointed tone they deserved. And by the time he was done, the field was quiet. The mages stood with sullen faces, shame mixing with quiet understanding. Even the older one-sons, proud of their newfound status, looked chastened. Kai watched them for a beat longer, then smiled faintly. They would learn. In time, they'd learn to keep their expressions neutral under criticism. They'd learn to take correction without letting it bruise their pride. For now, it was good that they still felt it. That meant they hadn't grown numb. He took a long breath, then finally spoke again. But despite all that, some of you didn't do badly. A few heads lifted. Kai pointed to Rhea and Sylvan. You two clearly have the best aptitude and raw talent among the group. That's something to be proud of. Both of them brightened at that, even if their shoulders remained tense. But he added, your personalities need work. Talent without humility is just a blade with no hilt. You'll hurt yourselves and others. Then he turned slightly, pointing at three more. You three not bad. Your control is rough, but considering you've never channeled mana through your legs before, you held the form longer than most. A few of them straightened, surprise flickering behind their eyes. Then Kai clapped his hands, loud and sharp, like the start of a new lesson. Reset the field. Start again. Looking at the gathered group of magechef of them, still wearing the weight of his words, Kai softened his tone just a touch. As for the rest of you, he said, don't worry too much. It's your first time playing this, and some mages take a while to map out all the mana veins in their bodies. You'll get there. A few hopeful glances flicked his way. He saw one or two straighten their posture slightly, as if already trying to feel for mana in their legs again. So do you want to play another round? He said and glanced around the mages for a final time. The answer was immediate. Nods, smiles. Even Rhea, still quiet, lifted her head and Sylvan grinned, clearly ready to redeem himself. Kai raised his hand and conjured a fresh mana ball, letting it hover in the air for a heartbeat before sending it spinning toward Sylvan, who caught it mid-step with a controlled burst of mana at his heel. Then Kai turned, walking back toward his chair as the shouts resumed and boots pounded the grass. He sat down slowly, sighing as the sun warmed his shoulders once more. His plan had been Simplito rest today. The plague lands had drained more out of him than he liked to admit, and his heart was still stabilizing after the fourth circle. But now that the game was going again, the idea of spending his whole day supervising eager young mages wasn't exactly appealing. Maybe the library, he thought. He hadn't touched the new archives since he had ordered its expansion. And if he remembered right, there were some old novels tucked away between spell theory and political journals. Light reading, something relaxing. He was already picturing himself with a book in one hand and tea in the other. Until movement at the edge of the field caught his attention. Kai turned his head and his casual plans shattered instantly. Two figures approached. Was Ansel. Beside him was Sitten. The moment Kai saw them, he knew. These weren't men who left their posts for trivial reasons. If they'd come here now, it meant something was about to land in his lap. Sure enough, both men came to a stop a few feet away, bowed in unison, and Sitten spoke first. Lord Arzen, he said quickly, apologies for disturbing your rest, but we bring good news. Kai blinked, surprised. Go on. The location you requested, we found it. Sitten lifted the scrolls slightly. Or rather, Ansel did. And I've already moved to verify it personally. Kai's eyebrows rose. He hadn't expected it to be so fast. Truthfully, he thought it would take weeks, months even. Valkyrie hadn't built her inheritance in Lancefil, that much he had been sure of. The idea that they had found it now so soon, all the weight of fatigue slid off his shoulders in an instant. He looked directly at Ansel, excitement tightening in his chest like a drawn bowstring. Where? Kai leaned forward slightly, the chatter of the game fading behind him. He needed to find the inheritance before the assembly, not just to retrieve the medallion, but to understand what kind of knowledge or weapons a magus of Valkyrie's level had left for her son. If the rumors were true, her inheritance would contain spells, techniques, maybe even artifacts from the past, things that had been lost in the future he had came from. His eyes locked onto Ansel. So where is the tower located? Ansel took a small breath, then a deeper one, as if gathering himself. It's in the Ashari desert, my lord, he said carefully. My home. Kai blinked, caught off guard. Ashari, he repeated. Are you sure? You've never mentioned such a tower before. That's because I've never seen one there, Ansel said, shaking his head. I only recognize the map you drew. The peaks, the paths, I know them. I've walked those ridges as a child, climbed them with my brothers. That's how I knew. Kai's frown deepened. You're certain the terrain I drew matches? Yes, Ansel nodded. Exactly. Especially the forked path and the narrow ridge leading between two needle-shaped cliffs. Sitting here, he gestured to the administrator beside him, confirmed it too. He checked the regional maps, compared elevation notes. Sitten gave a respectful nod. The formation is real, my lord. There's no mistaking it. Kai leaned back slightly, the gears in his mind spinning. If the peaks were known, then why hadn't anyone ever mentioned a tower? It was massive in his vision, tall, looming, impossible to miss. Only one conclusion made sense. It was enchanted, basically, hidden. If it truly was a mage tower, then it would be built with layer upon layer of illusion and protection. The structure wouldn't just be cloaked from view, it could be woven into the fabric of the land itself. And if the enchantments had failed, the mana would have leaked into the atmosphere. In a desert like Ashari region, with mana scarcity a surge-like, that would have drawn the attention of every man and beast in a 100-mile radius. But there had been no such things. He had heard of a tower being discovered there, which meant the enchantments were still working. As Kai's thoughts deepened, Ansel's voice pulled him back. My lord, he hesitated. Why are you looking for the Ashari desert? Kai's gaze turned toward him. There's something there I need, he said simply. The tower I drew, the one hidden among those peaks, it's real, and I need to find it. For a moment, Ansel and Sitten locked eyes. Then the former spoke. Then are you going to take a trip there? Kai nodded slowly, the decision already made in his mind. Yes, soon. I need to get there before the assembly. Ansel inhaled once. Then, Lord Arzen, can you bring me with you? Kai raised an eyebrow. Why, I'm pretty sure you have a lot of tasks here. You're the head of the Watchers. You disappearing won't go unnoticed. Ansel didn't deny it. It's true, I do. But there's something unfinished in the desert, something personal. Something I've been meaning to talk to you about for a long time now, but I never got the chance. Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. You're asking for a favor. Ansel nodded once. Yes, if you're really going there, then I would like to ask you to grant me one, a personal one. And what kind of favor are we talking about? Ansel met his gaze without flinching. The kind that involves saving my people, my tribe, from extinction. The words dropped like a stone into still water. Kai felt a long conversation was about to take place, and he excused himself from the mana ball game. A brief nod to a second circle mage was enough to hand over the supervision of the children. Collectively, they made their way up the spiraling stairs of the sorcerer's tower. He entered his office at the top floor, a room that hadn't seen much use since he rarely came here for long. Still, it remained a quiet and secure place, perfect for a conversation that had the possibility to change his goals of the near future. Ansel and Sitten followed closely behind, the former desert dweller completely silent until they were seated. Kai leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table, and looked at Ansel. What do you mean by your tribe's extinction? Ansel's expression tightened, his brows furrowing. It's a long story, Lord Arzen. I've got time. Ansel sighed, rubbing his hands together. For a pregnant second, silence stretched, and Kai didn't want to wait any longer. Well, when I left home, it wasn't for adventure. I'm sorry if I gave you a wrong impression at first. It wasn't to see the world. It was because the future of my tribe and all the tribes scattered across the Ashari deserthung in the balance, Ansel began. Kai saw the burdened look in his gaze. We used to rule the deserts, he continued. A collection of tribes who traded, governed, and protected the sands from outsiders. But it was never easy. Others always wanted control. Power. Kai's eyes narrowed slightly. Who? Another kingdom. Ansel shook his head. No, the Dunneborn orcs. They were fierce and intelligent, but still as ruthless as wild beasts. He paused, as if replaying something in his mind. There were always skirmishes between them and us. I saw too many growing up. Blood on sand was nothing new. But 10 years ago, something changed. Kai tilted his head. Changed how? They got stronger and faster, almost unnaturally, Ansel said. Artifacts began appearing among them, powerful ones. Magic we hadn't seen in the desert before, and at the center of it. He exhaled sharply, then met Kai's gaze. A new overlord rose among them. His name is Corvash. Ansel practically spat out the name. They say he was blessed by Belkur, the orc god of blood and conquest. Their shamans called him chosen, and whatever dark rite he underwent, it worked. He united the orcs every last Dunneborn, and within a month, 12 tribes were annihilated, down to the newborns. Ansel's voice grew quieter, but the weight of his words only deepened. A shadow crossed his face as though he was reliving those blood-stained days. I was just a boy when it happened, but I knew then, he said bitterly, we wouldn't be able to withstand them. Not with how things were. We had sand knights or pride. Warriors raised with the desert for the desert. They stood on par with second circle mages, maybe more in their prime. But what they had in skill and discipline, the orcs overwhelmed in brute strength, madness, and those trinkets. Those artifacts weren't forged by anyone from our lands. They were mysterious and foreign. He shook his head slowly. I begged the elders of each tribe to seek help, from kingdoms, from mage towers, but they refused. The Ashari desert has always been proud, closed off. It was shaped to resist outsiders, a place of only the ones born in the sand with our unique cultures, and a lot of them simply looked down upon foreigners. That same pride would be our end. I always felt that. Kai's gaze sharpened. You knew they wouldn't be enough, and so you left. Ansel nodded once, grimly. Yes, I fled, traveled far and wide, from border towns to great cities. I tried to meet powerful mages, people with strength and position, someone who could help. But access to true power is not given freely, and the lesser ones didn't care. No one wanted to march into the Ashari. It's a Mana Bane region, and to them, not worth the risk. He looked down at his hands, then back at Kai. And then after years of wandering, I found myself here. I saw you, what you were doing, how fast you were growing, and I made my choice. That's one way to put it. Kai thought, but it also made him question certain things Ansel had said. Kai leaned back, thinking over his question, but asked it anyway. Did you join my service just to have me fight your war? Ansel cleared his throat. And for a moment, Kai could see the hesitation in his eyes. He nodded. I don't want to lie, so I'll tell you everything. That doesn't mean I lied before, Lord Arzen, but to answer your question, yes. I saw potential, so I stuck by you. You were building something, consolidating people's strength, knowledge. I thought if I worked hard enough, proved myself, maybe one day I could ask for a favor, not out of pity, but as a man who had earned it. But believe me, Lord Arzen, Ansel added quietly, I genuinely love everything about Veralt. No matter where I'm from, the people here have treated me with kindness. I'd still serve you fight for Yaovan if you decide not to help the tribes. That's not going to change. Kai studied him for a long moment. He wasn't lying. Kai had appointed him head of the Watchers for a reason. Ansel had proven himself in more than one battle, fearless, strategic, and loyal. He had bled for Verol, nearly died defending its gates. A man willing to risk his life for a city not his own was a man Kai could trust. But even as he nodded, his mind shifted, not toward the tribes, but toward the orcs, artifacts' unnatural strength. From where? The Ashari Desert was a mana-bane region. That alone made artifact crafting nearly impossible. Without ambient mana, the engraved seals would fail to draw power from the environment, rendering them inert. You could fit an Atheum to keep them going, but it wouldn't work for long, and he doubted orcs had discovered a mine. That meant those artifacts had been brought in or found. Kai's brow furrowed. From what he knew, orcs didn't use magic the way humans did. No conjuration, no elemental control. They absorbed mana, yes, but more like beasts than spellcasters. They used it to amplify their already monstrous physiques. More enforcers than mages. So how had they grown so quickly? How had Corvash united them? How had he armed them? There was only one answer that made sense. They had found something. His thoughts returned to the Valkyrie's Inheritance hidden tower buried in the desert, still untouched. If orcs were growing stronger and wielding artifacts, it couldn't be a coincidence. Still, he needed confirmation. Kai turned to Ansel. Those peaks on the map, the ones you have been on when we were discussing the tower, are they near the orc territory? Ansel gave a small nod. A little south of it, yes, far closer to the Dunneborn lands than ours. The only reason my brother and I could climb those peaks back then was because we were escorted by a full squad of sand knights. Without them, we wouldn't have dared to go there. Kai's thoughts moved back to the map in his astral realm. His fingers tapped once, then stilled. If Corvash had found even a fraction of what lay buried in that tower, then this wasn't just about the tribes anymore. It was about what came next. Suddenly, Sitten tilted his head. Why were you being guarded by sand knights? I thought they are like enforcers and very important. Ansel blinked as if remembering something long forgotten. His brows lifted. All right, I never mentioned that, did I? He scratched the back of his neck awkwardly. My father, he's the chief of one of the desert tribes off the Razit, to be specific. I'm his second son. Sitten's eyes widened. Your royalty? Ansel snorted. Hardly. But being the chief's son meant I always had protection, especially back then when tensions were high. Orcs weren't the only threat. Some tribes held deep rivalries, and targeting a chief's child wasn't uncommon. Sitten leaned back, clearly surprised. Kai, however, showed no visible reaction. If anything, a glint of interest passed through his gaze. So Ansel's family holds weight in the desert. That changed things. Not only did it make gaining access easier, but it gave Kai a valuable inroad if he ever intended to move troops or negotiate. Still, the headache forming at the edge of his mind refused to ease. The orcs. They were going to be a problem. A war was brewing, maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but Kai could see the shape of it forming on the horizon. If Corvash and the Dunneborns had somehow accessed Valkyrie's tower, then everything inside, artifacts, tomes, enchanted crystal, had been looted, claimed, worse, used. Mage inheritances were never simple caches. They were legacy selections of unimaginable value. Magical weapons, ancient enchantments, sealed knowledge. Even one of them could turn a mage's fortune around, if the orcs had taken it all. They had to be stopped. No, Kai corrected himself. It all has to be taken back. There was no other path forward. The confrontation with the Dunneborns wasn't optional anymore. It was fate. And yet, despite all that, he glanced back at Ansel. The man had been loyal, patient, never once pushing his request until no one felt something settle inside his chest. Even if there had been no tower, no stolen artifacts, no danger to the world. He would have still helped, for Ansel. Maybe he wouldn't have gone personally and would have simply sent enforcers, but he would have helped for sure. The orcs being his target too was just a coincidence. Kai looked at Ansel again, this time with sharper intent. How many orcs do you think there are now? Ansel straightened, tapping a finger against the edge of the table. Around 100, maybe more. It's been some time since I was last there, but Dunneborns have a hard time expanding. Harsh land, limited food, bad fertility rates, and they don't trust each other enough to form large settlements until Corvash. So there won't be many more. Kai nodded thoughtfully. And their general strength, each of them are at the level of a grade 2 or 3 beast, worse if they have artifacts. Ansel paused, then continued, but not disciplined, very reckless. Their strength is in packs. If we can isolate them, they fall. What about the tribes, the Sand Knights? Before I left, we had about 30 active knights across the surviving tribes. Might be less now. Most of the young ones were being trained, but training takes years, especially in a place like Ashari. Kai leaned back, asking more questions, details about terrain, food and water, tribe locations, orc encampments. Ansel answered each one with careful words, occasionally glancing at Sitten, who silently listened and absorbed. And when he felt like it was enough verbal information, he gave a small nod. Make a full report, everything you know, put it in a file and get it to me. I want to study it before we move. Ansel's face lit up with hope. Then you'll truly help. I need to reach those peaks. That means a journey through the Ashari desert is already confirmed. And while I'm there, his eyes sharpened. I'll make sure the orc tribe's rule comes to an end. Sitten perked up, nervousness evident in his eyes. Is this going to be another expedition like before? Kai shook his head. No, a small group. Mostly enforcers. Mages won't be of much use, their mana's too thin in the desert air. It'll be a waste of resources. Both Ansel and Sitten nodded in agreement. After a few more words and a discussion about routes, terrain familiarity, and the number of people they could bring, the conversation began to taper off. Ansel stood first, bowing with unusual solemnity before taking his leave. Sitten followed soon after. Kai remained in the office, alone. He stared at the flickering light from the wall sconce, the shadows dancing on old books and scattered scrolls. A new adventure was beginning, whether he liked it or not. The Ashari desert isn't part of Lancefil, he thought. It's a world of its own tribes, rivalries, and I doubt they like outsiders. Even with Ansel by my side, would they accept my help, or see it as another power move? He exhaled slowly, hoping he wouldn't get bogged down in politics there, but he knew this was also an opportunity. The Sand Knights, despite their primitive image, were essentially trained enforcers martial cultivators shaped by brutal land and inherited tradition. If he could study them and learn their techniques, it would benefit his own forces a lot. From what he knew, they might even have detailed information on enforcer progression that was vital, but that would come later. First, he needed to find the peaks, map the route, reach the tower. And he doubted Corvash, whatever name the orc god was, Khalid had claimed the inheritance fully. If it truly was soul-locked like he expected, then only someone with the Valkyrie's soul imprint could access it. That someone was him. That could only mean one thing: Corvash had gotten into the lower levels of the tower. He hadn't claimed the core inheritance, Kai thought, but even the scraps must have held artifacts, weapons, reservoirs of stored mana, enough to shift the balance of power in the desert. Enough to wipe out 12 tribes in a month, and that was just the bottom of the tower. A flicker of possessiveness stirred in his chest. That wealth, those secrets belonged to Valkyrie, and now by fate they belonged to him. Arzen's legacy, my legacy. But among all that, there was one thing he hadn't stopped thinking about: the medallion. He leaned back in his chair, gazed distant, thoughts racing. Is it there, hidden at the heart of the tower? He could only hope, because if it was, then this journey wasn't just about aiding the tribes. It was the final piece he needed before the next chapter of his fate, before the assembly of judgment. Magus Viridia sat in silence, legs crossed, her back straight in the high-backed obsidian chair carved with the runes of her rank. The chamber was quiet except for the hum of the mana seals etched into the wallswords to ensure privacy and protection. Before her stood Mage Jasper. His face was blank, trained in court neutrality, but she noticed the subtle twitch in his fingers, the slightest tremble in his breath. He was nervous, as he should be, not because of her but because of who had sent him. Viridia let the silence stretch a moment longer, then finally spoke. What did she say? Jasper's gaze dropped to the floor as if hoping not to meet hers. She wants the Arzen problem ended, Magus Viridia. Before or during the assembly, Viridia's eyes narrowed. She's ordered all the mages loyal to you to contact their families to begin pushing votes against him, and she has also instructed you to send more assassins. His voice dropped lower, to hunt him down. Viridia didn't react outwardly. Her mana remained still, perfectly restrained, though the air in the room felt heavier. I assume, she said softly, you told her I've already lost several skilled operatives to this little crusade of hers. I did, Jasper said quickly, swallowing hard. And what did she say? He hesitated, then took a slow breath. She told me to remind you that the seat you occupy right now exists only because she placed you in it, that none of this came from your own merit. And that if you fail to obey, she will strip you of everything. For a moment, the hum of mana in the room turned violent. Viridia's power flared, not as an outburst but as a warning. The marble beneath her chair groaned as the pressure intensified. Jasper flinched and took a step back, then just as quickly she reined it in. Her voice when it came out was cold. That's a rather direct threat. Jasper nodded, the tension in his shoulders refusing to ease. Anything else? He hesitated again, then nodded. Yes. If all else fails, she wants you to challenge him. Viridia blinked. A challenge? A duel, Jasper clarified. A formal one, in broad daylight, in front of other nobles and mages if possible. She said she'll handle the excuse of frame it however she must, but she wants you to kill him. Publicly, a beat of silence passed. Then Viridia slowly rose from her seat, robes rustling like thunderclouds in a storm. A public duel with Arzen Kellius, she murmured. She really must be losing her mind. Magus Viridia laughed. It rang through the warded chamber, causing Mage Jasper to flinch, eyes flicking toward the door as if calculating whether he could survive a dash for it. She caught the look, and that only made her laugh harder. Oh, she's gone brazen, Viridia said, amusement crackling at the edges of her words. Arzen must have given her more than just sleepless nights. Her eyes shimmered with something dangerous as they settled on Jasper again. Did she mention anything else? He hesitated just a beat too long. Then said quietly, she said not to be like Meles. The name hit like a shard of ice down her spine. Viridia closed her eyes, her breath stilling. A frown slowly curved across her face. "You may go," she said softly. Jasper didn't wait. He bowed, turned, and vanished through the door like a man chased by ghosts. Alone now, Viridia tilted her head back, eyes rising to the ornate ceiling of her private sanctum. "Maylie," she murmured. Another pawn crushed under Regina's heel, a mage who had studied alongside her. He was both talented and obedient until the day he wasn't. The story had been Simpla found dead in his bed by a maid while vacationing at his country manor. Heart failure, they'd said, but she remembered how quietly his name had vanished, how fast the reports were sealed, all because he had refused to do what he was told. Viridia chuckled again, softer this time, not out of amusement but something darker, bitterness maybe, or inevitability. She looked down at her own hands, so powerful. Yet now they felt shackled, not in flesh but in purpose. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she flexed her fingers. Is it time to break them? The question echoed in her mind. How she didn't have the answer yet, but she did have new orders, and with them an excuse to not think about her situation. A public duel. A duel, hush, she whispered. Her thoughts wandered back to the adept-ranked mage who had once stood before her during the interrogation. Young, focused, uncaring about stronger power. Arzin Kellius. Since then she had heard too much. Rumors, achievements, a beast wave repelled. A title granted, a city rebuilt, and some taken from the hands of his own kin. How strong had he become? She wondered, strong enough to take me on. No, not yet, too little time had passed. But still she turned to the side table, reaching for the familiar foldered one containing the exam papers he had filled out that day. Spell theory, structure, combat rationale, clean handwriting, innovative tactics, unconventional but efficient. She traced her fingers along the top sheet and felt it, that flicker, that emotion she hadn't tasted in a long time, excitement. A grin split across her face. After deciding to journey to the Ashari desert, Kai didn't waste any time. The moment Ansel sent him the information he needed, Kai devoured every scrap of it about the Dunneborn tribes and the desert's shifting politics. What he uncovered wasn't encouraging. The desert wasn't just vast, it was fractured. Tribal skirmishes, ancient grudges, and alliances tied more by survival than loyalty meant that even approaching the tower might demand more than strength. Valkyrie's tower was located anywhere near Orc territory. As the maps hinted, then conflict was almost inevitable. And Kai didn't even know if showing up was enough to claim the inheritance here if the Magus had left behind trials or guardians to test a successor's worth. And with all that, time wasn't a luxury he could waste. He had to manage both the desert and the capital. But traveling to the Ashari desert, returning to Veralt, and then making the long journey to the capital afterward. That was out of the question. It was too slow and it could create unnecessary risks. Which was why just 2 days later, Kai called a meeting to finalize everything. Logistics, delegations, fallback plans, not just Ansel and Killian, but Francis as well recalled from Varen on special summons. The old man's mastery over politics and networking would be essential. With Varen being in the same region, it hadn't taken long for Francis to return to Veralt. He didn't even stop by his home. Instead, he walked straight into the meeting room, dropped his cloak into a servant's hands, and requested the meeting be started without delay. Now, Kai sat at the head of the chamber's oval table, flanked by 3 of the most capable people in his circle, Killian, Ansel, and Francis, who had dyed his hair completely black since the last time they met, no longer the streaked white. He gave it a second glance and decided to move on. "I've made a decision," Kai said, making eye contact with every single person in the room and pointing to the map that was laid in front of them. "I'm going to the Ashari desert. I sent you a briefing on why I need to go there. My mother's inheritance is buried in a tower there." The words barely finished leaving his mouth before Killian's brow creased. Ansel stopped mid-fidget. But it was Francis who leaned back first, folding his arms with a sigh sharp enough to cut through the tension. "My lord," he said and cleared his throat, "you've just returned from the plague lands. You've barely had time to breathe, and from what Killian's told me, you also plan to purify Vanderfall and lay its foundations again." He leaned forward slightly. "On top of that, the assembly is approaching fast. Do you really plan to dive into the desert now and fight the Dunneborns that ruled there? It will stir up sandstorms on foreign soil." Kai remained silent, letting the concern weigh in the room. Francis exhaled. "Could easily become a political disaster." Ansel spoke up, frowning. "How so? The desert isn't part of any kingdom. Surely it falls outside the purview of the crown." "That's exactly the issue," Francis replied. "The Ashari desert is its own volatile soup. It's not lawless, but it's not bound by any crown either. You have major faction-sold bloodlines, tribal alliances, and the Orc clans. If Lord Arzin, a Count of Lancefil, walks in wielding power and starts liberating tribes or taking a stand," he let the words hang for a beat before finishing quietly, "he becomes a foreign actor. And if the Orcs see him as a threat, they won't forget it. You might make enemies that won't wait for you in the desert. They'll come for us in Lancefil instead." Kai remained still, watching the flicker of unease in Ansel's eyes and the grim set of Killian's jaw. Francis turned toward him fully now, no longer speaking as an advisor, but as a man who had been in more political battles than most nobles dared whisper about. And politics aside, Francis added, a mage taking on orc clans in Amana Bane region is suicide. You'll be weakened and they won't fight fair. You know that as well as I do, they are no better than beasts. There was no anger in his voice, just worry. A loyal man warned his lord of a storm too big to weather without consequences. But Kai's expression didn't change, because he already knew all that. Killian nodded, arms crossed over his chest. We also need to prepare for the assembly. You know that as well as I do. His voice was quieter than usual, but it carried the weight of shared responsibility. Kai didn't reply immediately because he didn't need to. Ansel's face said enough. He looked like he got punched in the face. For an instant, his mood shifted, shoulders sagged, and he gave a single glance at Kai. Truthfully, they weren't all wrong, but Kai knew the stakes better than anyone else in the room. What you say makes sense. He locked eyes with Francis, but you need to understand Thighs is equally as important as the assembly, maybe even more. He paused for a beat, letting their attention settle fully on him. I need the medallion. King Sullivan told me to bring it, and I suspect it's among the inheritance. That landed like a hammer. Both Killian and Francis straightened in their seats, surprise flashing in their eyes. Kai hadn't told them that part before. They only knew that King Sullivan had sent him a letter. He had his reasons, but now wasn't the time to keep secrets. Francis was the first to find his voice, but we don't even know if it's there. We all know it's not in Veralt or Varen. I even checked Valkyrie's grave. His voice tightened at that, but he pushed through. The inheritance makes the most sense. If the medallion piece is anywhere, it's there. And even if it isn't, I need that tower before the Dunneborns find a way to reach the upper floors. Maybe they already have. He saw the tension shift again in their expressions, Francis looking away, brows drawn, Killian tapping his fingers against his leg. This inheritance, Kai continued, isn't just a power boost. It could be something vital, something that changes the balance. And we need every advantage we can get if we're going to stand against Maleficia. His voice dropped, low and grim. Do you really think Queen Regina won't send anything else after us? Silence stretched. Neither of them responded, because they couldn't. Kai watched them quietly, noting how both men's eyes darkened with thought. He could tell they were already weighing everything, rethinking their protests, assessing risks against necessity. And truthfully, he figured they both had known from the start that he was going to go. They hadn't stopped him from walking into Sylvastra, not when he fought in the Plague Lands. Not when he risked everything to go against the Arkan Tower, but they had to say their piece, offer their advice. That was the role of a subject, loyal, measured, necessary. And as a lord, it was Kai's duty to hear them out. He had, and he respected every word of it, but some paths couldn't be avoided just because they were dangerous or would cause more problems in the future. Francis exhaled slowly, then leaned forward again. Even then, what if we make enemies of the Dunneborn? They're already our enemies, Ansel muttered, his tone flat. The Dunneborn have been at odds with humans for centuries. Their alliances are born out of convenience and desperation, not peace. Kai looked at him and nodded slightly. He's not wrong. He turned his gaze to the map on the table, fingers brushing the corner of the Ashari region as his voice lowered. Everything I know of the orcs supports that. They're a bloodthirsty society. And if you don't already know, he looked up. They find human meat particularly tasty. That earned a grimace from Francis and a disgusted frown from Killian. Kai wasn't just repeating what Ansel had said. This wasn't any Lee, it was his history, one he was trying not to repeat. What he knew came from fragments of the First Golden Era. He'd read it in a grimoire salvaged from a ruin. Back then, the Dunneborn orcs had attacked a flourishing human kingdom. They hadn't just slaughtered the population, they had consumed them. Not in metaphor, but in reality. Records had claimed they said human flesh was delicate, rich, and addictive. Now that he thought about it, perhaps that horrifying conquest hasn't just came due to the orc savagery and humans' negligence. It might have been because they had gained access to a piece of the same inheritance he was chasing, now tapping into its latent power. With it, even their limited numbers could destroy kingdoms. It was a solid theory, terrifying but logical. His thoughts were cut off by Killian's voice, quiet but firm. They're strong, Lord Arzan. Even with your spells, you won't be at full strength in that region. You know that desert holds very thin mana. Kai looked up and nodded. I know, but I'm not going alone. I'll bring a party with me, trusted people, fighters who can handle themselves. And I've worked in places where mana was nearly non-existent. I'll manage. There was a beat of understanding. Killian and Francis exchanged a look, and both seemed to understand what Kai was really saying. Mana bane zones were nothing new to him, and unlike most mages, Kai didn't panic when there wasn't much mana to use. Adapted. From there, the conversation shifted. Francis and Killian fell into the rhythm of discussing the logistics. For the next few hours, strategy, contingencies, maps, marked borders were discussed. By the end of it, they'd planned most things. They respect strength, Ansel explained. If Lord Arzan proves he isn't there to conquer or exploit, some of them may rally behind him, especially the ones who have suffered under orc rule. But that wasn't enough for Francis. I need more than maybes. I want to know which tribe leaders we can lean on: names, reputations, family ties, who can sway others. Meanwhile, Killian's focus was sharper. Forget the tribes, he said. What about the Dunneborns? What weapons do they have? Are we talking bloodsteel axes or enchanted relics pulled from the tower? Because if they've already accessed the upper floors, they might be armed with extremely strong artifacts. That drew a cold silence. Even Ansel didn't have an answer to that. The desert was a gamblion that could burn them all, but Kai had already rolled the dice. Unfortunately, most of Ansel's knowledge was outdated by years. Moreover, the Ashari desert had always been fluid, alliances shifted like dunes in the wind, and what was true 3 years ago could be wildly inaccurate now. Still, it gave them a framework, a rough estimation of the power structures, danger zones, and tribal dynamics they might face. By the time the candles had burned low and the air had grown thick with strategy and speculation, only one major question remained. How are you going to make it back in time for the assembly? Killian asked. That earned every pair of eye on him. He leaned back in his chair and tilted his head sideways, thinking of the plan that he'd formed in his mind. I think I'll go straight to the capital from the desert. Francis's bushy eyebrows frowned. There's no direct route, not unless you want to ride your horse into death itself. I won't need a road. I'll fly. Both men went quiet. My entourage can return to Veralt on their own, he continued. But I'll break off once the inheritance is dealt with and head to the capital alone. If I'm in the sky, paths don't matter. Killian raised a brow. That's assuming there aren't any complications. Kai smiled faintly. There won't be. I know it's a dangerous place, but if I can win the tribes over, the Dunneborns won't be an issue. He turned to Ansel. And with you here, I'm confident we can make that happen. Ansel straightened, eyes clear. You can leave it to me, Lord Arzon. I'll make sure the tribes understand who you are and what you're here for. Francis sighed, pushing back from the table slightly. Then it's settled. But if you're heading straight to the assembly from the desert, we'll need a separate group waiting for you in the capital, prepped and ready. I was thinking you could lead it. Francis blinked. What about Veralt, Varen, the other cities? Let your apprentices handle it, Kai said simply. We've trained enough capable people by now. It's time we start trusting them. Both you and Killian should come with me to the capital. He paused, his voice dropping in tone. The assembly will bring together nobles from every corner of the kingdom. There will be alliances, power plays, subtle traps. I'll need both of you beside me, not just as my advisors but as the shields who have stood with me since the beginning. Silence stretched for a long moment. Then, almost at the same time, both Killian and Francis nodded, but Kai could still see the hesitation behind their eyes. They had built up these territories with him, watched over Veralt, Verdes, and other places like guardians, nurtured them like caretakers of a fragile future. Leaving them behind, even temporarily, was no small thing. It was like asking a parent to walk away from a child just starting to grow, but duty pulled elsewhere now. As the discussion shifted back toward the assembly, Kai finally asked the question that had been pressing at the back of his mind since this meeting began. How many nobles have agreed to vote for me? Francis reached into his pockets and retrieved a bundle of notes, folded neatly, sealed with familiar crests. I've gathered reports from Princess Amara, Duke Blackwood, and even Malden. Kai blinked. Malden helped, Francis chuckled, handing over the parchment. Surprising, I know, Lord Arzon. But yes, according to his letters, he's convinced the nobles he's been working with to look at you favorably. His words, not mine. With the 3 nobles he personally brought into your camp, we now have around 22 confirmed votes. Kai raised a brow. It was a solid start, especially considering how a few years back he had no reputation, but it wasn't enough. From what he remembered, Lancefil had over 100 nobles, most of them minor lords, barons, or viscounts, ruling over little more than a few villages. Still, their votes counted just as much when it came to the assembly. Francis noticed his expression and offered reassurance. These are just the ones who have formally agreed. We're still in talks with around 40 others. 40, a lot of them are cautious. They don't want to abandon their current factions, at least, not until they've met you. They've heard of you, yes, but hearsay doesn't win hearts. Kai nodded. Then those are the ones I need to speak to once I reach the capital, before the assembly begins. Exactly, Francis said. Kai smiled faintly. I'll try to finish things in the desert quickly then. The Dunneborns may be dangerous, but I'll deal with them. Once I've secured the inheritance, I'll head straight to the capital. You can arrange the halls, the banquets, the secret meetings, whatever we need to pull the rest over. Both Francis and Killian nodded firmly now, the earlier doubt starting to shift into focus and resolve. Kai looked at Ansel and noticed how the man looked to be in much ease. And just then, Killian raised a question. Who are you bringing to the desert, Lord Arzon? Kai didn't answer immediately. A knowing look crossed his face as he glanced toward the flickering candlelight. I have a few names in mind. Kai leaned back in his chair, arms crossing loosely as he considered Killian's question. I'm thinking of taking Gareth and Fray with me, he said. They're the strongest enforcers we have other than you, and they've both handled field command before. I'll need people who can act independently if things go south. Killian nodded slowly, expression thoughtful. I'll also bring a few of the new enforcers ones who have shown promise. If the trip goes as planned and we manage to aid the tribes, they'll gain valuable experience. Plus, if we do establish ties, I want them to learn from the Sand Knights. The desert's version of the enforcers, Ansel murmured with a faint grin, and Claire, Kai added, his voice lighter. Francis raised an eyebrow. Claire, not a mage. No, Kai replied, mages won't work as well there and her power comes from her spirit companion. Spirits aren't affected by mana reduction the way mages are. Her abilities should remain intact, even in the worst parts of the desert. Francis shook his head. Still, not bringing a proper mage. That's unusual for you. Mages don't work well in Ashari, Ansel said simply. Mana currents are too thin. Spells won't get enough power. There's a reason we have Sand Knights being the topmost power there. Exactly. That's why I'm choosing based on adaptability, not raw power. He paused for a moment, eyes drifting slightly as his thoughts churned. There is one more person I want to bring, he added, but I'm not sure if it's the right call. Killian leaned forward slightly. Who? Kai's lips curved into a small, unreadable smile. Just someone I've neglected recently, he said. You'll see tomorrow when we leave. Killian and Francis exchanged a glance but didn't press. They knew better by now, and that put Kai's mind at ease. Rhea jumped around excitedly as she asked, for the third time, when will we leave? Kai smiled, standing beside her. Once we load up everything, he said calmly. We've got 10 minutes before we roll out. Rhea nodded eagerly, eyes practically sparkling under the morning sun. Her energy was infectious like a child on the edge of an adventure. Killian, checking the saddle straps on one of the horses, glanced over with a frown. Are you sure about bringing Rhea, Lord Arzan? He asked in just above a whisper. This isn't going to be a trip, it's the Ashari desert. Kai's eyes stayed on the bustle of final preparations. I know, but it will be a good learning opportunity for her. A Mana Bane desert is honestly a great place to train efficient mana usage, and I want to give her more of my time. I've been neglecting that. Killian raised a brow. You think she'll be safe out there? I believe she can take care of herself, Kai said without hesitation, but he was still watching Rihu, unsurprisingly, had been listening to the whole exchange. She stepped up proudly, fists on her hips. I can, she said, directing her words at Killian with unwavering confidence. I even formed a second circle fire blade. If we meet any enemies, I can use that. I promise I'll be useful. Kai didn't interrupt her, but a part of him winced inside, not at her enthusiasm, but at her naivety. She had formed the spell. That much was true, but forming it once in a controlled environment wasn't the same as using it in the field. According to Clan, who he had quietly asked to keep tabs on her progress, she had drained her mana dry just casting it, and the spell's structure had collapsed less than 2 seconds after forming, sparking out in a weak cascade of light. Still, Kai didn't correct her. That, after all, was his responsibility. The structure has had obvious flaws. But so did her mentality. She was eager to help, desperate to prove herself. But it wasn't enough. She'd have to learn patience by going through failure and understand her own limits so she could eventually surpass them. Watching her beam with pride now reminded him, in a way, of why he decided to bring her. It hadn't been just about mana training or teaching spell efficiency and giving her field training. It was about making sure she grew right. Seeing her compete in the mana ball game days ago had made that painfully clear. She had fought with heart but no technique. She had courage but no control over her emotions. The Ashari desert was not kind, but maybe that was exactly why it was the right place for her. It would wear her down, force her to confront the gaps in her training, but if she could survive that, if she could adapt, it would forge her into something more than just his apprentice. Otherwise, if she was left to her own devices, Rhea was just going to become another unreliable mage. Even if she advanced quickly in theory, without the right grounding, that speed would only lead to fragility. Kai had seen too many like that before. Mages with talent but no discipline. Powerhouses in sparring matches who crumbled the moment real blood was drawn. As their conversation drifted, servants from behind lifted the last of the supplies onto the rear of the reinforced carriage that would take them into the Ashari desert. Rhea's attention flicked to the boxes. What's in it? Is it food? She asked, pointing to one of the larger crates. Kai followed her gaze. Food in one of them, yes. Enough to last us about 2 weeks, he said. Then, pointing at another crate, he added, but the rest are filled with mana storage stones. I made them last night from quartz. Rhea tilted her head. Why the stones? I told you the Ashari desert is a mana bane region, didn't I? What do you think that means? She fell into thought for a second, brow furrowed. Then her eyes lit up. There's not a lot of mana in the air. He gave her a nod, pleased she was catching on. Exactly. And with little ambient mana, you won't be able to draw in energy to recover once you run out. When we mages exhaust the mana produced by our mana hearts, it takes time for them to recharge on their own. We usually speed that up by breathing in mana from the environment, but in a mana bane region, Rhea murmured. That's not possible, Kai finished for her, hence the quartz stones. They're durable, good at holding mana, and safer to handle than some of the alternatives. I refined and charged them myself. They'll be our backup in case anyone's reserves drop too low. Still, we'll need to modify our spell structures to be lane and efficient. Rhea's lips parted slightly as she absorbed the information. Then she asked the one thing that mattered most to her. Isn't that dangerous to modify them? Not for me. Rhea blinked, and then her eyes softened. There was something in the way she looked at him that spoke of complete trust. Blind, perhaps, but sincere. Kai didn't say anything more. He simply turned back toward the carriage and watched the final crates get secured. The team was moving smoothly now, almost ready. Just as he took a step forward, Ansel approached. "We're good to move, Lord Arzon," Ansel said. "All right." His gaze drifted to the front of the caravan where the others waited, those who would be accompanying them into the heart of the desert. Aside from himself, Rhea, and Ansel, the group included Claire. Then there were Gareth and Fray. Trailing near the edge were two newer figures, young, eager, and still green behind the ears. Kai hadn't bothered memorizing their names at first, but now he remembered: Kale and Neris. Claire had picked them out during her talent search, both tested and confirmed to have stable mana organs. Of the many she had screened, these two had stood out in training. As Kai looked over the group gathered near the carriage, Killian stepped beside him, lowering his voice just enough that only Kai could hear. "I still believe you should bring some mages with you," he said. Kai inhaled through his nose. "Some firepower needs to stay here," he replied, "and they won't be as useful in the desert anyway. My storage stones are limited. I can't afford to have half the group relying on mana they can't replenish. Don't worry, I'll manage." He didn't say it out loud, but he meant it. If Ansel could win over the desert tribes, things would fall into place. That was the real plan. The rest, contingencies. Killian gave a reluctant nod, and Kai stepped forward, raising his voice slightly. "All right, everyone, get in. We're moving out." The group began to climb into the carriage, Rhea hopping up first with a bounce in her step, followed by the others. Kai was about to pull himself up into the carriage when a voice rang out behind him. "Lord Arzon." He paused, turning back. Amara stood a short distance away, her golden hair tousled from running, cheeks pink with the effort. She was slightly out of breath, hands clenched by her sides. He hadn't expected her. They had spoken the night before. He had told her about the plague lands. Unsurprisingly, she had offered to help before he could even ask. But she had been sad. Not because of the task she'd volunteered for it, but because he wouldn't be there when she started. She had wanted his presence beside her when she attempted to purify the tainted lands. A reasonable wish. Even now, Amara didn't fully trust others when it came to her powers, especially not strangers like Elas. Kai had asked Killian to assist in the first few days before heading to the capital, hoping that would ease the transition. He walked toward her, a small smile forming on his lips. "You came just in time," he said. "I was just leaving." "I know," Amara replied, her breath slowing. "I was watching from the window." There was a pause. "I just came to say my goodbyes," she added, eyes steady on his. "And to tell you that when you come back there won't be any plague lands left. I'll make sure of it." Kai stopped short. There was a fire in her gaze, quiet but unwavering, and it caught him off guard. He had seen her confidence grow, yes, but this was something more. Not the fragile resolve of someone who wanted to prove themselves. This was a promise, a vow. Amara gave a small nod. "I know, but I want you to come back safe too." She hesitated. "I read that the Ashari desert isn't friendly to mages. I'm more than just a mage, Amara. I'll be fine. There's still a lot to do both in the desert and at the assembly." Then he whispered, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry about it." When Kai turned, Claire was standing just beside the carriage, arms folded. He looked back one last time. "Take care of yourself," he said to Amara. And then, without another word, he climbed into the carriage. Claire followed. The driver gave a short whistle, and the horses neighed, stamping against the ground as the wheels lurched forward. The carriage began to roll through the cobbled streets of Verol, past curious onlookers and the sentries lining the walls. And just like that, they were on their way out of the city, toward the burning dunes of the Ashari desert. The Ashari desert stretched far to the east of the kingdom, a scorched land of sandstorms, dead ruins, and breathless silence. The journey to reach it was long painfully so, even when the horses were pushed with minimal brakes. Time blurred into the rhythmic creaking of wheels, and the carriage rocking gently as the days passed. Thankfully, Ansel had insisted on taking a less conventional route through a network of underground tunnels. According to him, this shortcut carved through the lower foothills and would shave almost a week off their travel time. Of course, there was a catch. They were grade 1 and 2 beasts at nothing that Kai's group couldn't handle. So they pressed on, and true to Ansel's word, the tunnel system sped up their journey considerably. The darkness underground was heavy, absolute, only pierced by their lanterns. The air was damp, and the echo of distant scuttling reminded them that they were never quite alone down there. For Kai, the journey was quiet. He didn't have much to do besides sit and think. Projects filled his mind, artifacts he wanted to forge with Balin's help, experimental spell structures that he had to research into enforcer techniques, and the refinement of his own battle styles. But most of those would have to wait. So instead, he spent time cultivating his vault, something he hadn't done properly in weeks. When not cultivating, he took breaks to instruct Rhea, explaining how the desert would affect her mana circulation and the importance of preserving strength in hostile environments. She listened with focus, her brow furrowed in thought, occasionally asking smart questions that reminded him that she could be a very capable mage in the future. He also found himself talking to Claire more than usual. She told him about the villages of the Sylvan Enclave, the faces she'd met. She had looked tired after coming back from them, but it had been a good experience for her. The enforcers, as expected, were quiet. They took turns driving the carriage or scouting ahead on foot, always alert but offering little conversation. 3 days passed like that eventful, until they entered the tunnel. That's when the silence cracked open. Excitement returned with the hiss of claws and the flap of leathery wings. True to Ansel's warning, the tunnels weren't abandoned. The deeper they went, the more frequent the attacks became. Spindleback spiders that lunged from cracks in the stone ceiling, shriek bats that swooped in flocks, drawn to body heat and light. The enforcers handled them easily, especially Gareth and Farah, who barely broke a sweat. But Kai saw an opportunity. The beasts were weak enough that they didn't pose a threat to the group, which meant they were perfect targets for training. "Rhea," he said one morning as they fought another group of spiders. "Your turn." She jumped at his words but didn't hesitate. Her hands lit up with flame as she called the first circle spell Firebolt and sent it flying down the tunnel. It hit a boulder instead. A sharp crack rang out as splinters of stone flaked off the side. Rhea's expression fell, her mouth tightening in frustration as she stood in front of him, posture rigid. Up ahead, the 2 new enforcers braced themselves behind a shield, holding off 3 spindlebacks that hissed and reared with 8 trembling legs. The creatures were half as tall as Kai, with shiny black shells and 2 glowing eyes each. Compared to Vermorga and her brood, they were almost tame. Their venom, while paralytic, wasn't lethal, and even the new recruits held their ground well. Rhea, their spellcasting was raw. Her aim was off, and more than that, her control wavered. Every time she formed the firebolt, she lost her pull on it midway, letting it drift, falter, and finally misfire. Kai watched her shoulders sag slightly. She didn't speak, but the disappointment was clear on her face. He stepped forward. "It's okay to fail a few times. Firebolt is one of the harder first circle spells. You're not doing as bad as you think." Rhea looked up at him, her brows drawn tightly together. "But I already managed a second circle spell," she said, voice low with frustration. "First circle should be easy for me. You haven't practiced this one a lot before," he reminded her. "Control doesn't scale with power, Rhea. You're already doing well enough." She didn't seem fully convinced, but she listened. "Try it again," he said gently. "This time don't just launch it. Focus on the connection between you and the bolt after it forms. That's the thread you've been losing." Rhea gave a small nod and stepped forward, inhaling deeply. The tunnel felt colder now, darker, but she shut her eyes and began to construct the spell. Slowly, carefully, the structure formed in her palm concentric circles, lines of heat, core of flame. Mana twisted together in her palm, and a firebolt shimmered into existence above her hand, casting flickering orange light on the stone around her. This time, she didn't rush. She raised her hand and exhaled, urging the firebolt forward. It shook mid-air, veering slightly, but she caught it with her will, held it firm, and redirected it just in time to strike a spindleback in one of its jointed legs. The beast screeched, twitching violently before it lashed at the shield-bearer in front of it, slamming the enforcer back a step with surprising force. Kai allowed a small smile to form. "Good job." Rhea blinked, then grinned. "I can do it again." "Go ahead," he said, nodding. 3 more, make them count." She didn't need to be told twice. The next bolt fizzled mid-air, caught in a web mid-flight as the second spider flung a sticky line to intercept it. But her next 2, clean hits. One to the torso, another to a mandible, both weak spots. The damage was small, not nearly enough to kill or cripple the monsters, but her control had noticeably improved. That alone was enough for Kai. Before she could ready a 4th, Ansel called out from near the edge of the tunnel, tone clipped and alert. "Lord Arzin, we should move. We've already been inside the tunnels too long." Kai gave a small nod and turned toward the spiders, raising his arm. Wind began to spiral from his wrist, a focused mana current forming into blades. In an instant, wind blades lanced forward sharp, clean, and fast. The first spider lost its head. The second was cut into 3 neat pieces, its legs twitching as they hit the stone. The third was handled by Farah, who struck it when it was trying to escape. Rhea's eyes widened, lips parting in awe. Even the 2 new enforcers stiffened, their hands tightening around their weapons. Kai, however, had already turned his back to the remains. "Let's move on." Half an hour later, Ansel raised a gloved hand. "We should stop here," he said, pointing toward a natural hollow cut into the side wall. "We'll hide the carriage. It won't survive in the sandwheels, will sink within minutes." Kai nodded. Together, they moved the carriage into the alcove, using a few pulleys and muscle to wedge it tightly into place. A large, rounded boulder was rolled across the opening, obscuring it from view. Then Kai stepped up to the wall, raising both hands as his fingers wove. Threads of mana sank into the stone, forming pale symbols that pulsed briefly with light before dimming into invisibility. Seals. He made 4 on each side and pushed enough mana into them to last at least 2 weeks. To the untrained eye, they would blend perfectly into the rock, but if any beast or man entered close, their minds would simply overlook it. A simple but an effective misdirection ward. With that done, the group turned toward the light ahid pale, filtered through fine sand. The tunnel's exit was near. As they began walking, Ansel moved closer to Kai and spoke. When I crossed this route years ago with a band of travelers, he said, a large spider ambushed us near the exit. Took 5 of our number before we brought it down. What worked? Kai asked without breaking stride. Poisoned arrows, Ansel replied grimly. Strong ones, the kind that eats through exoskeletons. Normal blades barely scratched it. Kai gave a quiet nod, his eyes narrowing as they stepped into the final stretch. As they walked, Ria's voice broke the silence, quieter now, almost hesitant. Do you think that spider will still be there? Ansel didn't miss a beat. I don't think so, he said, then glanced at her with a faint smile. And if it is, Lord Arzon will take care of it. Ria nodded, reassured, though her hands still hovered near the small pouch of potions at her belt. She wasn't scared, not exactly. But there was something about being underground for so long, the weight of the stone, the narrowness of the path that made every sound seem louder than it should be. Kai was about to respond, to offer some comfort or perhaps just a tactical reminder, when he caught a thin, silvery shaft of light breaking through the dark ahead. It shimmered faintly, cutting through the dusty air like a knife. Light, someone whispered from behind. The group instinctively picked up their pace. Boots hit the stone with more urgency, hands reached for weapons just in case. Even the horses behind them stirred, sensing something had shifted. The tunnel began to widen. The rocky walls thinned, cracked in places, and the ceiling arched higher until the air grew lighter, the darkness peeling away in layers. And then finally they reached it, the tunnel mouth. One by one they stepped out, the Ashari desert. The sand was rich in burning bronze, glinting and shining under a sun that hung low. It was a beauty. Dunes rolled in the distance like ocean waves frozen in place. Heat shimmered above ground, and the transition immediately felt sharp. From stone and darkness to openness and raw sunlight. The scalding wind hit their faces, and Kai soon stepped forward, shielding his eyes for a moment. His boots sank to the edge of the sand, and he could already feel it. Mana here was thin, barely present. Behind him, the others adjusted their packs and gear, taking it in with silent awe or wary caution. Then Ansel stepped beside him, lifting a hand toward the horizon where jagged red hills broke the flow of the dunes in the far distance. We're here, he said, wiping his nose, in my home. Corvash, Orc Overlord, sat in a meditative position at the base of the Palace of Belkur, their eternal one. His legs were folded beneath him, massive arms resting on his knees as thick, luminous tendrils of mana moved through the air, connecting him to the sacred crystal embedded in the earth before him. The crystal pulsed with divine energy, and where Corvash's hand touched it, the mana flowed like a torrent rushing through his body, filling his limbs, bones, and soul with strength that had once been beyond comprehension. A decade ago, he had been nothing but a scavenger. A hunter stalking a desert scorpion, driven by hunger. That chase had changed everything. It had brought him, bloodied and starving, to the sanctuary carved into the cliffs, a place hidden to all but the chosen. There in the middle of murals and sun-bleached bones he had found it, Belkur's blessing. It came as an overwhelming power. Crystals that were embedded into the chamber floor had lit with Belkur's will, and when he touched them, mana surged through his body like a storm. The first time it had nearly killed him. His young body still line, still soft with inexperience, it had spasmed violently, veins glowing like molten lines beneath his skin. He had thought it was death, but it was only awakening. Now as the crystal fed him, his skin glowed faintly under the light, and his body strengthened. He could see the bulging muscles under his tattoos etched in deep black and blood-red ink. Every tattoo had a story just like everyone else in the tribe, a duel, a conquest, a name taken and discarded. Dozens of them were across his chest and arms, some even burned in with sacred ash from Belkur's altar. His tusks were thick and slightly curved and had golden rings. 4 piercings lined his nose, and a thick bar of bone carved from the spine of a sand knight pierced through one ear. Across his back, rows of iron studs gleamed dully in the light, hammered in by his own hand after every warrior he crushed underfoot. He was no longer the boy who hunted for scorpions. He was Corvash, chosen of Belkur, overlord of the Duneborns. His path to power had been a bloody one. There were artifacts, relics with divine carvings among the gifts in Belkur's temple. One by one he'd learned to wield them. A gauntlet that turned wind to blade, a pauldron that hardened his skin like stone, a horn that summoned the rage of the dunes. With these in hand and strength boiling through his veins, he challenged every orc chief that dared to block his ascent, and they had fallen on after another, some in fair duels, others in ambushes at night. One by one their heads had rolled, the sands remembered, until finally, 10 years ago, he faced the last of them. It had been a weakling overlord, one who had failed to conquer the human tribes nesting in the sacred desert, letting them wander freely like sand fleas. Corvash had ended him under the moon, cutting him down and dragging his corpse to the altar of Belkur. From that day forward, the desert had changed. The Sand Knights of the Tribesants, the pride of the human enclave, had crumbled under Corvash's march. Their strongest warriors had fallen, their beasts slain, their hopes burned under black banners. Only a few knights remained now, relics of a dying era, offering desperate protection against beasts and orcs alike. But it was just that desperation, false hope, because Corvash did not conquer for sport. He conquered for legacy. He knew that this desert belonged to the orcs once more. The sacred lands were under the dominion of his tribe, and no outsider would take it again. He wouldn't let it. Not humans, not beast tamers, not soft-tongued mages. No, no one would take it again. The age of the orc had returned, and Corvash would see it carved into the dunes themselves. But rulership did not mean only glory and conquest. Corvash knew that well, to wear the title of Overlord was to stand at the peak and be the target of every eye that burned with envy. Even among his own, there was always that greed behind respect. He took them as challenges, because if there was one thing, that be that orcs respected strength, but they also desired power. And so, to stay above them all, Corvash had to keep growing stronger than the orcs, stronger than the desert beasts, stronger than any human mage or warrior, stronger than the world itself. But there was a problem. A problem that no blade could cut. The crystal Belker's heart, as they called it, was dying. It began 3 years ago, an extremely subtle shift. The mana that surged into his body had felt thinner, more sluggish. At first he had denied it, blaming his body, the weather, or the alignment of the moon. But by the second year he couldn't ignore it. The mana was weaker. He felt it, yet he continued to grow stronger. And now he knew. The crystal was running out. He had barred every other orc from ever touching it, slaying those who disobeyed without hesitation. Not even his most loyal shamans were allowed near. The sacred source belonged to him alone, his right, his burden. That act had prolonged its life, yes, but not prevented the inevitable. Corvash was already beyond mortal strength. His body pulsed with mana, but he had grown dependent on the crystal's flow. Like a beast fed on blood for years, he didn't know what would happen if it stopped. Would he weaken? Worse, would he go mad? The thought twisted in his chest. His jaw clenched, tusks grinding together as the last threads of mana slipped into his core for the day. It was a meager meal compared to what it had once been. He pulled his hand away from the crystal with a sharp inhale, his thick fingers twitching as mana surged through his limbs. His skin shimmered faintly beneath his tattoos, muscles taut and alive with restrained power. With a loud snort, he pushed himself to his feet. The air around him shimmered with the leftover energy, and he turned, walking toward the alcove to his left, where his armor and artifacts rested in sacred silence. They were the strongest relics left behind by Belkor's god's final gifts. The red gauntlets were first, forged in flame and marked with runes that glowed faintly when he slipped them on. Spiked ridges covered the knuckles and forearms. They hummed with dormant heat. As soon as his hand slid into them, he could feel the power of fire itself curling at his fingertips, ready to be unleashed. Next came his armor. Piece by piece he strapped it on. The shoulder guards of obsidian black steel, etched with crimson veins. The plated chest piece, layered with hardened leather from a sandworm's hide beneath enchanted alloy. Each plate weighed more than most men, but on his body they moved like cloth. Finally, he reached for the necklace. A thick black cord, bound with teeth from his fallen rivals, and at its center, a single shard of the god crystal. It was duller than it had once been, its glow faint, but it was still alive, still warm. As he fastened it around his neck, the shard pulsed once, just once. Corvash's breath slowed. His time was not yet up, but he could tell that it was running out. When he had first worn the necklace, the shard's glow had burned a bright, furious red like the heart of a volcano captured in crystal. Now even that glow was fading, a sign that the power within it was dwindling or slipping beyond his reach, and it wasn't just the necklace. He had begun to notice the change in other artifacts, too. Some of the sacred relics he'd granted to his Elitiants roaring with divine magic had gone quiet. Their enchantments failed to spark, their mana had gone dormant. It had turned to be useless. He had been forced to reassign other relics in their place, but his own artifacts didn't dare to imagine them failing. There were no replacements, because each piece he bore had been born from the Belker's will and was bound to him through pain and blood. If they withered, so too would his throne. The thought clenched his gut like iron. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from behind. He turned sharply, muscles tensing. An orc approached, a broad-shouldered, tall one. He dropped to one knee without a word, head bowed deeply in respect. "It is I, Graxthal, my overlord," the orc said in a low voice. Like he hadn't meant to disturb, "I bring news of our efforts exploring more of the great god Belker's palace." Corvash narrowed his eyes. "Speak," he growled. "But know this, if it is not good news, your head will fall where you kneel." Graxthal visibly flinched, swallowing hard. "My lord, it is good news. After weeks of clearing debris and pushing through collapsed chambers, our team managed to bring down part of the inner sanctum wall. Behind it we discovered a door, and it was not wooden, not stone metal. We haven't seen anything like that before. We believe it leads to the upper floors of the god's creation." But Graxthal fell even lower, palms pressed to the stone. "But we cannot open it. We tried everything: axes, hammers, picks. The weapons shattered. Even the relics you gifted us, my lord, they did nothing, not even a scratch." Corvash's jaw flexed and his blood boiled. Graxthal immediately noticed it and rushed on. "The door has strange patterns etched into its surface, runes, symbols. We've seen similar ones in the ruins before, but we don't know what they mean." Corvash's frown deepened into a scowl. the air around him tensed, and then, with a thunderous crack, he smashed his gauntleted fist against the ground. The floor trembled under the force, and the shockwave echoed through the chamber like a war drum. Graxel flinched violently, arms shielding his face as dust and fragments scattered all around him. The red gauntlet hissed with heat where it struck, smoke curling between the engraved runes. He had seen those strange patterns before, and it maddened him, because their meaning had always eluded him. Why would the Great One leave behind a fortress of divine power and then seal it so thoroughly? And when he searched, there had been no hint to open it. Was this a test of strength? If so, then it was clear what he had to do. If knowledge and tools failed, then he would break the door himself with his own hands, even if it meant grinding bone into dust. He raised his head, eyes narrowing at Graxel. "Bring me to this door." Graxel did not hesitate and bowed again, his head hitting the floor. "As you command, Overlord Corvash." The next second, the orc stood up and moved, leaving the sanctum behind. The corridors of Belker's palace stretched before them. There was a dull blue glow that seemed to hum from veins of crystal embedded in the walls. The ceilings arched unnaturally high, not only built for orcs or perhaps built for gods. As they walked, Graxel's thoughts churned. How had such a place come to be? He had lived for over 5 decades, fought across endless dunes and bloodied battlefields, but never had he seen anything like the Palace of Belker until the day he stumbled across it while chasing a sand beast into the cliffs. It was as if the tower had appeared out of nowhere. Had it been hidden? Had Belker summoned it into being with a mere thought? A god of that power could do such things, without doubt. And perhaps, if Corvash reached the top, if he unlocked every floor and survived every challenge, then maybe he would be welcomed among the gods' true chosen. Maybe he would be gifted a sliver of Belker's divine essence. That hope was fire in his belly. They turned sharply through branching corridors. Broken statues lined the hallways, some resembling beasts, others shaped like forgotten warriors. In one corridor, the ceiling was shattered open to the sky above, but sand had not spilled an aze if the desert itself refused to enter this place. Then finally they reached it, the door. It stood at the end of a massive, sloped hall tall enough for 3 orcs to stand on each other's shoulders, wide enough to fit a siege chariot through without scraping the sides. It was carved from the same strange black metal that made up the outer gates of the tower, and there were no scratches, no marks, not even a fucking dent. Corvash's jaw clenched as he approached. He raised a hand and pressed it against the door. It was the same as the entrance, and that alone made him curse under his breath. He had tried to break pieces off the outer gates before to forge armor to understand the composition, but nothing had worked. No forge could melt it, no hammer could dent it. Even his own strength, when channeled to its peak, had failed to crack it. And now this door, his fingers curled into a fist. How was he going to break through this one? Behind him, Graxel dared not speak, and he stood in silence, thinking of ways to break through the gate. He felt the air shifting faintly with the leftover heat of his aura from all the mana channeling. He became aware of movement to the sides where several orcs stood. "My lord, we have tried everything. It does not yield." "Only your strength can break this." Another followed, pounding a fist to his chest. "This is the gate of the god. Only his chosen may pass." A third added, "None but you, Corvash. You were chosen in the sacred chamber. You carry the god's flame." A chorus of voices rose, their confidence roaring into cheers that reverberated through the ancient stone. Their eyes burned with faith indeniable and absolute, faith in him. Corvash exhaled hard through his nose, nostrils flaring as he turned his gaze back to the door. "This metal," he growled, raising his arm to gesture at the immense surface, "was forged for Belker himself. This is the god's armor. Nothing can break it." A hush fell over the gathered warriors. "But if anything can," he continued, stepping forward, fists clenching, "it will be his chosen." The orcs erupted into thunderous cheers, their roars shaking the corridor. It was evident that they all believed in his powers. Fueled by their cries, Corvash walked to the gate, looming before it like a beast sizing up its prey. Strange symbols spiraled across its face, etched deep and without meaning to mortal minds. Runes that glowed faintly, pulsing like a slow heartbeat. He ran a hand across them. It felt cold. For a brief moment he kept it there, feeling the metal. Then he stepped back, planted his feet wide, and drew in a breath so deep it filled his chest like a bellows. His muscles bulged and veins flared, and with one swift movement, the orc overlord let his fist fly. Bang! The hit echoed like a gong struck with a mountain, but the door didn't move, not even a tremor, not a single crack. Corvash's brows twitched. That was more resistance than he expected. He looked at his followers. "Get back." They obeyed immediately, clearing the floor behind him. Turning back to the gate, Corvash raised both arms and then pushed. Power surged from deep within him, drawn into the gauntlets. The red metal flared to life, runes ignited. Flames burst from the surface, licking up his arms, curling around his shoulders. Some scorched his skin, angry, biting flames that chewed at flesh. But Corvash didn't stop. He was used to this now. The pain would be gone by tomorrow. His body healed faster than most beasts could bite. The flames were his, and he welcomed them like brothers. So he charged. He struck the gate again, and again, and again until his fists became a blur of motion. He grunted, roared with every strike. After so many tries, the gate was no longer a door. He took it as a challenge. It was an enemy, a godless traitor that dared bar his path, and heavy minutes passed. Dozens of hits landed. The door scorched in patches, darkened where fire met metal, but that was it. There was not a single dent. Panting, Corvash stumbled back. The air felt suddenly heavier, maybe it was just the toll of his effort. His skin blistered in places, and the gauntlets glowed red hot. He looked at his hands. They trembled with pure frustration, still nothing. He stomped the floor hard enough to crack the stone beneath him. His eyes burned with rage, not at the gate, but at himself. Was he still not enough? Had all the strength he gained, all the blood he spilled, all the tribes he conquered, had it still not been enough to pass this test? Hatred and hunger filled his bones. He needed to be stronger. He had to be. But how? The crystal was fading. The divine mana that had fed him for a decade was draining away like blood from a wound. And this door, this divine lock mocked him. The heat of failure burned in his chest, twisting through his gut like a blade, and it soon turned to rage. He wanted to tear something apart, rip stone from wall, shatter bone under fist. The desire to crush something surged with every heartbeat. But then, his eyes drifted back to the symbols. Wait. The small runes couldn't have been done by orcs. Orc hand would never ever bother with such details. These were far too refined. So who had? Corvash narrowed his eyes, leaning in. The grooves were so fine they looked as if painted with a needle. Some curled in strange loops, others connected like webs of thought. The deeper he stared, the more convinced he became. These were made by humans, only they were weak enough, clever enough, and had small enough hands to draw these ridiculous little signs. He snarled at the thought, lip curling, tusks gleaming in the dim glow of the runes. Had Belker used them? The idea sent a strange sensation through him. The god accepting help from humans, it was blasphemous, but also possible. If they had been slaves, then perhaps they had knowledge, perhaps some still remembered, and if they did. He stepped back from the door, his expression changing, fury sharpening into something like purpose. If those pitiful creatures knew what these markings meant, then he would make them speak. Turning back to his followers, Corvash found them still watching him wide-eyed, expectant, uncertain of whether their overlord would lash out or strike again. "Bring me humans," he commanded. A hush fell across the corridor. The orc who had led him here, Grakthal, blinked. "What do you mean, Overlord Corvash?" Corvash's growl was low and rumbling, like boulders grinding in his throat. "From the worthless tribes, the smart ones, the ones who can read and write, I don't care how old they are. Get theme all of them. I want them here. Now you understand." There was a long pause. A few exchanged glances, wary, confused. But then one by one they knelt. "We understand," they said in unison. The group dispersed quickly. He knew what his command meant. It would be a slaughter. His orcs weren't known for mercy, especially not when raiding the human enclaves. But Corvash didn't care. Sympathy was not for kings, and certainly not for gods in the making. Let the humans bleed. Let their homes turn to ash. So long as one of them could read these cursed runes, so long as one could unlock the truth behind Belker's gate, it would be worth it. All that mattered was the upper floors. He clenched his fists slowly, the red gauntlet flaring with heat. He would reach them. Even if it meant the humans had to scream every step of the way. Sand whipped across Kai's body like tiny shards of glass, carried by the dry desert wind that howled over the dunes. With a smooth flick of his fingers, a wind barrier shimmered into existence, enveloping not just himself but the rest of the party behind him. The shield bent the grains away in an arc, giving them a moment of quiet amidst the storm. They stood at the edge of a steep dune. The group had been marching for over an hour under the relentless sun. Progress was slow, but it was there. On the other hand, Kai had been conserving his mana carefully. He didn't cast excessively unless absolutely necessary. But now, as he stared at the scene below, he felt the quiet urge to call upon it. Down in the shallow valley just ahead, sitting smugly on the fat curve of a cactus plant, was a scorpion, not just any desert crawler. This one was the size of a grown man's torso. Its thick legs clung easily to the cactus like it owned it. Its outer shell gleamed a dark crimson, and a stinger the size of a dagger curled above it, twitching slowly. Its 3 eyes were locked on them. Kai's gaze narrowed as a glint from its underside caught the light. Beneath its limbs, instead of the weak flesh most scorpions exposed, this one bore a shiny carapace, thick and hard like blackened jade. Rhea's breath hitched beside him. Her eyes lit up, sparkling with fascination. "What is that thing?" Kai asked, already turning toward Ansel. "It's a crimson thorn scorpion," Ansel replied. "Grade 2, nasty little bastard." Fairy squinted. "Doesn't look that strong." Ansel let out a soft, humorless laugh. "That's what gets most people killed. Normal scorpions, flip them over and stab the soft bits. This one, its underside is naturally armored. No weak points there unless you crack it. And it's fast, very fast." Kai frowned. "Is it going to attack us?" "Most probably. They're territorial. We could try another path, but they tend to chase prey once they've marked it." Kai sighed, brushing sand from his robes. "Let's just deal with it then." He turned toward Gareth, who gave a silent nod. In the blink of an eye, Gareth vanished. Dust exploded behind him as his body blurred forward. He reappeared beside the cactus, his blade already coming down. But the scorpion was faster than expected. With a sharp screech, it leaped, its body blurring as it twisted midair. Gareth's sword tore through the cactus, slicing it clean in half, but the crimson thorn was already airborne, its stinger aimed forward like a spear, and it dived straight for Kai's party. The moment the scorpion's stinger closed in, it slammed against the wind barrier and rebounded with a thud, skidding across the sand like a tossed stone. The protective barrier of air rippled outward from Kai's figure, still holding strong. The beast screeched in frustration, legs scrabbling for purchase as it tried to recover mid-bounce, but 3 shadows moved to meet it before it could launch again. Fray, Kale, and Neris rushed down the dune. The sand slowed them somewhat, but their footing was solid, and Kai knew raw power more than made up for the terrain disadvantage. The scorpion leapt again, tail slicing toward Neris, but his buckler caught the strike, and Kale stepped in to parry with the blunt end of his axe. The beast skittered to the side, trying to reposition, but Fray was already channeling. Mana surged visibly through him, coiling around his arm. His spear ignited with a deep, pulsing flame that didn't flicker like normal fire. It roared. With a single lunge, Fray's strike met the scorpion mid-air, punching through its armored head, earning a sizzling crack. The beast shrieked but wasn't dead yet. It thrashed, tried to twist free of, and managed to leap backward in a desperate bid for survival, but instead slammed straight into Kale's waiting shield. The impact rang out like a gong. Kale didn't hesitate. He stepped forward with a grunt and brought his foot down. Crunch. Silence followed. Fray exhaled, covered in sweat, and looked at Kale with a grin. Good job. Kale gave a thumbs up, already pulling his shield free of the scorpion's shattered carapace. Fray crouched near the corpse, inspecting the body with an appraising eye. Tough bastard, he muttered. That was harder than I expected. They usually are, Ansel said, coming up beside them. They're a damn pain in the ass. Tasty, though. Went on hunts for them a few times with the Sand Knights. Always left us tired. Kai approached the scorpion's corpse, studying the cracked shell, the still glowing tail, the residual mana signature clinging to its body. Are they going to be common out here? He asked, glancing at Ansel. Ansel shook his head. Not if we keep heading toward my tribe. We'll be skirting the edge of their territory, but we'll still have to deal with strikers, big bastards that burst out from under the sand without warning. Gan laughing hyenas. Pack hunters, annoying but manageable with our group. Kai nodded. And the real threat, Ansel's lips lopsided. Sand elementals. If we run into one of those, expect a proper fight. Not beasts, not spirits, either, just mana that grew a will and started tearing things apart. Kai's brow furrowed. He dealt with elementals before, ace, wind, even one made of raw shadow. They were always a pain. Even the weakest of sand elementals would be a grade 4 beast. Kai hoped the desert gods weren't cruel enough to throw one at him here. He crouched beside the scorpion's corpse and watched the sun. Heat shimmered off the sand. Rhea approached from behind, her boots crunching softly as she followed him. Good time for a lesson. Kai tilted his head toward her. Ever seen a scorpion-type beast before? Rhea shook her head quickly. No, master. Then how would you know where to strike one if you face it in battle? She hesitated, lips parting slightly, clearly thinking. Can't I just burn it? She offered. Everything burns if the flames are strong enough. That's true, but not everything burns fast enough to stop it from killing you first. He tapped a knuckle lightly on the carapace. Some beasts have bodies resistant to flame. Others absorb it, twist it, or spit it back at you. This one might not, but who knows? Rhea frowned slightly, her brows knitting. Beasts have special organs, Kai continued, designed to absorb ambient mana and use it. Not consciously like a mage or enforcer, but through instinct. That's how they gain their abilities. You want to survive? Learn where the power comes from. As he spoke, he drew a thin dagger from his belt. Its edge gleamed unnaturally bright, enchanted for dissection, not battle. Without ceremony, he plunged the blade into the scorpion's cracked carapace and began slicing it open with precision. The smell of beast blood, acrid and sweet, filled the air. Rhea's face twitched, a flicker of revulsion, but she didn't look away. Good. Kai worked quickly, pulling apart chitin and muscle, exposing sinew and organ sacs. His hand paused as he pointed at a swollen gland near the tail. See this, he said. This sac stores venom. If it had stung you, that poison would already be racing through your veins. Depending on the dose, you'd be paralyzed or dead within minutes. You'd need a specific antidote, which only experienced alchemists or desert hunters know how to make. He shifted his blade, revealing a thickened heart wrapped in a dark, fibrous sheath. And this, its heart, coated in a natural armor, probably to protect it during combat, meaning stabbing it here wouldn't do much. He tapped the scorpion's head with the hilt of the blade. Go for the brain, or the eyes if you want to blind it. Targeting the wrong place in battle just wastes time and gives the beast a chance to kill you. Rhea nodded, eyes fixed at the dissected insides. Kai continued, exposing the beast's internal structure like a scholar with a textbook. He explained mana circulation patterns, the placement of muscles around the stinger, and how the shell segmented in a way that made certain spots more vulnerable than others. Only when he wiped the dagger clean and rose to his feet did he notice the silence. The others were watching. Fray, Kale, Neris. Even Claire had turned her full attention. Ansel smirked as if he had expected nothing less. Kai dusted off his hands and looked over the group. "All right," he said calmly, as if nothing had happened. "Let's be on our way." Everyone gave a brief nod and the group fell into motion. The newer enforcers moved to take their place alongside the horse lines. Gareth peeled away without a word, heading up a nearby dune. He moved lightly, almost invisible, his figure shrinking in the distance as he began scouting for more threats. Kai kept pace with the group, but let his attention drift. He glanced toward Rhea. She walked a little behind him, brows furrowed, her fingers twitching occasionally as if mimicking the dissection in her mind, probably replaying the lesson. He said nothing. Letting her wrestle with information was part of the training. His own focus shifted outward. The mana in the air, if it could still be called that, was like a weak whisper, barely there. He'd noticed it the moment they entered the Ashari desert. Not utterly dead, like the zones of his time, but still dangerously thin. The sort of place that choked mages and slowly wore down even high-grade breasts that relied on mana to survive. If you weren't prepared, you'd find yourself drained and defenseless in a day. It wasn't quite suffocating, but it was wrong, like breathing stale air after living in mountain winds. Kai exhaled slowly, letting his senses stretch into the barren emptiness. Even the wind felt empty here. Still, he was built for this, trained for scarcity. His techniques were shaped for precision, not indulgence. In some twisted way, this place gave him an edge. Even so, it felt like standing on the edge of a knife. Footsteps approached from behind, soft and steady. Kai didn't need to look to know who it was. Ansel came up beside him, dust coating the lower hem of his robe. "We should reach my tribe in about 5 hours if we keep this pace," he said. "More if we stop for rest." Kai gave a short nod. "Will they accept outsiders?" Ansel didn't answer immediately. He pulled a scarf up to cover his mouth against the blowing sand, then said, normally, "No, they don't like outsiders. Most desert tribes don't." Kai raised an eyebrow. "I didn't know tribal leaders retired," Kai said, glancing sideways. Ansel chuckled, the sound dry and unbothered. "They do, eventually. All our leaders are sand. Night strength matters too much in the desert for it to be otherwise, but there's a limit. After a point, their bodies just can't keep up." He kicked at the sand lightly, eyes scanning the distant dunes. "We rarely have sand knights reach the 3rd rank. Desert life's too harsh. So when the body begins to fail, the next in the bloodline takes over someone younger, stronger. The former leader becomes a counselor. It's a rite of passage, not just an exchange of power. Not as easy as it sounds." Kai nodded slightly. "It's all fine so long as your father or brother's reasonable." Ansel grinned beneath his scarf. "Trust me, they are. My tribe's one of the more progressive ones. We're not stuck in the past like some of the others." Kai gave a non-committal hum. He hoped it was true. He knew that he wasn't here to form alliances or dance around politics. After meeting with Ansel's tribe, he planned to head straight for the peak and the tower. The more he thought about it, the more certain he became. The orcs weren't just mutating on their own. They were drawing mana from somewhere, and that somewhere was likely a leak in the tower. If he could stop that, he could turn the tide. The path to taking down Overlord Corvash would become clearer, but every hour they delayed gave the enemy time to grow. Still, urgency didn't mean carelessness. They continued to move at a steady pace. The wind died down somewhat, the sun still relentless but less cruel as afternoon shadows stretched longer across the dunes. From time to time, Kai fell back to walk beside Rhea. She was still focused, her brows drawn tightly together, lost in internal repetitions of the lesson from earlier. He decided to press the advantage. Without much warning, he began showing her modified versions of first circle spells. Simple ones, but all rewritten with tighter mana flow, lower burn. They didn't strike as hard or last as long, but they didn't collapse after one cast either. And in this kind of environment, that was survival. Rhea struggled with them, as expected. Her casting stuttered more than once, and she often defaulted to the older structures she knew. Kai didn't correct her harshly, just watched, then demonstrated again, slower. The truth was, most mages got used to a single structure per spell muscle memory of the mind. Breaking that, rewriting it, and still casting successfully was a whole different discipline. Not many learned it, fewer bothered. But Kai intended for Rhea to. The Ashari desert was harsh, but it made the perfect crucible. If she could master spell optimization here where mana was thin, and failure could be fatal, she'd be a better mage than most her age by the time they left. And if he was going to fight the orcs, he needed her to pull her weight. As the sun sank lower behind the dunes, their journey pressed on, and with it, the desert seemed to wake. One by one, the beasts came. Lizards the size of wolves, with gleaming black eyes and sand-colored scales that blended perfectly with their surroundings. Laughing hyenas that circled like jackals, testing the edges of their formation before charging in wild packs. Even a cluster of burrowing stingworms tried their luck, exploding from beneath the sand in a flurry of teeth and clicking shells. None of them lasted long. Kai didn't need to raise a finger. His enforcers moved like clockwork, shields raised, weapons glowing with just enough mana to strike cleanly. Each time a beast charged, it was met with trained resistance and swift counterattacks. The desert may have been unforgiving, but so was his party. After the 4th attack, Kai began to relax slightly. That was until Gareth returned. The Watcher appeared at the edge of a dune. His steps were hurried and sand trailed behind each stride. Lord Arzan, he called out. There are orcs up ahead, and they have humans in capture. Kai's body stiffened at once. The air around him seemed to still. How many? 4 orcs, and many humans. All seemed young. You'll want to see it yourself. Kai gave a curt nod, and without wasting another second, the group shifted course. They moved silently across the ridge Gareth had come from, cresting the dune in formation. As Kai reached the top and peered over the sandy ledge, his breath hitched. Down below, no more than 100 feet away, a grim scene unfolded. 4 orcs stood near a rock outcropping, and their forms cast shadows by the setting sun. They were largino massive. All 7 feet tall, with thick gray skin marred with crude red war paint smeared across their torsos. Under the paint there were tattoos, so many of them. One had tusks that jutted upward like broken spears, the others wore bone-plated shoulder guards and had rusted cleavers too jagged to be called proper weapons. Before them on their knees were 6 young men, humans. Their skin was darkened from sun exposure, a natural copper brown that matched the sand. They weren't bound, but their limbs shook. Sand clung to the sweat on their faces as they bowed low, muttering frantically something that he was too far to hear, but he didn't need to. The fear in their eyes was universal. The orcs laughed. They were exasperating sounds of amusement, like mockery overlapping one another. One of them stepped forward, nudging one of the boys with his boot until he fell on his side. Kai's jaw tightened. Whatever had happened here, he didn't know, but he did know what the look in the human's eyes meant. They thought they were already dead. He glanced sideways at Ansel. Do you know any of them? Ansel's lips pressed into a thin line. He shook his head. No, they're teens. Must have been kids when I left. I don't even know which tribe they're from. Then his eyes narrowed. But if we don't move fast, they're going to get a swift death. Kai nodded slowly, his thoughts aligning with Ansel's. The orcs weren't killing yet. Not because they were merciful, but because they were enjoying playing with them. Fucking bastards. He could see it in their eyes. Cruelty disguised as amusement. A casual confidence that they had all the time in the world to butcher the helpless. Even if he wanted to preserve his manhunt, he doubted facing those orcs head-on without it would be easy. But as he stared down at them, his grip tightening, a thought came unbidden. This is the perfect chance to test it. Without hesitation, Kai reached behind his shoulder and drew his spear. The motion caught Farah's attention immediately. His eyes widened slightly. Lord Arzan, are you sure? Yes, I can always fall back on my magic if I need it. Then his gaze shifted, planning ahead. The orcs were still focused entirely on their captive Esloing, jeering, showing no sense of caution. Perfect. He spoke low and fast. Gareth, Ansel, you 2 circle from the rear. Hit them just as we reach the center. They won't anticipate a split formation. Ansel gave a nod, then looked at Gareth. You saw no other orcs? None, Gareth said. Just these 4. Kai grunted. Good. Be on your way, we attack in 2 minutes. The 2 men peeled off with swift precision, flanking wide through the dunes without a sound. Kai watched until they disappeared behind the curve, then turned his eyes back to the orcs. His hand flexed around the spear. It had been a long time since he fought like this, without spells, without shields of wind or bolts of fire. Just strength, just speed, just the raw ability that he'd tried to practice harder every day. Aside from Killian's brutal training sessions, he'd barely touched that part of himself. Time to wake it up. But just as that thought settled, Fairy let out a low snarl beside him. Lord Arzan, look. Kai's eyes snapped forward and his stomach turned. One of the humans on the ground had tried to crawl away. An orc stepped forward, its massive foot slamming down on the boy's leg with a crack, bone shattered. The boy screamed. The others started shaking even harder, some crying for their lives, and panic radiated from them. The orcs just laughed louder. Kai's jaw clenched, fury flooding through him. He exhaled once, steadying it. Now he said, voice cold, let's go. In an instant, Neris raised his bow and loosed an arrow. It whistled through the air and struck the nearest orc cleanly in the thigh with a solid thunk. The orc let out a guttural cry, stumbling back in surprise. The other 3 turned sharply, their amusement gone in a flash, replaced by confusion and rage. By the time they understood what was happening, it was too late. Kai and his group were already charging down the dune, sand kicking up in sprays behind them. Adrenaline pumped through Kai as he charged towards the orcs. The vaults he'd opened brimmed with mana, strengthening his body. The rush hit him hard. It had been a while since he'd used these abilities, since he'd moved like this, fought like this. Every step made his blood burn hotter. The orcs up ahead were confused, their heads turning too slow to react. Maybe they didn't expect a human to charge straight at them like this. More arrows flew past him. One struck an orc in the leg. Let out a deep roar, blood spraying from the wound as it turned furious. Its eyes burned with hate. Fucking humans, he shouted, lifting a foot to crush the captured Asharian beneath him in rage. But Kai got there first. He twisted his spear and stabbed it into the orc's knee. The force pushed the beast back. Run, Kai shouted to the man. Go, the orc growled, wobbling but steadied himself. His eyes locked onto Kai. You'll be minced meat under my leg, he spat. I'll tore through your flesh. Kai stepped forward. You talk too much, he said, and swung his spear again, but it hit the sand as the orc dodged back. He moved to retaliate with his huge arms, but Kai moved faster than the orc could track. He circled the towering brute. His smaller size was a weapon in itself, letting him slip through gaps the orc's slow, heavy body couldn't close. The creature roared and swung his thick arms, his fists crashing down with enough force to break bone, but Kai was never there. He rolled under wide swings, pivoted around crushing stomps, and aimed Lowellway's low-high spear darting toward the knees, the ankles, the soft spots where the joints moved. Steel scraped skin. Blood flicked across the sand. But the orc's hide was like leather, thick and heavy. Each cut barely pierced deep enough to bleed. But by the painful growls, he knew they hurt, and that was enough. The orc grew more furious with every scratch. He snarled, stomping hard, trying to smash him into the earth. A fist came down toward Kai's head like a hammer. He ducked just in time, feeling the wind of it rush past his ear. The punch slammed into the ground where his skull had been a second earlier. He didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Kai dropped low and drove his spear into the orc's toe, right where the bone met the nail. The orc screamed at a deep, howling sound full of pain and rage as he twisted the blade deeper. Kai wasn't done. Not yet. As the massive creature reeled, he used the opening. His hands moved fast, forming a quick spell structure in the air. Mana surged. A firebolt shot from his palm, small but focus-head straight into the orc's open mouth. The bolt tore through gum and tongue and ignited inside the orc's face. He shrieked louder than before. Blood, spit, and tears sprayed from his face as he staggered back, flailing wildly, his arms sweeping through the air in blind rage. Smoke rose from inside his jaw, his face blistering from the inside out. Kai stepped back, careful not to get caught. He reached beneath his robes, pulling free a throwing knife. One flick and the blade spun through the air. It struck the orc's head but bounced off with a dull clang. Kai grabbed another knife and hurled it without pause. This one sank deep into the orc's left eye. The beast screamed in pain. Blood poured from the ruined socket, drenching his cheek as the orc dropped to one knee, his body swaying like it might fall, but it didn't. Kai charged. He didn't wait for the next move. He gripped his spear tight, brought all the strength in his body into one final drive, and plunged the blade into the orc's thick neck. Steel punched through skin and muscle. Blood gushed out in thick streams as the orc choked and thrashed, collapsing onto the sand. But it was still alive. By the constant twitch, Kai knew he was still holding on. If he could do one peaceful thing, it'd be ending it with one final stab. And he did just that as his spear plunged into the orc's throat. Body went still as blood erupted. For a moment, Kai just stood there, breathing hard and staring down at the massive creature he had slain. He had used a bit of magic but only a firebolt. That spell barely scratched the surface of his reserves. Most of his mana had gone into strengthening his body, and even that hadn't drained much. Enforcer bodies didn't leak mana. You didn't push it out, you let it cycle inside, powering muscles and sharpening reflexes. But there was no time to think more. From the left, screams echoed. The fight wasn't over. He turned, eyes scanning the field. The three remaining orcs were still alive. During the fight, Gareth and Ansel had joined the fray. One of the orcs was already in bad shape, bleeding heavily as Ansel, Kale, and Neris worked together to bring him down. Another was locked in battle with Claire and the Storm Sovereign, both of them holding their ground, with the spirit sending lightning arcs every time the orc tries to get closer. But the third orc, that one was different. He was bigger than the other Sand, the only one holding a weapon. A massive axe, wide and jagged and glowing faintly with mana. One glance was enough to confirm what Kai had feared. It's human-made. That basically confirmed the theories in his mind. The orc swung the axe in a wide arc, forcing Fray to leap back. Gareth moved in from behind, trying to land a hit, but the orc turned fast. With a grunt, he deflected Gareth's blade and snarled, "You're all going to be meat today." Mana surged from the axe. Kai's eyes widened. "Dodge," he shouted. Right then, a blast of energy shaped like the orc's axe exploded from the weapon. It raced toward Fray. Fray dropped flat, pressing himself against the hot sand just in time. The blast missed him and slammed into the sand behind, exploding with heat so intense it turned the desert into glass. The glass shattered instantly, spraying sharp pieces everywhere. Kai shielded his eyes, but as the dust settled, he saw the orc lowering its axe, chest rising and falling hard. He can't use it again so soon. Now was the time. Without a second thought, Kai charged at the ugly orc, his body still humming with mana, his grip tight on the spear. He reached the orc a second too late to land a solid blow as he recovered, but his spear still grazed the creature's arm. The orc growled in pain, eyes flashing with rage, and brought his massive axe down in a wide arc. Kai dodged swiftly, but not just with speed alone. He created a spell structure beneath his feet, and a small surge of wind burst out. It boosted his speed, making him blur for a moment, just enough to throw off the orc. The creature blinked in surprise, but before it could track Kai, Gareth appeared behind Itzalent and quick as a shadow. He drove his weapon deep into the orc's back, making him snarl in agony. The orc spun to retaliate, but Gareth was gone, fading into the shadows before the axe could touch him. He roared in frustration and rage, veins bulging on his neck. His eyes snapped to Fray, who was already rushing in. Each step Fray took shook the ground, his spear leveled forward. They clashed. Axe and spear slammed into each other with a loud crack. Fray didn't try to meet the full force as he sidestepped, smartly deflecting the axe's path. Flames erupted from the tip of his weapon as he swung, trying to keep the pressure on, but the orc was faster than he looked. Despite his size, he moved with sharp instincts. Every swing Fairy made was blocked by the thick, enchanted axe. Sparks flew with each clash. Kai didn't wait on the sidelines. He joined the fight, his spear twisting through the air. Timing his attacks with Fairy's, he struck at the orc's exposed sides. His aim was precise and he kept moving, always shifting positions to stay out of the orc's direct reach. Together, the two of them pressed hard. It was a tight struggle, constant movement, constant strikes. They stabbed, slashed, twisted their bodies to avoid the axe, pushing the orc back step by step. Then it happened. The orc growled, muscles flexing, and suddenly twisted. With one hand it swung the heavy axe to keep Kai at bay, and with the other, it punched Fairy straight in the chest. The hit landed. Fairy flew back, his body crashing into the sand. He groaned, winded, blood trickling from his mouth. Kai's eyes widened in panic, and he decided that the battle had gone on for far too long. He pushed more mana into his core and quickly formed a third circle spell. The wind around him sharpened, swirling like blades, then released it. A blast of razor-sharp wind burst from his palms and struck the orc dead in the chest. The impact sent the creature flying, tearing up the ground beneath it. Blood sprayed across the sand as the orc slammed into the earth, tumbling back with a cry. The desert fell silent for a second. Only the sound of the wind and the faint groans of the wounded filled the air. Kai stood tall, chest rising with each breath, his fingers still crackling faintly with wind mana. But even as the orc crashed into the ground, his grip on the axe didn't loosen. His chest bled, but he rose again, teeth bared and eyes wild with rage. "I'll fucking kill you." He roared and mana surged once more from the weapon in his hand. Kai's instincts kicked in. He jumped to the side just as another mana-shaped blast tore through the sand where he'd stood. The heat rolled past him, searing his skin. But the orc wasn't done, not even close. It raised the axe again and fired another blast, then another, and another. Each strike came faster, and Kai was forced to pour more mana into his movements just to keep dodging. His legs burned from the effort. His back stung as a near miss exploded behind him, spraying him with sand and glass. The heat grazed his shoulder, and he hissed in pain but kept moving, kept breathing, kept waiting for an opportunity to finish the orc. In the corner of his eye, movement flickered Claire. She fought one of the other orcs alongside the Storm's sovereign. The orc towered over her, swinging wildly, but she didn't back down. The massive deer beside her was glowing faintly with stormlight, its antlers crackling with power. Then it struck. The Storm's sovereign stomped the ground, hooves glowing, and with a flash of blinding blue, it released a bolt of lightning straight into the orc's chest. The creature howled as the electricity slammed into its body, sending it stumbling back, muscles twitching and steam rising from its skin. Kai only caught a glimpse of it, but even that much gave him a bit of relief. They're holding on. Unfortunately, he couldn't look for long. The orc in front of him screamed again and charged, raising the axe for one final swing, blood still dripping from its chest, eyes locked onto Kai with nothing but hate, and he readied his spell. Kai was just about to cast another third circle spell to end the fight once, and for all when an explosion rocked the ground behind him. He screamed, more in surprise than pain, and stumbled backwards. Smoke filled the air. The orc in front of him dropped to his knees with a loud thud. The stench of burnt flesh, thick, heavy, and disgusting, spread across the battlefield. He immediately cut off the mana flow in his hands and turned his head. Through the smoke, a figure revealed himself, Gareth. Kai's eyes then followed the trail of damage and landed on the orc's back. There was a hole, a wide, torn gap in the flesh and armor, like something had ripped through it from the inside. Kai could see the charred remains of half a heart and shredded organs through it. He understood instantly. Gareth had used one of the explosive potions. He'd thrown it into the orc's back while it was focused on Kai, ending the monster in one deadly strike. Kai exhaled slowly. The tension in his chest eased. It's over. But he didn't sit down or relax. He turned quickly and made his way to Fairy, who was sitting in the sand, his breathing heavy, a half-empty healing potion in his hand. "You okay?" Kai asked, kneeling beside him. Fairy gave a tired smile. "I'm fine. My armor took most of it, even if it cracked a few ribs. I'll be all right in a few minutes. Already hurts less." Kai nodded, relieved. If Fairy had gone down this early into the desert, it would have been a disaster. They couldn't afford to lose someone like him. Once he was sure Fairy would recover, Kai stood and looked back at the rest of the group. The last orc was down. Ansel and the new enforcers had finished it. Offria was with them. He had told her to stay back and not get herself involved, and it seemed like she had followed his command. His eyes drifted toward Claire. She was standing next to the Storm's sovereign, leaning against it slightly. She looked drained but alive. That was good enough for now. But Kai didn't keep looking at his party. Instead, his gaze shifted to the three Asharians. They were standing near Ansel, speaking in a different dialect of the common Lancefil language, clipped words that Kai couldn't understand from this far, but he could guess the tone. It seemed urgent and a little afraid. Ansel had once told Kai that most desert tribes still used Lancefilian common, since the sands had briefly been ruled by the Lancefil kingdom hundreds of years ago. That rule hadn't lasted long, but the influence had stuck, especially in language. Kai moved toward the group, hoping to understand how the orcs had captured them and what was going on. Bits of conversation drifted toward him as he approached. One of the Ashari men was speaking quickly, his voice low and tense. We saw a large troop of them when we were out hunting, and then... The words stopped as Kai got closer. The three men looked at him. Ansel turned to him, a frown already forming on his face. Kai met his eyes. What's going on? Ansel's voice was tight. The situation is bad, Lord Arzan. He gestured to one of the desert men beside him. This is Herod. He's from my tribe, Ansel explained. He told me they saw a large group of orcs moving toward our tribal lands. He and his two companions spotted them while hunting. When the orcs saw them, they gave chase. They barely made it out alive. Kai's eyes narrowed. Then why didn't they kill them? Ansel's eyes darkened and he inhaled sharply. Because the orc with the axe said when we just fought was the son of a general. He wanted to play with them first. Behind Ansel, the three Ashari men nodded grimly, confirming the story. Is it normal for orcs to approach the tribe like this? It took Herod a moment to catch the question. Then he slowly shook his head. No, they don't come near. We only see them when we go to pay the monthly taxes. Kai frowned. Then something's going on, and I doubt it's anything good. Ansel nodded. The worry was plain in his face now. If the orcs had moved towards his tribe with a large procession and with someone of rank leading them, the tribe might already be under threat. Kai could see it in Ansel's eyes, the fear of not knowing if his people were safe and alive. And that worry quickly became Kai's own. We need to get there, Kai said. How far is the tribe from here? Herod glanced toward the dunes, an hour, maybe less. Kai turned back toward the others. Then we move now. Farrakhan ride needs the rest. Fairy, who had walked up to them, gave a tired nod. I'm not arguing. Kai looked over the group one more time. They were not injured and could traverse without any problems. Before they left, Kai looked at Kale and said, hold onto the axe. I'll study it later. The enforcer nodded and carefully picked up the heavy, mana-soaked weapon. With that, they began packing up quickly. Kai felt a small wave of disappointment, had hoped to study the orc corpses, check for items they might had, maybe understand how they were gaining strength. But there wasn't time. The tribe came first. Still, their pace wasn't ideal. The three Ashari men they had rescued had minor injuries on their legs, and the horse couldn't walk fast with their baggage and fare on top. Kai could see the tension in their group, but no one was as terrified as Ansel. The man walked faster than all of them, often glancing ahead like he could will the journey to end sooner. His fists were clenched, his eyes sharp with worry. Kai understood. This was home for him, but moving faster wouldn't help. The orcs had already had a head start and they apparently had mounts. There was no catching up now, only hoping they hadn't done the worst, so he kept his eyes on the horizon and followed their group. Finally, after an hour or so, they reached a rise in the Dunas just high enough to see it. It was a small desert city that lay ahead, its outline barely visible through the heat haze, but something else was clearer. There were flames. Tents and buildings were burning, and thick black smoke curled into the sky, making even the air shimmer with heat. There were no orcs in sight, but the fire was enough to tell them what had happened. Ansel stopped walking. He stared. His face went pale. Know my tribe, he whispered, voice breaking. His hand came to his face as he wiped off sweat. Thathi. Kai stepped forward and placed a firm hand on his shoulder. Don't despair yet. We don't know everything. Some of your people might have hidden. They could still be alive. That earned a grunt. Kai waited for the man to calm down his heartbeat as he visibly shook with rage and worry. He let him absorb his words. Ansel swallowed hard, clenched his jaw and nodded. Why yes, Lord Arzan. You're right. Then they began moving agging down the slope toward the burning tribal town. Toward whatever truth waited for them in the ashes. Getting access to the city wasn't hard at all. The gates were broken, barely hanging by twisted hinges. No guards manned them and no voices called out to stop them. It was silent too silent. As Kai stepped through, spear still in hand, he realized just how empty the streets were. Everyone was either hiding or had ran or, well, he refused to think about the worst possible scenario. After everything he'd learned from the orcs' oppression to how the tribes were being taxed harshly from Ansel, Kai had expected things to look grim. But not like this. This was worse. Buildings stood broken or burning, their wooden frames blackened and cracked. Roads were littered with rubble, shattered pottery, torn cloth, and blood that had dried dark across the stone or still ran fresh near the gutters. Here and there, bodies lay sprawled. Some of them were armored in crude gear, clearly local guards who tried to resist the orcs. They hadn't succeeded. The atmosphere was thick. Every corner they turned brought more ruin, and every time they passed a body, Ansel and the three Ashari youths would stop. They'd kneel down, check faces, look for familiar signs. More than once, Kai saw Ansel flinch, his fists tightening by his sides, his breath catching. But they never spoke. They just stood again and kept walking. Even 10 minutes in, they had seen no sign of the living. The silence was heavy, and it finally pushed Kai to speak. He turned to the three Ashari men and asked, where is everyone? Did they escape? One of them, who had taken the role of speaker taller than the others, with a wrapped arm and tired eye, shook his head. They'll be at the tribe's council hall, he said. There are underground bunkers beneath it. It's where the children and women hide during attacks. It's also the most fortified place in the city. Kai nodded. Then lead the way. Without wasting a moment, the man turned and began to move, picking up the pace in a run, and the rest followed. Kai kept his gaze ahead, but his eyes flicked sideways to Rhea. She hadn't said a word the entire time. The burning streets didn't seem to shake her. Her face stayed calm despite seeing corpses. Even if she was going through an inner turmoil, she didn't show. Good, Kai thought. She needs to keep composure in such situations. But Ansel was struggling. His face had gone pale, his eyes constantly scanning the streets around them as if he might catch sight of someone familiar in a corpse. His steps didn't falter, but there was a stiffness in them, like his whole body was tensed for bad news. Kai glanced at him once, almost reaching out, almost saying something, but stopped. Words wouldn't help right now. Only seeing his family alive could ease that fear, so Kai kept his focus on running. Eventually, after weaving through shattered roads and broken alleyways, they reached the council hall the teenager had spoken about. A large stone structure with sturdy walls and tall archways that was still standing and didn't seem to be damaged at all. And to Kai's relief, people were there. Dozens of them gathered in the courtyard in a wide circle. Some sat or leaned against walls, clearly wounded. Others whispered among each other, but they were alive. Kale immediately moved to station the horses away from the crowd as the three Ashari youths turned and paused at the edge of the gathering. Kai turned to the rest of his group. "Let's reach the center," he said. Then he looked at Ansel. "Your father is the tribe chief of Razit, right?" Ansel nodded. "Then it's best we speak to him directly." They began moving through the gathered people. As expected, their appearance didn't go unnoticed. Kai heard the whispers start almost immediately. Strangers, outsiders, who were they? Barring Ansel, none of them looked like they belonged here. Their skin tones, their clothes, their posturate all marked them as foreigners, and the wounded, grieving eyes around them watched with cautious curiosity. He tried his best to keep his expression calm and his pace steady, hoping the people here wouldn't judge too harshly. Prejudice was the last thing they needed right now. As they neared the center, voices rose ahead. At the heart of the crowd, a small clearing had formed. In it stood a middle-aged man, sharp-eyed and red-faced, locked in a heated argument with an older woman who looked just as firm and unwilling to back down. A few others stood nearby, staring at the arguing duo. They said nothing, watching the argument escalated, but their posture and the presence of robed men around them made it clear they were important. Kai and the others stopped at the edge of the circle. Eyes turned toward them again, but they stayed still, knowing there would be a right moment to step in. The woman's voice rang through the clearing, sharp and full of anger. "Do you really want to kill more people, Khalid? Why don't we just execute each other now and get it over with?" she snapped. "What good will be left if we survive by stabbing each other in the back?" Khalid gritted his teeth. His hands were clenched tight, his voice shaking with rage and exhaustion. "You don't understand, Mari," he shot back. "Were you even in the meeting 2 months ago? Did you see what I saw?" His voice rose. The crowd around them grew still. "I watched that bloody orc Zethar crush Jahir with his bare hands. He exploded flesh, bone, blood. It was not a simple death, Mari. There was nothing left to bury. We had to burn what was left so his family wouldn't see him like that." His breath was harsh now, almost panting. "You can believe what you want, but this isn't just about cruelty anymore. Our tribes are being hunted down. We'll be exterminated if we keep standing alone." He pointed around the circle, his voice rising to the others watching. "We either run or we come together and launch a real united assault." Mari shook her head. "I can't send my men to die like that. I won't lead them to become rebels." "We're not rebels." Khalid's voice was loud and Kai saw his neck vein pop up in anger. "This Santhai's land belongs to us just as much as them. It belongs to us even more. After what they've done the last 10 years, the orcs have no right to anything here." No one answered. Kai's group stood silently at the edge, watching. He glanced toward Ansel and saw the change in his eyes. He followed his gaze and found it was on Khalid. He could tell that Ansel was holding himself back in the next second without saying a word to the rest of them. He stepped forward with tense shoulders. "Khalid, you're alive," Ansel said softly, but it was enough for everyone to hear him. Khalid turned slowly. His eyes landed on Ansel, and in that moment all the anger in his face fell away. For a long second he didn't say anything, then his eyes widened. Khalid retreated from the woman and moved forward toward Ansel, pulling him into a rough, desperate hug. Kai watched as Khalid's body shook, tears welling in his eyes. "Ansel," he muttered, voice cracking, "my brother, you're back." Whispers spread through the crowd like wind over dry sand in an instant, and he saw Mari and the others behind her had similar shocked expressions. "Ansel," someone muttered to Kai's left. "He's the one who ran away." "I thought he was dead after all this time." Hearing the whispers ripple through the crowd, Kai felt a quiet shift inside him. That changes things. He had known Ansel came from a tribe leader's family, but 10 years was a long time, especially with the orcs exterminating humans. In that span, loyalties faded, leadership changed, and people ceased to exist. And the reaction Ansel had received from Khalid spoke volumes. He still remembers him, still care. Kai turned his attention back to the center of the gathering from the whispers. The brothers had broken off their hug and were now speaking in low, urgent voices. Khalid held Ansel by the shoulder, trying to steady his breath, but Ansel's questions came out one after the other. Brother, what's going on? Why did the orcs attack the tribes? And what happened to the village? It's changed so much. Grew so fast. And where's father? Khalid's expression shifted. His eyes lowered, voice dropping to a near whisper. Father's dead, he said. He died a few years ago. Zethar killed him. Ansel froze. What? He said, the word barely audible. But he was a capable knight. He would never go down that easily. I'll explain later, Khalid said quietly, glancing around at the people still listening. This isn't the time. We've just been attacked. There's too much that needs to be done right now. Then Khalid looked up. His gaze landed on Kai and the others. His brows furrowed slightly, clearly evaluating them. Ansel noticed and followed his gaze. They're with me, he said quickly. They came here with me for a reason. We have business in the desert. Then he pointed directly at Kai. That's Count Arzan of Lancefil. He's a fourth circle mage. The reaction was immediate. Khalid's eyes widened ever so slightly, and behind him the other men and women likely members of the council the Ashari teens had mentioned had shifted as well. Their expressions changed from neutral to guarded. Kai recognized the look. It was the face of people reevaluating a stranger they deemed dangerous. You brought someone important with you, Khalid said slowly. A noble from Lancefil, his business in the desert must be important enough to come here personally. His voice wasn't accusing, but it was clearly probing. Kai didn't answer and let Ansel handle it. We'll talk about it later, Ansel said, shaking his head. Not now. Khalid gave him a long look, then finally nodded. Very well. Then he turned to face the council members behind him, his voice shifting back. I believe we can continue this discussion later. Right now, we need to focus on rebuilding. There was a pause. Then one of the councilmen, an older man with gray streaks in his beard, stepped forward. His one eye was closed, and he bore Khalid with the other. And what about the ones the orcs took? He asked. We can't just leave them. Khalid's jaw tightened. His teeth clenched before he answered. We'll discuss that in the meeting. We can't rush into anything. If we go after them now, we'll only lose more people. Our numbers are already too low. That answer, though grim, seemed enough. The councilman gave a short nod, then turned to a group nearby men in plain desert robes, but with the unmistakable bulk of armor hidden beneath. At a signal, they moved out, quietly starting to guide and disperse the gathered crowd. The circle broke apart slowly, the whispers fading as the survivors moved back to tending the wounded or helping with rebuilding. Khalid turned back to Ansel, then looked at the rest of them. Come, he said. Let me show you the way inside the hall. We don't have many outsiders here, so you'll need to accommodate yourselves. Without any more words, he led the way. They followed him in silence. As they walked, Khalid kept asking Ansel questions. How have you been all these years? Where did you go? I thought you would never step foot in the desert again. Ansel answered in pieces. Kai didn't listen to the details, she didn't need to. Just hearing Khalid's warm tone was enough. The bond between the brothers was strong, unshaken even by time, and Khalid was truly glad to have Ansel back. The inside of the hall was simple. On the ground floor, there was a long table made of dark wood surrounded by cushions and benches. Several smaller seating areas filled the space, and toward the back, there was a narrow hallway that led to what looked like a kitchen. But it was the stairs that Khalid stepped towards. They climbed up to the second floor, where a row of small, clean rooms lined the hall. We have 3 rooms available, Khalid said, stopping in front of the first door. You'll have to share. He pointed as he spoke. The men can take this one, and the women can share the next. Then he looked at Kai and pointed at the one in the back. That one's for you, Count Arzan. Kai understood that it was a respect for his standing and nodded. They stepped inside to place their things down. The rooms were basic, just beds, rugs, and wooden stands, but clean, safe, and dry. That was enough for now. He placed his spear near the door and walked inside. At the door, Khalid turned to Ansel. Come with me, he said softly. We have a lot to talk about. Ansel nodded and turned to follow Khalid, but not before casting a brief glance back at Kai. He gave a slight nod and kept walking. Kai returned it with a small one of his own, watching Ansel disappear down the hallway with his brother. Once they were gone, he stepped into his room and let the door close behind him. The bed was plain woven from hay, cotton stuffed unevenly beneath the fabric, but it was clean, dry, soft enough to sit. He let himself sink down, elbows resting on his knees, thoughts spinning. So far this could have gone worse, and he couldn't blame her for that. One fight against an orc had been enough to remind him these creatures weren't just dumb brutes. They were strong, and some were even trained. The ones he fought were dangerous, and the axe-wielding one from earlier he'd been something more, someone important, maybe even an elite. If that was what they were up against, of course she wouldn't want to send her people, mostly untrained humans without sufficient mana organs, into a hopeless battle. Kai ran a hand through his hair, exhaling slowly. Still they're leaning toward resistance. That's a start. Plans started filtering through his mind. Possibilities, moves, what he needed to do when, and everything in between. He needed to meet with Ansel again to gather more information. Ansel had re-entered the tribe, but his footing wasn't stable yet. Kai would need to tread carefully through the politics here, especially with Khalid. The man hadn't given him a reason to distrust him, but Kai knew leaders. Khalid struck him as the cunning type, probably one to play multiple sides when needed. Those kinds were always dangerous. Kai stood up, straightened his robes, and made his way to the door. He hadn't taken more than a step into the hallway when he saw two familiar faces standing just outside. Fray and Gareth. Both looked calm as they gave him a respectful nod. Gareth was the first to speak. "You had the same idea as us, Lord Arzan." Kai smiled slightly. "Let's go inside and talk." The three of them moved down the hallway quietly. As soon as they stepped into the room, Kai closed the door behind them and turned to face the two enforcers. "I believe the council will want to speak with us either today or tomorrow," he said flatly. The way some of them were watching twitching. If Ansel hadn't told them I was a fourth circle mage, I think they'd have ordered an interrogation on the spot. Fray nodded, arms crossed. "Yeah, I noticed. So what are we doing?" Kai stood in the middle of the room and spoke, looking at both of them. "We're not here to cause trouble. But we do need to take control at least enough to influence the council. If we want the tribe's strength behind us, and if we want information in the orcs, and more importantly, the tower, we need their cooperation." He paused a beat, letting that sink in. "I thought I could force my way to the tower," he continued. "Use storage stones, my own mana, just launch myself through any orcs or traps in the way. But that was before I saw what we're really up against. The orcs are stronger than I expected and the artifacts are dangerous. We need to launch a campaign." Fray stayed quiet. Gareth leaned against the wall, listening closely. So Kai said, looking at both of them, "We need the tribes. We need their knowledge of the land, their numbers, their eyes." He turned his gaze directly to Gareth. Gareth nodded before Kai could say anything. "You want me to sneak around, see what I can dig up?" "Exactly," Kai replied. "Get anything useful, who the strong voices on the council are, who's leaning where, who's afraid, who's angry. Also find out why the orcs hit this place so hard. They didn't just kill, they took people. I want to know who." Gareth's face turned serious. "I'll make sure you have those answers." Kai nodded, then turned to Fray. "And me? What do you want me to do, Lord Arzan?" Kai smiled at the question. "Actually, nothing. I'm just going to wait until the council calls for us. Ansel will report back to me when he's done speaking with Khalid," Kai explained. "Depending on what they say, we can either stay or we'll move on. There are more tribes in this desert. We can't afford to stay here too long." He stretched his shoulders slightly, rolling out the tension from earlier. "But until then, I was hoping you'd spar with me." Faray's eyes widened a bit in surprise. "Spar here?" Kai shrugged, grinning now. "Why not? Got to stay sharp, and I need to test something." Fray chuckled. "Will we even find a sparring ground here?" "We can check," Kai said. "If not, we'll go out into the desert. I'm pretty sure the tribals won't mind, might even enjoy the show." Kai jumped back just in time as Faray's spear slammed into the ground where he stood a breath ago. Fuck, it was too close. Without pause, the knight wrenched the weapon free and stabbed forward. Kai brought his own spear up to parry, the clash of metal ringing sharply through the training ground. Neither of them used mana techniquest, not by mutual agreement, but out of necessity. Kai couldn't tap into his magic while relying solely on his enforcer abilities. And even without spells, it was obvious, Fray held the advantage. As enforcers, both possessed bodies enhanced by mana, their strength and speed far beyond mortal limits. The mana coursed through their limbs passively, sustaining them even in stillness. But it was Faray's experience and raw power that made every strike feel like a killing blow. Kai felt it in every bone. He grit his teeth and refused to fall back on his spells. If he wanted to grow stronger, especially for what awaited him in the desert, he had to learn to fight without them. Fray launched two rapid strikes aimed at jarring Kai's grip and disarming him. Kai blocked both, his arms shuddering under the impact. But the next blow came fast, an overhead stab aiming for his shoulder. This time he didn't meet it with his spear. He ducked low, twisting into a slide across the sand and closed the distance in a blink. His spear cut toward Faray's legs. The latter sprang back, barely avoiding the sweep, but that was the opening Kai needed. He surged forward, pressing the attack before Fray could reset his stance. He knew better than to let the man use his longer reach to control the fight again. Their spears clashed, a furious rhythm of strikes and counters. Fray absorbed a hit to the shoulder and immediately twisted his weapon, using the shaft to redirect Kai's next thrust and retaliating with a blow from the butt of his spear aimed at Kai's temple. But Kai was already moving. He twisted his head aside, letting the strike whistle past, then stepped in close. Faray's eyes widened as Kai grabbed the shaft of the spear mid-fight, yanking hard to pull him forward. When that didn't work, Kai shifted tactics, tightened his grip, and began pushing instead. Fray had already been pushing back with his own strength, so when Kai added sudden force, it threw the knight off balance. He stumbled. Kai didn't hesitate. He darted in low, spear angled for a sweep, but Fray wasn't easy to catch off guard. His head jerked back at the last second, and the spearhead struck the sand with a muted thud. The sharp clap of hands drew Kai's attention. He turned his head slightly, catching sight of a small group gathered off to the side. Curious eyes watched from behind the low stone fencing of the training grounds, young boys with scuffed sandals, wide-eyed girls leaning on the rails, and a few adults standing just behind them with arms crossed. The kids were the ones clapping, their awe unfiltered. The adults, though, looked less impressed, occasionally shushing them, but none had walked away. They had found a quiet sparring ground near the hall earlier, but the clang of metal and the sheer presence of two foreigners crossing spears had drawn attention quickly. That had been an hour ago. The crowd had only grown since. Kai let out a quiet breath and turned back to Fairy, offering him a hand. The knight took it with a hard smile as Kai said, "You're holding yourself back." Fairy dusted himself off. "Can't go all out on you, my lord. And what I'm holding back isn't strength, it's my flames. I've got too used to them. It's the same with spells. The more we fight with them, the more they become like an organ, something you rely on without thinking." Trying to fight without them, he rotated his shoulder with a wince. "Feels like using one arm when you have two." Farah chuckled. "Exactly how I feel when I'm training the new recruits." Kai gave him a lopsided grin. "They'd probably just run away if you lit up your spear tip." That earned a short laugh from both of them. But as Kai turned his gaze back toward the crowd and the lengthening shadows behind them, the smile faded slightly. The sun was dipping low, painting the sand with shades of amber and crimson. "It's almost evening," he said, brushing sand off his pants. "We should head back. Gareth should be back by now, and who knows, maybe even Ansel." Fairy nodded, picking up his spear and brushing off the dust. As they turned to leave, he didn't forget to give the kids a small wave, earning grins and excited murmurs in return. Kai followed suit, his own hand lifting in a casual gesture. They seemed to admire warriors deeply, perhaps a product of the tribal culture here. Yet as Kai glanced over the crowd once more, a thought nagged at him. Despite the recent orc raid, despite the abductions, these children were smiling. In most places, parents would have kept their young locked inside for weeks, maybe months. Fear would have lingered in the air, but here the laughter still came easy. Were they used to it? Had the threat of orcs become something so common that it didn't affect them? It was possible, but it was also extremely unsettling. Shaking the thought aside, Kai and Fairy made their way toward the city hall. The upper floors were quieter, cooled by shaded stone and light breezes slipping through the open slits in the walls. There, near the far corridor, they spotted Claire and Gareth waiting. The two straightened upon seeing them, dipping their heads in brief bows. Claire was the first to speak. "Lord Arzon," she said, voice crisp. "A man came by earlier. He said the council have requested to meet with you tonight. They will send escorts for us." Kai raised a brow, then smiled faintly. "Good, seems they're not planning to waste time." He folded his arms loosely. "Looks like the kids we rescued did their job. Yes, I saw one of them running toward one of the larger homes. Likely belonging to one of the tribal leaders," Gareth said. "I suspect Ansel spoke to his brother about what happened. That likely reached the council and the youths confirmed it. They've probably already pieced together some of our strength. Let's hope they take that knowledge well, see us as potential allies, not threats, and know that they won't be able to subdue us if they try. Otherwise, they'll start playing power games, thinking they have authority over us." He let out a quiet breath and leaned against the wall. He glanced out the open slit beside him, watching the dusty wind spiral outside. Before coming here, he'd planned for a different approach. He had wanted to find Ansel's brother or father, rally them, and use their influence to bring the rest of the tribes under one banner. That was the strategy. But this council, it wasn't in the plan. Kai didn't even know such a thing existed. "I believe at least 2 members of the council will try to test us," Gareth said, pulling Kai's attention back to him. Kai arched his brow. "You got the information I asked of you," Gareth smirked. "I did, about the council and its leaders." Kai wanted to ask all the questions in his mind right there, but he knew talking about sensitive matters in the corridor was a bad choice. So without a word, they moved to his room. Once inside, Kai raised a hand and whispered words under his breath as a spell structure formed. Immediately, a faint wind stirred in the corners of the room, swirling until it formed a soft curtain. Just a simple first circle ward, easy to cast, easy to maintain. He doubted anyone was listening in, but he wasn't willing to risk it. He took the edge of the bed, while Gareth sat in a nearby chair. Claire stood near the door with her arms folded, looking more confident than she had been in her role as just a maid. "It's called the Council of the 5 Tribes. This place used to be the land of Rozitz, Ansel's tribe, but the council changed it," Gareth began. "A few years back, nearby tribes decided to build this city Todra, partly to increase their odds of survival, partly to unify strength. That's when the council was formed." Kai nodded, having guessed this part. "Since we're technically in Rozit territory, the Rozit tribe holds more sway," Gareth continued, "but the others have been catching up fast. They've been quietly slipping more of their sand knights into key positions, guards, trade houses, even temple administration. Bit by bit, influence spreads." "Power invites politics," Kai murmured. "That kind of structure always breeds friction." Gareth gave a grim smile. "Exactly. And out of the 5 council members, 2 stand out, in opposite ways." He leaned forward slightly. "The woman we saw earlier, Mari, she's head of the Zaran tribe, smallest of the 5, but almost all her people are hardened fighters. Sand knights with survival etched into their bones. Mari's reputation is clear, she'll do anything to protect her tribe, even if it means turning the others into enemies." Kai remembered her cold eyes and stern posture. In the brief moment they had met eyes, she had looked at him not with fear but with calculation. "And the second?" he asked. "Adil Rafik, leader of the Karim tribe. a peak-ranked 2 Sand Knight and frankly, the most dangerous one on the council. He talks about unity, honor, and cooperation, but every tribe has a story about him betraying someone behind the scenes during the years the tribes were against each other. Kai's gaze narrowed. They say he let his own father be taken during an orc raid to secure his rise to power, Gareth continued. No one's proven it, but no one's dismissed it either. He's crafty, patient, and always thinking 5 steps ahead. He's not just a warrior like Mari, he's also a strategist. That makes him more dangerous. Kai exhaled a long breath. So we're dealing with a council full of subtle war zones. Mari sees us as either an opportunity or a threat. Adel will treat us like pawns or rivals. He sighed and rubbed his temple. That's problematic. He paused, then added, tell me about the rest of them, and anything else we should know. Gareth gave a nod and leaned back in his chair. The other 3 council members aren't like Mari or Adel. They're not particularly strong, nor are they cunning enough to scheme behind closed doors. They're just tribal leaders doing their best to protect their peoplemen and women caught in a system that rewards those with teeth. Most of their actions come from a place of caution and survival, not ambition. Kai absorbed the information quietly, in a way that made them the easiest to work with. He had hoped from the start that showing his strength openly, without shame, would set the tone. He didn't believe in hiding what he and his party were capable of. Not here, not in a land shaped by survival and power. If the council saw just how wide the gap between them was, maybe they'd think twice before trying anything foolish. And if they didn't, then it was better to stomp those thoughts in infanticide before they grew into something harder to kill. After Gareth finished his explanation, Kai remained quiet for a few breaths, thinking over everything. Then 2 questions rose to the top. You didn't find anything on the orc attacks, he asked. Also, how'd you even get to learn all this? Even for a watcher, this is more than I expected. Gareth gave a faint smile. All I heard were fragments, whispers. The orcs attacked a few hours before we got here, caught several tribals off guard, burned parts of the outer city, and killed a few Sand Knights. The ones they took weren't random, either mostly relatives of council members and Sand Knights. No one knows why. As for how I got the information, I ran into Ansel. He was walking through his brother's compound. We spoke, and he told me what he could. He's planning to be at the council meeting tonight. He'll act as a bridge between us and them. Immediately, Kai felt tension roll off his shoulders. Ansel was still doing his best to stick to the original plan. That much he trusted. The man was loyal and never went back on his word. Good, Kai said. That means it all comes down to the meeting then. Fray, who had remained silent till now, spoke up. So what's the approach? Kai looked between them and shrugged lightly. We go in straight, no games, no masking our purpose. We show strength, not arrogance, and hope the council has enough wisdom not to act like they're better than us. Claire snorted softly from the wall. That's asking a lot, Lord Arzin. People tend to underestimate you and overestimate themselves. Kai smirked. Yeah, but it'll be much easier if no one decides to be arrogant for once. Despite all of Kai's hopes, it seemed like he was destined to deal with arrogant fools after all. He sat in a wide stone hall in Khaled's estate, chosen because it was the biggest building in the city, taller than even the city hall as the moonlight filtered in through lattice windows. In front of him stood the 5 council leaders of the desert tribes, seated on raised chairs behind a long table marked with tribal patterns. Behind Kai stood Claire, Fray, and Ansel. Each council leader had brought along 2 Sand Knights of their own, posted at the sides of the chamber with swords and spears grounded, eyes sharp. Their wariness wasn't concealed. Kai could feel the weight of their gazes on him, as though expecting him to leap across the room and strike someone down. Good, let them be cautious. That at least was earned. But anger stirred inside Himlo, and Risinga's one of the councilmen talked. Adel Rafik, the very man Gareth had warned him about. And the moment he opened his mouth, Kai understood why. Kai didn't speak right away. He could feel the muscles in his jaw tightening, could sense Claire and Fray shift slightly behind him. Even the other council members looked uncomfortable, but none spoke up, likely waiting to see how he would respond. All of a sudden, he felt like they were testing him. Adel continued, you entered our city during the orc attack. But that is no different from what bandits do during chaos and pretend to have good intentions when all they want is leverage. The words rang through the chamber. Fray took a step forward, eyes blazing, watch your tongue. Adel turned his head with a mocking smile. And what if I don't? This isn't your estate, knight. This is tribal ground. You don't give orders here. Kai lifted a hand. Fray stopped instantly. Still calm on the surface, Kai fixed his gaze on Adel, his voice level and cold. I believe he said you've misunderstood something. Huh, do tell me. Adel raised an eyebrow, tilting his head slightly. What exactly have I misunderstood? Kai leaned forward, your capabilities. The councilman frowned just slightly. Clearly, he hadn't expected that answer. Kai smiled, but without any warmth. I see what you're trying to do, he said, eyes fixed on Adel like a blade poised mid-air. You want to agitate me, push for a reaction, then give the signal. Call in the Sand Knights you've hidden throughout this estate, probably surrounding the building even now. You think that if I lose my temper, you'll have justification to banish me, or maybe worse. And if things go your way, you get to keep whatever I've brought with me. My weapons, my accessories. That councilman is what robbers do. The air grew colder. Even the guards at the wall seemed to still. Kai's eyes swept across the room slowly, lingering on each council member one by one. His voice dropped a notch. Let me clarify something so there are no more misunderstandings. I am not here to request anything of you. If you choose to help me, then it will be to your benefit. But understand requests are only made between equals. He let that hang in the air for a heartbeat. And even with all your sand knights combined, you still fall short in that regard. The tension in the room crackled now, like flint to tinder. Kai didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. His words did the job. So let's have a straightforward conversation, he said, settling back. I don't want to show off my strength tonight. The implication was clear. If they forced his hand, they would see blood. With just those words, the atmosphere in the room shifted. It wasn't immediate, more like a ripple through still water, but Kai saw it. Hands brushed against hilts. Fingers tightened around spear shafts. The sand knights standing along the stone walls didn't move, not yet, but they were ready. One wrong word and they'd strike. Kai didn't move. He simply sat there, letting the weight of his words linger in the thick, charged air, letting the tribal leaders stew. He didn't know what they were thinking, whether it was shock that an outsider had dared speak to them like that, or if some part of them was actually considering whether he was telling the truth. Either way, he didn't particularly care. Trying to speak gently wouldn't work, not with a council with their own motives. Diplomacy wouldn't hold here. Respect in this land was carved with steel and certainty. He would play their game, but on his terms, and soon the silence cracked. Anel leaned forward. What arrogance, he spat. You come into our land, speak before our council, and dare act as if you're above us. Kai tilted his head. I believe it was you who compared me to a robber, councilman. If anything, that's cause enough for a duel. Gasps whispered through the room. Anel's smile thinned, sharp and eager. Then I would welcome it. His hand dropped to the hilt of his sword, but before he could rise, another voice cut in, measured, firm. Stop it. Mari's hand rested lightly on Anel's shoulder, but there was no mistaking the strength behind her words. This won't give us the answers we're here for, she said, and looked at Kai calmly. We came to speak, not to fight. Anel stiffened, clearly biting back a reply, but he sat down again reluctantly. Mari gave him a final glance before returning her focus to Kai. Count Arzan, she said, I apologize for Anel's behavior. Tensions are high after the orc attack. I'd like us to start again. Kai gave her a respectful nod, but his eyes didn't lose their edge. He knew conversations like this could go wrong at any time. Therefore, he waited for the women to speak. It was my duty. Innocents in danger deserve protection, no matter whose land they're in. Anel snorted under his breath, but Kai didn't so much as glance at him. Mari ignored him as well and pressed on. I never doubted that Lancephilians had honor, she said, but I also don't understand why you and your party are here. In the Ashari desert, at a time like this. She paused, then added more pointedly, you're aware, I assume, that the desert's been turbulent. Kai nodded once. From what Ansel told me, it's been turbulent for a decade now. The statement alone earned a few furrowed brows. I'm here for a business tied to that, something deeply personal. Khalid spoke for the first time. What do you mean? I asked Ansel myself, and he avoided the question. What business brings a Lancephilian all the way out here, so far from his own lands? That business, he said, having no reason to lie, is my mother's inheritance. She was a magus, and her legacy lies at the heart of Orc territory, a tower she built herself, housing ancient artifacts, research, and sources of power sought after by every mage across the world. He let the silence sit. I've come to reclaim it. The words dropped like a stone in water. What? Khalid asked. Ansel, standing behind Kai, met the look squarely and gave a single, solemn nod. It's true. For a few seconds, no one spoke. The room was a still sea of calculating stares. Kai could feel them thinking about every word of his, scanning his face to see any deceit, so he waited. Saif, one of the quieter leaders, finally broke the silence. We've never seen such a tower. You say it's here in the desert, in the Orc territory. If that were true, surely someone would have seen it by now. It's protected. My guess is that there are powerful illusion seals masking its presence, enchantments in simpler words. I'd wager the whole region around it is warded. People might have passed by a dozen times and never known it. Mari turned her head slightly and exchanged a glance with Khalid. She looked back at Kai. Even if we believe your word, Sin, I don't doubt you're lying. What exactly do you need from us? From what you've said, you already know where the tower is. So why are we needed? The sentence had barely left his mouth before Anel let out a short, mocking laugh. Ah, right. You say you're stronger than all of us combined, but now you need our help to find a tower that doesn't exist. The sarcasm in his voice hung heavy in the air. He quickly followed the statement with a loud laughter. You're funny. Kai inhaled sharply. This man is so annoying, he thought to himself, but maintained a neutral face as much as he could. I can handle the orcs. I could even face their overlord if I have to. But they're not what they once were. His eyes flicked around the table. They're aided by artifacts, and as you all know, they have grown far stronger than they have any right to be. Anel snorted. Whatever. None of this benefits us. You want us to follow you into sandstorms in the orc territory for what? Will you let us take a share of this supposed inheritance when we get there? Kai ignored the scoffing tone, choosing instead to speak to the room as a whole. I said this before, he replied. And I'll say it again, it's in your favor to help me. How? Kai's response was cool, almost bored. If you were smart enough, you'd have realized it by now. The words landed hard. Adel's expression twisted into scorn, but no retort came. Tension gripped the room, but this time someone else cut through it. Mari. You mentioned the tower is full of artifacts, she said slowly. Her eyes narrowed, her mind clearly already working through the implications. Does that mean the orcs? Yes. That's exactly what I suspect, he said. I believe the orcs broke into the tower. Somehow they bypassed the seals. What you've seen them wield blades that cut steel, stones that shoot out mana attacks, cloaks that protect them from any of their attacks, all of that, it's not random. It was part of my mother's inheritance, all of it. Gasps rippled through a few of the council aides in the background, barely restrained. And then, at last, Councilman Hewsome, who had kept silent till now, spoke. But the orcs believe those artifacts are gifts, he said. Blessings from Belcor, their god. They believe the overlord was chosen to receive them, and he doles them out to his most loyal. Kai frowned at the ridiculousness of those words. He almost said it outright that the orc faith was blind, built on myth and delusion, but he held his tongue. Words like that would only close ears, not open them. From what he knew from Ansels, the tribals were as much into gods as the orcs. That's what they believe. But what they believe doesn't change what those artifacts are, where they came from. They're not gifts, they're stolen. And the longer the orcs have them, the more powerful they become, he said, choosing his words carefully. I believe you're not dealing with scattered battle-brained creatures. You're dealing with a rising force armed with magic no one had ever seen before in the desert. I suspect that they haven't even scratched the surface of the tower. Once they do, they might be several times stronger. Finishing those words, he simply turned to Fray. Without a word, the knight gave a short nod, stepped out of the chamber, and returned moments later carrying something heavy in his arms. He laid the axe down in the center of the council table with a solid thud. The light from the hanging lanterns glinted off its curved edge. Seals shimmered faintly along the haft and blade. The reaction was immediate. Every council leader leaned forward, their eyes widened. Adel went as far as to touch it, his fingers brushing the handle. So it's true you retrieved an orc artifact, he muttered. I heard you found it after killing those words, but this looks far more stronger than what I envisioned. It's not an orc artifact, Kai said and pointed at the weapon. It's human. Look at the enchantments, study the structure, and try to compare it with the crude weapons orcs wielded 10 years ago. You'll find no similarities. The council fell silent again. They moved to stare and inspect the piece of weapon in front of them, and Kai let them, until Hewsome spoke. His thick brows furrowed as he ran a calloused hand across the axe's engravings. Count Arzon, I believe you're right. I've had suspicions before, Hewsome continued slowly, but this confirms them. This isn't orc craftsmanship, not even close. These patterns, he traced one with his thumb. I've seen them in Lancefil, and one more time in a northern kingdom Zurha. The style is exactly that. Khalid stiffened. Are you certain, Hewsome? The man looked up, his eyes sharp. Are you doubting my knowledge of weapons? Khalid leaned back immediately. Obviously not. You're the most knowledgeable here in that field. The orcs could never forge such weapons, Kai said, taking the opportunity to speak up. And it's laughable to think their god would arm them with human-made arms. Nathis were taken, ripped from the tower my mother built. This Axiver thing they've been using against Yao, none of it belongs to them, he sighed. By the looks on their faces, he could tell that they were actually starting to believe in his words. Even if it hadn't reached trust, they had started to suspect the source of the orcs' sudden strength. They've turned my mother's legacy into a war chest, and unless it's stopped, they'll keep raiding, keep growing stronger, until no tribe, no alliance, no men can face them. The way the tribal leaders looked at him changed just slightly. The doubt hadn't vanished. Still, belief hadn't taken root. And from the far end of the table, Adel's lips twitched. His frown twisted deeper as he looked between the others. You all aren't actually buying into this bullshit, right? He snapped. A mage tower in the middle of the desert. Really? His voice rang through the hall, tight and full of scorn. We've lived our whole lives in this sand. If something like that existed, we'd have seen it. He gestured toward the axe, then toward Kai. These artifacts could have come from anywhere. Orcs probably looted some kingdom armory. Or better yet, maybe the orcs just locked up some blacksmiths and mages and forced them to work. That's more believable than some lost tower suddenly belonging to a foreign count. I'm pretty sure this man is just trying to use us, and Khalid's brother is involved. He pointed directly at the back of the room at Ansel. Kai didn't even need to glance to feel the tension suddenly spike. Adel's voice sharpened even further. It's all too convenient, isn't it? This outsider shows up, and who's right behind him? Ansel, the same man who ran off years ago. Ansel's hands clenched at his sides, his jaw tight. You come back, Adel said, sneering, serving a foreign lord. And now that same lord talks openly about using the tribes to take on the orc show long before he tries to use us to rule what's left. Ansel stepped forward, teeth gritted. What did you say? I said, Adel growled. You're the one who ran. And now you return, helping a man who spins tales and drags us into war. What proof do we have that you're not just setting us all up to die so he can claim the desert? All tribal leaders looked at Adel as if they hadn't expected him to go this far. Even Mari's brow tightened, but it wasn't Kai who spoke next. It was Khalid. He stood up, drawing a short sword from his side, rage covering his eyes. The blade caught the light and he pointed it directly at Adel. "I'll cut your tongue out if you ever question my brother's integrity again, and I mean ever." Adel didn't back down. "I'm questioning yours too. This whole Thinkthai's tower, these artifacts, this convenient inheritance reeks of power play, and it stinks of fear." He looked at the others on the table. "You all just want to believe it because you're scared of how strong the orcs are now. Power play? What a load of bullshit." Khalid didn't move the blade. "My tribe Razik gave all of you shelter when we built this city. We helped form this council. And we let every one of your tribes retain their warriors, your strength, your power." He stepped forward, slow and firm, still holding the blade between them. "If I or anyone in my family wanted to rule over the rest of you, we would have already done it." Adel's lips curled, and the fury in Khalid's tone silenced the rest of the room. "You don't get to stand there and throw mud just because you're afraid of losing your authority," Khalid growled. "Ansel may have left, but he never stopped thinking of the tribes, even when you forgot what unity was." The leaders looked at each other with nervous eyes, clearly not expecting such a display. And honestly, even Kai hadn't expected Khalid's outburst, at least not like that. If things escalated, it looked like the man would fight Adel to death. Before things could spiral further, the remaining three leaders moved swiftly. Mari stood, placing a hand on Khalid's arm and quietly urging him back. Husum rose as well, his large frame moving between them with the quiet authority of someone who diffused more than one political standoff. Even Saif motioned Adel to sit down, his narrowed eyes reminding him of the danger in pressing further. Khalid sheathed his blade slowly, and Adel sat stiff and sour, but the tension didn't leave. Kai could feel it settled like dust in the lungs. The illusion of unity had cracked, and now that he was looking closely, he realized it had never been particularly strong. This council was already fractured, distrust ran deep. Still, at least now he knew where Khalid stood. Once the quiet returned, Ansel stepped forward. "I didn't run away," he said. "I left the desert because I saw what was coming. I saw what the orcs were turning in Tohet the tribes couldn't face alone. I left to ask for help." Gaze moved around the table. "For 10 years I searched, I begged, I bartered, and in the end I found Lord Arzan Somion, who had his own reasons to fight the orcs. And he agreed to help. He didn't have to. He doesn't owe the desert anything." He paused, then added pointedly, "And from what I've seen of his strength, if he did want to take control of the tribes, we wouldn't be having a meeting. He would have taken what he wanted." Adel snorted. "We don't need an outsider's help. We never have." "Are you sure?" Kai asked almost immediately. He looked across the table now, speaking to all of them. "Because from where I stand, you weren't even able to stop the orcs who came to abduct your people." That landed hard. Several tribal leaders' faces tightened, and Adel's eyes narrowed, but none of them spoke. Mari, after a beat, said, "Yes, but we've sent out scouts to track them, to learn where they're keeping the ones they took." Kai turned toward her. "And do you believe," he asked, "that you and your sand knights will find them in time and be able to rescue them?" Mari's jaw tightened. Her lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't answer. She didn't have to. The silence said everything. Kai leaned forward and softened his voice. "You may be proud warriors, but the orcs aren't what they once were. Their strength isn't just brute force anymore, it's stolen magic. And it's growing. Still, it's our problem." Husum's grumbling voice earned his attention, and Kai didn't refute. "It is, and I'm offering you a chance to solve it." Kai exhaled slowly and placed his hands flat on the table. "Let me make it simple. I'm not here to take your lands. I don't want to rule over your tribes or make you bow to me. What I want, what I've always wanted, is a long-term relationship built on trade, mutual gain, not subjugation. I have no interest in holding power here. Your region's valuable with the beasts, yes, but it's also laced with mana-bane terrain. That alone makes it less attractive to most mages. That part, at least, was true on the surface. But deep inside, Kai knew he was half lying. One thing in the Ashari desert did interest him. The Sand Knight show they adapted to this land without relying on external mana and their mana techniques. Also, the desert was a graveyard for careless mages, and that made it an ideal training ground to forge stronger mages. But this wasn't the time to speak of it. Trust hadn't been earned yet, and for now, silence was strategy. "What I'm looking for," he continued, "is to reach my mother's tower, take my rightful inheritance, and retrieve the artifacts stolen by the orcs." His gaze swept across the table. "The tribes could help in that, and in return I'll ensure the safe return of those who were abducted, and if it comes to that, face Corvash." He leaned back, letting the confidence in his voice carry the truth. "You've heard what happened with the 3 orcs. You've heard how my people handled them." Husum nodded slowly. "We have, but 3 orcs and an entire warband are very different things." "They are, but I don't believe the outcome will change." Mari studied him with narrow eyes. "You're very confident in your strength." "I have to be," Kai replied simply. "I've survived battles against enemies far stronger than any Dunneborn. Even in this land of and here where my magic is restrained, I can assure you I'm not defenseless." Mari gave a nod, tilting her head and looking at other tribal leaders. Adel, of course, didn't believe a bit of his words. And how do we know that's not just talk? He snapped. What if we believe you, agree to your proposal, and the moment the orcs come, you run? We're still subservient to them just to survive. We take the blow for your gamble. Do you need a demonstration? That silenced Adel for a moment. It was Husum who spoke next. What kind of demonstration? I'll fight all of you. The entire council, stunned silence swept across the room, and Kai continued. I'll take on each of you in the ring. At the same time, if I win, you'll know I'm not lying about my strength. And if I lose, he shrugged, I'll leave the desert. You'll never hear from me again, so how about it? Kai didn't want to fight the tribal leaders, certainly not 5 of them at once. Every part of him preferred to avoid that outcome. Amana was better spent on orcs than politics, and a fight with 5 tribe leaders, even at rank 2, wasn't something to take lightly. But after sitting through a meeting that turned to sharp words and more posturing than progress, he'd reached a simple conclusion: the fastest way to establish his place was with a weapon in hand. The Ashari desert tribes were warrior clans. Blood and sand were their language. Titles, words, and diplomacy had their place, but strength was what made them listen. There was a reason each council member was an enforcer. That strength was how they earned their seats, and strength was what they respected. Kai just spoke the language better. He already knew what they were capable of. Ansel had given him the breakdown ahead of the meeting. All 5 were ranked 2, enforcers 3 at the early stage, Khalid among them. Mari, the older woman with eyes like a desert hawk, was the second strongest, and the strongest of course was Adel, the man who had spent most of the meeting trying to provoke him. Kai wasn't eager to clash, but he was ready. This was, after all, a rare opportunity. How often did he get to test his spear against seasoned warriors who didn't fear or respect him? And if he came close to losing, which he knew he would if he only relied on his spear skills, he could afford to use a few spells. When he issued the challenge, no one stopped him. There had been no protests, no deflections, and no council leader rose with a hand raised. They just stared at him. He had expected them to lash out, maybe 1 or 2 leaders laughing at him, but he only saw stiff shoulders, clenched jaws, and narrowed eyes. He immediately realized what it was: pride. Kai had managed to graze their pride by challenging them all to a duel at the same time, and he could see it in their eyes that they wanted to teach him a lesson. That worked well for him, since no one of them wanted to back down. Without another word exchanged, the entire group filed out of Khalid's stone hall. They crossed the courtyard and wound through a narrow path until they came upon a wide, ringed arena dug into the ground, a sunken circle surrounded by old banners and trees. The sand here was darker, clearly disturbed often. At this hour, the place was quieterly so. The wind blew harshly through the desert, the stars blinked faintly overhead, and the moon cast its pale glow on the sand ring nestled in the heart of the secluded grove. There was no crowd, no cheering tribesfolk, no rising drumbeat to mark the duel. Though he would have liked a crowd, this felt much better, just the trees and the people that were needed. Kai eyed them briefly. The 5 tribal leaders were readying themselves nearby, checking their weapons, murmuring quiet words to one another. None wore armor. They likely thought that adding armor to the duel would simply make Kai's position much worse, and that it wasn't needed. He didn't mind being underestimated. On the contrary, he liked that. Be careful of Adel, Ansel said, stepping close enough to speak quietly. Even when I was a boy, they called him the Swift Sword. Fastest sand knight in the desert, they said. He'll hang back and wait for the others to press you, then strike when you're off balance. Kai glanced at him, then nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Anything else? Ansel hesitated, his brow furrowing in thought. Then he shook his head. No, you'll be able to handle them. You've seen more battles than I have, more than most of us. I can see it every time you fight. That earned a faint smile from Kai. I've been in my fair share. Ansel gave a quiet nod, then added, almost as an afterthought, just one thing. What? Ansel glanced toward the ring, then back. Don't hit my brother too hard. Kai smiled. I won't. With that, he turned and stepped toward the ring. His boots crunched over the loose sand. The arena felt older than it looked, well worn, scarred by 100 sparring sessions beneath its peaceful canopy. He crossed the boundary and entered first, spear in hand. The tribal leaders followed, fanning out in a rough semicircle, weapons drawn but not yet raised. Khalid, standing at the edge, lifted his voice. The duel ends at the count of 3rd blood, or if one is pushed from the ring. No killing strikes. This is to be a friendly spar. Adel snickered as Khalid's voice faded. The sound was low, biting, and Kai didn't need a spell to know the man had no intention of following the rules. At least Thessi won. Kai tapped the butt of his spear against the ground and said casually, no referees, right? Khalid shook his head. None, we don't need one. It should end quickly anyway. He paused, his gaze unreadable. We can still change the spar's format, make it less lopsided. No need, Kai said, cutting in. Just come at me. Khalid frowned. Are you sure? Before he could finish, Adel let out a scoff. Khalid stopped trying to give him a way out, he said. He's the one who wanted this. Khalid's jaw tightened, but he said nothing else. After a breath, he nodded stiffly. He gave a look to one of the sand knights standing nearby. The man stepped forward, raised his arm high, and announced, the spar begins on the count of 3. Take your positions. Tribal leaders began to spread out immediately, the air shifting with movement and purpose. Kai's eyes tracked them. They weren't taking chances. Each one was creating space to move, to breathe, to flank. Anel and Khalid both wielded swords, Anel's sleek and slightly curved, meant for speed, Khalid's heavier and paired with a round shield strapped to his arm. One, the blacksmith, Husam his name, carried a warhammer that looked like it belonged on a battlefield, not in a spar. He was already bouncing on his heels. The fourth, a slim man named Saif, notched an arrow onto a desert-carved bow, eyes scanning from a distance, was waiting for the opening. And then there was Mari. Too, she stood still, holding a pair of slender daggers at her sides, but as Kai's gaze settled on her arm, he caught a flicker of something metallic wrapped near her wrist. He didn't get the chance to examine it further. 3. The word cracked through the air like a whip. Husam lunged first, charging forward. Kai had already shifted his stance by then, muscles coiled, and leapt back just as the hammer slammed down where he'd stood a breath ago, sending sand flying. Even before his feet touched the ground, Kai sensed movement, faint whistles in the air. Arrows. He twisted mid-air, bringing his spear around in a wide arc. The metal shaft caught two of them, knocking them out of the air before they could pierce flesh. The third scraped his outer robe as it sailed past. Danger prickled down his spine. Kai spun, lifting his spear in time to block a swift slash from Anel, who had already closed the distance. The man's strike was fast, blindingly so. Their weapons clashed with a harsh crack, steel on steel. Anel sneered, lips curled as if the fight had already been won. Kai pushed forward with a sudden surge of strength, but the hammer came crashing again. Kai dropped low, rolled across the sand, and rose to a sprint, weaving as arrows hissed toward him like angry wasps. So far, predictable. Let's see how long they can keep up. Surrounded in a ring with 5 trained warriors, all capable and all watching for an opening, Kai knew he couldn't afford to drag this out note if he was relying solely on his enforcer abilities. They were too many, too fast, too coordinated. He needed to break them apart. Khalid stepped forward just as Kai twisted to move. His stance was solid, predictable, but not slow. A moment later, his sword swept out, aiming to pin Kai in, but Kai was already moving. Mana surged into his legs as he cast a wind spell through his foot, the pressure building before it exploded beneath his feet. His speed spiked, Khalid's eyes widened, sword swinging wildly to catch him mid-dash. It was too late. Kai slipped under the blow, twisted his spear, and drove it into Khalid's shield arm. The tip sliced Skinchelo, but enough to draw blood. Khalid grunted, stumbling half a step, but Kai didn't have time to press the advantage. Arrows hissed through the air again. He pushed himself back, retreating in quick steps as the shafts embedded in the sand where he'd stood. He gritted his teeth. The archer was smart, waiting for openings, keeping him mobile. Fortunately, the ring was big enough to give him room, and right now that was all he needed. His eyes snapped toward Saif, the archer who was already knocking another arrow. Kai didn't hesitate. He flicked 2 knives from his belt and sent them spinning through the air. They weren't enchanted, just steel, but they forced the archer to shift, to duck, to hesitate. And in that brief pause, Kai moved. He didn't charge. Instead, he whispered an incantation. Mana pooled in his heart, then threaded into his arms as he shaped the spell inwardly. The spectral threads formed in his palm, coiling, tightening. A mana whip cracked out. It lashed forward, arcing low, and caught Saif by the ankle just as he tried to sidestep. The man hit the ground with a grunt, bow flying from his hand. He scrambled, twisting to sever the hold, but Kai gripped the ethereal tether tighter, jaw clenched, and poured more strength into the spell. Then with a twist of his arm, he swung Saif sideways. The man skidded across the sand and over the edge of the ring. Kai muttered under his breath, one down. He didn't have time to savor it. A thunderous step behind him took his attention. Husam, the hammer wielder, charged in, and from the other side Anel moved like a shadow with that thin, gleaming sword. They had timed it perfectly. 2 angles, no room to run. Kai didn't stop to think. Wind burst beneath his feet again, this time mixed with a pulse of fire. The combination launched him upward in a spiraling jump, robes whipping behind him as the hammer crushed air beneath and Anel's sword swept through nothing but dust. Kai flipped mid-air, landed in a slide, rolled. And the moment his hands hit the sand, he felt his senses prickling, feeling danger out of nowhere. He saw something sharp, a glint, a flash coming fast from the right. His body reacted before his mind caught up. He spun his spear up like a wall and braced. The impact rang through his bones. Kai's eyes widened as he caught the gleam of metal arcing toward him, agging too close, too fast. He stepped right on instinct, spear up, but it wasn't enough. The dagger curved mid-air. The wire guiding it shone, and the blade twisted unnaturally, slicing across his arm before he could fully dodge. Pain flared, and for a moment he was taken back. Blood welled up and slipped down his forearm, warm and thin. He hissed, jerking back, but the damage was done. Only then did he get a good look at its thin daggers, connected by nearly invisible threads. They snapped back, sliding into the hands of Mari, who stood just outside his range with a calm smile on her lips. "You still have time to surrender," she called out lightly. Mana flowed inward, gathering into his veins. He almost regretted not laying a barrier down from the start, but barriers drained mana fast, and he had been hoping to avoid that. But he had no such luck. From the corner of his eye, he saw movement, fast and aggressive. Adel, Khalid, and Husum, all charging again, closing the distance from different angles. He raised his hand, lines of heat forming in the air around him as he shaped a new spell structure. The runes linked cleanly, fast, practiced. Half a dozen firebolts hissed into existence, launching outward like arrows made of flame. The tribal leaders' eyes widened as they rushed toward them, splitting paths, 3 heading straight for Husum, 1 toward Mari, and 2 weaving between Adel and Khalid like flying fangs. The hammer wielder was the first to react. Husum roared and swung hard at the air, trying to knock the bolts aside, but they slipped past, too nimble, too fast. One slammed into his upper arm, staggered, yelling as the flames bit through his skin. Another struck his side, and a third circled behind and licked across the back of his knee. His hammer came up in a wide, desperate, horizontal arc, knocking one bolt out of the air, but the last one struck clean into the back of his leg. He went down, coughing out a curse, steam rising from scorched flesh as he became the second person to lose. Kai watched it from the corner of his vision as Adel, dodging the bolts, muttered under his breath, "Everyone other than me is useless." He and Khalid had fared better. Khalid's shield caught one of the bolts, absorbing it with a loud crack, while Adel twisted his body, slipping between them with barely a singe. They were way faster than Husum. Too fast for more bolts to do much now unless he fully overwhelmed them. Not worth the drain. It was time to change tactics. Kai adjusted his footing and surged forward, wind pouring through his legs once again, pressure coiling tight around his calves before releasing in a sharp burst of acceleration. His target was clear now. Mari. She had reach, tricks, and worst of all, range. Someone like her needed to be taken out first. Kai shot forward, wind swirling around his feet in steady bursts, targeting Mari with deadly precision. But she wasn't idle. She had already dealt with the firebolt he'd sent her way and was mid-motion, flicking both her daggers forward. They whistled through the air fast, sharp, controlled by invisible wires. Kai didn't stop. He ducked low, twisting mid-run, and small gusts of wind erupted around every part of his exposed skin, arms, neck, legs. The daggers curved toward him, but instead of biting into flesh, they deflected off the sudden flares of air, thrown just slightly off course. Mari's eyes widened, surprise flickering across her face. That was all the time he needed. Kai closed the distance in a blink. His spear swung in a wide arc, metal flashing as it aimed straight for her side. She caught it. A steel bracer on her forearm sparked as it absorbed the blow, but it forced her back a step. Her daggers snapped back into her grip on their thin wires, and she spun with a dancer's grace, slashing toward him. Kai moved with her, spear flowing into blocks and parries. Steel hissed against steel. He ducked under a slash, shifted to the side, then rammed the butt of his spear into her ribs. A grunt escaped her lips as she staggered just long enough for Kai to twist the spear in his hands and slash low. The blade tore a shallow line across her stomach. She grimaced and took a step back, wounded but not finished. Kai didn't wait. He swept his foot into her shin, and as she stumbled, he snapped his fingers. A glowing whip of mana erupted and lashed around her legs like a snake, dragging her balance away completely. She hit the ground hard, and a second later, the force of the whip sent her sliding backward across the sand. Over the line, out of the ring, 3, Kai muttered. He turned. Just in time to see Khalid charging at him, shield raised like a wall and eyes narrowed in focused rage. Kai's hand moved before thought finished forming. He slammed his palm against the ground and poured a sharp breath of mana into it. Ice crackled beneath Khalid's boots. The shift from dry, sun-baked sand to slick, frozen surface was instant. Khalid's expression flickered from fury to confusion and then to panic as his foot slipped. His charge collapsed mid-stride. Fell hard, shield catching his weight with a clang as he skidded forward. He tried to push up, but the ice was too foreign, too alien for someone born and raised in sun and sand. His limbs scrambled for grip that wasn't there, hands clawing at the slick surface. Kai stepped forward calmly. He raised a hand, formed firebolts, small ones, fast and precise. With a flick of his wrist, he sent them gliding across the ice. They didn't hit with force, just grazed him along the arm, the back, the shoulder. Thin trails of blood bloomed across Khalid's exposed skin. Khalid grunted in frustration and exhaustion, half crawling off the ice, but by then he was out. 4 down, only 1 remained. Adel. The man stood across the ring, arms crossed, a thin smirk playing on his lips. He hadn't moved during Kai's clash with Khalid, hadn't interfered, hadn't helped, just watched. Now he stepped forward slowly, drawing his sword, the gleam of polished steel catching the starlight. That's all they had, he scoffed. Now let's see if you can keep up with me. You took out the weak ones with tricks, but that won't work on me. Kai rolled his shoulders, the shaft of his spear firm in his grip. We'll see about that. He had no intention of ending this with fire bolts or whips, not yet. A one-on-one fight was rare, and it was the perfect chance to push his close combat skills against a fast, dangerous opponent. Adel didn't wait. He shot forward, a blur of movement and steel. Kai braced, grounding his stance and meeting the first blow with the solid shaft of his spear. Sparks crackled off the metal as the weapons clashed, but Adel was faster than him. In the same breath, he spun low and jabbed toward Kai's chest. Kai twisted, just barely dodging the strike, the sword grazing past his robes. He countered instantly, snapping a kick toward Adel's ribs, but the man was already gone, darting back and out of reach. Their clash continued without a single wasted second. In the next minute, they traded dozens of blows, Kai's spear sweeping, thrusting, pivoting, Adel's sword responding with clean, deadly arcs. Kai ducked 2 strikes that would have sliced open his side. He blocked another aimed at his shoulder and caught a fourth with the flat of his spear. But every time he moved, Adel was already reacting, already evading. Yet behind that cold smile Adel wore with every dodge, Kai saw it, the twitch in his brow, the slight tightening at the corners of his eyes, panic. It wasn't visible to anyone else, but Kai had seen enough real combat to recognize the signs. Adel wasn't in control, not really. His confidence was being chipped away strike by strike. "You're not as bad as I expected," Adel said coolly, stepping back as if he still had the upper hand. "But let's see how you handle this." Before Kai could respond, he felt it mana rising fast. The sand around Adel stirred, already moving upwards. It whipped around his body, clinging to him, to his blade, to the air itself. In seconds, the man and his sword were obscured, shrouded in a storm of golden dust. The wind howled as Adel vanished within it, and then, with a sharp burst, the storm shot forward, blinding, jagged, all aimed at Kai. Wind burst from Kai in all directions, tight, sharp, slicing through the air around him and forming a protective spiral. Didn't stop the sand, but it redirected it, forcing the cloud away from his face and eyes, pushing it behind him. Still, he could barely see. Adel's voice came from somewhere within the storm. "Your spells won't save you." Then the attack came, a glint of metal, a sudden movement. Kai jumped back on instinct, but the sand thickened again, obscuring Adel's precise location. It wouldn't last long, Kai knew that, and if it continued this way, if he let the storm growth be picked apart. Though bitter at having to spend more mana than he wanted, Kai made his decision. He summoned fire. Heat rushed through his limbs. Then with a sharp step, he drove his palm into the ground, fire exploding outward in a ring. The flames met the sand instantly, and everything changed. The entire tide of the battle shifted. Adel's storm faltered as the heat roared through it. The sand suspended in the air turned first to glowing clumps, then to slick shard sand, finally to glass. The arena hissed as fire met dust. The ground beneath Adel's feet warped and crackled. His sword slowed in its arc. His eyes widened. He tried to shake the sand off his limbs, realizing too late what Kai had done. The molten edges of the arena shifted. Thin patches of glass cracked beneath his steps. Then, sharp edges rose. The glass caught him. Blood sprayed from Adel's leg as he stumbled backward, his foot sliced by what had once been a harmless dune. As soon as the battle ended in his victory, Kai gave the tribal leaders time to rest and recover. He knew they needed it. Out of all of them, Adel had taken the worst of it. Shards of glass had torn through his legs, one even breaching the side of his chest. It hadn't been fatal, but it was still brutal enough that, for a moment, he considered offering one of his potions. But he didn't. Adel would only see it as an insult, and it turned out the worry had been unnecessary. Within minutes, a pair of sand knights arrived, carrying clothes soaked in herbal paste and a dark liquid in a bone flask. Kai couldn't tell if it was a health potion or just a local tincture, but judging by the way the other council members didn't rush to help or look alarmed, Adel would recover faster than his expectations. Hence, he turned his back on the injured man and walked toward the rest of the tribal leaders, who had clustered together near the edge of the dueling ring. Mari, Husum, Safe, and Khalid stood close, speaking in low voices, but their eyes shifted as he approached. The way they looked at him now, it was different. He could tell that they no longer saw an outsider trying to make demands. They saw only a strong mage. He had faced all 5 of them together, and while none of them had gone all out, neither had he. And still won. That was more than enough to shift the ground they stood on. Only now he could hope they'd go through what he asked for. "That was a good duel, Count Arzan," Khalid said in a steady voice. Kai nodded. "It was. You all surprised me quite a bit. It would have been a grander battle if I'd seen more of you using your elements." That made Mari chuckle, brushing a lock of wind-swept hair behind her ear. "Going by your last move," she said, "I think we all agreed it wouldn't have gone well for us." She gave him a sideways glance, the corner of her mouth lifting slightly. "And if you're serious about what you told us, then we all need to be in good condition. No use showing off just to be bedridden when it matters." Kai inclined his head. "That's fair. So you agree to my proposal?" She met his gaze without blinking, then frowned slightly. "We still need to think about it," but she added, "You've shown your strength, and more than that, your courage. Not many would stand against all 5 of us. That's something we'll remember." Her eyes flicked across the ring toward Ansel, who stood a little apart from the group, arms folded and watching quietly. "And one of our own has vouched for you," she said. Kai followed her gaze, then turned as Khalid stepped forward. Kai could see it in their eyes. They had hidden it during the meeting to gauge his intent, but it was on display. Not just wariness, but something colder. He knew that it was personal. The way Safe stared into the darkness, the way Mari's hand curled at her sides, and the way Khalid's gaze sank to the ground as if something inside him refused to meet anyone's eyes. He understood. They took members of your family, Kai said. Khalid looked up almost immediately. You know, Ansel told me. A beat passed. He didn't tell me he said that, Khalid muttered. Before Kai could answer, another voice broke through strong bitter. They took our sons and daughters, said Saif. He stepped forward, voice rough with barely restrained anger. It's not a secret, not anymore. The Dunneborns came into our lands and dragged away our blood. He looked straight at Kai. If you can help us get them back, if you mean what you say, then I'll back your journey. Tower or no tower. Kai didn't hesitate. If we can agree on terms, he said, I'll personally lead my people to hunt those orcs down. No delay. While you gather your warriors, prepare for the march on the tower. I'll take the fight to the ones who stole from you. He looked across each of them. I'll need guides, paths only your tribes know. Silence stretched between them. For the first time, no one looked away. That won't be hard, Khalid said, folding his arms. But I believe we should check with the other tribes too. It's possible they've had similar attacks. I was going to send out messengers earlier, but dealing with the aftermath took time. Kai nodded once, then asked, how many tribes are left? The question made Khalid's jaw tight. Not many, he said quietly. 31. We hold a gathering every 6 moons, he continued. Some of us meet more often, others less. But the numbers dwindle. Every time a tribe offends the orcs, even slightly, one of Corvash's generals rides in with their banner and the whole tribe is exterminated. Kai narrowed his eyes. And you don't do anything. There was a sudden pause. Then Husum frowned deeply. Doesn't do anything. His voice reeked of bitterness. The orcs treat us like livestock. Cattle they allow to graze so long as we keep our heads down. When we rise up, they make examples out of us. Even if all the 31 tribe band together, we wouldn't be strong enough to stop them, at least not with the god-given artifacts they wield. He spat, realizing his mistake a second later. Sorry, I mean human-made artifacts. Kai nodded, everything making sense now. The fear, the inaction. It wasn't because they lacked pride, but because survival had become its own kind of resistance. Still, a question had been nagging at Kai's mind ever since he first heard about Corvash. He looked toward the ring at Adel getting treated with a paste and asked slowly, has this Corvash grown in strength gradually? I don't mean tactics or artifacts, he clarified. I mean raw strength. The tribal leaders glanced at one another, confusion flickering across their face until Mari's voice broke through the silence. I've seen him, she said, 4 times in my life. The others turned to her, listening. Unfortunately, every time I did, I also watched him slaughter tribals, entire squadrons of sand knights. And yes, her lips pressed into a line. He's changed. She looked at Kai directly. The first time he was strong enough to take 3 knights on his own, but he needed help. The second time 5, then 10, and the last time 2 years ago fought 12 sand knights without using any of his artifacts. Her voice lowered. He crushed them with his fists. She inhaled sharply and looked directly into Kai's eyes. Why are you asking? He stared at the question reflecting in the woman's eyes, his mind running 1,000 miles. Strength like that didn't come from training, especially in a mana desert. It usually came from things that had higher involvement, and right now he could imagine. I believe Corvash is absorbing mana from a leak in my mother's tower. What do you mean? Khalid asked. Well, different creatures use mana differently. Mages channel it, beasts sometimes store it, but orcs they absorb it, through their skin, into their flesh. It strengthens them, warps them. The more they take in, the more powerful they become. In normal orc societies, those who can absorb more become leaders. That's how they rise. He glanced around at the others, letting his gaze rest on each of them in turn. But this is the Ashari desert. Mana is thin here, basically starved. So the orcs that live here have probably never reached their full potential. They've been limited, until now. Mage towers, they aren't simple buildings. They're constructed on etham stones. These crystals pulse with condensed mana, and if something damages the foundation, it can leak. That leak would have permeated the atmosphere, might have overpowered the concealment enchantments. He drew in a breath. But if someone like Corvash is absorbing all of it. Mari's eyes widened as she continued his words, then the tower remains hidden. And he gets stronger, Husum finished. Kai nodded. That's my conclusion, and I'm confident about it. The tower is leaking mana. Corvash is feeding on it. That's why his power has been growing unnaturally fast. Khalid's face darkened. He proclaims himself the chosen of Belkur. Kai chuckled. Do you really think an orc knows what's happening to him? He shook his head. They have no real study of magic. No foundations in runes, formations, or arcane theory. If there is a leak, probably believes the mana he's absorbing is a divine blessing, a gift from Belkur. Fanatics attribute everything to their gods. They don't ask why something happens. They only kneel and thank the sky. The silence that followed was broken by Khalid's voice, quieter now. We also have gods we worship. You're not fanatics, he said simply. There's a difference between faith and fanaticism. They might look alike from a distance, but one builds temples, the other burns them down. It's the difference between a religion and a cult. His voice lowered a notch. Either way, I'm not here to preach. Mari nodded. We appreciate the information. You've given us much to think about. She exchanged a glance with the other leaders before continuing. We'll give you an answer by tomorrow morning. And if we decide to do something about the orcs, I'll personally accompany you to the other tribes. If you truly mean to go deep into orc territory, you'll need all the tribes behind you. not just a handful of names. Kai's eyes lingered on hers for a moment. He inclined his head. Then I'll see you in the morning. He didn't say anything more, just turned and walked back toward his people. But even as he moved away, his thoughts continued to flow inside his mind. They would agree. He had seen it in their eyes. In the weight of silence after he spoke, in the way even Anel had avoided eye contact toward the end of their fight. They were tribal leaders, but they were also fathers, siblings, sons and daughters who had lost kin and watched their people bleed. His strength had spoken to them, but it was his offer that was without games that had opened the door. Now, it was a matter of how they would move, how fast they could find the abducted. How many more tribes could be convinced before the orcs realized someone had begun to stir the sands against them? Time, Kai thought, his jaw tightening. It was always a battle against time. Francis impatiently tapped his leg against the wooden floor of the carriage. The stack of parchment across his lap were long forgotten. Minutes trickled by like molasses, slow and sticky with irritation. It had already been half an hour since they stopped, and not a single wheel had turned. Through the window, the sun was beginning to set, dyeing the sky with streaks of amber. Francis sighed. Another night in this God's damned carriage. He had been promised a proper bed. A soft one with clean sheets and a goose feather pillow, not straw under his back and a lump for a cushion. Growling under his breath, he shoved the door open and stepped down, the cold evening air biting into his joints. It rattled his bones, but not as cruelly as it used to. 2 years ago, a chill like this would have sent him to bed aching for days. But now, he thought with a wry grin, now I'm practically spry. He owed that to Lord Arzan. Ever since he had taken up residence in Varen, the young lord had sent him elixirs and potions like clockwork, expensive ones, potent ones, the kind even nobles only took during emergencies, every month without fail. It had done wonders for his constitution. The pain in his knees had dulled. His fingers no longer stiffened like rusted hinges. The fatigue that once weighed on him like a curse was now little more than an annoyance. He stood straighter these days, and he noticed the way people looked at him differently for it. He pulled his robe tighter and walked down the line. A row of luxurious carriages stood lined up to the right. Gold filigree, crested lions, and winged swords stared back at him like smug little ghosts. He recognized a few of the houses, nobles he had intended to court once they were properly inside Hermel. The fact that they were all here together. If someone didn't know better, Francis mused, they'd think King Sullivan was dead and they'd all come to squabble over the crown. He didn't dwell on it long. Something tugged at his focused gaze. He adjusted course, picking up his pace until after 5 minutes of walking, the city's southern gate came into view. It loomed tall and wide, guards stationed at both ends, lanterns flickering to life. Francis slowed, eyes narrowing as he observed the scene. On the left, a procession of carriages was being steadily allowed through. The guards examined each crest, compared it against a list, and waved them inside without hassle. It was all very proper, but that wasn't what made him pause. It was the names, or rather the ranks. Several of those let through were viscounts. One was even a baron. Francis's jaw clenched slightly. Our house outranks half the men being let in, he thought, so why in all hells are we still waiting? He glanced back toward the line of carriages behind him. Their crest was clear-policed, pristine, unmistakable, Count of Veralt, appointed by the king himself, and yet they were stuck. Francis's eyes narrowed further, his gut twisting in suspicion. Something is not right. He huffed, cold breath curling in the air as unease itched at the back of his neck, a bad premonition. His eyes scanned the crowd until they landed on Killian and a handful of their men near the gate, locked in what looked to be a tense argument. A city guard, clearly a commoner, stood opposite them, arms folded tight, jaw clenched stubbornly. Francis adjusted his cloak and made his way toward them, the chill forgotten. Killian glanced at him as he approached. This man, Killian said, voice simmering with irritation, is disrespecting the name of Kellius, refusing to let us through before the others. Says we're not allowed to move forward. Francis turned his gaze to the guard, who met his stare with surprising steel for someone so far beneath them. And why is that so? He asked. Be careful with your answer. House Kellius will not suffer insults without consequences. The guard flinched slightly, just enough to show he understood the weight of the name, but recovered quickly, squaring his shoulders. Orders came from the first and third prince, he said. They said their loyal followers are to be let through first. I'm just following commands, my lord. Francis's brows drew together. So you're breaking the hierarchy. Tradition dictates those of higher title pass first. Please understand, the guard said, sounding more desperate. The rules come from the crown. This isn't my decision to make, it's above me. Francis didn't respond immediately. His eyes shifted to Killian, whose fingers had dropped to rest on the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with tension. A single, subtle shake of the head from Francis was enough. Not here, not now. They weren't in Veralt or Varen anymore. Stirring trouble at Hermel's gates would only confirm whatever lies the princes had whispered into court ears. A noble striking down a guard, what better way to turn public opinion? He turned his attention back to the guard. Then fetch me someone who can make a decision. Your guard captain. The man blinked. I was told to follow the prince's orders. And did those orders include barring conversation with your superiors? Killian interjected, eyes narrowing. We're not asking you to break the line, just to send word. The guard hesitated, clearly cornered. He looked behind the gate, lips parting as if to argue again, but Killian moved closer, resting a firm hand on the man's shoulder. You're not going anywhere, he said smoothly. Ask someone else to call him. The guard swallowed. Why don't I just go fetch him myself? The guard muttered, stepping back with a grimace. No, Killian said flatly, and that one word held enough edge to make the man freeze again. Before the tension could rise further, Francis caught movement from the gate. Two figures in crisp guard uniforms strode toward them, head held high. Both bowed the moment they approached. Lord Francis, Knight Killian, one of them said formally. We apologize for the delay. You may proceed inside immediately. But the princes. One of the men turned to the gatekeeper, and his eyes hardened into a glare sharp enough for the man to wince back. What are you doing? We had orders from the king himself. Do you think the princes outrank that? The guard's face drained of all colors. He sputtered, eyes wide, and shook his head quickly. No, of course not. I didn't know. I wasn't told. I'm sure, the senior guard snapped. We'll deal with this later. Francis didn't say a word to the guard. He simply looked at him, letting the silence speak volumes. He'd expected King Sullivan to remain neutral, perhaps even test Arzen's faction a little. But this was an explicit gesture of favor. Still, calling for the guard's punishment now would only cause more noise. Later, Francis thought, there'll be plenty of time to clean house once we've planted our roots. Let's go, he said to Killian, turning toward the now open gates. The others followed, and behind them Francis could hear the hissed scolding of the junior guard as the other two set into him. But Francis's thoughts were already far ahead. The games have begun, he muttered, his voice low. Killian nodded beside him, grim, and we're still the weaker hand. The princes hold more sway. For now, Francis replied, but our goal isn't to play their game. It's to build a faction that outgrows both of theirs. Killian gave a short nod, but his jaw was tight with tension. A sudden chill passed over Francis, then out the wind, not age but something that scraped against instinct. He shivered, pulling his cloak tighter. As they sat in the carriage and passed through the gate and into Hermel's outer ring, he glanced up at the darkening sky. Red spilled across the heavens, bleeding into the dusk like an omen. Will we rise or be crushed before we could do anything? He exhaled softly, watching his breath curl in the air. Time will tell. As Kai had expected, all the tribal leaders agreed to help him launch a crusade for the tower the next morning. He had seen it coming. With their families taken and their pride wounded, rebellion was only a matter of time. His presence merely accelerated what was inevitable. By taking the lead, they could shift the blame to him if things went wrong. It was smart politics after all, but Kai didn't mind so long as they fought. Once he took control of the tower, the orcs who had kept humans as slaves for generations would finally be judged. Logistics were handled quickly. Mari and his party would travel across the desert to contact other tribes and check for more abductions, while Khalid and the rest stayed behind to muster a warband. The problem was scalidozens of tribes scattered across the sands, many without proper cities. It meant hours of riding, long travel under the harsh desert sun, and unpredictable beasts. Fortunately, the tribes didn't move on foot. They rode beasts called zirconsleek, sand-colored lizard-like creatures with hardened scales and strong limbs that bounded across dunes with unnatural grace. Domesticated and disciplined, they were everything horses weren't in the Ashari desert. And to Kai's surprise, it was Adel, the arrogant thorn in his side, who led the tribe that bred them. Without a word, Adel had arranged for each of them to receive one after the council agreed on their next steps. Whether it was out of duty, pride, or simply not wanting to owe him anything later, Kai didn't know. But he accepted the reins with a nod, then mounted his beast. It wasn't until hours into the ride that the true weight of their mission settled over him. By noon, they had already passed through 5 tribal camps. Smoke still lingered in some, rising from half-collapsed homes and scorched wood, ashes blown into the wind like forgotten memories. In each one the story was the same: people missing, houses burned, men slain, hope nowhere to be found. And yet no anger, no fire, no hunger for retribution. One elder had called them traitors for entertaining an outsider's words. 3 others had listened in silence, their eyes dull with something far worse than fierce resignation. Only one, a tribe led by a younger man with sand-burned skin and an iron stiff jaw, had said they might consider joining a rebellion, but only if Kai could return with the abducted and prove the tower even existed. The rest, they were too busy surviving. Kai's grip on the reins tightened as wind lashed against his robes. The zircon beneath him hissed, adjusting its pace to match his agitation. Were these really warrior clans? How had they let themselves fall this far? He guided his beast forward until he rode side by side with Mari, her figure cutting steadily through the shifting dunes. The sun was lowering behind her, drawing long shadows across her armor and the dust-coated scarf over her mouth. Kai raised his voice over the whistling wind. Why are tribes like this? She turned to glance at him, eyes unreadable beneath her hood. Weak and poor, she asked. No, Kai said. Content, with how things are, with the way they're treated, like slaves. Mari was quiet for a long moment, the sound of claws skimming sand filling the gap between them. They stopped dreaming a long time ago, she said finally. When you've lost enough sons, enough daughters, when every rebellion ends in fire and bones, even warriors forget how to hope. Kai looked ahead to the fading horizon where the next village waited. He understood war, but this thighs was something different. People who had learned to live inside their own cages, and that was far harder to break. Mari's expression shifted at his wordless guarded, now more tired. She kept her eyes forward as her mount carried her across the dune, but Kai could see the way her brow furrowed. You know how many rebellions we've led in the last 5 years? She asked. Kai shook his head. No, none. The answer hit him harder than he expected. What? He asked, almost disbelieving. A wry smile pulled at the corner of her lips, but it didn't reach her eyes. But before that, she continued, there were 7 rebellions. The tribes gathered through each time, thinking this would be the moment the orcs would be pushed back, that we'd finally restore the balance of the sands. And Kai asked back. They failed, she said simply. Every single one. She paused, and her eyes looked distant than ever. I was there when one of them ended. We actually won a skirmish, caught an orc battalion by surprise, killed dozens. Spirits were high. People thought maybe, just maybe, it was turning around. Then Corvash summoned a tribal gathering. Said he wanted to talk terms, but it ended in a battle, and we lost. He made all the sand knights who fought in that battle stand in front of a crowd. She inhaled sharply as though the memory still stung her lungs. He burned them alive, crushed them, turned their blood into rivers at our feet, and he made us watch, said it was justice. Kai didn't respond. For a moment he couldn't. I can still smell the smoke, she added, still hear the screaming. He turned toward her, trying to read the emotion that slipped between her words. So why now? He finally asked. Why agree to help me? Why come with us? From what I remember, you didn't want to fight with the orcs. This time she looked at him. I don't even know, Mari said. At first I didn't want to get involved, but the rest of the council, especially Khalid, was pushing for it. I started thinking about it seriously before that meeting with you. The orcs just came, took people, our family. There was no reason for them to do that. It felt like I was a mouse in a trap waiting to be slaughtered without even knowing why. Her hand clenched around the reins. It was depressing, like I was suffocating slowly and pretending it was air. She turned her eyes to Kai. I didn't want to live like that anymore. There was a beat of silence before she added, then I saw what you could do, heard about the tower, and for the first time in years, it felt like we had a way out, felt like it all made sense. She exhaled through her nose, letting the words linger for a second before adding bluntly, of course, you still need to prove it exists. It's there, Kai replied immediately, then thought for a moment before continuing. If we find some orcs, I can interrogate them. There's no way they believe Corvash just plucks artifacts out of the air. Mari's lips twisted. Let's see if we encounter any. You killed those 3 that would have stirred some of them, especially with that axe you took. That orc didn't seem like some brute. Carrying something like that, he was likely a general's son. I doubt they know what happened, but they would move to search for the bodies. Kai nodded, eyes scanning the horizon and noticing how far the sands stretched. Good, that makes it easier if they come to me. The wind kicked up a bit of dust and they lowered their heads instinctively. For now, he muttered, I just hope the next tribe is easier to deal with. They should be, Mari said and gave a nod. This one talks shit about the orcs openly, always looking for a reason to spill some blood. You might actually enjoy it. Kai smiled at that, looking ahead at the sand dunes stretching like waves toward the sky. How much longer? 30 minutes, she replied. We should have been there already, but I'm taking the long path. Trust me, it's better. That raised a question in Kai's mind. Why? We found a sand elemental family nesting near the usual route. I don't know when they'll move on, and I'm not in the mood to fight beasts like that. A family of elementals? Kai asked, raising a brow. Mari only shrugged. They all looked the same. A lump of angry sand. Sounds like a family to me. He couldn't help but chuckle, the sound lost to the wind as their mounts surged forward across the shifting dunes. The sun crept higher in the sky, and it felt merciless with the heat that turned the world into a baking kiln. Kai felt sweat cling to his back beneath his cloak, but a small flare of mana summoned a soft chill through the air. A first circle ice spell cooled his skin and then rippled outward to the rest of the party. It was a small mercy, but they welcomed it with open arms. But they didn't stop. The Zircons raced across the desert without pause, and after 30 more minutes the blurred outlines of civilization began to take shape. It was far from a city. It was a village that sat at the foot of a rocky cliff, its structures scattered and small, more like bones left behind than true homes. It lacked the order and strength of the tribal city they'd left behind. That naturally slowed the entire troop. There's something wrong, Mari said suddenly. I see people running. Kai turned to glance at her, but her eyes were already focused ahead, brow furrowed. Without waiting, he used hawk eyes, and mana surged behind his gaze. The world snapped into sharp focus, every detail leaping forward as if he stood right at the village edge. There they were, a man and a woman, sprinting, the woman clutching a child to her chest. Behind them, more figures showed themselves. They were all running, no fleeing. His eyes shifted to the center of the village, and he swore. There were 5 orcs, all of them taller than 6 feet, standing in the village square. Their weapons were raised, clashing with dozens of tribal warriors who moved with desperation rather than discipline of tactic. Kai's jaw clenched. He dropped the spell immediately and turned towards Mari. There are orcs ahead. 5 of them are right in the center of the village. They're fighting with the tribals. Mari gasped. Are you sure? I saw them. We have to move. Now, if we're any slower, we'll be too fucking late. Without waiting for an answer, Kai urged his Zircon into a full sprint, cutting through the dunes in a straight line toward the village. He couldn't let the orcs burn or abduct Agonaut when he might finally capture one and pry out the answers he needed. The wind lashed against his face, but it didn't matter. He gripped his spear tight and leaned forward, his focus narrowed to a single point. Behind him, Faray's voice rang out, carried by the rushing air. How are we going to deal with it, Lord Arzan? Kai didn't look back. We take them head on. No time for strategy. Claire, start the attack, shock them before we rush in. Capture one of them alive, whatever it takes. He heard their acknowledgments over the howling wind, but his focus remained locked on the sight ahead. The outer edges of the village flashed past, terrified tribals halting in place as he thundered by. Some stared and others fell to their knees, as if unsure whether salvation or another storm was descending upon them. Lizard-like beast beneath him tore through the muddy outskirts with no hesitation, and then, at last, Kai saw them. The silhouettes of 6 orcs, massive and brutal, towered over the scattered defenders in the village square. 2 sand knights held their ground well, likely ranked 2s, but the rest were struggling, their movements insanely panicked. But they were enough to create chaos, enough to be a distraction, and that was all Kai needed. Claire, now, he shouted, his voice cutting through the clash of steel and screams. Suddenly the air shifted. A crackle of energy surged high above, and the clouds twisted into a spiraling vortex. Antlers formed first, vast, ethereal, glowing with crackling energy, and from between them emerged a storm-wreathed figure. The storm's sovereign came to life with a roar of thunder that shook the very sands. The sky dimmed as a bolt of lightning split the air, lashing down between the orcs, blinding and deafening all at once. Lightning danced across the battlefield, crawling through the storm sovereign's ethereal form as the creature looked down at the stunned orcs with burning eyes. Filthy creatures, it growled, the voice deeper than thunder, reverberating through the bones of everyone present. The orcs froze, sensing the raw power that had suddenly filled the air. One even stepped back, his tusks twitching in what looked like fear. The villagers, recognizing the divine weight of the mana above them, fell to their knees, clutching the sand as if it might protect them from judgment. And then came more thunder. Bolts of lightning exploded downward from the antlers like spears hurled by a vengeful god, striking the ground in brilliant white flashes. Screams were lost in the roar of thunder as the orcs were hit in perfect unison. One staggered and fell to his knees, smoke rising from his armor. Another cried out, clutching at a scorched arm. But not all of them fell. One orc, larger than the rest, snarled as a red-tinged shield shimmered around him, generated by a glowing bracer on his forearm. The artifact absorbed the lightning with a strained hum, flickering from the impact but holding. Kai's eyes locked onto him. He was the leader. Attack, he bellowed, his voice cutting through the aftershocks of the strike. The moment he shouted, his mount surged forward with a burst of wind-fueled speed, and Kai became a blur. Like an arrow loose from a bow, he aimed himself at a stunned orc still reeling from the sovereign's wrath. His weapon pierced through the creature's thick neck in one clean strike. Blood arced through the air as the force of the mount dragged the dying orc several feet through the sand. Kai jumped down before the beast had even stopped moving, slamming the spear again into the orc's throat to ensure no second wind would bring him back. His eyes rose after he killed the orc. The bracer-bearing orc stood tall, shaking off a final arc of lightning. Their eyes met. Kai charged. Kai charged right at the orc, just as his massive fist smashed through his own shield, an act that sent cracks through the air and a wave of pressure toward Kai's head. He ducked. The gust of force brushed past his cheek, but in that brief second, Kai caught a clean glimpse of the bracer strapped around the orc's thick forearm. It was a crude-looking thing, but the seals on it were humming with mana. He rolled sideways as the orc's second strike cratered the ground behind him. Dust and sand exploded upward, but Kai was already back on his feet. That shield, it wasn't versatile. The orc had to break through it himself to even land a strike. That was a flaw, and Kai fully intended to exploit it. He stepped back into stance, his spear held low, and waited. He didn't say a single thing, not even to taunt the orc and provoke it. Like all of its kind, this one was already boiling over with bloodlust. Battle-loving and extremely simple-minded. That should be easy. Just as he expected, the orc roared and charged. Kai moved fast, his hand flicked through the spell's structure for a modified first circle ice spell. Mana pulsed from his core and sank into the ground ahead of him. In an instant, the earth-shifted sand hardened into slick, icy glass. The orc's footing vanished. His thick legs skidded, slipped, and crashed forward under his own weight, slamming into the frozen sand with a loud thud. Before he could even snarl, Kai leapt towards him. He drove his spear straight toward the orc's side butt. The shield returned with a violent shimmer, stopping the blade in midair with a hard pulse of mana. Sparks flicked at the point of contact. The orc grinned wide, jagged teeth bared. "Stupid human," he growled, and his hand shot forward to grab Kai's leg. But Kai was no novice. He jumped before the hand got close, anticipating the exact moment the shield would drop. In the bare fraction of a second that followed, he twisted midair and brought his spear down straight at the orc's neck. The blade struck flesh. Blood sprayed, and a deep crimson splattered against the pale frost. The orc choked, one hand darting to his throat, but Kai wasn't done. He felt it mana surging around the bracer. That artifact was trying to kick in again. Kai's hand flared. A half-circle of flame exploded from his palm, firebolts conjured in a blink. In the next heartbeat, they raced through the air, trailing heat and sparks. They hit him point-blank, flames bursting against his thick skin, leaving burnt marks all over his body. The orc flailed around his arm to stop them from hitting his face. Despite that, one of them seared into the orc's eye with a sickening hiss. Kai leapt back just in time as the bracer activated again, and the translucent red shield flared up with a harsh buzz of magic. But it was too late. The damage was already done. The orc howled, his voice shaking the air as he clutched at his bleeding face. Thick blood streamed down his cheek, mixing with the charred skin where the firebolts had scorched him. He snarled at Kai, hatred radiating from his one good eye, then charged. Kai didn't recoil. He whispered a wind spell and mana sprang into his legs, enhancing his speed, and sidestepped the reckless blow with ease. The orc barreled past him, blind with fury. What followed wasn't a fight, it was a test. Kai weaved around the orc's attacks, using feints, half-steps, and short bursts of elemental magic to stay one move ahead. Between each exchange, he probed the artifact. How long did the shield take to activate? Did it move with the orc? Was it chant-based or triggered by intent? And the answers came quickly. The shield only activated when the orc was still, and that much was enough for him to put the bracer as a low-grade artifact. Kai almost laughed when he realized it. What kind of artifact only worked when the user didn't move? Maybe it was designed for a defensive stance, but paired with an enraged orc, it was almost useless. And rage was all this one had left. The orc lunged again and again, swinging with wild strength, aiming to crush Kai with every strike. But Kai moved through it all, striking low at the knees, sweeping at the ankles, jabbing the side of his spear into the orc's ribs before stepping away. Several times he grazed the already wounded neck and blood flowed freely, but the orc kept going. Every time Kai neared it, he activated a small wind shield, letting it burst outward like a repelling gust, knocking the orc off balance just enough to delay a strike. It wasn't damaging, but it was disorienting, especially paired with pain and a half-blinded gaze. Still, the orc roared, relentless. He swung and stomped like a beast possessed, and Kai understood why. This wasn't just about pride or duty anymore. The orc had lost an eye, and even with their famed regeneration, that was no small loss. It would take years to recover if it ever did. Kai spun the spear once more and drove the blunt end into the orc's gut, pushing him back again. He could see the fury but also the desperation. Maybe the orc knew it too. He had already lost this fight. But he refused to accept. Ith lunged forward, punching Kai, who twisted his body to escape before lunging the spear toward the orc's legs. His tip grazed a wound he had created earlier, and the orc shouted, "Belker." Ignoring the pain searing through the orc's leg, he launched forward again, moving to punch Kai right across the face. This time, he didn't just redirect it through his shield. He manipulated the wind to slowly envelope the orc's right hand and seep into the bracers. The orc's eyes widened. Clearly seeing what was going on, he immediately moved his other hand to hold the bracer, but Kai was quick. He sent out another wind barrier to block the other arm. With him being trapped in his wind, at least for the next few seconds, Kai received the time he needed to end the farce and gathered flames around his spear. They licked and curled around the tip. Unfortunately, it wasn't an enforcer technique since he was still in the first rank. Just a spell, but it was enough. He moved his spear with flames, striking the orc's legs, hitting the same spot again as he tried to get out of his wind trap. The spear struck true, hitting the same wound he'd made earlier, and flames engulfed its legs. Kai stabbed deeper and the orc fell to the ground, crying out in pain, and tried to kick him. But Kai was fully in control and dodged the strike. But when he tried to stab deeper, his spear proved futile against the orc's thick skin. That moment of realization was all he needed to summon a massive wind and flame-forged axe. As the weapon conjured in the air, he felt the heat of the axe and saw the wind curling around it, and through it all he saw how the orc looked feared for the first time. His eyes widened as he tried to use the bracer, but just then Kai's wind trapped the bracer away. The moment the bracer hit the ground with a metallic thud, Kai moved. He didn't give the orc a chance to dodge. He swung the axe through the air and it let out a sharp hum. He brought it down in one clean motion, slicing through the orc's right leg with a loud crack. The leg dropped to the sand as blood bursted forth. The orc screamed, but Kai didn't stop. He let the axe vanish and quickly cast an ice spell. Cold spread from his hands, freezing the orc's body from the legs up to his chest. Only the head was left uncovered. The ice cracked and steamed in the desert heat, but it would hold for now. With no legs and his body trapped, the orc wasn't going anywhere. Kai turned around, leaving the orc for later, and looked at the rest of the battlefield. One orc was already dead, his body blackened and smoking, probably hit by the Storm Sovereign's lightning. Farther away, the last orc was surrounded. Claire stood tall, her spirit above her, lightning flashing between them. Mari came from the side, spear ready. Ansel and the others moved in from different angles, keeping the orc off balance. Kai watched them for a moment. They were covered in sweat and blood, but they were fighting well. His party hadn't suffered many injuries other than a few. Kale wiped blood from his arm, a deep slash trailing down to his elbow. Nearby, Ansel spat a red glob into the sand, his jaw clenched, the corner of his mouth smeared dark, probably from a chest injury he had taken. Nothing life-threatening. A few gulps of potions would fix both. Kai's gaze shifted from his party to the edge of the battleground, where figures knelt in the dirt. A row of bodesome groaning, others too still ate beneath the crumbling shade of a ruined wall. Those who could still move were doing what they could, teeing strips of cloth, holding broken limbs in trembling hands. He stepped toward them, his boots crunching the scorched sand. Head snapped up. The air stiffened. One woman gripped a boy's wrist tighter. Another reached for a stone lying uselessly nearby. Kai lifted his hand, palm open. "I can help," he said quietly. "I know some healing spells." A murmur passed through the group. One woman spoke in a low voice. "A mage." He gave a nod and knelt beside a young man whose leg bent the wrong way, blood pooling beneath him. The others still watched, uncertain, but didn't stop him. With a focused breath, Kai let mana gather in his palm, his fingers glowing faintly as the spell took shape. A soft light passed over the wound. Skin pulled together. The bleeding slowed. A crack popped as bone began to shift back into place. Not perfect, but enough to give the man a chance. He moved down the line, repeating the process. Sweat gathered at his brow. His spells were basic meant to stabilize, not heal completely, but they did more than nothing. As he pressed a hand over a gash on a woman's shoulder, he turned slightly, eyes settling on another woman who hadn't flinched like the others. Her clothes, though torn, were clean and clearly better than others. She watched him, wary but calm. He met her eyes. Why did the orcs come here? A flicker passed over her face, grief, confusion, anger, all in one breath. She glanced toward the charred buildings still smoldering behind them, then she looked away. They didn't say, they just broke through the gates, set fire to everything, kept shouting, her voice cracked, said to hand over anyone who could read, or write. Kai paused, the spell still flickering in his hand. Of all things, why were they after that? Why would they go after people who can read and write? I don't know, she said softly. We tried to fight back, but they were too strong. And even though everyone here hates them, most of the men who could fight ran. Kai glanced at her hands and noticed how steady they were despite the shaking in her voice. But you stayed. She gave a faint nod. This is my ancestral land and my husband died fighting for it against the orcs. If I left, who would tend to it? His spirit would wander restlessly if I did nothing. Kai gave a slow nod. I'm sorry about your husband. He turned to the last injured man, his leg split open and swelling. Kneeling down, Kai placed his hand over the wound. Light flickered from his palm, sealing torn flesh and easing the pain. As the man exhaled in relief, Kai looked back at the woman. Who leads the tribe now? He asked. That was my husband's duty. Her voice didn't waver. He's gone 3 years now. I've held the post since, until my son is ready. Kai blinked, not expecting to be talking to the tribal leader. Then I suppose introductions are in order. I came here to. A scream tore through the air. His words died in his throat. He spun around. Ansel was on the ground, his sword knocked from his hand. The last orc, the only one left alive, was towering over him, fists raised and bloodied, ready to hammer down the kill. Ansel, Fairy, and Gareth were already charging. Lightning cracked overhead as the sovereign roared, but the orc didn't even slow down. Blood soaked his side, yet he moved with terrifying purpose, as if dying meant nothing if it could drag Ansel with it into the afterlife. Kai narrowed his eyes as a spell circle spun to life on his palm. A dense ball of wind shimmered into existence, then blasted forward with a sharp crack, slamming into the orc's face. The creature flew back, hitting the ground with a thud, and didn't move again. Fairy moved to slash at his neck, ending him. Without a word, Kai swept his gaze over the battlefield-burned corpses, scattered limbs, blood soaking into the sand. All the orcs were dead. He gave a short nod to the woman watching his back, then turned and walked toward his party. Things could have gone south if Ansel had gotten a serious injury or worse, but he ignored the thought and continued to walk until he was in front of the ladder. Ansel lay on the ground, chest heaving, face smeared with dirt and sweat. He looked up, pale but breathing. You saved my life, Lord Arzan. Kai crouched beside him and gave a tired sigh. Be more careful. Orcs in a rage don't stop until someone's dead. He stood and turned to Fairy. Any major injuries? Fairy shook his head, wiping a blade clean on his cloak. No, Lord Arzan, a few cuts, nothing a sip of potion won't fix. Kai gestured toward the wounded villagers. I've healed a few already, but there are more. We should help. I spoke with their leader. He pointed at the woman. I assume you know her. Mari followed his gaze and nodded. I do. We've spoken before. Her attention shifted to the last orc, the one Kai had frozen earlier. The ice had melted under the sun's heat, and the creature was still trying to crawl away, dragging his half-frozen body across the sand, eyes burning with hate. Kai stepped closer, watching the orc struggle. What do we do with him? She asked. He looked back at her. We interrogate, he said. We need answers. Why are they taking people, and where are they keeping them? I believe this one would know. If he's important enough to get an artifact, he should have answers. We just have to make him talk. Interrogation wasn't something Kai had done often. He'd witnessed it before plenty of times in his old life. Watching men scream and beg, threats whispered into ears, fingers broken one by one, flames brushing skin just enough to blister. That worked in humans, but orcs were different. He stood in the doorway of the small mud brick house they'd claimed for the interrogation, watching the creature they had captured. The orc sat against the far wall, arms bound behind him with ropes thick as Kai's wrist, legs pinned beneath a collapsed wooden bench. Blood had crusted thick along his torn right thigh where his leg used to be, but the wound had sealed. Whether it was regeneration or sheer grit keeping him alive, Kai didn't know. He was shirtless, no partially stripped by the tribals, while tying him down, and his green skin was marred with blackened bruises and ash from earlier attacks. Flies buzzed at the drying blood around his mouth. Despite all that, he grinned. Kai narrowed his eyes. Pain wasn't working. He had already tried flame on skin, nothing more than a twitch. Threatening death sounded like a joke. Orcs didn't cling to life like humans did, and worse, threatening their kin was useless. From what Kai had learned, their belief system followed brutal strength. If a son or brother died, it wasn't a tragedy. It was proof of weakness. So the orc had sat there, head held high, bleeding from his torn eye socket and smiling with snaggy yellow teeth. Kai might have wasted more time if help hadn't arrived. Boots crunched on sand and clay, and the door creaked as a woman stepped inside. The tribal leader of the Amara, Salira, the woman he had briefly talked to during the battle. Her thin face was tight with fury, and Kai didn't see an ounce of fear. A strip of cloth held her thick hair back. Her eyes barely flicked at Kai before locking onto the orc. She didn't ask for permission. She simply crouched, pulled out a thin dagger, and with a sharp twist drove it upward into the orc's mouth. A wet sound rang out as the blade hooked beneath a tuscan, then, with a sickening crunch, she ripped it free. The orc howled for the first time. "Speak," she said flatly, holding up the blood-covered tusk, "or I'll take the other one." The orc writhed, blood pouring down his lip now, and spit at her feet, though it barely missed his own chest. "You think that'll scare me, stupid human?" His voice was guttural and strained, the gaping hole in his mouth whistling as he breathed. "You'll get nothing. Burn me, cut me, flay me, I won't squeal for a pack of weaklings." Kai crossed his arms, watching closely. Salira didn't so much as blink. Her hand was already reaching for the second tusk. "You came here burning homes. You beat my people. You tried to drag our children into the sand. Why?" The orc laughed, though this time it was bitter, stained red. "You'll die in the fire same as the rest," he growled. "Stupid, stupid human, you won't get anything from me." "I know you're kind," she said, voice low. "Your skin's thick, you're proud, you think pain makes you strong, but I won't kill you." She pressed the dagger against the orc's thigh. "I'll carve you piece by piece until you tell me why you came here. Why did you burn our homes? Why did you steal our people? And there will be no mercy, just as there was none for my husband when he was cut under your blades." The orc's lips peeled into a grin. His one good eye gleamed with challenge, not fear. "Human," he growled, "your man died because he was weak. I will die because I was weak. That is the way of Belker." That struck. Her expression didn't break, but her hand did. The dagger slammed into the orc's remaining leg, the steel burying deep into muscle. With a brutal twist, she ripped sideways. Flesh tore. Blood splattered the wall. The orc writhed, growling, but not from agony, from triumph. He wanted her to lose control. Kai, still leaning against the doorway, narrowed his eyes. Salira's fury was real, but so was the orc's satisfaction. In that pain, he had found victory. As her questions fell unanswered, repeated again and again, the orc just kept smiling, baring broken teeth and blood-slicked gums. It wasn't that Kai didn't think she'd succeed. She would break him. Given hours, maybe a day, she'd shatter his pride like dry stone. There was something cold and determined in her he hadn't seen in their brief interaction, something carved from years of silent grief. She wouldn't stop, but Kai couldn't wait. He stepped forward, placing a calm hand on her shoulder. She turned sharply, eyes still burning, ready to snap until she saw it was him. She hesitated. Her chest rose and fell, her knuckles still clenched around the hilt of her dagger. "Let me handle it." Then slowly she looked back at the orc, her jaw tight, her silence an admission of reluctance. But she nodded. Kai walked past her. The orc turned his one good eye at him. Blood stained his face. And still there was that mocking grin. Kai stared at him quietly. There were many ways this could go. Different elemental spells that could twist the air in his lungs or freeze the blood in his veins. But he had a feeling none of it would work. Not because the orc was too strong, but because some beings would rather die than let go of their faith. The orc knew he was going to die. That was clear from the stillness in his limbs, the way he no longer tried to thrash against the ropes digging into his arms. The wound had stopped bleeding mostly, but so had his resistance. Not because he had broken, but because he'd accepted it. Kai crouched down, resting one elbow on his knee, his gaze level with the orc's. "I'm not here to play games," he said calmly, quiet enough that it forced the orc to lean in just a bit. "But if you've already given up on life, why the silence?" The orc bared his teeth in a twisted grin. "Because you get nothing, mage. Your flashy little tricks don't hurt much anyway." Kai tilted his head. "Your screams told a different story. A grunt answered that short and sharp, pain's easy, real orcs don't cry for it, and we don't give anything to those who don't earn it. You want words from an orc ready to die. He scoffed, spit blood to the side. That's not going to happen. Kai smiled faintly and leaned forward. What's your name? The orc blinked. What, your name? Kai repeated. If you're going to die here, I'd at least like to know what they'll call the corpse. The orc stared at him, confused for a second, then grunted again. Zarak. Kai gave a slow nod. Zarak. Good. Now that we're speaking, let me ask, do you believe in Belkur? Zarak's lips thinned instantly. Any orc who doesn't believe in him isn't an orc. Kai's gaze didn't waver. Then tell me, what kind of death does Belkur consider worthy? There was a pause. Zarak bit into his lip, tasted blood again, and for the first time hesitated. Then he spoke almost reverently. A warrior's death, to fall in battle against someone stronger. No regrets, no shame, just blood, steel, and glory. Kai smiled at that, a cold, knowing curve of his lips. He guessed right. I see, Kai said softly, rising to his feet with a slow exhale. Then that's unfortunate. Zarak looked up sharply. What, you won't get that death, Kai said, tone flat as a blade edge. You'll rot in this hut, tied to a pole, beaten, left to bleed until your body gives up. No glory, no steel, just silence. Zarak's good eye twitched. I know that. I die here weak and tortured, all because of you. The hatred in his voice was a storm. Rage and fury and shame all rolled into one. Kai didn't pull back either. His eyes narrowed slightly. No, he said. You would die here because you were weak. You should have killed me, the orc growled like the others. Kai didn't react right away. He let the silence stretch between them, then tilted his head just slightly. I needed information. You're the only one who might have it, he continued, eyes flicking briefly to the artifact-laced bracer that lay discarded by the wall. You wore that. That means rank. That means knowledge. Zarak's lips pulled back in a sneer, and I'll die with it. You'll get nothing from me. Kai didn't move, but the wheels in his mind turned. That was the confirmation he needed. The orc had the information, and Thisthighs wasn't a shot in the dark anymore. Then Kai said, let's make a trade. Zarak laughed, blood dripping from the sides of his lips. What do I look like? A merchant? I'm not one either. And I'm not offering coins. The orc narrowed his eye. You tell me what I want to know, Kai said, and I give you a chance to face me again. One move, one strike. Win and you can drag yourself out of here. Lose, you get a warrior's death, not the death of a rotting hound. Zarak's breath caught in his throat. He didn't speak, not immediately. He coughed instead, blood bubbling out between clenched teeth. But Kai had seen a shift in his gaze, the flicker of conflict. He had touched something deep. Zarak wasn't just a soldier, he was devout. And for the orcs, Belkur wasn't just a name, they believed in him wholeheartedly. In battle, in death, in honor through strength. How do I know, Zarak rasped finally, that you're not lying? That was it. Kai knew then had him. Because I'm a warrior too, he said. I don't lie about battle. From behind him, Salira shouted. You're sure about this? You can't trust orcs. Kai didn't take his eyes off Zarak. It's fine, he said quietly. If he agrees, I'll believe him. For a long breath, silence stretched between them, taut and heavy, like a bowstring drawn to its limit. The orc stared at Kai, his single good eye boring into him, searching for deceit, for even a flicker of hesitation. But Kai didn't flinch. Then finally, with a deep exhale that sounded more like a growl, the orc spoke. Okay, he said, I'll tell you if you stay true to your words. I don't want to die a coward. That's unacceptable. Very well, he said. Then let's begin. Why are the orcs abducting people? Even children. Why? The moment the words left Kai's mouth, the orc's jaw clenched. His thick fingers curled into the dusty floorboards, and for a moment it looked like he might refuse. But he didn't. It's Corvash's orders, the orc said at last. He wants to go deeper. Into the sacred place, our god's temple. His gaze flicked to the side, as if even saying that much left a taste of ash in his mouth. Kai didn't interrupt. He waited, letting the orc speak at his own pace. There are doors there, the orc continued, each word falling heavy. Sealed, with markings no orc can read. Corvash said they might be ancient writings of your kind. Human words. He thinks if he brings enough of your people, especially those who can read or write, maybe the doors will open by one of them. The interrogation proved both fruitful and deeply unsettling. As the orc spoke, piece by piece, the puzzle in Kai's mind began to complete itself. The vague outlines of theory he'd been working with suddenly sharpened into clear, terrifying truth. Corvash hadn't just stumbled across a ruin or some buried relic site. He had found the entrance to Valkyrie's tower. He had been able to finally confirm it. Only the ground floor was accessible so far, sealed above by enchanted gates. But that hadn't stopped the orc overlord. Instead, it had sparked something far worse, a plan. The abduction scattered, vicious, and senseless on the surface were orderly beneath it. Corvash was targeting those most likely to be useful. Children and relatives of tribal leaders and sand knights who were young enough to have information, but still capable of obedience. Trained just enough to serve, not enough to resist. It made sense, and it painted a bloody image of what was coming. Kai leaned back once Zarak had finally stopped talking. His thoughts spun around the tower. If only that ground floor had gifted Corvash enough power to change the rule of the Dunneborns and create such a terrifying reputation, then it bagged the question just what was on the upper floors. Corvash sapping on the power of a massive etham crystal was believable. Most towers had one somewhere, buried under stone or locked within. That wasn't the concern. The artifacts were. The orc couldn't give exact numbers, but he had named several that had already been distributed among Corvash's elite. Rings that turned flesh to stone, bracers like the one Kai had taken, cloaks that bled illusions and blades that drank heat. None were on the level of true relics, but in the hands of a dozen orcs, they were dangerous enough. Kai had pressed for more, and Zarak, stubborn but bound by his warrior's vow, gave what he could. It was enough to get a general map of Corvash's inner circle and, more importantly, their strengths. But only one orc seemed dangerous to Kai, Corvash himself. The others were threats, yes, but manageable ones. The orc overlord, Corvash, so the stories went, was the strongest to rise in the last 100 years, and he listened closely as the prisoner spoke, the fire in his voice steady even through the pain. Different stories of conquest poured out like long-held pride villages burned, rival chieftains crushed, sand knights torn down one by one. But what interested Kai wasn't the victories. It was what had made those victories possible, especially how Corvash kept everything for himself, and hearing it all gave him a good idea of both the strength and personality of Corvash. He asked everything he could for hours and hours, every name that has an artifact, every defensive layout. Guard rotations, traps inside the tower, the frequency of patrols. The orc was stubborn at first, spitting insults between words, but he kept his vow. He answered, and by the end Kai had more than enough, but a deal was a deal. Even with one leg gone and blood caked along his jaw, the orc demanded what he was owed, a warrior's death. He said nothing as Kai stood, and Kai said nothing back. A glowing wind blade shimmered to life as Zarak charged with one leg, and in a single clean arc it slid through the orc's heart. No pain, no delay. That was the most he could give Zarak, just honor. Kai looked down at the body for a moment, then turned to Salira, her eyes narrow and unreadable in the dim torchlight. Take care of his body, Kai said quietly. Give him a proper burning if you can. She hesitated. The hate in her was clear, but she nodded all the same. But the moment brought no peace. Instead, a deeper urgency set in. The orc had confirmed too much. Corvash had reached the tower. He had reached his tower. Only the ground floor, yes, but the seals above wouldn't hold forever. Even if the doors were soul-locked to Valkyrie's bloodline, there should be other ways to get in. Kai couldn't afford to take that risk. He hadn't even set eyes on the tower himself, and yet the clock had already begun to tick. He turned away from the corpse and said the only thing that mattered now, call a meeting. The room was quiet. Kai sat at the head, his spear resting beside him. Around him were Mari, Salira, and the members of his party, some seated, others leaning against the walls, listening. He had told them everything, every word the orc had spilled. When he finished, silence followed. Mari's face shifted, eyebrows drawn in tight, jaw clenched, lips slightly parted like she was still trying to piece it all together. Fear sat in her eyes, then disbelief, then something unreadable. After a long moment, she exhaled through her nose and said, I never thought the orcs were hiding something this deep. I told you. She looked at him, eyes narrowing for a beat before softening. I know, I didn't doubt you, Count Arzan, but this confirms it. No one can question the words of an orc carrying an artifact. Salira folded her arms. We've tried capturing orcs like him before, wanted answers. All we ever got were grunts and rumors. The few who knew anything died too fast. And if we push too hard, we risk a full crackdown. The orcs have already crushed too many tribes. She paused, then added, still I've heard of this temple. The one they revere, they barely speak of it. Kai leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. That temple is our goal, the tower. If I'm right, that's where the abducted are, all of them. And Corvash is forcing them to read the runes and unlock the upper levels. Claire, sitting cross-legged near the corner, frowned, but they wouldn't know how. None of them aren't mages. Kai nodded. Exactly. Seal magic isn't something you stumble into. It takes years, training, lineage. Even if someone had a clue, they wouldn't get far, and the desert has no mage culture. He glanced around the room, which brings us to the real question. His eyes moved from face to face. What happens when Corvash realizes they're useless to him? No one answered. No one needed to. The silence said it all. Faces hardened. Claire looked down at her hands. Fairy's mouth was set in a tight line. Salira exhaled slowly, her hand tightening around the hilt of her dagger. They all knew the answer. We have to reach the tower, he said, before Corvash makes a decision we can't undo. P.S. Book 2 is officially launched. If you're on Kindle Unlimited, you can read it for free, and even if you're not buying, a quick rating helps more than you think. Also, it's free to rate, and please download the book if you have Kindle Unlimited. It helps with algorithm. Click here. Knowing exactly what they were dealing with gave Kai an edge, and he knew it. Every piece of information the orc had let slip gave him leverage to gather the tribes together. The very moment he shared it with Mari and Salira, he felt the atmosphere shift. At the same time, he realized that they were on an extremely strict deadline, but it turned out to be a hidden blessing since it didn't give any leaders time to drag their feet or get lost in pride and caution. He had solid grounds to press on the fact that they had to act fast. Mari and Salira agreed. Thus, the discussion shifted toward the future plans. They drafted heralds to send word to every known tribe across the desert. The message that was sent was clear and open. They were taking on the orcs to save their children. He knew that giving out whatever he had found out would prompt the tribals to stop rotting in their fears and move to act. Some, he expected, would be too afraid. Some would call it a trap, a fool's errand, and he was right, not everyone came, but more than he'd hoped for did. They chose to gather at the city hall of the 5-tribe council. It was apparently located in the center of the desert, and according to Mari, the council hall at its heart was the only building large enough to host so many chieftains at once. The sun was just starting the climb when they began to arrive. One by one, the leaders entered the hall, and they were all flanked by guards bearing the marks of their tribes. The council greeted each one. Formal words were exchanged, but the tension was clear. This wasn't a festival or market day. This was war talk. The air inside the hall was thick with suspicion, hope, and something deeper, with weight of old wounds and lost sons. Kai stood at the front, his gaze steady as tribe after tribe entered. He didn't speak yet, not until the room was full. Not until all eyes turned toward him. Each tribe that arrived came bearing more than just banners and guards. They came armed with doubts. And before the meeting could even begin, the same questions echoed again and again across the stone walls of the city hall. Did you really capture an orc general? Is Corvash's strength truly not divine, but stolen from a mage's tower? Are our people really held inside that place? Kai had expected skepticism. What caught him off guard was how quickly that skepticism turned to unease the moment they saw him and his party. Loud whispers were exchanged of foreigner. What was he doing here? And they'd been even more shocked to know that he was the one to interrogate the orc. More than one leader demanded proof, refusing to suddenly believe things. Narrowed eyes, crossed arms, and accusations that came from a place of distrust were thrown at him one after the other. One even scoffed aloud, calling it blasphemy. Salira's voice silenced them all. I was right there when it happened, she said. I saw it with my own eyes. I heard what the orc said. Whatever information was given to you all is true. That shut them up for a moment. Even still, Kai could feel their heavy eyes on him. He didn't like it, but he understood it. He was an outsider, standing in the heart of ancient tribes. By the time the final tribal leader set foot inside the hall, the sun was high, flooding through the openings in the roof and lighting it up. The doors shut behind the last guest with a groan of finality, and the meeting began without further delay. Khalid stepped forward to speak. You already know what brought us here, he began. For years, we've watched Corvash rise in power, subjugating tribes, silencing rebellions. Our men and women had died because of him, and our children. He let those words hang for a moment before continuing with a firm voice. That was the beginning of his speech, and soon, he started briefing the leaders about what happened in the last week and why they were suddenly talking about going to war with the orcs. Although the information had been spread among them before he spoke, it only made sense to give an official briefing. I already explained before that we now know that Corvash is trying to climb up the tower where their newfound strength comes from. He'd only breached the ground floor, but had been blocked from climbing the tower due to enchanted gates. That's what the abductions are for, needs people who can read the runes and break the seals. Murmurs rippled across the room. Some leaned forward, others scowled. If we strike now, Khalid pressed on, we have a chance to stop him. But if we wait, if he succeeds in unlocking the tower, then this suppression of ours. He shook his head. It might become something worse, something like slavery if it's not that already. Kai scanned the hall, watching reactions like a hawk. A few of the leaders nodded, quiet agreement showing in their clenched jaws and somber eyes, but not everyone looked convinced. A deep voice cut through the tension. And if we fail, we would die. All eyes turned to the speaker, a burly man with sun-darkened skin, long braided hair streaked with gray, and a beard like a lion's mane. His arms were crossed, his voice laced with challenge. Kai recognized him as Panic from the earlier introduction when the man had entered the hall. We're dying either way, another man said. He was older than most, with white streaks lining his thick black hair and sun-creased skin pulled tight over high cheekbones. You know Corvash. If he gains more strength, he won't hide it. He'll come down on us the moment we do something he doesn't like, maybe because we didn't give him as much in taxes or say the wrong thing. Or worse, he'll take us with him if he ever decides to go to war outside Ashari, and will be nothing more than meat shields in his armies. A heavy silence followed. That man had said what Kai had been thinking since the interrogation. Corvash wasn't building strength for defense, was preparing for something greater, and he was willing to use every tribal child to get there. But while the room wrestled with the weight of those words, Kai stayed quiet. It gave him time to do what he had come here for besides pushing the council observe. He let his eyes scan each of the gathered leaders, noting expressions, subtle twitches, body language. Some nodded quietly, already leaning toward war. Others said little, but seemed ready to follow the majority if it meant their tribes would survive. But a few kept their arms folded too tight, their faces too still, eyes too cold. Kai didn't trust stillness in a room meant for movement. Especially not when Mari had warned him that some tribes had already sold themselves completely to the Dunneborn, sworn loyalty to the orcs for food, weapons, or the illusion of peace. She had made sure none of those tribes were invited today, but even so, Kai knew there could still be spies among them, those willing to nod along now and sell them out later. That's why Gareth and Ansel were quietly working in the background, eyes sharper than blades, ears wide open, and he hoped it would be enough. Tension began to rise again. The meeting was slowly boiling over, voices turning sharp, arguments slipping into repetition. Those against the idea of an attack had dug their heels in, not with strategy but fear. Fear to lose their lives and become something they didn't want to be for orcs when they retaliate. And then Panic finally snapped out the question that had been simmering beneath the surface. "You're asking us to start a war based on the word of an outsider," he said, his upper lip curling. "You say there's a mage tower, that this is where the orc's strength comes from, but none of us have seen it, not one, and you tell us it's invisible," he scoffed. "With all due respect, does that not sound stupid to anyone else?" That earned him a few nods and murmured agreements. An orc already verified those claims. Khalid emphasized his words again. The burly man who'd been stirring the pot scoffed and spat to the side. "He could have been feeding you lies, dying breath nonsense to throw us off. You'd risk all our tribes on that." And then finally it turned fully toward Kai. Up until now, the man had barely spared him a glance, like a scorpion circling but waiting to strike. "And this man," he said, voice curling with scorn, "why is he still here? He already gave you whatever he got from the orc, didn't he? You're going to let a foreigner sit in on our war talks like one of us." Before anyone else could speak, Hewsome stood from his seat. "Because the mage tower we're talking about, it belongs to his mother, Valkyrie Kellius, a magus." Panic blinked, thrown for a moment, but he recovered fast, slamming his hand on his lap. "One that no one has seen, one that's invisible, apparently. This whole meeting is a farce. You all know it." His voice grew louder, turning bitter. "You all fucking know it. You just want to feel like you tried something before we all bury our children's names in the sand." That last line earned him more than just glares. A few people rose half from their seats, and suddenly noises arose. Hands tightened on armrests. Even the quiet ones, the ones still undecided, looked ready to speak. "Why don't I answer you, Panic?" Kai asked, looking at the man directly in his eyes, and everyone turned towards him. Kai felt their stares crawling in his skin, but he ignored it. He stepped forward, hands at his side, and spoke. "I'm Count Arzin Kellius of the Lancefil Kingdom. And yes, the tower we speak of belongs to my mother, Valkyrie Kellius. Some of you believe this, some of you don't, and that's fine." He took a breath and let his mana rise. "But let me give you something you can believe." Mana surged from him, in countless silken threads of glowing blue, winding their way through the hall like veins of starlight. Gasps echoed across the chamber. A few weapons were drawn in reflex, but no one moved further as the threads wove themselves together midair. And then in front of them all, a map shimmered into being made of raw mana, detailed and alive, hovering above the stone floor. A perfect three-dimensional layout of the desert's western region, marked by dunes, cliffs, and at the very center floating above the sand was the tower. "This," Kai said, "is proof, pulled from my astral space, bound to me through blood and legacy." As soon as he said that, all the chaos from before died. Even Panic didn't seem to have anything else to say. "As you can see," he said, now his voice was louder and clearer, "this is the tower I spoke of. I call it Valkyrie's Tower after my mother. It rests between these two peaks." He gestured to the illuminated ridges glowing in the air, hidden from normal sight by enchantments. "During the interrogation with the orc Zarak, I found out that the Dunneborns call this place the Palace of Belkur." A murmur rippled through the room. Then quietly, one of the older tribal leaders stood up, bald head wrapped in a gray scarf. "I've heard of that place," he said. Dozens of heads turned to him. Khalid narrowed his eyes. "What do you know about it?" The man hesitated, rubbing his hands together. "Not much, just tales. I've overheard orcs a few times. They spoke of a holy ground, a sacred place, one no human could ever touch, no matter how close they walked." Mari leaned forward, brows furrowed. "It's possible," she said slowly. "They might believe that because the tower is truly invisible to those without the knowledge of its location. To them it could appear divine, untouchable, and Corvash might have created a story around it." The room buzzed again with whispers and thoughtful nods until Panic spoke again. He slammed his hand on the table. "You're just making it sound more mystical to cover the holes in your story," he barked. "I'd rather believe that the orcs' gods gave them strength than some foreigner spinning tales about an invisible tower." Kai held back his frown. Panic was continuing to become a thorn at his side. And Kai was almost certain that the man had come to the meeting to reject any initiative of a war from the start. No words of persuasion would affect him, and he briefly wondered if he was the spy. But well, he knew one thing that make even him take a step back and rethink. "If Belkur is helping them," he said calmly, "why aren't your gods helping you?" That struck hard. The man's expression twisted, jaw clenched, and he rose halfway from his seat. "Watch your tongue," he growled. "You might be a count where you come from, but out here, no one will care if you die in a tent before dawn." Before the tension could snap, a voice cut through Itlo, sure and unexpected. "Step down, Panic," Adel said. All eyes snapped to him. The young warrior stood with his arms crossed. "If you go against him, you'll be on the ground before you know it. He defeated me." Gasps erupted through the hall like dry wood cracking in fire. A few of the leaders even stood, looking at Adel with stunned disbelief. Kai knew that Adel's reputation was one that carried weight. There weren't many in the desert who didn't know of the sand-scarred warrior who had beaten challengers twice his age and had earned a title. Kai didn't bother correcting him. Adel had left out the part where he'd faced 5 tribal champions at once and won, but that didn't matter. The message had landed and he'd not even expected that from him. Finally, the meeting turned quiet again, with the weight of the truth sitting heavy in every breath. Then Paino, seated but with a clenched jaw and raw bitterness in his voice, spoke again. "It doesn't change anything," he said. "We don't want to go after the orcs. Not again. We've had rebellions before. You all remember," he said, scanning the room. "Every tribe that led them burned, to the last child." His voice caught for half a second, but he pushed through. "Even if we're crawling in the dirt now, at least we're breathing. You want to throw that away." Few leaders nodded, slow and stiff, while others looked down at their hands, faces heavy with something too close to guilt. "So you'll forsake your next generation?" Kai asked back. His eyes raked around the men and women and planted on some who looked down in shame, yet no one answered. Kai inhaled a sharp breath through his nose. "The orcs didn't just kill the took children, sons, daughters. They were the future of your tribes. Every one of you knows they won't come back on their own." A murmur broke through the crowd. One of the leaders, with a dry and cracking voice, muttered, We can't abandon the children." Panic spun on him. "So we all die too?" His eyes were rimmed red and something deep trembled beneath the surface. He wasn't speaking to argue anymore. He was speaking from a place already torn open. "I'm devastated too," he continued. "Both of my sons were taken. My wife hasn't stopped crying since," he went on, shaking his head. "But I have more than just a family. I have a tribe. Men and women who already buried too many. I can't ask them to die for my sons. It's not right. It's not fair." His hand fell to his side, clenching into a fist. "I don't want to see Corvash again. Not in dreams. Not in war. He'll crush us like he always has." And for the first time, Kai looked at Panic differently. He had expected a coward or a spy, man too afraid to stand, and one who had already given away his integrity. But what he saw now was something far heavier. A father making an impossible choice. A leader trying to carry the weight of dozens without collapsing. Putting your tribe before your family, that took more than courage. It took sacrifice, and for a father, it was the hardest thing to do, and it explained all his doubts. But Kai had already prepared for this. He had seen the fear Corvash's name brought, how it twisted the tribal's hearts in dread, and he had made a plan because of it. Because if they feared Corvash more than death, then it was time to give them something greater to believe in. "And I intend to take care of that problem," Kai said, hushing the room again. A man near the back scoffed. "What are you saying? If we lift a hand against the Dunnaborns, Corvash will come down on us himself." Kai's gaze didn't shift. "He won't if he's already dead." Head slowly turned toward him, confusion and disbelief painted on nearly every face. Khalid sat forward. "What do you mean by that? I'll take on Corvash myself with my party. You don't have to move until he's dead." More gasps and whispers followed, but Kai continued. "I'll send a signal once it's done. When the orcs least expect it, that's when you strike. Finish what they started. End their tyranny before it becomes your children's future." For a few seconds, the hall felt like it had stopped breathing. Then came the look, some wary, some sharp with doubt. Others just pity. Even Mari's expression had shifted, her brows pulled tight in something like disbelief. Khalid stared at him like he'd grown a second head. And then, of course, Panic let out a dry, bitter laugh. "You really think we'll fall for that?" he said, half glare aimed straight at Kai. "Stop joking. This isn't some bard's tale." "I'm not joking," Kai said and shook his head. "I don't understand. Even if you're strong, Count Arzan, Corvash is something else entirely. The orc overlord isn't just muscle. He's cunning, ruthless, and we don't even know where he is right now," Khalid said. "If you're planning an assassination," someone added from the side, "you'll fail. You don't have enough to go on. No maps, no movements, no guarantee he's even at this tower. It's not an assassination," Kai said, lifting his chin. "I'm not going to stab him in the dark and run." Then, Kai swept his gaze through the room and started speaking, calling out his plan to kill Corvash to get control of his mother's legacy. Kai's plan was simple, not in its details, no. Those were bold, even dangerous, but in its intent. He and his party would carry the risk, so the tribes could carry hope. That was the only way they'd even consider rebellion. Corvash's name hung over every tribal chief like a chain around their necks. Clearly, the orc overlord had spent years building a legacy of fear-raising rebel camps to ash, sending heads of fallen leaders wrapped in cloth to surviving family members, turning resistance into a memory that these people were scared to speak of. He was the Dunnaborn's pride, their strongest, and here stood Kai, saying he'd take him on alone. The room fell silent when he began to talk about his strategy. They all listened to it calmly until the very end. His plan placed all the risk on his own shoulders. Taking on Corvash directly was the only way to shake the fear from the hearts of the desert tribesphere that had seeped into their bones after years of the orc overlord's growing legend. And so, when he finished laying out his strategy in the meeting hall, the looks he received were nothing short of horrified. Disbelief sharpened into open scoffs. One elder laughed under his breath, muttering that Kai must be insane. Another stood up, voice edged with ridicule, asking if this was all just some grand joke. but Kai didn't show an ounce of hesitation. Every word he spoke he meant, and he stood by them. Corvash was the linchpin. Remove him and the Dunneborn dominance crumbled. Without their strongest warrior, the one wielding relics no other orc could, Tameth's scales would tip back to balance. And that was all he needed from the tribes. If he succeeded, they would act. Until then, they would wait. He sharply inhaled when he noticed a lot of tribals getting up and leaving, calling him a madman over and over again. But more stayed behind, because in truth, it cost them nothing to wait. Surprisingly, Khalid opposed him not out of doubt with Kai's skills, but because his eyes kept drifting to Ansel. Kai understood. He pulled him aside that evening and promised Ansel would remain behind from what sounded like a suicide mission to him. Khalid didn't say anything, but the tightness in his shoulders eased. He mentioned how Ansel was capable, but he only wanted to take enforcers with him. And so, a day later, Kai stepped into the sands again. The sun hung high, casting long shadows across the ridges. Wind lashed at his robes, carrying grit into his teeth. And beasts, they came at his party with all their strength. Lord Arzan, above, Gareth's voice rang out. Kai's eyes darted upward just in time to see the creature plummet. It dropped from a rigid twisted thing with dry, lizard-like scales and leathery wings stretched tight between its limbs. 8 legs clung to its body like broken branches. Its jaw unhinged mid-air, tongue snapping forward like a whip aimed for Kai's skull. He rolled sideways out of his mount, the creature's tongue grazing his shoulder as it missed. A hiss split the air. These things weren't new to him. He'd heard about them from Ansel Skyrakes. Not true flyers, just beasts that glided through the air, but they made up for it with speed and predatory focus. In a place starved of mana, they used what little they had. A second one lunged. Its tongue lashed out, and Kai ducked low, twisting. He flung a dagger without pause. The blade buried itself in the creature's eye. It screeched, convulsed, then dropped from the air like a stone. The third came straight for his chest. Kai met it with the butt of his spear, blocking the impact with a grunt. The creature recoiled from the force, wings flapping in panic. He stepped in and drove his spear through its exposed chest. Blood splattered against the sand. Another dropped in from above. This one aimed for his arm, fangs snapping. Kai shifted, spun his spear horizontally, and shoved it into the beast's throat. Its wings beat one last time before its body slumped to the ground. Skyrakes clearly weren't tough, but they were fast, and in numbers they could be dangerous. Just as Kai wiped his blade clean, movement caught his eye. 3 of the Skyrakes leapt toward a nearby boulder, their claws scraping against stone as they scrambled to flee. Kai's hand twitched, ready to summon wind or fire, but a blur shot past him before the mana even stirred. Steel flashed once, then twice, then a third time. The bodies of the fleeing beasts dropped, lifeless, landing with dull thuds in the sand. Adel stood at the top of the boulder, blood dripping from his curved blade, his chest rising steadily. He glanced down at the fallen, gave a slight nod, and jumped back to the ground with ease. Sand puffed beneath his boots as he strode toward Kai. He was the only tribal that came with him on this death mission, and the one whose willingness to move with him surprised Kai the most. He'd arrived with a mount of his own when they were about to leave, saying that they'd need a guide to the territory. Kai accepted his inclusion, not seeing any reason to reject, especially because the man didn't seem like he wanted to cause any trouble. You could have just used those flashy spells of yours, Adel muttered in a dry voice. Before Kai could answer, Gareth snorted. Lord Arzan is saving his strength for Corvash. These beasts aren't worthy to waste mana. Adel grunted, glancing at the corpses again. Then he should stay out of these warm-ups. I don't need help handling bugs. Kai shrugged, spinning his spear once in his grip. I'm trying to practice my spear skills. Adel narrowed his eyes. Practice? You're not a sand knight. What's the point? A faint smirk tugged at Kai's lips. The man still thought his strength came only from magic. That was fine. He let him think that. Kai turned toward the others. He saw Claire and Kale standing in the back with their mounts. Everyone all right? He asked. Claire nodded. We're fine. Kale gave a thumbs up, just a scratch. Fray and Neris had stayed behind. It was a deliberate choice. Kai needed trusted people to guide the tribals during the rebellion when it finally broke out. As for Rhea, she was safely tucked in Khalid's home. She'd begged to come, but this wasn't training anymore. Corvash was far beyond her level, and Kai had left her with new spells to study and strict instructions not to follow him. He glanced back at the blood-soaked sand, then at the horizon ahead. We move, he said, voice low, and we avoid any more of their nests from now on. No one argued. Adel swung up onto his mount, the beast grunting as it rose to its full height. If we avoid their nests, he said, brushing dust off his trousers, we'll have to deal with worse. This part of the desert crawls with things you don't want to see whether night or day. The orcs let them breed, then hunt them like cattle. Kai climbed onto his own mount, the scaled creature shifting under his weight. Behind him, Claire adjusted her saddle and asked, how far is Drakun? When you said Corvash controls, Adel guided his beast toward the front of the group, the wind tugging at his scarf. Not far, 2 hours if we don't run into a patrol. I've been there once, the outskirts at least, we'll see guards soon. Then his gaze slid to Kai, serious now. You'll need to start your plan once we do. I know, Kai replied, already turning inward again. They moved again, sand kicking up behind them in soft clouds as they rode deeper into orc territory. Kai leaned forward slightly on his mount, his eyes unfocused, lips pressed tight in thought. The plan had multiple layers, most of it hinged on his spells. Not the basic ones anyone could learn, but the ones that carved through legions, spells originally forged for war, 4th and 5th circle spells, the ones he worked to modify as they moved. After awakening in this new life as Arzan, Kai had been forced to adapt to an environment full of mana, and hence, he had created a basic spell structure he used for both of his fire and wind aspected spells that contained calculations that took in a vast amount of mana. But in the desert, he had been modifying them back to take in as little mana as possible and even work more lethally against orcs. With every beat of his mount's stride, calculations played behind his eyes, reforming the spells to suit what he needed out of them. Fortunately, there was no dead mana here to slow things down. That helped since he didn't have to add in the lines to filter it. But higher circle spells weren't forgiving. One misaligned structure, one delayed release, and the spell could backfire, or explode. Still, this was his strength. He'd always been good with calculations and changing spell structures. And so the ride became a moving workshop, until Kale's voice cut through his trance. "I see orcs," Kale muttered, narrowing his eyes against the glare of the sun. His words carried just enough urgency to make the others slow their pace. The mounts began to shuffle, sand kicking up under their feet as the group eased to a halt. Ahead, a trio of figures approached, dust swirling around them. They weren't on foot. Each orc rode a beast the size of a wagon, thick with muscle and fur the color of burnt clay. Their horns curled wide like crescent moons, jagged at the tips, and their nostrils flared with each breath. The animals looked bred for warhooves cracking the dry earth, eyes burning with the same brutish menace as their riders. The orcs seemed relaxed, talking among themselves in low grunts and short bursts of their harsh tongue. But as the distance closed, the tension thickened. The one in the center, broad, crooked nose taking up most of his face, grunted something and yanked on the reins, halting his mount. He leaned forward, eyes narrowing. "Why the hell are you humans here?" His voice was rough, more bark than speech. "State your purpose, or you won't be able to walk back alive." No one answered right away. The wind rustled against cloth and leather, but the silence hung heavier than the heat. Kai's eyes swept over them, no glow of enchantments, no marks of power, no artifacts. Unimportant then, but still useful. He swung down from his mount with fluid grace, sand hissing under his boots. Without hesitation, he lowered his head in a deep bow. Behind him, his party followed suit, each of them bowing as they'd practiced. Even Anel. "I am honored to meet the esteemed Dunneborns," Kai said, sounding as sincere as possible. "My name is Arzan. I am a traveler from distant lands, drawn to the Ashari desert by the legend of Belkur's Chosen." The orcs exchanged glances. Suspicion and confusion danced in their expressions. Kai watched them closely. Crooked Noseth leader, Clearla tilted his head like a dog hearing something strange. The bald one beside him scratched his ear, squinting at the group with dull suspicion. The third, lean and filthy, had a sour look and a crusted film around his mouth, as if water was a myth he'd never heard of. Of course, he knew that orcs weren't big on hygiene, but this one was much worse. The stench wafting off him made Kai instinctively breathe through his mouth. He dubbed them silently. "Big nose, bald head, and..." "Slimy," Big Nose grunted again. "That doesn't answer why you're here." Some foreigners with a tribal tagging along. His voice was sharper now, less curious and more hostile. The other two began to fan out, their mounts shifting restlessly. Kai lifted his head, a calm smile already in place. The orc jabbed a thick finger toward Adel, his lip curling slightly. "Why is he with you if you are from distant lands?" he asked, gaze sharp. Kai's pulse quickened, but only slightly. The way they talked, they hadn't recognized Adel for who he truly was. That was good. The man had told him that not many orcs would recognize him, and that had turned out to be true. "A local guide," Kai said smoothly, then raised his chin with a look of genuine reverence. "And I'm here because I'm searching for the palace of Belkur." That got their attention. Big Nose's eyes narrowed into slits. His grip on the reins tightened, nostrils flaring. "How do you know about that?" he growled. Kai kept his calm smile. "I'm a scholar, a connoisseur and seeker of divine knowledge. Among all the gods of the world, it is Belkur who commands the deepest awe. Not just power but savagery, might, fearlessness. Humans worship many gods, but none can match the greatness of Belkur." He watched the orcs' faces closely, noting the twitch of pride in Big Nose's brows and the flicker of interest from bald head. Slimy scratched his armpit. "I've studied his monuments. Traveled far to trace his legend," Kai continued, voice tinged with just enough zeal to sound convincing. "In one forgotten ruin, I found mention of the palace hidden deep in Ashari's sands. That's what brought me here. I wish to see its glory." He let his words hang in the dry air, hoping the bait had been taken. Fanatics always wanted confirmation Somyon to agree their god was the greatest, and Kai had given them that. More importantly, he hoped they'd catch the subtle flattery hidden beneath his tone. But then Big Nose squinted at him, confusion drawing lines across his forehead. "What's a Kansu, Su'ur?" Kai blinked. He hadn't expected that. Connoisseur, he corrected after a beat. It means someone who knows a lot about something. An expert. Big Nose grunted, still scowling. Strange word, but it's good that even a human like yourself knows the greatness of Belker. For a moment, Kai thought it was working until the orc's face hardened again. But belief doesn't grant privilege, Big Nose snapped. The palace of Belker isn't for human eyes, not even faithful ones. Only Corvash, our champion and his chosen, can walk that path. He leaned forward on his saddle, eyes now sharp with warning. So I'll give you one chance, human. Turn back, leave these lands, or I'll spill your blood here and now and feed your bones to the sands. The other two orcs let out guttural laughs, hands resting a little too casually on the hilts of their weapons. Kai's heart sank a little. For a second, he genuinely began to wonder if he'd overestimated the average orc's intelligence. How could they not know what Corvash was doing? The orc he'd interrogated had clearly said his subordinates were aware of the tower, the enchantments, the efforts to reach the top. So why weren't these three catching on? But just as he began to pivot on his heel, ready to feign retreat and circle back another way, he caught movement out of the corner of his eye. Slimy leaned toward Big Nose, whispering, though whisper was generous. His gravelly voice scratched the air like rocks on bark. Ask about the tower, if he knows how it works. Kai almost revised the nickname on the spot. Maybe he was too harsh to judge Slimy. The orc was helpful. Big Nose's gaze returned to him. You said you visited Belker's monuments, that you read records of the palace. Kai dipped his chin. That's right. A long pause occurred. Big Nose's next words were slower. Then do you know how it works? The palace, the inner floors, how to climb them. Kai allowed a flicker of a smile to curve at the edge of his mouth. Yes, he said, steady. Most of the places I visited had human runes engraved on the walls. I understand them. I know how to read them. All three orcs turned to each other this time, trading glances, jaws tight. Slimy shifted excitedly in his saddle, and Bald Head's eyes lit up with a shade of hope or greed. Big Nose's gaze returned like a hammer. You truly know it. Kai bowed again respectfully. I would never lie to the children of Belker. A moment of silence passed again. Then the orc grunted. Very well, you come with us. Overlord Corvash will want to hear you speak. Kai bowed slightly. But before he could signal the others, Big Nose jerked a thumb at his companions. They won't come with you. Your friends can turn back, especially the tribal. No tribals allowed. The words came like a snap of dry wood. Kai's eyes flicked to his companions. Adel's jaw clenched. Claire's brow tightened. Kale's fingers twitched near his blade. Only Gareth kept his composure and then back to the orcs. They're believers too, Kai said quickly, keeping the urgency from his tone. We've all traveled together for this. They've studied the texts with me. They only wish to witness the palace. They won't speak, won't interfere. Just let them see it. Big Nose's lip curled. Don't need more filthy humans walking our divine palace. Especially a tribal. Kai placed a hand over his chest, bowing slightly again. Believers of Belker are never filthy. They're just misguided souls who found the right path. Another silence. The three orcs looked at one another again. Slimy scratched his shoulder, muttered something that might have been agreement. Bald Head shrugged. Big Nose's face twisted in thought, his brows furrowed like he was trying to chew through a rock with his mind. Before he could spit out another word, Bald Head gave a short grunt and jabbed a thick finger toward Claire. A low, ugly chuckle rumbled from his throat like dry gravel rolling down a hill. Big Nose followed the gesture, his beady eyes settling on her. A slow, mocking smirk crept up his face. Then he turned back to Kai. Fine, he said at last. They can come, but none of them speak. Not one word. We don't want human tongues wagging in our lands. Kai gave a small nod, keeping his expression carefully blank. But then Big Nose added, and before they leave that one, he jabbed his thumb at Claire. Stays with us. For a while. Bald Head's laugh got louder. Slimy licked his lips. Behind Kai, he felt Claire stiffen. Kale narrowed his eyes, his knuckles white. Adel shifted like he was ready to draw. Kai didn't let his expression crack. He bowed his head slightly again, shoulders loose, eyes calm. Of course, he said, voice smooth as polished stone. Whatever you say. But inside, something in him burned hotter than the desert sun. They were already dead pieces of animals, just didn't know it yet. He would deal with Corvash first. Then, when the dust had settled and the tower was his, he'd find these three again, and make sure they never opened their mouths or laid eyes on a woman, ever again. Once the three orcs agreed to escort them, the atmosphere shifted. The desert didn't feel the same anymore. The wind still howled and the sand still bit at their skin, but now they were moving deeper into enemy land under escort, yes, but it felt more like being paraded by guards who expected to kill them the moment they proved useless. The orcs flanked them like wardens. One kept spitting into the sand. Another cracked his knuckles every few minutes. They exchanged no words, so the only sound was just heavy footsteps and the sound of snorting bulls. Kai didn't really care. The first step had worked. He had bluffed his way in, but getting close was one thing. What came next would decide on how well he could access the tower while cornering Corvash at the same time. As they crested a dune, he looked at Adel, who was in the middle of covering his face with a scarf, only his dark eyes visible beneath the folds. The orcs didn't seem to care. But Kai noticed. He kept noticing. Adel didn't seem like someone who'd sign up to die, not for glory, not even for revenge. He remembered the information they had gotten on him. He was sure that he had more reason to come with him as a guide rather than just wanting the orcs dead. After all, there were always things at play. As if feeling the weight of Kai's stare, Adel turned his head just enough. "What?" he asked, the sound muffled by the scarf. Kai gave a vague smile, eyes squinting against the sun. Just thinking, Adel raised a brow. About what? Rather than answer, Kai flicked 2 fingers near his hip. A breeze kicked up around them, harmless to the eye but layered with the subtle folds of a sound silencing spell. A shimmer, then silence wrapped around them. Adel noticed. His brow furrowed deeper, but he didn't comment. "Why are you really here?" Adel answered directly. "I'm guiding you, that's not what I mean. You don't strike me as the kind of man to sign up for a suicide mission based on a tower you don't even believe in. Or have you changed your mind?" "I still don't believe in your tower," he said. No, but I believe it can only be 2 things." Adel cast a glance sideways, eyes squinting in the heat. "Either you're telling the truth, or you and your whole crew are absolutely insane. Since you haven't turned tail yet, and the orcs clearly believe something's out there, I'm leaning toward the first. But I guess you are insane in either case." Kai gave a soft grunt of amusement. "So you're betting on the insanity being real, something like that." Adel shifted slightly in his saddle. "Besides, even if it's a lie, it's too late to walk away. And if it's the truth, if there's really a tower and you really kill Corvash, then I sure as hell can't be left behind. Why not glory?" A moment of silence passed between them. "Let's say you win," Adel continued. "Corvash falls. The orcs lose their grip. The balance returns to the desert, even tilts toward the humans again. Then what?" Kai listened while they were moving. "The tribes will celebrate, they'll cheer your name, but soon enough they'll return to their old habits. Infighting, grudges, blood feuds between different tribes for reasons lost to time." Adel shook his head slowly. "They might behave for a while, sure, but once the fear fades, they'll remember why they hate each other." Kai's brows furrowed at what the man was getting at, and that's when it clicked. Kai's eyes widened slightly, realization dawning like a sunrise over dry earth. "You want to change that?" Adel didn't deny it. He let out a low laugh, dry and honest. "I'm not trying to rule the desert, if that's what you're thinking," he said. "It's too messy, too many old debts and complications. But I want my people to rise above that chaos, to be something more." "You want to lead your tribe to prominence," Kai murmured. "Yes," Adel said simply. The council was a bandage. It kept things from bleeding out after Corvash broke half the desert. But when he dies, that structure dies with him. And if I'm one of the men who helped kill him, that would be enough to stall any past rumors about me and give me the reputation to create something never seen before in Ashari. Kai understood what Adel meant. There were things like reputation, power, and legacy that affected things. It would be enough to silence the whispers of his past, enough to make his tribe feared, respected. Enough to build something new. Kai looked at him more closely now. He wasn't just another arrogant tribal leader riding out to die. He was a man who saw an opportunity to rewrite everything. "You know about the rumors," Kai said. "Of course I do." "Then why?" "Because I'm not stupid," Adel interrupted. "Lots of men in high places pretend they don't hear the talk. I am not one of those." There was a brief pause, then quieter, almost reluctant, he asked, "Are they true?" "What do you think?" Adel asked back. Kai didn't get the chance to answer. Big Nose suddenly pulled at his mount's reins and grunted sharply. The other orcs followed suit, halting in a loose semicircle. Kai instantly dismissed the warding spell around him, and Adel, the magic winded down. He kept his face neutral. "We walk from here," Big Nose growled, hopping down from his beast with a heavy thud. The creature grunted and stamped its hoof, discontent with being left behind. "Why?" Kai asked, though he already had a guess. Orc shot him a glare. "Because we're going to the palace. This path isn't made for beasts." That was all he offered before turning and marching ahead, boots crunching against sand and dried roots. The other 2 orcs pushed them to get down their own mounts and followed without a word. They moved forward, feet sinking into the warm dunes. Around them, the landscape subtly changed. It wasn't the sand, it was the trees. Dozens of them. Twisted, pale-limbed desert trees with leaves like cracked leather luvara trees. Hardy, drought-fed things that clawed into the land like bony fingers. Kai had seen them before, sparsely scattered across the Ashari, but never this many in one place. They grew denser with each step. Then it hit him, a pulse like a ripple through his skull. His instincts screamed danger. His foot halted mid-step, body tensing. Magic, an ambush, no, not quite. He knew that feeling. It was a redirection ward. The moment his mind recognized it, it tried to turn him away, to reroute his path, make him walk back and forget why he came. He gritted his teeth and shook it off. Next to him, Adel slowed. He was already starting to turn back when Bald Head stepped forward and shoved him back in line. Kale and Claire stood stiffly, eyes narrowed and confused, clearly shaken by the same force. Even the orcs weren't immune. Their steps falteredly for a moment, but they pushed through. "Keep walking," Big Nose snapped. "Don't give in to Belker's curse." Kai nearly snorted aloud. Curse? That was no divine will. It was a ward, basic, even. But for people without training, any magical resistancy would feel like divine compulsion. No wonder they thought it was some god's protection. He kept moving. The dunes around them grew steeper. The wind shifted. Every few feet, the taste of mana in the air grew stronger. It was faint like a whisper compared to what he was used to in a place where mana was scarce to the point of extinction. Even the smallest thread stood out. and Kai could feel it pooling, drawing them closer. It turned out he'd been right all along. The tower was leaking it, not enough to overwhelm the enchantments, but just enough for a trained mage to feel its presence threading through the air like silver smoke. The orcs ahead slowed, muttering among themselves. Every few dozen steps, one would kneel, claw into the sand with a dagger, then nod as if confirming something before moving on. Claire leaned in close from behind and whispered, "What are they doing?" "Illusion ward," he murmured. "They've marked the right path. Lose it and you walk in circles, so they are looking at the route marks." Understanding passed in silence between the party. The illusion wasn't surprising. Kai would have done the same if he wanted to hide something important. He had enough mana to brute force his way through if needed, and his bag carried spare storage stones filled to the brim just in case. But it was better to just follow the orcs. Every drop of mana counted, so they continued forward. Then suddenly Stinky grunted, "We're close." Kai's gaze swept forward, hoping to see something, but there was nothing. The desert still stretched endlessly, dunes gently sloping beneath a pale, blazing sky. There was no tower, no structure, no sign of anything. Then he took one more step, and it appeared. It didn't fade in like smoke or shimmer into view. One second the horizon was empty and the next it wasn't. The tower was just there. A collective gasp rang out. Kale's breath caught and Gareth stumbled back. Adel muttered a curse behind them, his voice shaken and full of something that sounded dangerously close to awe. "It's fucking real." Kai didn't speak. His eyes locked on the structure before them. Even from a distance, the tower exuded presence. It rose like a monolith from the sands, made of smooth black stone that shimmered faintly under the sun, almost mirror-like but etched with seals and circular sigils that pulsed faintly with embedded enchantments. The edges of each floor curved inward before flaring out again, giving it a shape like a rising flame, elegant, yet imposing. The stone itself, he could tell, was a rare mineral highly conductive with mana. Most towers he had seen or heard about only used materials with high conduction in important areas, but here, it made up the entire structure. Valkyrie hadn't just built a tower, she'd poured everything into it. It was taller than the Arkan Tower by at least 4 floors and somehow far more complete, not in size, in intent. Even if the tower had been completely hollow, just an empty shell with nothing more than dust inside, Kai would have still accepted it. The value of the structure alone was staggering. Every stone, every enchantment, every rune carved into the archite frame shimmered with the price of nations. His mother hadn't left behind an inheritance. She'd left behind a kingdom disguised as a tower, but there was no time to admire it for long. Baldhead suddenly let out a throaty chuckle, and then another followed suit. Sneers pulled at their cracked lips as the orcs turned back toward the group, puffing their chests with pride. "Feel blessed, humans," Big Nose grunted. "You're the first of your kind to lay eyes on the palace of Belkur. Kneel before it." He dropped to his knees as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The others followed without hesitation, heads bowed, fists over their chests in reverence. Kai barely suppressed the twitch in his brow. He hated this part, but now wasn't the time to stir chaos. One by one, he and his party mirrored the orcs' movement, sinking down onto one knee. Even Adel bowed his head, though Kai doubted it was for Belkur. The desert wind whistled faintly as the orcs muttered low prayers, their words inaudible to comprehend in another language. Kai didn't understand them, but the sound scraped at something primal devotion so deep it stank of blood and conquest. When they finally rose, the group began moving again, cutting across the sand without a word. 5 minutes passed in silence before the true entrance of the tower came into view. It loomed like a wall meant to keep gods at bay. The gate was massive, it was as tall as any city gate Kai had ever seen. Inlaid within it were crystal shroitheum, each one pulsing faintly as if breathing with the tower itself. Kai stepped forward, eyes narrowing in curiosity. The metal, it wasn't something he recognized immediately, but the way it reacted hum beneath his skin as he approached told him it was highly mana-conductive, far more than he had originally thought. Maybe a rare alloy like zelantium or a reinforced variant of soul steel. Didn't matter, he had an idea on how to open the door. His hand was halfway up when a strong grip caught his shoulder. Kai's body tensed, instincts flaring. Wind gathered in his palm before he realized who it was, Stinky. The orc's foul breath hit him first, thought, heavy, rancid. Then came the snarl. "You are not permitted to touch Belkur's gates," he growled and pushed Kai behind. "Walk behind us. Do not get ahead of yourself, human." Kai's jaw tightened. He stared into the orc's eyes, his magic crackling beneath the surface like a blade half-drawn, but then, with effort, he swallowed the urge and gave a single, clipped nod. Understood. The orc snickered, clearly amused at the show of supposed submission, and turned away, motioning for the group to follow as they veered off toward another path carved between the dunes. Kai watched them go, his eyes flat, but he stayed muted. Let them laugh for now. Soon, they'd understand who they were really dealing with. They trailed behind the orcs in silence, boots crunching over loose sand and gravel. Kai's gaze flicked toward the massive front gate they were leaving behind, brow furrowed. Why were they bypassing the entrance to the tower? Before he could voice the question, Claire leaned in slightly. "Are you all right, Lord Arzin?" He didn't look at her, eyes fixed ahead. "Yes," he said softly. "Let's see where they're taking us." The orcs led them around the tower's curved flank, weaving through ridges of stone and dune until they came to an abrupt halt. One of them grunted something low, and the rest stepped aside to reveal what they had brought them to. A split in the wall. An ugly crack sliced through the otherwise perfect black stone just wide enough for someone to squeeze through. Everything clicked in Kai's mind. They haven't even breached the front gate. He watched two of the orcs bend low, heads ducked, shoulders scraping as they wriggled through the opening like rats into a granary. Baldy looked back and waved a thick arm. Move, the group obeyed without a word. Kai was the last to step through. He crossed the threshold and froze, his breath caught. They were standing inside what could only be described as the antechamber of a magical empire. The chamber spanned wide. It had high vaulted ceilings that were etched with seals that literally shimmered due to the mana crystals. A massive pulsing etham core was set in the center of the floor, now dulled, giving off only a weak, lingering hum. And everything here clearly had been crafted for a mage. There were engravings in the wall, spiraling in a clockwise narrative. He could tell that they depicted battles, dozens of them. Flying figures, slinging spells, formations of strange symbols. But the faces, they were off. It was the way the artist had made them. It was hard to say if it was humans. No wonder the orcs thought this belonged to their god, Kai thought grimly. The artist must have had a flair for the dramatic. He stepped deeper inside, boots echoing faintly against polished obsidian. Then, curiosity prickling the back of his mind, he turned back toward the crack they'd entered from. Up close, he could see it more clear. This wasn't natural decay. The wall hadn't crumbled from age or erosion. It looked like an explosion. The crack hadn't come from outside. Kai could tell that much now. His eyes caught the rough fractures around the edges, but what really drew his attention was what lay just above each round, hollow cavity in the stone. A socket. Something had once rested there. Kai narrowed his eyes, an etham crystal, and it exploded. He could still sense the faint echo of raw energy in the air, the kind that only came from a misaligned core-breaking containment. That kind of burst could have fractured the wall, maybe even rattled the outer wards just long enough for someone to get inside. Did Corvash exploit that? A random failure or divine irony? Either way, that crack had become the doorway to a decade of bloodshed for the desert tribes. But there was no time to linger. Move, barked Big Nose. The group fell into step again, weaving through arched corridors and winding stairways. The deeper they went, the harder it was not to stare. Intricate seals curled across every surface, faintly glowing like veins under skin. Rooms lined with relics of lost knowledge passed them by, many damaged, some still faintly humming with old enchantments. Anel walked stiffly beside Kai, his eyes darting from wall to ceiling, a hand never straying far from the hilt of his blade. Out of all of them, he looked the most shocked. The man hadn't even believed in the existence of the tower, but now he was walking inside it. But something more shocking was around the corner. They momentarily froze when they came across it. It was only for a few seconds, but it was enough. A large chamber opened to their left, lit by a dim crystal mounted high above. Inside, behind iron bars, dozens of figures sat slumped against the walls. Some looked up, others didn't move. Ropes bound their wrists and ankles. Dust covered their skin like a second coat. Children, teens, and they were all tribal. Anel sucked in a sharp breath beside him, and his fingers twitched near his blade, but he didn't draw it. No one did. They kept walking, heads low, faces tight. Stinky muttered something under his breath with a snort, tried using them to open the gates, thought they'd be smart enough. Kai kept his voice level. They didn't succeed. Failed the overlord, Baldy replied with a shrug. They're lucky he's merciful. He gave them time to think. And yes, to figure out how to open the gates. What if they don't know how to? Kai asked. Then they're useless. He pointed at Kai with one thick finger, eyes sharp. Same goes for you, talked big. Let's hope you can do more than talk, or you'll be joining them. On the inside, he felt the familiar burn in his chest, the rage curling quietly behind his calm face. Kai dipped his head in a silent nod and kept walking. The deeper they went, the more the tower pressed in around them. Just clung to everything, and yet the mana in the air was undeniable, thick enough to taste, like lightning trapped in stone. Then, without warning, the orcs in front dropped to one knee. Kai's boots scuffed to a halt. He and his party mirrored them, lowering themselves slowly, wordlessly, while he wondered what was going on. And then he saw him, Corvash. The warlord sat just beyond the next archway, thick legs folded in meditation before a colossal gate carved into the far wall Kai hadn't seen on the way in. He was bigger than any orc Kai had ever laid eyes on. His bulk was almost inhuman, the heavy slabs of muscle underneath his skin flexing even in stillness. Kai took in his tattoos, red and black, and how his tusks had golden rings. His nose was filled with piercings, and a thick bar of bone was pierced through one ear. He was the book description of an orc overload in every form. His eyes opened, and his presence hit them like a raw wave. Why have you brought these humans to me? He snarled, curling his upper lip in anger. The ones we gathered have already proven useless. Just by looking at him, Kai knew Corvash had bled his way through more battles than most warlords lived to see. Despite the way he sat, the orc looked ready to leap up and tear flesh from bone. His skin bore the pale, scarred sheen of someone who had absorbed too much mana more than a body was meant to hold. The scent of blood clung to him, and even from afar, Kai smelt it. Even though his aura was repressed, Kai knew it had a lot of power. But the main problem wouldn't be his raw strength, but the artifacts he wore. Corvash's arms were sheathed in blackened gauntlets, etched with seals that shimmered with heat flame-bound, no doubt. The way they pulsed matched the slow, steady throb of fire elemental mana, and it confirmed what he'd heard about the gauntlets. Around his neck there was a thick silver necklace, likely enchanted to block spells or absorb energy. But it was the toe rings that truly unsettled Kai, 3 of them. Each glowing with a different hue and red, one green and one a deep, pulsing violet. Passive enchantments, curses, he didn't know, and that uncertainty was what made them dangerous. Behind him, the others didn't speak. The corridor they'd come through had narrowed into a stone arch lined with etham fragments, casting their soft glow across the black walls. The inside of the tower was unlike anything they'd seen, so Farklian, polished, and ancient in its beauty. Floating stones shaped like lanterns hung midair, lighting up the corridors. Big Nose stepped forward and barked. "We found these humans trespassing, but they claimed to follow Belkur." Corvash's eyes burning yellow and slitted like a serpent's and shifted to Kai. "That does not explain why you brought them here to the sacred palace. They claim," Big Nose said, pointing at Kai, "that this one has studied temples of the god. He says he can open the upper floors." Corvash rose. He didn't stand, rose. Like a cliff face lifting out of the sand. Stone creaked beneath his weight as his full height came into view. 9 feet tall, maybe more. His voice echoed through the chamber, low and rumbling. "A human, a follower of Belkur." Kai lowered his head, cloak billowing slightly as he took one step forward. "My lord," he said softly, "I've dedicated my life to studying the forgotten gods. Among them, none struck fear and reverence into the world like Belkur. I've studied ruins for years just to understand Belkur more." Corvash stared at him. "Our god," he said slowly, "has no use for human devotion. You are tools, meat. That is your place in his design. Despite that, I still recognize him as the strongest god there is and the strongest god there will ever be." Corvash's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but curiosity. "Indeed," he rumbled, stepping forward with slow, ground-shaking weight. "But that alone does not make you a follower of Belkur. If you claim it, then prove it." He raised a hand in challenge. "What did Belkur say?" the orc asked. "When he tore down the human fort in Darskalone with nothing but his fists and flame, a test." Kai didn't rush. He held still, letting a few heartbeats pass. Then he lowered his eyes and replied. He said, "The world belongs to the orcs. The only reason humans have more land is because they breed faster than roaches. But that just means there's more of them, to slay more bones, to count more skulls to pile, until the world kneels before me." As the last word left his lips, the chamber felt colder. Or maybe it was just the way Corvash was staring at him like a wolf, sizing up something not yet prey, but not quite his pack. The overlord gave a sharp exhale, then tilted his head, impressed. "You have studied well." Kai gave a slight nod, his eyes never lifting too far. He wasn't bowing out of fear, was playing the part. He needed to be seen as someone who had walked through fire just to witness Belkur's shadow. In truth, he'd memorized every hateful teaching of the orc god days, Agafrom the captured orc and the tribals. To earn a sliver of trust here, he needed to sound like a believer. Corvash turned, facing the obsidian gate that sealed the upper floors. The seals across it shimmered faintly in the torchlight, pulsing with unspent power. But the warlord said slowly, "None of that matters." He turned halfway, casting a glance back over his shoulder. "I would never accept a human as a follower, only as a slave." Kai's jaw tightened for a split second, but he kept his expression composed. Still, Corvash said, facing the gate again, "If you can truly open this door, then perhaps you would have my favor." That sent a ripple of shock through the room. Stinky, still bristling with distrust, barked out, "A favor to a human? That's..." He didn't get to finish his words. Corvash turned and fixed him with a glare. Even Kai felt the intensity of it. "I decide." Here, he paused at every word. "I will decide what's too much and what's not." "That's what you were going to say, wasn't it?" Stinky shrank back, gritting his teeth and saying nothing more. Even Big Nose and Bald Head stepped aside without a word. Kai's heart thudded in his chest from the sheer risk of what he'd just bought himself. "I'm not lying." Kai broke the silence and his voice echoed through the room. He didn't wait for anyone to speak, but stood up slowly and walked toward the towering obsidian gate, all the way while Corvash's glare was plastered on his back. "I can open it," he added, his fingers already brushing against the etched runes. "I've seen these patterns before." Corvash watched him, eyes gleaming like twin coals. "Very well, try," he said, folding his arms over his massive chest. "But no Thisfil and you join the others. You'll be sacrificed to Belkur tonight." From behind, Adel couldn't help himself. "Sacrificed?" Stinky sneered. "Shut up, tribal, or I would break your jaw." At that point, Kai couldn't afford to respond. He was already deep in focus, tracing the first series of seals along the frame of the gate. His fingers hovered just above the surface, eyes flicking from one glyph to the next. These seals were mercelestraps. They had been forged to freeze, crush, and burn people who came close to breaking it. He guessed that Corvash had never been able to come close to that, or else he would have been burnt by lightning bolts. A dozen defenses woven seamlessly together in a matrix that had no tolerance for error. Whoever had carved these into the gate wasn't just a mage. They were a masterone of the greatest enchantment artisans the world had ever seen, and he continued to explore every possible inch of them with Corvash's stare burning into his back. He pushed it aside and closed his eyes, knowing he had no time to hesitate. Kai focused, running the flow of mana through the spell structure in his mind like solving a knot blindfolded, and then slowly he found it a flaw. No, not a flaw. A thread, the way to open up the gate, the only way to untangle the knot from the inside. He reached into his mana pool and let it surge. A faint hum filled the corridor. Mana snaked out from his hand like silver smoke, wrapping around the seals with precision, slipping into the grooves like water filling a mold. One by one, the runes flared to life, glowing white-hot as they accepted his touch until the entire gate was pulsing with light. The air turned sharp. Static licked at the edges of his sleeves. Behind him, someone gasped, maybe Claire, maybe Kale. He didn't look back. He exhaled slowly. "What are you doing, human?" Corvash muttered. Kai had the urge to roll his eyes at the oblivious tone in his voice. Opening it up, he focused on his mana and pushed the last thread of mana into the gate, and it answered. A low click echoed across the tower, followed by a deep grinding sound as ancient gears stirred from decades of stillness. The white light rippled across the surface like water, the metal shivering under the glow. Then, with a thunderous boom, the gate began to open, revealing a broad corridor carved from the same mana-rich black stone. Pale crystals embedded in the walls pulsated gently, illuminating the interior. Dust swirled in the air, undisturbed for decades. Behind him, he heard the shuffle of boots, the sudden inhale of disbelief. He turned back to see the Orc Lord hadn't moved one bit. He stood frozen, gaze fixed on the newly revealed path like it was a mirage that might vanish if he blinked. His jaw clenched, the muscles in his thick neck twitching as reality sank in. There were a lot of things going through his mind. He'd spent years specifically morturing to open this gate, and now a human has done it effortlessly. He moved forward, looming beside Kai as he stared into the corridor. The orc was almost twice Kai's height, and what was more scary was how the flames in his gauntlets hissed low, like they too were uneasy. "How did you do that?" Kai inhaled a sharp breath through his nose. "A mana mechanism in the door. You need to flow energy through the channels in a specific sequence to unlock it. Anything else would have backfired." He lied smoothly. The truth, the door had recognized the remnants of Valkyrie's soul inside him and opened it for her blood. Wasn't something they needed to know. Corvash narrowed his eyes but said nothing for a moment. Then he looked Kai over again, slower this time. "You're a mage." Barely, Kai replied, shrugging one shoulder, "But I know how to use mana." A slow nod. Then Corvash turned to the three orcs at the rear. "We're going inside. You three stay behind them. The humans come with us." Big Nose hesitated. "Overlord Corvash, should we call for reinforcements? What if the palace has defenses?" Corvash's voice dropped an octave. "If Belker left trials in his domain, then I will face them. Not you. Your only task is to make sure the humans don't run." Big Nose flinched, then nodded. So did the others. A gesture from Corvash, and the orcs began shoving the party forward. Kai stepped over the threshold, eyes scanning every inch of the corridor as they moved deeper. He felt the pressure in the air, increased presence of dormant enchantments, mana pulsing faintly through the stones. He didn't look back. The corridors twisted through the heart of the tower, and whenever they took a turn, they were marked by glowing stones embedded into the high archways. They were dim enough to blend with the shadows, yet bright enough to keep them from stumbling blind. The floor soon turned to marble. Kai stared at the walls. Every inch of this place was buzzing with thick mana, and after days and days of mana-starved wastes of Ashari, the richness of it made his skin prickle. He wasn't the only one affected. Even the orcs were glancing around more than usual, some flexing their fingers. Kai kept looking around the walls and the ceiling, eyes narrowed. Behind him, Gareth leaned in. "What are you watching for, Lord Arzin?" "Keep your eyes open," Kai murmured. "There will be enemies ahead." Gareth tensed. "What kind?" "Guardians," Kai replied. "Maybe beasts, maybe golems. I haven't seen the tower spirit yet. That means something is still protecting this place." Gareth's brows furrowed. "Tower spirit." Before Kai could answer, Baldhead's voice came sharp from the rear. "Silence. Speak again and I'll have your tongue." The group kept walking. Kai could see that Adel, though quiet, was practically mesmerized. His fingers brushed along the walls like a man rediscovering the sensation of magic. He drew in a breath, deep and reverent, as if trying to bottle the richness of the air. Even Corvash, towering ahead of them, paused now and then, eyes narrowed, face tilted as if listening. Kai didn't need to guess what the warlord was doing, could feel the pull of mana around him, the faint suction of someone trying to absorb it. Not as easy here as sucking from Etham. The ambient mana flowed slow, coiled tightly in the walls, not meant to be sipped casually like water from a well. Marble underfoot changed colors with the angles of light pearlescent veins ran through the gray like rivers of moonlight. It wasn't just expensive, it was intentional. "Just how rich were you, Valkyrie?" Kai muttered under his breath. He knew she was a magus, a battle mage at that, but he hadn't expected this kind of wealth from her. Everything around here was beyond spells, and only someone with serious backing could afford to enchant every inch of a place like this, and this was only the lower floor. He had no doubt she'd gone a spirit to take care of the tower. The corridor narrowed before flaring open again in a sudden burst of light. Kai squinted, but it was Corvash who moved first, long strides carrying him into the room without hesitation. The rest followed, but the moment they crossed the threshold, every step faltered. The chamber was circular, hollow and spare, its marble floor polished to a mirrored sheen. There were no decorations, no furniture, only a winding staircase rising from the center that clearly went up. Yet no one was looking at that. Their gazes were locked on the three figures seated cross-legged around the base of the staircase. At first glance, they resembled orcs' massive bodies, just as broad as Corvash, with thick limbs and weathered armor fused into their bodies. But then the light caught their skin, and it glistened not flesh but metal. Blue-tinted steel that reflected the room's glow like a mirror. Golems. Kai's breath caught in his throat. Tower guardians, but Corvash didn't seem to notice or didn't care. He stepped forward, raising his voice with that familiar tone of arrogant certainty. I am Corvash, overlord of the Dunneborns, chosen of Belkur. Do you serve him? For a moment the golems remained still, statues in every sense. Then one of them opened its eyes. A pulse of mana exploded outward, scanning the room in a shimmer that brushed across Kai's skin like cold wind. The other two followed, eyes flaring open with the same inhuman light. None of them spoke. The lead golem simply stood. Its right arm shifted with a grating wormetal plates folding and locking into place until the limb became a heavy, blunt hammer. Before Kai could blink, the golem charged. The floor cracked beneath its weight as it slammed forward. Corvash roared, raising his gauntlet in time to block the first strike. Flame burst from his fists, the heat rippling the air, but the impact sent him skidding back, boots gouging long lines across the marble. Behind him, everyone froze. Even Kai felt something at the raw strength in the Guardian's strike. Big Nose, gritting his teeth, was the only one to step forward, pushing past the others with his blade drawn. But just then, the second and third golems rose in unison. One's arm morphed into a curved blade, the edge gleaming wickedly. The other's turned into a spiked mace that swung once, just to test its weight, and cracked the floor beneath it. In an instant, the room erupted into chaos. Flames burst from Corvash's fists as he activated his infernal gauntlets, setting the air alight with streaks of red and gold. His punch collided with the hammer-wielding guardian, creating a shockwave that shook dust from the ceiling, and Kai kept observing. Stinky and Baldhead apparently took that as their cue to jump in. They charged with a roar, weapons Razodone with a dented axe, the other with a crude scimitar. Kai barely glanced at them before the two guardians moved. It wasn't even subtle. Blade-wielding golem turned sharply and slashed, the edge of its arm opening a deep gash across Stinky's shoulder. He cried out and tumbled to the side, weapon falling from his hand. At the same time, the mace guardian stepped forward and slammed its weapon into Baldhead's stomach like a sledgehammer against a gong. The impact threw the orc back. He bounced once before groaning and curling into himself near the edge of the room. They're not very good, Claire muttered beside him. Terrible, Kale whispered. Gareth turned to him, eyes wide. Should we help? Not yet, Kai said in a whisper, making sure the orcs didn't hear them. Let them wear the guardians down. We can't reveal our abilities yet. Adel, arms crossed, nodded slowly. Let's hope the great overlord dies right here, he muttered. Makes things simpler. So they watched. Corvash was doing better, at least. His flames met steel in a chorus of ringing blows and flickering light. The guardian with the hammer seemed determined to plant him into the marble, slamming the floor with wild force every time he moved. Corvash darted between attacks with surprising agility for his size, occasionally countering with an explosive uppercut from his flaming gauntlets. But even then the golem barely stumbled. It would slide back a step, reset, and charge again relentless. These weren't mindless constructs. They fought with insane precision. Each movement was clean. They're trained, Kai murmured. The golems, they've learned martial arts. Gareth's head snapped to him. Golems can do that, some, Kai said. Good ones. These are tower guardians. They adapt. The other orcs, well, the less said about them, the better. Big Nose tried. He really did. But he could barely get within range of the blade golem. Every time he moved in, the construct danced around him, striking from impossible angles. It didn't even seem rush-adjust efficient. Meanwhile, the Mace Guardian was having a field day. Stinky had managed to get back up, but the moment he did, the golem kicked him square in the chest, sending him into the wall. Baldhead tried to swing at its side, but the golem pivoted and smashed him again with the flat of its mace. A dull thud echoed through the chamber. Kai winced. They might not come out of this alive. Just then, Corvash grunted and backpedaled. The hammer golem slammed down where he'd stood moments ago, sending cracks splintering across the floor like spiderwebs. Corvash skidded to a halt, fists glowing brighter. Then it happened. One of the rings on his foot flared bright, pulsing with crimson light. The flames on his gauntlets turned darker, twisting into black fire, and a thick aura of smoke and power surged from his form. Kai's eyes narrowed. So that's what the rings do. Corvash lunged. The hammer guardian raised its arm to strike again, metal gleaming, but it never made it. Corvash's gauntlet collided with the descending weapon in a shattering impact that rang through the chamber. Shards of enchanted metal scattered across the marble floor like shattered glass, and in the same motion, Corvash drove his fist into the golem's chest, sending it crashing into the opposite wall. He didn't slow. In a blur of brutal momentum, he pivoted and hurled himself at the second guardian. His shoulder rammed into its side with enough force to lift it off the ground. The blade arm lashed out instinctively, but he caught it mid-swing and slammed the guardian into the stone wall. Then came the fists. They were flaming and continuous. He pummeled the golem's face and chest over and over until the light in its eyes flickered then vanished. Its limbs went slack. A final punch shattered its skull plate into glowing fragments, and Corvash let the remains crumple to the floor like discarded armor. Before the dust could even settle, the last guardian raised its mace, but it was too late. Two of Corvash's toe rings flared like stars. A wave of molten heat erupted from his legs, surging forward like a pressure blast. The wave struck the golem dead on and it detonated, the force of it flinging limbs and debris in every direction. Then a long silence followed. Corvash exhaled, flames still curling around his fists. Then slowly he turned. His gaze swept across Kai and the others, measuring, challenging. "Move," he growled. Kai met his eyes. For a breath, no one said anything. That was the first time he truly understood the power behind Corvash's reputation, and it was clear now. If Kai didn't play this right, that fury would soon be turned on him. They climbed floor after floor, and with each one the guardians changed. Not all wore the faces of orcs. Some prowled on four legs, lupin constructs with stone-forged hides and eyes that gleamed with mana. Others rose like mountain-spready huge golems shaped from obsidian and gravel, their steps causing the marble beneath to tremble. Once they entered a room and faced three tall figures with pointed ears and slender blades, creatures that looked like elves, or at least what was left of them, their features preserved in cold metal and ancient enchantments. Corvash didn't hesitate. None of them did, because every floor felt like a test. The Dunneborns treated it like their divine judgment, smashing their way through fire and steel with reverence in their eyes and blood on their fists. In a way, it was a trial, just not for them. Kai kept to the rear, being observant throughout. The more he saw, the more he pieced together things. How these weren't random enemies. These could be opponents Valkyrie herself fought back in the day and had placed them here in the forms of golems to test her son. Some of the murals on the walls he saw confirmed that. That gave him another question. Had she made them herself, or a golem maker had been involved? He hadn't found anything in the information about her that hinted at a love for golems. But the arrangement, the escalation, the symbolism, it all spoke of intent. And the orcs, blinded by devotion, trudged on through the very halls meant for someone else. Not that they cared. Big Nose had already lost an arm, the flesh above the elbow a seared stump. Bald head and stinky bled from half a dozen cuts, their steps dragging, their breath ragged. Only Corvash still walked with fire in his stride, the infernal gauntlets dim now but pulsing with promise. Kai's role remained the same, hands on seals, eyes on the gate, mind running calculations. He never lifted a blade, never cast a spell, but he watched every swing, every mistake, every flash of mana from the warlord's rings, and most importantly every glance Corvash threw at his wounded subordinates. They had a plan, Kai knew it very well. They were thinking of finishing them off once they reached the top, and Kai was waiting for just that. Another gate loomed ahead. A set of seals waited beneath his fingers. Kai placed his palm on the center and felt the familiar pull of the enchantment, his mana sinking into the grooves like water into stone. The gears behind the wall began to shift. They had climbed too many floors to count, but Kai could feel Itach's step brought them closer. The mana in the air was thicker now, almost syrupy, and the pressure on his skin confirmed his suspicion. They were nearing the top. As the gate groaned open, stone grinding against stone, he turned to the group and said, "The next level should bring us to the control room." "Explain." Corvash narrowed his eyes, his heavy breath rasping through grit-stained teeth. "The control room is the heart of the tower, the place where every mechanism, enchantment, and defense is regulated. It's also where the tower's creator likely stored the greatest resources. So that's where Belkur left his final gift for us." Corvash grunted. "Yes. Likely more than just that, you'll see." That seemed to satisfy him. The warlord turned, barking a command, and the party began moving again, Corvash in front, the others falling into the same formation. But this time Kai hung back just slightly, his fingers brushing his waist as he gave a few subtle hand signals. Gareth blinked once, Claire gave a tight side nod, and Adel's hand shifted nearer to the hilt at his side. They had all understood. The trap had to be sprung soon. The corridors here were different, short, narrow, and unnervingly quiet. No more twisting labyrinths or guardian ambushes, just a straight path that ended in a circular platform embedded in the marble floor. There were seals running along its edges. 3 solid walls closed in around them, and the fourth, where an exit should have been, was simply blank. Corvash slowed, his eyes narrowing at the formation. "What's that thing?" Big Nose squinted at the glowing platform. "It's called a lift." It'll take us to the top. Kai didn't look at him as he stepped forward. He was the first to step on. The others followed, cramming onto the platform. It wasn't spacious, especially with the bulk of the orc's butt it held. As soon as the last foot touched the edge, the platform shuddered once and began to rise. The three orcs instinctively grabbed the railing, their bodies tensing from the unfamiliar sensation. Only Corvash stood firm, arms crossed, eyes fixed upward. No one spoke as the lift ascended, and the humming grew softer. The silence kept growing till the lift stopped. Kai took one step out and froze as his breath caught in his throat. The room before them could only be described as a palace in the sky. The floor sparkled, covered in a mosaic of embedded crystals that pulsed faintly with mana. Graceful statues were lined in the edges of the hall mages with prepared spells, beastkin in fierce stances, even a dragon mid-roar each carved with breathtaking detail, as if they might move at any moment. A small garden of silver-leaved trees and glowing flowers breathed life into the center of the room, dew sparkling in the crystal light. Above them, the ceiling was pure glass. Through it, the open sky bled orange and violet, the setting sun illuminating the chamber. Mana pooled in the air, thick and tangible, denser than anywhere he had ever felt. It clung to his skin, soaked into his lungs. Even without visible crystals, he knew Thai's entire space was saturated. Either an etham vein ran beneath the floor, or the room itself was built from refined crystal. But none of that held his attention for long, because in the very center of the hall, raised slightly on a circular platform, stood a pedestal, and atop it a crystal bowl glowing faintly. Kai's chest tightened. That was it, the conduit, the activation point. If Valkyrie had left behind a tower spirit, this was how to call it forth. He stepped toward it without a word. Behind him, Corvash's voice rumbled, so this is the end. Kai turned to face him. There was no door left to open, no guardian left to fight, only this. Yes, he said, this is the heart of the tower. Now it's just a matter of taking control. He didn't say who would take control, but that would be settled soon enough. Corvash's eyes lingered on the glowing bowl for a beat longer before shifting to Kai. You have done well so far, human, he said, voice almost reverent. I believe now you are a follower of Belkur. I truly hope the gods are kind enough to grant you rebirth as a true orc in your next life. There was no warning, no signal. The moment the last word left his mouth, the three orcs behind him moved like lightning drawing weapons as they lunged toward Kai's companions. But the party was already ready. Kale ducked under Big Nose's axe swing and met him with a flash of his dagger. Gareth slammed into Stinky with a charge, pushing him back with a growl. Adel didn't hesitate, roared, and met Bald head-on, his sword already out. Kai didn't spare them a glance. His eyes were locked on Corvash. I guess it's time to stop pretending, he said calmly. So you did expect this. Corvash's lip curled into a fang-filled smirk. Can never trust an orc. Kai's hands lifted, spell blazing to life. Flames burst forward, coiling with slicing gales of wind dripping through the air toward Corvash like a vengeful serpent. The overlord's gauntlet lifted, shielding him from the brunt of the spell, but behind the wall of fire his eyes widened. Used me to get here, he growled, voice rough with fury. You're no follower of Belkur. No, Kai said, eyes glowing with heat. I'm not. This tower is my inheritance. It has nothing to do with you. Corvash let out a snarl that shook the walls. Belkur would never give anything to a human. His gauntlets erupted in flames black and red. The fire of Infernusand he charged like a beast unchained. Kai, too, shifted his stance, mana thrumming at his fingertips. The air around him surged in a vortex of elements. He dodged left, barely avoiding a flaming strike that shattered the crystal floor behind him, and launched a volley of spells, flame arrows laced with ice needles carried by wind. Corvash tanked through the storm, swatting spells aside with brute force and armor protection. Each blow of his gauntlet lit the room in a hellish glow, forcing Kai to stay in constant motion. Still, Kai smiled as his third circle spell Wind Rush slammed into Corvash's shoulder and drew blood. Corvash grunted, pain flashing across his face before it twisted into fury. He roared and slammed his gauntlets into the crystal floor. Fire exploded outward like a shockwave, scorching everything in its path. Kai raised an ice barrier just in time as the wall hissed and cracked as the flame collided, mist bursting out and shrouding the battlefield in steam. But then the air shifted, the pressure dropped. A hum of authority thrummed through the space, deep and thunderous. Kai's eyes widened. A presence far beyond mortal will finally enter the battle. The storm sovereign descended. Not walked, not flew descended, its form manifesting from mana itself, towering and formless, composed of rolling clouds and crackling arcs of lightning. Its gaze locked on Corvash. The orc's body tensed. What? The words didn't finish. Bolts of lightning screamed down from above, slamming into Corvash with divine fury. A shield flared to life around him and Artifact's last defensive, but each strike fractured it, bit by bit. The shield began to crack like glass. Kai didn't waste the opportunity. He drew deep from his heart, mana surging, raw and violent, and cast forward. The first punch shattered the orc's failing shield. The second sent him crashing into the marble floor like a sack of screaming muscle. The floor trembled, statues shook. Somewhere in the tower a vase fell over. but Kai knew he wasn't done, was nowhere close to being done. He spun his arm with flair, snatched up a crystal statue with a wind spell, and hurled it towards the overlord. Corvash blocked with his gauntlets impressively but still skidded back across the floor like a curling stone on fire. "You dare," he roared, eyes flaring wide, flames now licking up his body aggressively. "You dare strike the champion of Belkur. You will all die here. No trick, no spell, no storm can stop me." His gauntlets erupted in flame, fire spilling like molten lava across his limbs. Torso, legs until he stood in full-blown infernal armor, forged from sheer heat and righteous ego. The flames didn't flicker, they roared, they looked like they had feelings. He charged. Kai's infernal titans met him head on, fire against fire. The fists collided, releasing shockwaves that rattled the very foundation of the tower. Lightning still rained from above, the storm sovereign's wrath unrelenting, but Corvash didn't falter. His skin was seared, his mouth leaked blood, yet he moved as if he didn't even know what pain was. Did he not feel pain? Kai didn't know the answer, and he didn't get the time to wait around. Corvash ripped one of the flaming titans apart, punching through its chest and watching the flames burst into ash. Another he sent crashing into the wall, splintering it with the impact. Despite Kai pushing mana towards the third, it swiped at him, but Corvash twisted beneath the strike, rolled through it, and locked eyes with Kai. "You," he growled, voice raw and bestial. "I will kill you." He lunged. Kai's body flared with wind, threads of magic wrapping around his limbs. He darted sideways just as a blast of searing heat tore through the space he'd been standing in, one of the toe rings pulsing with smoky red light. But Corvash was already there. A fist surged forward. Kai raised a wind barrier not strong enough to stop it, just enough to deflect and buy him a heartbeat. As the gauntlet slammed through, Kai conjured a volley of freezing flows, point blank. They struck Corvash's chest and melted instantly. Steam exploded from the impact zone, hissing in the air as Corvash sneered. "You can't kill me, human, we'll see." Behind Corvash, the last fiery titan surged in. It grabbed the orc's shoulders, lifted him clean off the ground, and hurled him into the wall, stone shattering under the impact. Before Corvash could rise, the giant moved to end it, its fist crashing downward. Corvash let out a primal scream, bracing with both gauntlets as another of his rings blazed. A blast of force and flame exploded from his body. The giant's chest caved in. Fire consumed its limbs, and just like that, the last construct fell. Kai stood still, heart pounding, mist swirling at his feet, the scent of char and ozone heavy in the air. The orc rose from the wreckage, armor cracked, blood pouring down his chin, yet somehow he grinned. "Try again, little mage." There were cracks webbing across his infernal armor, eyes blazing with an unholy fire. His gaze swept to the far side of the room, where Gareth, Adel, and Kale were locked in brutal combat with the other three orcs. Blood pooled beneath them, and two of the orcs already looked one breath away from death. Grinding his teeth, Corvash turned his fury back to Kai. His voice trembled not with fear, but something darker, wilder. "This is no failure. This is Belkur's trial, his test." He raised a hand to the heavens, the glass ceiling above them, and continued, voice deepening, roughening. "The supreme god has granted me a path. All I must do is crush you and I shall ascend, become his true champion, his crusader." Kai's brows drew together. "This is not Belkur's temple. You're deluded. This tower belonged to a human mage named Valkyrie. You know nothing," Corvash roared. "If this place weren't built for him, would it have gifted me such strength?" Before Kai could respond, he pulled something from his belt, a small vial filled with silver liquid that shimmered like starlight under the glow of the crystal ceiling. Kai's eyes widened in recognition. "Don't drink it." He unleashed a volley of third circle spells, flame arrow and infernal chains, but a translucent barrier burst from Corvash's chest, absorbing the impact as if it were nothing. The orc uncorked the vial, snarling, and drank, every drop. His eyes rolled back. His mouth twisted into a bloodied smile. "Power, human, I drank power." And now he dropped the empty vial, the glass shattering like a fragile bone. "You die." Mana exploded from his body like a wave crashing into the world. "What the fuck was that?" Gareth yelled from behind, but the answer shifted in front of everyone. The floor cracked beneath Corvash's thin spiderwebs of stone, splintering outward as he swelled in size. Muscle piled onto muscle, grotesque and unnatural, stretching his armor until it tore away in shrieking scraps of metal. His tusks pushed past his jaw like curved daggers, and each breath became thicker with mana than the last. The wounds that once littered his body, deep gouges, torn and burnt, flesh sizzled with silver light, sealing shut in pulsing flashes, as if time itself refused to let him die. 5 seconds, that's all it took. And yet to Kai it stretched like a nightmare, a slow, deliberate horror. "You've got to be joking," he thought, eyes locked on the shifting beast before him. At this point he was almost tired of his enemies transforming, but he just knew that there were always surprises. He raised a handlight, flared as his spell surged forward. The flaming arrow slammed against the barrier and fizzled out. He shot out another, but nothing happened. Each castfire, wind, ice was eaten alive by the same glowing wall that shimmered around Corvash like a cocoon. The mana bounced back, dissipating in the air before it even reached the overlord's skin, and still he grew. His final vein bulged beneath his neck, blackened and glowing, pulsing once-twice before settling into eerie stillness. Only then did the shield vanish, and Corvash opened his eyes and screamed, and in a single step that cracked the marble beneath his feet, he charged right up. Kai barely had time to conjure a wind barrier before the second round began. Kai knew exactly what Corvash had consumed. Liquid mana. Every competent mage knee of Idit was a substance of myth and danger, raw power condensed into fluid form. It was just pure volatile mana, enough to turn even a novice into a threat, enough to turn someone like Corvash into a monster. What Kai didn't know was why Valkyrie had left a vial of it on the ground floor of her tower. Maybe bait, maybe madness, but that didn't matter now. What mattered was that liquid mana wasn't meant to be drunk, not unless you wanted your insides scorched and your body to burn from within. But orcs were different. They absorbed mana not for spells, but to fuel their strength, their regeneration, and of course their fury. And in the time it would take for the liquid mana to kill him, minutes, 20 at most, Corvash would be the most dangerous creature alive. The proof came in the roar that split the air. Raw mana surged outward in waves. The ground shook as Corvash launched forward like a cannonball. Kai reacted, instant light bombs flashing, wind walls erecting, layers of ice forming behind them, but each barrier shattered in seconds. Corvash plowed through them all like they were paper, his body glowing, steaming veins lit from within. Kai leapt back, twisting midair, and conjured a construct of spinning flame and orc-shaped inferno hurtling toward the real one. Corvash still came strong. He raised his gauntlets, the enchanted metal glowing red-hot, and blocked the assault head-on. Flames wrapped around him, his own and Kai's combined, licking at his skin, boiling the air. He didn't care. He kept walking, roaring, each step cratering the floor beneath him. Mana bled from him like steam from a fractured core, and still he advanced, eyes locked on Kai. From above, lightning crackled down by the storm's sovereign. The bolt struck true, lighting the chamber like a storm, but Corvash barely staggered. His focus didn't waver. His mind, though wild, was honed on one single point, Kai. So Kai did what he had to. He spun his hands, faster now, and wrapped the winds around Corvash like a cocoon, compressing the air so tightly it cut against his skin. Every reserve he had left, every drop of power poured into his spell. But Corvash didn't dodge, he leapt into it. The tornado screamed as it tore at him, ribbons of blood spiraling outward, skin splitting wide, yet even as his flesh peeled open, it knitted itself back together. Veins pulsed, bones cracked, then recovered. Kai shot back, heart hammering, conjuring a flaming lance in his grip. He hurled it downward, the spear spinning end over end before piercing through Corvash's chest with a molten hiss. It sank deep. Corvash stumbled, but grinted mad, wild, teeth stained red. His hand closed around the burning shaft and yanked. Then he flung Kai skyward. Wind rushed past Kai's ears. He heard his party shouting his name, but there was no time. He muttered the flight spell mid-air, mana flaring beneath his feet, and caught himself just below the tower's fractured ceiling. Bolts of mana struck Corvash from all sides, precision shots from above. They lit up his back, punching into his skin. He didn't care. "You've got too many tricks," Corvash growled, his voice a snarl layered with mana. Then he crouched and launched. Kai twisted midair, barely avoiding the collision as the Orc Lord soared past him. Corvash hit the ground hard, sending tremors through the floor, then spun, grabbing a shattered statue by the arm. He hurled it upward like it weighed nothing. Kai braced, summoning a layered shield. The statue shattered against it, pieces flying like shrapnel. In response, Kai fired another spell, a barrage of blazing spheres that exploded midair, painting the chamber in firelight. Corvash on the ground leapt like a predator, dragging rubble from the earth, throwing it with rage-fueled strength. Every time Kai moved, something followed. Every time Corvash advanced, something else broke walls, floor, whatever stood in his way. At one point, Corvash turned and unleashed a cone of searing heat and a shockwave of brute force toward the Storm Sovereign's perch. It was powerful but unfocused, an afterthought. His eyes never left Kai, and that was all Kai needed to understand. He's gone, Kai realized, mad to the core. It showed in his stare-white eyes, unblinking, cracked with blood vessels. There was no strategy left in Corvash's movements, only obsession. And every time he advanced forward, he only had one goal, Kai. The liquid mana wasn't just fueling Corvash's strength, it was feeding his fury. What had once been a cunning warlord was now a beast in humanoid form, snarling, mindless, drunk on power. His eyes had lost all focus, all thought, consumed by the blind hunger to destroy, and no amount of third or even fourth circle spells would fix that. Kai had held back, trying to preserve his mana, but that luxury had burned away with the last of Corvash's sanity. It was time. As another pulse of heat mana burst from the orc's toe rings, warping the air into molten waves, Kai didn't dodge, sideways launched upward. Wind blades whipped around him, slashing through the remnants of the glass roof. Sunlight spilled through as Kai burst into the open sky above Valkyrie's tower. Corvash's scream followed immediately. He reached behind him, ripped a spear free from a shattered statue's grip, and hurled it like a missile. "You can't run forever, human," he roared. Kai caught the movement and spun midair, wind curling beneath his feet. The spear grazed his shoulder, drawing blood, but he was too focused to care. "I'm not running," he called back, his voice echoing across the rooftop. "Some spells just don't belong in tight spaces." Then he raised both hands to the sky. Mana surged from his core, spiraling upward as glowing lines began to form. It became a complex art of light, glyphs, and intent etching itself across the air. There were circles, runic syllables, and everything in between. The structure slowly began to take shape above him, but as the spell grew, so did the drain. Kai gritted his teeth knowing his mana wasn't enough. He reached into his robes and pulled free a storage stone then another. He drained them one by one and let it flow into the formation above like blood into a beating heart. A loud snarl came from below. Kai looked down to see a hulk of tensed muscles and angry tusks. The hate in his eyes almost scared Kai, but he refused to give in to that. Rather, he let the spell grow, knowing this had to end now. But of course, Corvash didn't stand idle. As soon as the spell's structure began to solidify in the sky, he lunged with a roar, aiming to slam into Kai mid-cast and end it all. His massive form shot upward like a boulder launched from a catapult, both arms raised to crush. But just before impact, his fist struck a shimmering dome surrounding the glowing array a barrier of concentrated force. The impact echoed like a gong, vibrations rippling through the air. He reeled back, bellowed, then hurled a blast of wild heat toward the spellwork above. It dispersed like smoke against the shield. Again and again, mana burst from his rings in wild arcs, striking the barrier, but none of it got through. His attacks, so fearsome moments ago, were now little more than tantrums against a fortress of arcane will. Enraged, he landed hard on the glass roof below, spiderweb cracks spiraling beneath his feet. The ground groaned under his weight. "You coward," he roared, fists clenched. "Come down and fight." Kai didn't even glance down, he focused. Each symbol etched in the air required precision, control discipline born from a lifetime of study. He didn't rush. "I fought like an enforcer in the desert," he thought. Brute against brute, but that's not where my power lies. He was a mage, and Corvash destructive, Relentless was still a creature of the ground, with fists for arguments and barely any reach. Kai let him rage, because now it was done. The final glyph slotted into place with a low hum. Mana drained from his heart like a snapped artery. Even with the storage stones, he felt hollow, empty, barely floating, yet what hung in the sky above him was enough. It had to be. He lowered his gaze. Below, the orc was still pacing the rooftop, muscles flexing, teeth bared, eyes wild with fury. Kai exhaled and released the spell. The air ignited. Heat surged in all directions, rippling like a shockwave. He could tell even the sky was shifting its stance, but before he could properly take a look at it, the spell's structure came to life. A massive dragon, forged entirely from flame, burst out of the spell's circle. Wings of blazing fury spread wide, its body formed. It hissed as it twisted midair, golden eyes flaring to life, then snapped its gaze toward Corvash like a predator finding its prey. The orc barely had time to react. He let out a war cry and punched the descending beast with both gauntlets glowing. The blow struck true, fire and mana colliding in a burst of light. It didn't matter. It had no effect on the dragon. Its maw opened wide, tongue curled, flames spiraling inwards, and then bit down on Himjo, locking onto his torso, teeth of heat-piercing flesh. Corvash screamed, a raw guttural sound as fire ate into his skin, past muscle into bone. His body buckled beneath the sheer force of it, the reinforced glass finally shattering beneath him. The Dunneborn thrashed violently, even as his body blackened, even as his voice broke. But the dragon only tightened its grip, dragging him into a storm of flame. Arg. He screamed in pain, but even now the orc refused to die. Inside the dragon's flaming maw, Corvash fought back, his fists hammering against the very flames that seared him. Each punch sent sparks scattering through the air, each blow a wild testament to his will. Kai narrowed his eyes, then flicked two fingers. The dragon jerked its head and spat the orc out like a broken arrowhead. Corvash tumbled through the air but didn't fall far. Somehow his burning hands latched onto the dragon's outer coils, gripping the solid flame that made up its form. His skin hissed and bubbled where it touched, but he held on, snarling like a beast dragged into hell. Kai's lips curled into a faint smile. Good, he thought. I was hoping you'd be that stubborn. With a single command, the dragon soared upward, cutting through the clouds like a comet. Higher and higher it flew, the temperature rising, the wind turning thin, and at last, Corvash's grip failed. His fingers slipped, his body peeled off the dragon's burning hide like ash from embers. He fell. Arms spread, smoke trailing from his limbs. He plummeted through the air and Kai pushed mana for the final spell. The dragon dove, its wings folded as it streaked downward, mouth opening wide. A second later, the dragon's breath came, a torrent of concentrated flame erupting from its throat, engulfing Corvash mid-air. Inferno caught him like a wave, shoving him faster toward the earth, spiraling him downward in a pillar of fire. Kai followed silently behind, descending in the breath's wake. The crash came moments later, a thunderous crack as the orc slammed into the rocky cliffs below. Dust rose in plumes. Flame flickered along the shattered ridgeline. For a long moment, Kai hovered above the wreckage, breathing hard. The emptiness in his core was gnawing now, his mana heart nearly bone dry, but he had to be sure. He descended. And what he saw at the bottom made his brows knit. The orc still breathed, barely. His chest rose and fell in slow, broken shudders. His armor was gone and burnt away. The gauntlets that once shone with runes were cracked and molten, hanging in scraps from his charred forearms. Blood streamed from his mouth, his ears, his eyes. But somehow he was alive. Kai landed softly, boots crunching on scorched stone. He stared for a moment at this creature that should have died 10 times over, at this twisted, stubborn will that refused to fade. Then he raised his hand. Wind gathered at his palm sharp, bladed, countless edges swirling in a silent promise. But just as he moved to strike, Corvash's lips moved. A rasp of air left his throat. The words came slow, ragged, slipping past bloodied lips like sand through cracked stone. Human Corvash wheezed, eyes barely open, his breath trembling. You might kill me, but Belker won't let this go. He will reincarnate me. I will take revenge. Kai stared down at him, wind still coiled at his palm, then let out a quiet scoff. I'd almost give you that, he said. There's an actual cycle of reincarnation. But no, Corvash, Belker can't give you a second chance. No god is that powerful. And Belker. He stepped closer, his voice lowering. Wasn't a god at all, just another orc stronger than most, clever enough to dress himself in divinity and gather followers. He died like any other mortal, and so will you. Corvash coughed, blood bubbling at the corner of his mouth. Blasphemy, he growled. His palace is proof of his greatness. Kai tilted his head, lips curling slightly. That palace, he said, is a mage tower, my mother's tower. Belker didn't build it. He probably couldn't even read the engravings on its walls. Corvash's eyes flickered, confusion trying to push through the haze. But Kai shook his head. Either way, I'm not here to argue. The orc chuckled, weak but defiant, a dry, broken rasp. You're wrong, you're very wrong, you don't believe me now, but when I come back, I'll crush you under. The sentence never finished. Wind blades flashed, dozens of them, each one cutting brutally. Thin lines sliced across Corvash's thick neck, one after the other, until his breath caught mid-word. Then his head rolled onto the scorched earth, blood spurting in rhythmic pulses before going still. Dead silence followed. He glanced down at the orc's lifeless body, his expression unreadable. There was no satisfaction, only a faint flicker of disappointment. Even at the end, Corvash had clung to his delusions. Still worshipping a false god, still lost in fanaticism. But that wasn't Kai's concern. Fanatics didn't change, and he hadn't come here to save anyone's soul. He had come for his inheritance. And now, with the Dunneborn slain, the path was wide open. Before turning back to the tower, Kai raised his hands. A small flicker of fire pulsed against the blue sky, a spark no larger than a candle flame. It drifted upward in silence, then burst into a cascade of red and gold. Fireworks. The signal they had agreed upon to tell one thing. Corvash was dead. He could only hope the tribes would take it well and that their leaders would be strong enough to reclaim the desert now that the Dunneborn's grip was broken. With that done, he reached into his pouch and pulled out several storage stones, cracked and slightly warm to the touch. He pressed one to his chest and began to draw the mana inside, siphoning the dense energy slowly into his heart. The dragon construct had devoured almost everything he had flying, and the final spell had left him bone dry. He couldn't afford to enter Valkyrie's tower with his reserves empty. There were too many unknowns left inside, and there was only one way to find out. Once he'd filled his mana heart halfway, just enough to fight or flee if it came to that, Kai floated off the edge of the cliff. The wind tugged at his cloak as he descended, his body slipping through one of the shattered openings along the tower's jagged side. Inside, the air had shifted. The oppressive air of raw mana that once pressed against his skin was replaced by a quiet, tense stillness. It was the kind of silence that followed storms. His eyes swept across the chamber, sharp and searching. His party was gathered near the far wall, seated or leaning in the dim light. Some were cradling wounds, others simply catching their breath, too exhausted to speak. Their formation was loose but deliberate, positioned well away from the 3 orcs that lay crumpled and broken in the corner. The bodies had not died cleanly. The acrid scent of scorched flesh lingered in the air, thick and clinging, mixing with smoke and dust. Kai's gaze flicked briefly over the corpses before settling on his people. They looked up at him almost in unison, relief blooming across weary faces. Tension unwound from their shoulders like strings cut loose. Even Adel's lips softened, though, whether it was because Kai had returned, or because his return confirmed that Corvash hadn't, that remained unclear. I took care of it, Kai said, cutting through the silence before anyone could speak. We're safe. Claire was the first to rise, brushing dust from her skirt as she stepped forward. Are you okay, Lord Arzan? She asked, her voice laced with concern. He gave a small nod. No injuries. A faint breath escaped him, half sigh, half disbelief. Honestly, I got out of that fight better than I expected. Corvash was a lot dumber than I expected. A few of them chuckled tired, shaky laughs, but it helped. The tension in the room lightened just enough. Kai's eyes drifted around the aftermath. The statues that once stood tall were shattered in pieces across the floor. Cracks ran like veins through the stone walls, and soot-black scorch marks marred everything within sight. A place meant for power, now worn by violence. "We can deal with all this later," he said, turning back to the group. "Right now I need to take control of the tower." Kale lifted an eyebrow, arms crossed. "How are you going to do that?" Kai only shrugged lightly, then turned his attention to the podium. His gaze locked onto its same structure they'd passed before the battle erupted. Despite the chaos, it had somehow remained untouched, perfectly intact amidst the ruin. The runes carved along its sides still pulsed with a faint silver light, soft and rhythmic, like a heartbeat under stone. It honestly felt like an invitation, and Kai gladly took it, but all the while there were questions that ran through his mind. Was this it? He wondered, will I face no other obstacles, or was this tower, with all its secrets and suffering, not quite finished playing its games? Either way, he wasn't turning back now. He was ready. Fray stared at the sky in disbelief. His left hand tightened around the reins of his mount as the beast shifted uneasily. He could tell that it was scared, not just nervous. Honestly, Fray couldn't blame it. Above the distant cliffs where Valkyrie's tower was supposed to be hidden among the dunes, there was a flaming dragon that writhed through the air. It was massive in every way, majestic and terrifying. Its body seemed to be made of fire, and its wings spread across the sky, creating a massive shadow over the desert sands below. Around him, chaos brewed. The tribal warriors pointed it, and some even began to retreat. Cries of "it's an omen," and a curse in the sky rose in panic. Fray heard someone drop their spear, but he didn't move, not because he wasn't afraid. No one in their right mind could look at that thing and feel nothing, but because he knew that wasn't some ancient desert monster. That was magic, and there was only one person he could imagine being strong enough to throw a dragon into the sky. Next to him, Neris and Ansel stayed quiet, their eyes locked on the fiery dragon. Before he could even say anything, Khalid's voice cracked with disbelief. What is a dragon doing in Ashari?" He pointed towards the sky, and Fray immediately noticed the way his finger trembled. Behind him, the rest of the tribal council gawked in silence, mouths half open. Fray exhaled and gave an almost unamused smile. "Don't worry, no need to go back." As he said that, he noticed the way some men looked at him in exasperation. "What do you mean? Are you crazy? We have to go back." "That's Lord Arzan." Khalid spun on him, his eyes widened as if he heard the most deranged thing. "That dragon is Count Arzan. Have you lost your mind?" "No, not the dragon itself. It's one of his spells." Mari, who was next to him, let out a low gasp. "A spell? You're telling me a mage conjured that? Since when can spells do that?" Fray shrugged. "Since Lord Arzan. I've never heard of a mage doing that ever." "Well, Lord Arzan is special even among mages." He looked at the sky again and noticed how the dragon was coiling around something, probably fighting furiously against Corvash. Due to the distance, dust, and effects of spells, he couldn't see clearly what exactly was happening, but he had an idea. "You should get the tribes together," he looked at Khalid and said. "Why?" Khalid stared at him, wide-eyed. Fray pointed at the burning beast in the sky. "If that's any indication, Corvash's death is near." "You're sure?" Khalid asked, almost whispering it. "Yes." Fray's tone left no room for argument. "We move as soon as the signal comes." Fortunately, Khalid didn't waste time. He spun on his mount to gather the tribal warriors, shouting orders. Many of them were already retreating in fear, but Khalid's voice, brimming with urgency and command, cut through the chaos. He barked out that the dragon was no enemy, that it was a sign that the tide was turning. While he handled the panicking warriors, Fray turned to Ansel. "How are you feeling?" Ansel didn't look away from the sky, and for a moment Fray couldn't figure out what the man was thinking, so he probed further. "One battle left," Fray continued. "If all goes according to plan, your people will be free, back to how they were before Corvash rose to prominence." Ansel nodded slowly, then turned towards him. "I feel like it's the biggest battle of my life, and that's exactly why I have a favor to ask." Fray arched his brow. "A favor? I want to fight Zethar." Fray halted for a brief moment. The name hit him instantly. "Zethar, the orc general that killed your father?" "Yes." Ansel's eyes didn't waver. "My tribe may be freed after today, but I won't be able to sleep another night unless I kill him myself." "You realize he's no small fry, Ansel. He's an orc general, you're no enforcer." "I don't care," Ansel said flatly. "I'm still a warrior. I have enchanted gear, that's enough." "You're asking for death." "No, I'm asking for justice," Ansel replied. "Just clear the way when you see him, that's all I want." Beside them, Neris shifted uncomfortably. Fray's frown deepened. But at the same time, he knew he had no right to stand between Ansel and his revenge. Ansel wasn't just a crucial part of Veralt's administration. He also belonged to the desert and was a man carrying a storm inside him. One built from loss, buried pride, and years of waiting. Denying him now would only fracture him further. And honestly, if someone had killed Fray's family, he'd be out for blood too. So instead, he simply nodded. "Don't die." "I won't," Ansel said. Just then, a shout cut through the air. "Look at the sky." Fray turned, eyes snapping upward. The dragon Lord Arzan's conjured beast was descending, its massive wings churning the clouds, its body wreathed in flame. A shriek tore through the air, so loud it shook everyone's bones. Mari's breath caught. "Is that the scream of Hewsome finished her words. I think so. A heartbeat later, fire exploded in the sky, brilliant and violent, scattering outward in every direction like a flare of war. The signal, the sign they had decided on. Corvash was dead. The Dunneborn overlord was dead. Fairy didn't cheer. Instead, he turned his eyes to the tribal leaders, gauging their faces. They all knew what that signal meant, but none of them could quite believe it. He didn't give them time to figure out what was next. We should move. This is the right time to strike. Without Corvash, the orcs will scatter. They're nothing without him, he said, looking at them. Mari still looked dazed but nodded slowly. Just then Khalid Rudernet, his face set, eyes burning as he marched to the front of the gathered tribes. Corvash is dead, he shouted. Now is the time, we end this today. We tear down the tyrants who stole our people. A surge of roars erupted in response to shouts of yes, and for the tribes, echoing over the dunes. And just like that, the warriors of Ashari began to move, their fury finally unleashed. They had been waiting near the orc territory all this time. Every single one on top of their mounts were tensed, but they stayed silent. But now, as the tribes surged forward, it didn't take long for Rakhal to come into view. Rakhal, the city of the orcs. Faray's eyes narrowed as he crested a dune and saw walls rising up in the distance, but there was something else that made him pause. A massive force of orcs stood at the city's gates, already assembled. Over half of them were mounted on their beasts, weapons raised, eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Faray did a quick count, at least 100, maybe more. His gut clenched. They'd slipped this close to the city without running into a single patrol. He chalked it up to luck. Now he realized it had been something far worse, betrayal. A spy. Someone had tipped them off, but it hadn't been long ago. The formation of the orcs gave it all away. They looked hastily assembled. Heck, even their armor was half-buckled. Lord Arzen's success had come fast enough to give them a fighting chance, and it didn't matter either way. They were going to die here, all of them. Faray turned to Khalid, who stared ahead in stunned silence. Don't stop, Faray said. We take them head on. I'll lead. Khalid snapped out of it. Are you sure? Faray didn't answer. He just raised his spear. Flames roared to life around the tip of it, licking up the shaft until the whole weapon glowed. Ahead, the orc cavalry began to charge, thundering hooves shaking the earth, war cries splitting the air. The two forces raced toward one another. 10 steps left. 5. Faray struck first, lunging forward like a bolt of fire. His spear pierced the first orc's armor with a flash of heat and a spray of blood, sending the creature collapsing into the sand. And just like that, the two sides collided. Steel clashed against one another, and mounts screamed. Fire and fury erupted on the battlefield. And in the middle of chaos, Faray himself became a storm. His burning spear carved through the orc line, clearing a path through the blood and bowed straight towards the gates of the city. Kai exhaled as the last sliver of the storage stone dissolved into his palm, the rush of mana surging through his veins like fire. His mana heart pulsed, fully replenished at last. It was enough for him to finally open his eyes and look around the chamber. Gareth, Kale, and Anel had finished dragging the orc bodies to the side, piling them near one of the shattered statues. The stench of blood still lingered, but the silence was worse. Claire paced along the walls, her brows furrowed as she examined the statues, including the broken ones on the ground. She even swept her hand through the walls, looking for a hidden mechanism. But there was nothing except for the podium, making him believe even more that it was the way to take control of the tower. But he didn't move towards it right away. After all, he had no idea if he had to fight any more guardians that might reveal themselves if he touched the bowl on top of the podium. He slowly turned toward the others from where he sat. I believe it's time to see if there's a tower spirit in that podium. What's a tower spirit? Anel asked, looking confused. Kai got up and folded his arms, keeping his eyes on the bowl. It's a soul fragment. Mages use them to manage towers like this, give them a kind of consciousness. But it's rare. Creating one means you're either powerful or crazy, as getting one is a painstaking task. Then why are you sure there's one in there, Lord Arzen? Because this tower hasn't fallen apart, Kai said simply. It's ancient. No one maintained it for decades, yet the wards held, the structure endured, the traps didn't decay, and the mana density is still unnaturally high. Everything still works aside from that one accidental breach that let the orcs in. He pointed to the podium. Someone has been keeping it all running. I think the tower spirit has been in stasis all this time, using what little power it had to keep the place alive, subconsciously tending to its functions. Kale gave a low whistle. And now we wake it up. Yeah, let's just hope it's not hostile. He stepped forward while the others followed close behind. The podium was right ahead, simple in design but impossibly sturdy. His battle with Corvash hadn't even made a dent on it. The bowl on top of it shimmered faintly. Kai reached out and brushed his fingers over its rim, then closed his eyes and began pushing fine strands of mana into the vessel. Nothing happened. He pushed more mana into it, but the result was the same. Claire's voice broke the silence. What happened? Kai exhaled. I thought channeling mana would be enough. It worked on the gates, but this is different. He furrowed his brow and leaned closer, scanning the bowl and podium for any hint of seals or any other kind of enchantments, anything that might give him a clue. But everywhere he searched, he got the same answer over and over. There was nothing on the podium until a question rose. Why a bowl? Valkyrie had been deliberate with everything in this tower. A bowl, especially a crystal one, wasn't an accident. It was a puzzle. His eyes narrowed and he whispered, "She made this for me." He formed a spell structure immediately. A layer of ice bloomed over his palm and he guided it into the bowl, shaping it slowly and evenly until it filled the vessel completely. Seconds passed. Again, they were served with nothing. He inclined his head while wondering what had he done wrong. Even the others behind him shifted. For a few seconds they all stared at the podium, the crystal bowl and the ice, re-evaluating everything that surrounded them. "Lord Arzon, maybe you didn't." Kale was cut short when a sudden light erupted from the water. Kai's entire focus went to the soft glow that now pulsed through the bowl, gleaming across the surface of the ice. The frozen surface shimmered and slowly began to melt, transforming into crystal clear water like a mirror carved from the purest spring. Kale gasped. "What is that?" Adel stepped forward, reaching out to touch it, but Kai's arm snapped out, stopping him mid-motion. "Don't," Kai said sharply, his eyes still fixed on the bowl. "I'd attack you thinking you're an intruder to the inheritance." Adel blinked. "A bowl of water, a magical bowl of water. Trust me, that's the dangerous kind." That earned a skeptical grunt, but Adel backed off. "Fine, I'll let you drown in it first." "Appreciate that," Kai muttered, stepping back to the bowl. He grimaced as he dipped 2 fingers back into the water. It was cold. Too cold for his liking, but he waited for a beat and another, yet nothing happened. After a minute, it almost felt stupid. So he plunged more of his hand in. Still, it gave out nothing. He exhaled through his nose, squinting down at the crystal bowl like it had personally offended him. You know, a button would have been a lot more considerate. And then because this was definitely a riddle, and he had long accepted she was the dramatic type, went with his gut. With a resigned sigh, he leaned forward, took a sharp breath, and dunked his entire face into the glowing water. The reaction was immediate. The world spun violently. Mana rushed into him like a storm, flooding through his limbs, his chest, thighs, very soul. Every nerve in his body lit up like someone had set fire to his bloodstream, but it wasn't painful. It was an awakening. Then came the stillness and he slammed down on the ground. His feet were on the grass. Kai blinked. The air was cool, the scent of flowers oddly nostalgic. The desert heat was gone. All around him, gentle hills stretched out under a bright blue sky. Birds chirped. Wind rustled. Arzon. A voice came and it struck something deep in him, warm, familiar, and commanding all at once. He turned and there she stood, a woman in white robes, hair flowing behind her like it was caught in some celestial breeze. Her gaze locked on him with something between joy and pride. "Valkyrie," he said quietly, not taking long to recognize her. She smiled. "You took your time, child." He had seen her before, but now, standing here, the sight of her felt more real, more powerful. It could be the way her robes flowed, the glint of silver in her gaze, or the soft hum of magic around Hirsch was ethereal, yes, but also present in a way no fragment had ever been. He knew he was talking to a fragment of a soul, but this was one strong enough to create this space they were in right now. Kai found himself staring. She smiled at him. A knowing, warm smile of a mother, and mana gushed out of her to touch him. Before Kai could blink, it covered him and a sinking feeling surfaced in his heart. Her eyes narrowed. The air around her changed. Mana crackled in the space and the warm presence vanished in an instant. Her voice came out again, but the softness was long gone. "You are not my son." Kai stared back at the hardened face of Valkyrie's soul fragment. Her white eyebrows were knitted into a deep frown and the lips turned to a scowl. He hadn't known what to expect when the bowl had pulled him into this strange realm, but it certainly was not an angry magus. "You are not my son," she said again coldly. Her flowing white robe shifted with phantom wind, and the gentle grassland that surrounded them somehow felt sharper. In a way, he should have expected this the moment he saw her. No normal mage could leave such a stable soul fragment behind, let alone one capable of creating an entire memoryscape like this. She had been well versed in soul magic enough to hide a piece of herself in Arzon's very soul, enough to sense he wasn't him. Still, silence stretched, a breath too long, and her gaze narrowed dangerously. "Tell me," she said, sounding even colder than before. "Who are you?" "You are not Arzon. No one but my son should have been able to access this space." Kai grimaced inwardly. She was quite powerful even in death, and if she decided he was an enemy, she might lash out. And while he was fairly sure he wouldn't die here, he still needed her. He needed answers. Therefore, considering all the factors that were present before him, he knew honesty was the best option moving forward. He had done it before. He had done it with Killian, Claire, and Francis. He could do it again. He had to do it again. Valkyrie deserved to know the truth about her son, so he chose his words carefully. He inhaled slowly and opened his mouth. "I know I'm not Arzon, but it's a long story. I'll tell you everything, but I don't think you'll like it." Her eyes flashed. "Did you kill him?" Kai answered almost instantly. "No, I didn't, but someone else did, and I'm truly sorry for your loss, but yes, Arzon is dead." He straightened his shoulders as if to take the weight of the truth and wear it openly. "My name is Kai. I was once a magus of the Sorcerer's Tower." Valkyrie gave a questioning look at Kai. "A magus? You are certainly close to that rank, but not quite there yet. Well, it's a long story. I'll tell you everything, but I want you to believe what I wanted to say. You don't have to worry about that, Valkyrie said with certainty in her voice. I created this space. She looked around, waving her hand at all the greenery that surrounded them. I created it all, no one can lie here. If you try, I will know. It explained a lot, her cold calm when he told her Arzan was dead, the way her mana had brushed against his soul. She had already known he wasn't lying. Kai started from the beginning. He talked about when he woke up in another man's body, in a bed chamber, covered in blood. He told her of the ritual that was the biggest gamble of his life, how the world he'd known had vanished, and how he had become Arzan Kellius. He told her how he was not from this era and by a miracle had come back to the past. He told her about Actraith whispers, the manipulation, the poisoned thoughts that had driven her son to the edge, how he had made him believe he was alone, and he told her about Regina and Viridia, the bits and pieces he'd collected and put together, the foul smell of a plot that ran deeper than anything he'd expected. Then, softer, slower, he told her about Arzan's past. How he had pieced together the fragments of a shattered boy's life, the scars, the silence, the way they had poisoned him physically, emotionally, spiritually, until the only thing that remained was a husk obsessed with power. And throughout it all, Valkyrie said nothing. Midway through, she sat down on the grass, folding her legs beneath her robe, hands resting gently in her lap. She was not serene, not angry, but she was just still. Her flowy hair gently swayed to the wind. By the time he finished, hours had passed. The grassland around them remained the same, just like him, who stood with hands loosely at his side. For all his cleverness and foresight, he didn't know what came next. He couldn't tell. She was a mother who had just heard how her son had grown up, what he became, and how he died, and he wasn't sure if she'd cry or kill him. So he waited, giving her privacy to her silence, and hoped his party didn't think he was dead. After all, it has been a few hours. Finally, the magus stirred. She rose from the grass slowly, the folds of her white robe moving against her legs as she turned to face him. Her eyes carried both anger and sadness burning with fire, yet softened by something far older than grief. But none of that was directed at him. Kai didn't speak because for once since he came here, he wasn't sure what to say. She went on. Some things are still hard to believe, especially a soul ritual powerful enough to reach through time, but I haven't detected a single lie from you. Kai gave a tired smile. Trust me, it's hard for me to believe too. It wasn't some grand plan, just a last resort. Valkyrie nodded slowly. I understand. She looked off into the distance for a moment. I knew of the prophecy, but I never thought it would turn the world upside down like this. Then she bowed her head. Things have become far more complicated since my death. Kai said nothing because he could feel the grief in her voice, probably not for herself or her lost glory, but for her son. The one she couldn't protect. He wanted to offer her something, comfort, reassurance, even empty words, but nothing came out, so he let the silence stand. A moment passed, then another. And finally, Valkyrie looked up, her expression calm again though that old pain still lingered behind her eyes. I imagine you have questions, she said. Many. I left Arzan instruction show to navigate the tower, what challenges he'd face, where the inheritance would begin, but it seems they never reached him. Kai nodded. I think they got lost. From what I've pieced together, your husband, he couldn't handle it. The infighting, the poison, the politics. He withdrew from everything. I believe your death broke him. Valkyrie laughed at that softly, bitterly. Maybe, she said, but I was never that important to anyone. Even the marriage was just me trying to hold on to something. A place, a name, a reason to belong. She shook her head, but it didn't work. And in the end, I couldn't even protect my son. It wasn't your fault, he said quietly. You weren't there anymore. You didn't get the chance. Valkyrie didn't respond. She just stared into the distance, her hair drifting with a breeze that didn't touch him. Kai glanced around at the endless hills, the blue sky, the stillness in the air. It looked straight from a painting. Can I ask, what is this place? Her lips curled into a faint smile. Obviously, she said, this is a soul space, a fragment of my astral realm, carved and anchored to this tower. It exists outside of time and body. Right now, we're only souls. Kai raised a brow. You made this. I did, she said, though not alone. The foundation of this space and the tower itself was built by me and a few old friends, some of the greatest mages of our generation. She paused. Most of them died before me. The rest faded into obscurity. She looked down at her own hands as if remembering their faces. When I knew my time was near, I remade parts of the tower, she continued. This space, the Guardians, the inheritance, I designed it for my son. I wanted him to have everything we built, and we're standing here now in what was meant to be the final cusp of the trial. Kai exhaled. What kind of trial? Valkyrie's smile deepened. A battle, she said simply. I wanted my son to become strong enough to challenge me. If he could defeat me here in this space, he would inherit the tower and all the knowledge we gathered. Then her voice softened. I didn't expect to face you instead. And if I fail, you'll wake up outside the tower, she said, without access to anything inside. Then she added with a playful glint in her eye, don't worry. You can't die here. Your soul's anchored. This is a test, not a sentence. Kai had already suspected as much. There was no point in building such a vast soul realm unless something big was meant to happen here. He stepped back, rolling his shoulders. So to win, I've got to fight one of the greatest battle mages in history in her own realm. Valkyrie smiled again with a carefree nod. Something like that. but even as he steadied his breath, Kai couldn't help but wonder how was he supposed to stand against Valkyrie. She wasn't just a fifth circle mage, she was a battle mage, a pure one, the kind that history books mentioned in passing, with a quiet reverence that spoke louder than any praise. She hadn't earned her title sitting in a tower surrounded by books, she'd earned it by burning entire war camps to the ground. Sure, he'd faced fifth circles before, but none like her if what he read was even remotely true. As he stood there, mapping out possibilities, Valkyrie tilted her head and said, "I'm ready when you are." "Right, no pressure." Kai nodded, channeling mana into a spell, not something powerful, just a test. A volley of fire arrows flared into existence above his shoulders and launched toward her like crimson comets. She raised her wrist, that was all it took. An ice shield formed in the air-second circle, from what he could tell, but it held strong against the barrage, every arrow hissing and vanishing on contact like wet fireworks. His eyes narrowed slightly. That wasn't a normal shield. She had cast it too fast. No spell structure, no incantation, just will and execution. From behind the translucent barrier, Valkyrie grinned. "Not bad," she said. "It's amusing that you're a fire mage, but your form's far better than most I've seen." Kai smirked. "I'm more than just fire." He conjured another wave of flaming arrows, this time scattering them wide, some aimed straight at her, others veering toward the ground. As expected, she blocked again with ease, forming another shield with a casual flick. No matter how many you throw, they won't. The grass beneath her erupted in flames as a chain of hidden runes ignited, releasing a delayed blast of magic. Valkyrie's eyes widened, and she darted backward just in time, her body lifting into the air in a sudden gust of wind. Kai blinked. Flight. He wasn't sure what surprised him more, the casual mastery of flight magic, or the fact that the records had only ever called her an ice mage. Valkyrie floated in the air, her white robes fluttering, eyes sparkling with excitement. Though he couldn't feel a trace of wind mana from her, Valkyrie caught his look of confusion and smiled. "I have a lot of tricks," she said with a warning laced thoroughly in her voice. "Be ready. This will be a long battle." Before he could answer, she conjured an ice-forged sword in one hand and rushed him, robes flaring like wings as she surged through the air. Kai's hands instinctively reached behind him for his spearnly to grasp at air. Right, no gear in a soul space. The sword arced toward him. Kai conjured his own weapon on instinct, to spear of crackling flame, and swung it just in time to meet the strike. Fire and ice clashed with a hiss, and sparks scattered across the sky like dying stars. Valkyrie grinned, her face close enough for him to see the thrill in her eyes. Mana flared. Kai ducked just in time as a lance of sharpened ice shot from her free hand, narrowly missing his head. He retaliated with a sharp kick, pushing her back, and spun his flaming spear in a circle, casting a whirlwind of fire in her direction. The inferno howled as it raced toward her, catching her mid-flight. Kai expected her to fall, robes scorched and battered, but instead, the tornado vanished, unraveling like mist. She stood untouched inside a dome of crystal-clear ice, not even a burn mark on her. "Of course she has more tricks," he muttered under his breath. Without a word, she flicked her fingers, summoning jagged beasts of frost that bounded through the air like hunting wolves. Kai cursed, casting his own fire beasts to meet them, and the air lit up with explosions of steam and mana. Conjurations tore at each other mid-air in a blur of elemental violence. Then she was closing in again, her ice blade glowing brighter. The battle shifted from ranged chaos to brutal, close combat, and it didn't take Kai long to realize something vital. Valkyrie was dancing. Every move she made had intent, every spell flowed into the next, seamless and devastating. She controlled the pace of the fight like a seasoned duelist, and the worst part, she barely gave him time to breathe, let alone counter. It was like sparring against a storm that had memorized your every move before you made it. And it was as if Valkyrie conjured spells the moment she thought them into existence. That control, that instinct reminded Kai painfully of his old master. Every step she took carried authority, and though he was managing to keep up for now, he knew it was only a matter of time before the balance tipped. And it did. He dodged another piercing lance of ice, countering with sharp wind blades that howled through the air. Valkyrie spun past them effortlessly and, in a move that was almost mockingly classic, sent out another barrage of lances. Kai prepared to meet them the same way. He shouldn't have. As his wind blades hit, the ice didn't shatter. Instead, the spell structures twisted midair, morphing, changing into something entirely different. The lances warped into translucent wasps the size of his fists, their bodies buzzing with unstable mana. His eyes widened. It was too late. They struck. One slammed into his cheek-sharp pain blooming. Another burrowed in near his throat, and Kai let out a gurgled cry, blood spurting as he fell, spinning before crashing into the grass near a jagged boulder. He coughed hard, one hand pressing to the wound at his neck as he surged mana to slow the bleeding. Above him, Valkyrie hovered, her shadow falling over him. "You're fine," she said lightly, tilting her head, "but you can do much better. You aren't understanding the laws of this place." Kai blinked past the haze. "Then tell me," he croaked, careful not to strain his throat. She smiled, the kind of teacher's grin that said this will hurt more before it helps, and turned to gaze out at the unreal sky. I'll tell you this much but no hand holding after, she said. This is a soul space. The limits of your physical body pain, exhaustion, even the shape of your magic daunt really exist here. The only rule is belief. If you can understand something, truly grasp it, you can make it real. She looked back down at him. That's why you're losing. You're still fighting like you're in the real world. Kai froze, eyes widening. It all made sense now. Her flawless maneuvers, her impossible flight, her seamless conjurations, none of it obeyed normal battle logic. She was using the concept of her power, not just the practice, and he had been holding back, because he still was trying to see how strong she was. He slowly sat up, blood still dripping but a fire now kindling in his eyes. Kai's mind grasped at the new logicer like thereof this soul space offered. Belief shaped reality, so he decided to test it. He focused on his wounds, drawing on every theory he'd ever studied about healing magic, not the spells themselves, but the core principles, the understanding, the intent. In an instant, his flesh stitched itself together. The pain vanished. Kai blinked, his breath caught in his throat. Then he imagined his mana heart filling, gushing, overflowing with pure energy, and it did. His whole body buzzed, his reserves brimming as if they'd never been touched. A stunned grin crept onto his face. So this is the law of soul spaces. He looked up. Far above, Valkyrie hovered still, a sharp smile tugging at her lips. It seems the battle will finally be interesting. Kai rose into the air, letting go of restraint. As he soared, he imagined the feeling of his old robes, the ideal form of them flowing and alive with enchantments. The fabric transformed mid-flight into streaks of crimson and white, arcane seals etched in gold across the cuffs. Beneath, a form-fitting layer of enchanted armor wrapped around his torso like a second skin. Valkyrie eyed him with visible amusement. Nice robe. Kai smirked. I know, my master gifted me. He cracked his knuckles. Let's see if it still impresses a battle mage. And then he shot forward. The air reeked of death, not just the smell of blood but the deeper kind. Burnt flesh, ruptured guts, the copper sting of fresh kills soaked into the sand. It clung to Ansel's skin, heavy as armor, and no matter how deep he breathed, it only filled his lungs with more of it. All around him, the battlefield raged. Steel crashed against bone. Mounts screamed. War cries from both man and orc drowned out any clear thought. The ground had turned into something unhallowed, blood and bone crushed into every step. And yet the tribes pushed forward for freedom. They all knew that this was their final chance. He could see the sand knights up, dripping through the orc flanks with mounted fury, their lances shining under the midday sun. The rest of the tribes followed behind, roaring, hacking, bleeding but never stopping. Not even for a second, not even when some faltered in steps. But even through the madness, Ansel saw they were waiting. Everyone kept glancing at the cliffs where the sky had once burned with the shape of a dragon, where the scream of Corvash had come from, where the orc overlord had died. At first, the orcs charged in with bravado, expecting their champion to appear and smash through the humans. When he didn't, doubt took hold, then came the fear. Ansel spotted it clearly. Some orcs faltered, others began to flee, weapons dropped, orders stopped being followed. A crack in the armor. The humans, on the other hand, only grew louder. The chant began in one corner of the field and swept through like wildfire. Corvash is dead. Corvash is dead. Ansel didn't know if it was true, but it didn't matter. The belief alone was enough to shift the tide. The orcs continued to bleed, and in return the humans pressed harder. But Ansel's focus wasn't on the cheers. It wasn't on Khalid barking orders or Fray lighting the sand on fire with every swing of his spear. He was staring at him, Zethar, the orc general that killed his father. A massive brute, his body painted in war marks that shimmered with wind enchantments. His legs glowed faintly blue, and with every movement he blurred too fast, too strong. He didn't use weapons, or maybe he didn't need them. His fists were the storm. Tribal warriors fell like grass before him. Ribs shattered, skulls cracked, and Zethar laughed as if slaughter was just sport. Ansel gripped the hilt of his blade tighter. His chest boiled with all the rage and grief combined. He broke into a sprint, eyes locked on Zethar's hulking frame, but his body screamed before his mind caught up. Instinct flared. He twisted to the side just in time to see a second orc charging from the smokeaches raised, saliva dripping from tusks, eyes bloodshot. It was twice the size as him and wielded an axe that was dripping blood. It came down. Ansel dropped low, the axe whistling inches above his skull. He came up fast, slashing across the orc's thigh. A cry rang out, but not deep enough to kill. The brute staggered but didn't fall. Ansel crouched low, spear clutched in both hands and prepared to strike. The orc in front of him growled, muscles tensing, axe rising for a downward swing. Then the beast's head snapped sideways sharp, and sudden and a spear burst through it like a spike through fruit. The skull cracked and blood sprayed. The orc dropped without a sound. Ansel blinked, startled, eyes tracing the shaft back to its source. Above, standing atop the dead orc, draped in burning armor, was Fray. The knight met his gaze, looking too calm despite the raging chaos surrounding them. He pulled the spear free with one clean twist. Go, Fray said, nodding once. I'll clear the path for you. Ansel hesitated only a breath before nodding back. then he ran. The dust swirled around him, and ahead, Zethar loomed like a storm at the heart of a fire. Orcs moved to intercept him, 3 at first, then 5. All fast, all brutal. None of them reached him. Fray carved through them with methodical precision. Every swing of his flaming spear left another body behind. One orc's head spun through the air. Another was run through mid-charge. The knight didn't stop or falter. Ansel barely had time to admire it. How many have he killed today? He wondered. It didn't matter, because he wasn't fray, wasn't an enforcer. He didn't have the power to use elementals in ways they did. It made him doubt his steps for a moment. What if he wasn't enough as a mortal? No, he couldn't allow himself to think that. He had will in abundance. His father had died under Zethar's fists, and Ansel had carried the rage since he had heard about it from Khalid. He wouldn't leave this battlefield without avenging him. He gripped his spear tighter. The leather around the haft bit into his palms, slick with sweat and blood, and then he saw Zethar just a few steps away. The orc general stood tall, broader than any other orcs, shoulders glinting with tattoos, bare feet wrapped in bracelets that shimmered faintly with wind essence. The carnage he'd left behind was a trail of mangled bodies and dust. He looked down at Ansel and smiled. Ansel's blood boiled at that. Without another word or a thought, he sprinted forward, his feet pounding sand. His spear came up and Zethar vanished. It was a blur like the wind itself shifted. He looked to his left and right, trying to see where Zethar was, but before he could witness it, his instincts screamed, and he didn't linger. He dove sideways just as a fist hammered down where he'd been. The impact sent cracks rippling through the ground. He hit the sand hard, rolled, and kicked back onto his feet. Good reflex, human, but one dodge won't save you. Then the orc came, faster than before. Ansel ducked, narrowly avoiding a sweeping punch. The wind trailing behind it sliced into his shoulder armor, peeling away part of the metal. Fuck. No. Watch him and read him. Don't panic or you will be dead. Ansel screamed in his mind. He noticed that the orc's artifact needed time to work again, and he used that time trying to clobber Ansel to the ground with his fist, not even bothering to use any other part of his body. And Ansel let him move, knowing he would be able to dodge every strike. As expected, the orc's next punch came low-telegraphed by the twist of his hips. Ansel sidestepped, letting it pass him by, and struck with the butt of his spear into Zethar's ribs. It barely made the giant grunt, but Ansel was already moving, using the momentum to spring back and circle. He'd hunted beasts with nothing but a rusted blade and instinct. He knew how to read movements, how to survive on pure. And Zethar was also a beast, but one with a mouth, so his rhythm became clear. One pause, one lunge over each. There. Ansel ducked low and dodged. The more he dodged, the more the orc general got angry, until he made the mistake of giving Ansel a chance to rush into his guard. Ansel yelled and dove inside his guard, stabbing his spear straight into Zethar's thigh. The orc attacked with his fist, but he ducked, and the fist got stuck in sand. Perfect, Ansel thought, and tried to push the spear deeper into the cut. Zethar's thick skin didn't help, but the cut was enough. Unfortunately, he immediately recovered and swung his other hand at him. Shit, Ansel's instinct screamed at him as he ducked and twisted midway, hitting the foot of the orc as it cried. But then he saw the danger right in front of his eyes. The bracelets on Zethar's feet glowed. Wind howled. Ansel turned and sprinted, heart pounding, and he became a blur of motion. Goosebumps exploded along his skin. He turned. Zethar was already there, right in front of him. Like his worst nightmare come true, his massive fist hurtled down like a falling boulder, parts of rock and sand falling from it, and he knew that there was no time to dodge. So he did what any sane man would do. He raised his arms on impulse and closed his eyes shut. Clang, there was no impact or pain like he anticipated. What's happening? He opened his eyes and they were met with a shield. A large, solid shield that held the fist back. He looked up and saw Khalid. His eyes were narrowed at Zethar, who was huffing and puffing in anger. The sand shifted beneath him, but he didn't dodge. Khalid, Ansel gasped. You think I'd let you die before you finish what you started? Zethar's gauntlet reared back again. Dodge, Khalid barked. Ansel didn't think. He dove to the left as Zethar's fist slammed down again, cracking stone and sending up a spray of earth. Khalid took the hit with his shield, braced for it, but the impact sent him skidding back, armor scraping across rock. The orc spat to the side, lips curled. Annoying humans, I'll kill you both. Ansel sprinted to his brother, reaching out and helping him to his feet. What are you doing here? Khalid smirked through the pain. I need my revenge too. His voice shook, but his eyes were steady, looking at Ansel. You weren't there. I saw father die, right there in his grip. You think I'll let you take all the glory? Ansel's heart twisted. He smiled, just for a breath. Then let's do it together. Zethar surged forward just as they finished talking. The artifact bound to his legs gleamed against this time brighter, faster. The wind around him howled like a storm. His movements blurred, faster than anything they had seen before. The brothers split. Ansel veered right. Khalid went left. Zethar picked a target. Khalid. The orc general charged like a battering ram, swinging with enough force to shatter stone. Khalid roared, raised his shield, and caught the blow. The metal groaned. Cracks spiderwebbed across the shield's face. But it held barely, but Ansel knew it wouldn't be for long. Before Zethar could pull back for a second strike, Ansel closed in. He moved fast, keeping his spear low, and stabbed right into the orc's knee. The blade hit with a sick crunch. Zethar's leg buckled, blood gushing out in a thick stream. The orc snarled in pain, eyes wide with fury. He didn't fall, but he dropped a knee. In Ansel's tribe, they had a saying, if you want to bring down a beast, break its legs first. Zethar was no different, but rage still burned in the orc's eyes. He swept an arm out in a wide arc, aiming to crush Ansel with sheer force. The wind surged behind his swing. Ansel didn't try to block it. He threw himself into a roll, dirt and blood smearing his clothes, the blow just missing his back. He came up on one knee, hands already moving to his pouch. Fingers closed around a glass violone of the last explosive potions he had left. Khalid, he shouted. Run. He didn't wait to check if his brother listened. He hurled the potion straight at the kneeling orc's face. It spun once in the air. Zethar saw the vial coming. The orc's hand snapped up to swat it aside, but the glass cracked the moment it brushed his skin end. That was it. An explosion tore through the battlefield. Fire sprawled across Zethar's chest and shoulders, licking up his throat and curling down his arms. The orc scream-a-draw, guttural, inhuman. It wasn't pain alone in that scream. It was rage, agony, hatred. The bracelet flared to life. Then he moved, like a beast set ablaze. He darted from place to place, vanishing and reappearing in flashes of speed, zigzagging through the battlefield in blind agony. His flesh sizzled. Smoke poured off him. But still, he didn't fall. He couldn't stop. The flames clung to him like a curse, and each time he moved, more skin peeled, more blackened chunks of muscle slewed off. His howls grew hoarse, but he didn't slow down. If anything, he was moving faster, too fast, too furious. Ansel gripped his spear tighter, breath caught in his throat. He turned to his brother. Khalid stood frozen, eyes locked on the burning figure. Their gazes met, and in that heartbeat, they both knew what they had to do. This was it. Now or never, Ansel nodded once. Khalid stepped forward. They started running, straight toward the fire, straight toward the orc, straight toward vengeance. Claire sat cross-legged beside the unconscious form of Lord Arzan, her gaze fixed on his face. He looked calm. She inhaled sharply. He looked too calm considering everything that had just happened. His chest rose and fell in even breaths. She looked for signs, sweat, twitching, or any sign that Lord Arzan was in pain, but there were none. It was almost as if he was in the middle of the best dream of his life, but Claire knew better. She'd seen the way his body had gone limp the moment they pulled his face out of the water-filled bowl. His arms sagged to his side, and how the mana around him had gone quiet. No one slept like that unless they were somewhere else entirely, so she knew that this was another trial he'd have to pass, basically a soul-bound puzzle only he could solve. She'd said as much hours ago. The others hadn't argued. Footsteps echoed in the chamber, metal tapping faintly against the stone. Claire turned. Gareth stood there. The enforcer walked over and silently placed his enchanted weapon on the ground. Then, with a tired groan, he sat down next to her, his eyes falling on Lord Arzan's motionless body. When do you think you'll wake up? He asked quietly. Claire didn't hesitate. The same thing I said 3 hours ago, she replied. Soon, I know it. Gareth nodded. Yeah, let's hope it's before Fray and the tribals come storming through that door. Would be awkward seeing the man who killed Corvash taking a nap. At that, Claire huffed out a tired laugh. You've got a strange idea of awkward. Silence fell for a moment. Then she asked what happened to his body. Corvash's. You and Adel went to look for it. Gareth nodded. We found it. Took us a while, lots of dunes to climb, and there were large holes in the sand, and a lot of it had become glass. He paused, then added, body was burnt badly. Real bad. Could barely recognize the bastard. Claire's expression didn't shift. And the artifacts, the rings, are still there. Lord Arzan didn't even bother touching them. Gareth scratched his beard. But the gauntlets, they were all broken. Adel picked through what was left, said we needed proof. Proof, for the tribes, Gareth said simply. They'll want to see something, a broken weapon, a charred tusk, something to spit on. Claire nodded slowly, then looked down at Lord Arzan again. Let's just hope they don't try to make Adel the next overlord once we leave. I'm worried about that too, he admitted, about what happens after. But Adel didn't look greedy when he picked up the rings, not even curious. Claire tilted her head. That's surprising. Yeah, he just took them quietly. Since then, he's been tending to the kids. Claire looked at him, brows raised. Gareth nodded. It took some time to get the chains off. Bastards had them locked down with more than iron. There were old symbols, maybe magic too. Some artifact they found in the tower, but we got them loose. He exhaled, glancing toward the hallway leading back down the tower. They're on the ground floor now, he said, waiting for this war to end, waiting for someone they know to come find them. Adel found fruits too, he added, almost as an afterthought. They were growing in one of the side chambers, no idea how. Pretty strange for a desert. I tasted them. He made a face, a little sour, but not bad, just has a distinct taste. Malden would have liked it here. Claire's lips curved faintly. You think Lord Arzan will want to establish trade with this place? Who knows? That's up to him. But he's got the tower now. Can't just leave it to rot, Gareth said and shrugged lazily. Claire in return nodded at that. She doubted there was another building like this in the entire kingdom. Just climbing to the top made her legs feel like they'd walked across the Ashari twice, and there were still corridors they hadn't seen. but by how Lord Arzen had looked at everything, she could tell that the whole place alone could make him one of the richest men in the kingdom. It was massive. His mother Magus Valkyrie's inheritance was grand, but again, she expected nothing less after finding out who she was. But she would only find what they were going to do with it once Lord Arzen woke up, and Claire knew he was going to wake up soon. Kai found himself fighting at the peak of his power in the soul space. He moved through the blue sky like a streak of flame, and his robe crackled with heat, a spear of fire and wind twisted in his hand. The best thing about this space was that it didn't follow the natural rules. His mana never ran dry. If he wanted to create something, he simply could feel the draw on his mana heart, then will it full again, and it was. Even spells that would normally cost far too much mana came easily. Wounds healed the same way. He could do it just with intent. He simply had to think about the sensation it created. Still, for every miracle he conjured, Valkyrie matched it graceful, composed, terrifyingly precise. He burned the sky with spells. She froze them mid-flight. He turned stone to molten slag. She stepped over it as if walking on glass. What kind of monster fights like this even in death? A thought sparked in him as he dodged another ice blade that shattered the clouds around him. He spun and released 3 compressed spheres of fire laced with slicing wind. They raced toward Valkyrie with a high wine miniature suns in motion. She danced between them effortlessly. It caused a question in his mind. If we can both just heal and create spells endlessly, Kai called out, then how are we supposed to decide who wins? From across the battlefield, Valkyrie's voice answered, smooth and calm as always even as her fingers etched another spell structure in the air. You don't decide. A gust of cold rushed outward. I do, the spell finished. It ends when I believe you're worthy of my inheritance, she added. If it were my son, I'd have made it easier. But you're not him. The air around Kai dropped sharply. His breath misted. Ice formed in the space beneath him. Before he could blink, a shimmering cage of frost had formed right where he hovered. His foot froze in place. Shit, Kai jerked upward, his other leg catching the edge. A flaming lance appeared in his hand. He drove it down with a roar. The ice shattered, shards spinning outward like razors as he burst free just in time to avoid a curtain of razor-sharp icicles that exploded from Valkyrie's outstretched hand. They tore past him. Some grazed his robes. One slashed a shallow line across his cheek. You don't bleed here unless she wants you to. Kai gritted his teeth and circled her again, moving with the winds. He spoke not as a taunt, but a truth. Don't you think just strength is a terrible measure? He said, hurling a chain of fire spears as he spoke. There was an orc I had to fight before this. Strong, ruthless. But if he was here, will you give him the inheritance simply because he's strong? It sounds stupid to me. Valkyrie didn't answer right away. She summoned a sheet of ice in the air that bent like glass, deflecting the spells with an elegant curve, then gave an amusing laugh. I never said this trial was about defeating me. Kai hovered midair, his brow furrowed, his flames dimming for just a moment. It's not, he asked, gaze narrowing at Valkyrie as mana continued to hum under his skin. The woman laughed again. I said I wanted you to challenge me, she replied, her fingers sketching symbols of light in the air. Not that winning gives you the tower. A spike of frost flared behind her and vanished. Kai clenched his jaw. Then why the fight? Because power is part of the equation. She tilted her head, forming another layered spell circle in her palm. If you can defeat me, I'll know you have the strength to defend this place when it matters. The runes in her palm glowed pale blue. The temperature dropped again slower this time, like a tide instead of a storm. Also, she added, lips twitching in amusement, battles where you can't die are very good for conversation. He blinked at that. Before he could reply, the sky above him trembled, mana swelling until it shimmered like silver glass. Kai's instincts flared a heartbeat before it began. A downpour of giant icicles tore through the clouds, sharp as glaives, fast as spears. Kai threw his hands up. Wind warred. A dome of wind roared into place above him, the barrier humming as each ice spear shattered on contact, exploding into crystalline dust. He exhaled, still floating. He narrowed his eyes toward Valkyrie as he dispelled the barrier. And what kind of conversation are you looking for exactly? Her response came as she drifted forward. Let's talk about you. Kai barked a laugh, even as he conjured twin flames into each palm. I'd rather learn about you, honestly. Valkyrie shrugged, but the trial is yours. And you're far more interesting. It's not every day I meet someone living in another man's body. How do you feel about leading a dual life? Kai didn't smile this time. His flames roared. He hurled one palm forward fire, twisting into a focused beam that ripped through the air. Valkyrie moved, spinning away, but not fast enough this time. The second blast struck her in the gut. A flash of pain crossed her features, and then it vanished. Her body mended in an instant, mana knitting flesh together like a well-rehearsed song. You are getting better, she said lightly. Kai hovered in silence, breath steady, heat rising from his skin. Leading a dual life, that was the first time someone had said it like that. He hadn't thought about it recently, not since the Fief War. He had simply begun to accept it as normal. His frown deepened. The fire in his palms dimmed, and the wind around him died down. I hate living your son's life, Kai said at last, his voice just above a whisper. The only reason I could bear it was because there was always something to do, a problem to solve, a beast to kill, a threat looming over me. He didn't look at Valkyrie when he said it. He wasn't speaking to her. He was speaking to the space around them, to the guilt that had clawed at him since the first day he'd opened his eyes in Arzen's body. Valkyrie, still hovering effortlessly midair, let the silence stretch before asking, "If there wasn't anything to do, would you have continued?" Kai's jaw clenched. He had no answer. "I don't know," he admitted. The truth slipped out like a wound reopening. Valkyrie's voice came softer now, less like a warrior and more like a mother. "You said Arzen was in debt, that there was a mage who wanted him dead. You were powerless. So why didn't you run, disappear, live your life elsewhere?" Kai looked up. Mana still stirred faintly in his limbs, but the fight had paused. "I thought about it," he said, eyes shadowed. "I nearly did. But something always felt like it was chasing me, like I'd never escape it. The debts, the enemies, the questions." He sucked in a breath, "So I stayed, and I fought, because I thought maybe I was capable enough to deal with the problems." Valkyrie smiled at that. All the spell circles vanished around her. The pressure of the mana faded like mist in the wind. "And so," she said softly, "you continued living as my son, and no one knew." Kai looked down. "Some do. Is that enough?" Valkyrie asked. "Do you think Arzano matter what kind of person he was would have liked being remembered not as himself, but as you?" Her words struck harder than any spell she'd cast so far, because even thinking about it made something twist inside him. He had stopped thinking about Arzen until someone had brought it up. In a way, he had simply shut down the guilt of taking over someone else's body, even when he knew he wasn't the one to kill him. And it was what had come after. He'd kept the name, kept the power, taken his seat, his story. He had walked into his relationships, worn them like old clothes, patched them where needed, but never once stepped back to ask, what if this had been me instead? Even when he told himself Arzen's life had been a wreck, even when he justified it with survival he knew. This tower wasn't his. The inheritance Valkyrie left wasn't his. And yet here he stood fighting for it, wanting it, chasing it for power. Because that's what he did. Because he had always chased strength not just to survive, but because some part of him believed he deserved to. That if he suffered for it, bled for it, then maybe he could forget where it all began. The wind in the soul space stirred. The sky above shimmered faintly with threads of pale mana, dancing like cracks in glass. Valkyrie hovered in the air, robes fluttering, her expression unreadable. Her hair flowed behind her. For a moment, she simply watched him. If reading his thoughts, "Do you think," she finally asked, "you deserve my inheritance?" He met her gaze, then nodded. "Yes, I believe I do." "Why?" Kai let out a breath, feeling the echo of his heartbeat. "Because I came here," he said. "Because I stood before you and fought. Because I crossed deserts, bled for answers, and survived things that were meant to kill me." His fingers flexed. Mana sparked at his fingertips as he looked down. "I fought beasts. I defeated tribals. I faced Corvash and brought him down. I've proven myself." Valkyrie's lips thinned. "I left a map," she said, "for my son. And that map brought me to a desert where your legacy was buried under sand and blood, where orcs ruled and humans doubted me. It wasn't handed to me. I earned every step." Valkyrie studied him for a long moment, then spoke again. "Yes, you did, but this inheritance is not yours." "How do I know," she continued, "that you will use it for good?" Kai opened his mouth, then closed it, then let out a breath. "I don't think you can know, not truly. All I can do is ask you to trust me." "Trust you," she echoed. "Why?" "Because I'm not here for greed. I'm not here to raise empires or reshape the world in my image." "You say that," Valkyrie said, her voice quiet now, but so many mages said the same. They held noble intentions until they didn't, until the world gave them power and they became monsters. "I see your truth now, Kai, but not the man you may become." Kai nodded. "And I saw the future you feared." Valkyrie's expression shifted. "I've lived it," Kai continued, his tone flat. "I've seen what happens when mages chase power without end. Kingdoms fall, innocents burn, wars, and more wars. The prophecy might exist, yes, but even without it, humanity would have brought ruin, not with dead mana, but 1,000 cuts of arrogance and war." Memories flashed through his mind. It was a dark place where he'd gone. He quickly shook his head and looked at Valkyrie. "I know what unchecked power does," Kai said. "And I know I can't promise I'll always make the right choices, but I can promise I'll never chase power for the sake of power. I want to protect people. That's why I stayed. That's why I took the risks. That's why I'm still here." Valkyrie smiled, the corners of her lips rising with a grace that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Can you stop that scenario from ever coming?" Kai shook his head again. "No," he said, "not forever. Until I reach the peak of magic, I can still die. And even if I did reach the top, I can't guard the world for eternity. That's not how it works." His fingers flexed slightly, mana curling at his knuckles like smoke. "What I can do," he continued, "is build something that outlives me. A system, an order, a world where magic is studied, taught, and governed the right way, not hidden or abused." His voice hardened. "And if I have to conquer the world to do that, then I will." Valkyrie tilted her head slightly. "For power." "For safety," Kai said without hesitation. "For balance. And once it's built," Valkyrie murmured, "you'll leave the throne behind." He gave a small, tired laugh. "You think I want that throne, sitting on top, managing factions, balancing politics?" He looked up toward the sky above, now painted in orange hues. No, that's too much work. I believe we should return to our duel. Valkyrie chuckled. You sure you don't want to keep talking? He gave a small grin. Like you said, this battle will take a while. We'll have time. With that, Kai raised a hand. A spell structure bloomed in the air, layered with glyphs that pulsed with golden blue light. The sheer size of it dwarfed even Valkyrie's earlier magic. Mana surged from him in waves, the entire space trembling beneath the force of his will. The sky ignited. Winds howled and fire roared as Dezensno. Hundred soft eagles burst into existence, wings of flame, talons of sharpened wind force, each one etched with a sigil on its beak. They circled above, forming a storm of death in motion. Light shimmered off their wings, casting the whole soul space in radiant crimson gold. It was a fifth circle spell meant to massacre through entire armies. Valkyrie's eyes widened. You've been holding back. Kai's smile returned. I'm just getting started. He pointed forward. Let's begin the second round. The sky broke open. Eagles of flame and storm dived in unison, shrieking as they struck, their bodies detonating in controlled, devastating bursts. The soul space rumbled, creating shockwaves outward. Heat and wind clashed, scattering illusions and ice. The world burned in a bright light, and above it all, the name of the spell echoed through Kai's mind, Stormflight Legion. Ansel stood over the broken body of Zethar. The orc general's chest had been torn open, burned, ruptured, and cratered so deep that his heart was little more than pulp. One leg barely clung to his body, dangling from scorched sinew and shattered bone. His skin was blackened and blistered, half his face missing under the blast that ended him. Blood still seeped from him, thick, slow, ugly, but he wasn't breathing. Ansel had checked twice already, once with his fingers, once with the tip of his spear. Zethar was dead. He had taken his revenge. He'd done it. They had. He turned his head, looking to the side. Khalid was kneeling in the sand, shoulders hunched, his chest rising and falling with short breaths. His left arm was gone from the elbow down, a stump wrapped hastily in cloth, pulsing red despite the bandage. Zethar had crushed it, ripped it apart like paper. Even now, his brother held a half-empty healing vial in his right hand, the potion glowing faintly as it worked its magic. Whether it could regrow the limb, Ansel didn't know, and it pained him to a great degree. The silence between them lasted only a second before Ansel stepped forward. Brother, he said. Khalid raised his head. Blood streaked down his face, dried at the corners of his lips, but he wasn't grimacing. He was calm, like someone who had finally put down a weight too heavy to carry. Ansel knelt beside him. It's over, he said softly. We won. And only then did Ansel let his eyes wander, truly take in the battlefield for the first time. The winds of Ashari still blew. Orcs littered the ground, some heaped in piles where they had made their final stands, others scattered in broken heaps where sand knights and tribals had cut through them. The golden sand had turned red in places, black in others where flames had scorched the earth. Some orcs still rancords, deserters, remnants of a broken force. Mari's warriors chased them like wolves after wounded prey, but the fighting had stopped. The war was over. Victory was theirs, and yet it didn't feel like victory. Ansel followed his brother's gaze. Not far away, Husum lay in the sand, his weapon still clutched in one hand, his eyes staring skyward. 3 warriors knelt beside him, heads bowed, hands trembling. One of them sobbed. There were more like him, too many. Every tribe had lost someone today. People with names, stories, and familisthy were all gone. Ansel felt a lump in his throat, but he forced it down. He looked back to Khalid, who hadn't taken his eyes off the body of the fallen tribal chieftain. We should bury him properly, Ansel said. He looked at Khalid again and reached down, gripping his brother's good shoulder and pulling him gently to his feet. Let's get you treated. Khalid gave a faint grunt, swaying a little before he steadied himself. We need to know how many we lost first. There's time for that, Ansel said firmly. Your health matters more. There are others who can count the bodies. You can't help anyone if you drop dead on the sand. Khalid opened his mouth to argue, but another voice beat him to it. I agree, Fray said, approaching them with slow steps, his flaming spear still dripping with orc blood. You've done enough, Khalid. You should rest. I'll take care of the losses and the wounded. I've done that before. Khalid narrowed his eyes at him. You've been in war? Fray gave a short nod. There was one back home, but his eyes weren't on Fray for long. They drifted up past the smoke and the sand swept dead to the distant peaks, to the place where the dragon had fallen. What about Count Arzan? Khalid asked, voice hushed. It's been too long since we heard anything. I know Corvash is dead, but none of them have come back, not even Anel. Fray followed his gaze, his brow furrowed. I think they're fine, he said slowly. They must be exploring the tower, maybe dealing with whatever is left inside. Are you sure they're not in danger? Ansel finally smiled just a little. Brother Lord Arzan killed Corvash. If there's anything out there that can trouble him, then none of us ever stood a chance. Fray gave a short chuckle. True, if anyone can survive in that tower, it's him. The brothers didn't answer immediately. For a while, they just stood there watching the peaks, letting the wind cool the sweat and blood on their skin. Eventually, Fray turned, gesturing to the tents being set up in the distance. Come on. Let's get you treated. The war's over. He looked around the battlefield, but there's still a lot left to do. Kai couldn't tell when it happened, but one moment he was sparring with Valkyrie, and the next moment he He woke up with a heaviness that felt like his entire body was dragging him down, like something had reached inside and wrung every drop of strength from his limbs. His eyes struggled to open under the dim lights. There were shapes forming in front of him, and voices sounded familiar. Claire, Gareth, Cale. They hovered above him, faces drawn tight with concern. It took him a full breath to even remember where he was, what had happened, but it came back piece by piece. He recalled the conversations he had with Valkyrie during their fight that ranged from philosophies to things about him that he'd barely given any thought to, and in the middle of it she'd simply smiled. "I'll trust you," she'd said. That was all it took for the battle to stop. The soul's space faded, and now here he was. He pushed himself up slowly, limbs groaning in protest, and managed to sit. Throat was dry and his robes clung to him with sweat. Claire was the first to speak, her voice soft but edged with urgency. "Lord Arzen, are you okay? What happened?" Kai rubbed his face and exhaled. "Another trial," he said hoarsely, "a long one. I'll explain it later, it just took a lot out of me." He paused, suddenly realizing something. "Where's Adel?" He looked around. "What happened to the tribals?" Gareth, sitting nearby, spoke. "Adel went with the kids, the ones who were chained. He's checking on the tribes. We heard fighting for hours, war cries echoing from the cliffs. But it's been quiet for a while now. I think they won." Kai nodded slowly. "Let's hope that's true." He rose to his feet, a bit unsteady at first, then straightened his back. The space around him had changed. The battlefield that once stank of blood and flame was cleared of bodies. The orcs were gone. Someone had even swept the stone floor. He turned his gaze toward the towering podium at the center of the room. The same one that had triggered his descent into the soul space. "Did you find anything else in the tower?" he asked. Gareth exchanged a glance with Cale before replying. "We tried to explore, but most of the upper corridors and side passages are blocked magically. I think only you can open them." "I did find something," Cale said, almost sheepishly. "A sword. It was in a locked box tucked behind one of the pillars on the second level. Looked old." "Show me." Cale reached to his side and drew the blade with care. The metal was glistering. Kai could feel it. Something in the air around the weapon bent subtly, as if the space itself was leaning in. He took the sword from Cale and turned it over in his hands. The seals carved into its fuller pulsed faintly. "Gravity seals," Kai said. "Gravity seals?" Cale repeated, blinking through confusion. "They're rare," Kai said, running a thumb along the etching. "If you use it properly, it'll feel light when you swing it. But the moment it hits your enemy, every ounce of stored weight comes crashing down, like hitting someone with a falling boulder." Cale's eyes went wide. His grip tightened slightly around the hilt as Kai handed it back. His eyes shone as if the sword suddenly turned to gold. The others had clearly caught on too. Gareth and Claire leaned forward to clearly take a look at it. When Kai looked at Cale, he could clearly see the contemplation in his eyes. He gave a small smile. "You can keep it," he said. "I'm pretty sure this tower has more of these artifacts lying around. It will be easy to find them now." Claire arched an eyebrow. "What do you mean, Lord Arzen?" Kai turned his eyes to the podium again. "I mean I have full control now." He stepped toward it. Last time he had to test out waters to see where he'd be headed. This time it responded like it was greeting its master. The moment his palm touched the carved surface, a surge of intense mana poured out. It wrapped around his hand like a ribbon of light and pulled his awareness inward. And just like that he saw it, every hallway, every staircase, every vault, library, and hidden chamber, the sealed upper floors, the forgotten basements, hundreds of rooms at once. There were guardians too, waiting in silence. Some slept deep beneath the foundations. Others were stationed above in the higher floors, all of them connected to a single will. His Kai staggered slightly, eyes flickering as he processed it all. He could feel that the tower had once been managed by a powerful spirit likely bound to Valkyrie's soul or someone she trusted. But that spirit was resting now. Maintaining this place for years without an heir had drained it to near dormancy, so the responsibility passed to him. And for the first time since setting foot in the desert, Kai understood the scale of what he had inherited. He sifted through the tower's internal map corridors, chambers, sealed vaults, moving through them like thoughts in a dream. His focus narrowed. There, just beside the chamber they stood in, hidden in plain stone, a sealed door, its presence completely undetectable from the outside unless one had access to the tower's core. Kai commanded it open. The room beneath them gave a small shudder, vibrating beneath his feet. Dust spilled from high beams, and from the left wall a quiet grinding sound began, stone moving against stone. A slab of wall sank inward and slid aside, revealing a dark corridor behind it. Kai removed his hand from the podium and turned toward them. "Let's go," he said. "The true inheritance lies there." None of them questioned it. They all nodded. He took the lead and walked inside. The corridor ahead was wide, the walls etched with the same faint sigils found all across the tower, flowing script from an older time, glowing softly now that the path was active. They walked in silence, the sound of their boots echoing against the polished floor, until the corridor opened into a chamber far larger than the main hall. Kai stopped as he entered, breath catching in his throat. It was a library. A part of him thought he would come across a throne room or a treasure vault, but no, this was a grand archive of power. Bookshelves reached all the way to the high vaulted ceiling-twisting wooden towers reinforced with metal braces, each shelf neatly filled with tomes. Hundreds, not thousands. Magic theory, beast studies, elemental laws, planar rituals. He couldn't even read the titles fast enough, but the aura around each book hummed with preservation magic. This was more knowledge than a royal academy would dare dream of. But it wasn't just books. Fitted between the towering shelves were vertical display case glass panels set into the wall, each holding a single weapon. Spears with silver tips, hammers laced with embedded crystals, twin daggers with edges so thin they glowed. Artifact weapons. Kai stepped closer, eyes narrowing as he studied them. Not all were enchanted, at least not visibly, but every one of them was crafted from mana-conductive materials. Steel alloyed with moon or enchanted etham. He could feel it in the air. The entire chamber hummed softly, like the sound of mana breathing. Claire moved behind him, whispering, "This is a vault of a mage general," Gareth finished, barely keeping his voice steady. But Kai's attention wasn't on the weapons anymore, or the books, or even the runes carved into the ceiling. His gaze locked on the far end of the room. There, suspended behind a tall panel of enchanted glass, was a robe. It stood upright on a polished stand. Threads of red and blue ran through it in elegant spirals, catching the chamber's light with a metallic shimmer. The sleeves were reinforced with plates of subtle runic armor, and the hem was etched with a border of ancient symbols he didn't recognize at a glance but instinctively knew were protective spells. It was majestic. A part of him ached to reach out and study it, to inspect its threads, trace the runes hidden beneath the fabric, and feel the mana it pulsed with. But he didn't. Not yet. Instead, he turned away, scanning the vast chamber. His mind was focused on something more important than relics or robes, something Valkyrie had mentioned during their fight-turned conversation. She had said the medallion was somewhere in the tower. She hadn't told him where, only that he would know it when he found it, and now he did. After 5 minutes of combing through shelves, bypassing the coruscating weapons and decorated tomes, Kai finally stopped in front of a smaller podium tucked against the far wall. There it was, the medallion. At first glance, it looked underwhelming. It was a simple disc of aged copper, worn smooth at the edges. No shine, no enchantments flaring to life, just an old insignia house Lancefil's crest engraved into its center. Kai picked it up. He turned it over in his palm, fingers tracing its outlines slowly. This was what he'd been searching for, proof of Arzen's inheritance, a token tied directly to Valkyrie's bloodline. Just beneath where the medallion had rested, he noticed a folded piece of parchment. A note. Curious, Kai lifted it, unfolding it with care. The words were handwritten in gossamer, flowing ink, his breath caught in his throat. Obviously, he knew it wasn't written for him, but for Arzen, the owner of his body, as a message from a mother to her son, a goodbye wrapped in love, trust, and maybe even grief. But the realization was heavy. The boy had died long before getting to hear these words, and now Kai was the only one who ever would. Held the medallion tighter, jaw clenching for a moment before a voice cut through his thoughts. "Lord Arzen," Claire said, voice soft and steady. He turned to see her standing near a shelf, a few books in her arms. "What should we do with the rest of this? There's a lot more here than we expected. Books, artifacts, some of them look like they've been untouched for centuries." Kai looked around once more, grounding himself in the present. "We make a registry," he said. "Catalog every book and artifact in here. I'll go through them personally once we've secured the space." Claire nodded, but he wasn't done. "For now," Kai added, stepping forward and placing the medallion into a pocket inside his robe, "our main priority should be ice-aspected spellbooks." Valkyrie was a 5th circle battle mage, and most of her power was built on that domain. If she kept anything truly dangerous or valuable, it'll be in those. Claire nodded. Kai thought about this place again. The medallion was one of the reasons he came here, sure. But there was another reason he wanted this inheritance. Ice magic. He had so little of it apart from the basics. 1/3 rank spell, barely enough to call himself competent, and after fighting Valkyrie, he knew just how far behind he was. The precision of her spells, the raw destructive power, the sheer variety, that was what mastery looked like. Brute force or reckless casting meant nothing if there was no control, but to control the element efficiently, he needed higher circle spells. Books, scrollsmithing that could help him understand how to wield ice properly. And this tower, it had to have them. He could feel it in his bones. If he could combine it with his flame and wind aspects, he could become something far more dangerous than a mere dual caster. He could fly, strike from multiple ranges, control terrain. The possibilities felt limitless. Kai gave the podium one last glance. That part of his search was over. Now he needed to comb the rest of the inheritance. The chamber stretched out before him was boundless and overflowing. His footsteps echoed against stone as he passed rows of towering bookshelves. With each step, he let his hand brush across the spines, occasionally pulling one out and reading the titles. And what he found shocked him. The diversity of knowledge here wasn't just broad. It was absurd. There were thick tomes on basic mana theory, the kind taught to beginners. But right next to them, ancient leather-bound volumes on rare aspects, blood, space, gravity, topics most mages only heard about in legend. His fingers paused on a deep green volume. The title was Study of Knights Born from Dust. He opened it. Inside were detailed charts, family trees of tribal lines, annotations on bloodlines, and pages upon pages describing how sand knights manipulated the desert to their advantage, battle techniques unique to the dunes, how different tribes approached the mana organs, even insights on beast-taming rituals. Kai smiled and slid the book into his satchel. If he was going to maintain good relations with the tribes, understanding their culture was the first step. In this book, it would help with that. He moved on. A dwarven blacksmithing manual caught his eye next. Seals, forging diagrams, details on alloy blending. Another find. He didn't have time to study it now, but Balin would kill to get his hands on it. And another an old, worn journal titled Trials of the Minotaur. Kai flipped it open. It was more personal than scholarly. The pages chronicled the rites of passage that young minotaurs underwent, physical challenges, tests of loyalty, forging their own weapons. A tribe's culture captured in ink. Kai kept walking, eyes shining now. Gareth even found one book on the Elder Tree, its bark said to hold the secrets of ancient life magic. There were others, 2 books on underground races long forgot, and cults that had risen and fallen throughout history. One in particular caught Kai's attention, a thick tome with a stitched cover that read, Cults of the Southern Era, The Spiral Paths. He tucked it under his arm. Maleficia had been a mystery too long. Maybe he would find some mention of it in there. Time slipped by unnoticed. They continued strolling through the chamber, scanning shelves, cataloging books, and collecting anything of interest. The flickering light of enchanted torches overhead gave the place a timeless feel, like they had entered a world untouched by years. Then Kale's voice broke the silence. I found a door. Kai immediately turned toward him, the others not far behind. Kale stood between 2 towering shelves, hand on a patch of wall that was slightly ajar. It wasn't just a wall, no, that Kai looked closer. It was a door painted the same color as the stone, almost indistinguishable if not for the thin seam where Kale had nudged it open. No wonder we missed it, Claire muttered, brushing her hand over the surface. Kai narrowed his eyes, tracing the layout of the tower in his mind. His brows furrowed. Then his eyes widened. It leads down, he said, already stepping forward and pulling the door open. A spiraling staircase lay beyond, steep and shadowed. No one questioned it. The descent took time. The air grew cooler the further they went, the walls damper, the light dimmer. Even with the enchanted crystals glowing overhead, the stairs felt heavy, like the tower itself was pressing down on them. They paused often to let Claire catch her breath, but none complained. And finally, after what felt like a descent into the earth itself, they reached a landing. A door stood before them, marked only by a silver seal above the handle. It pulsed faintly with mana. Claire, sitting on the last step, looked up. What's behind the door, Lord Arzon? She asked, breathy. Kai stood still, his palm just inches from the seal. You've all wondered, he said slowly, turning his head slightly, how the tower has such vast reserves of etham, haven't you? Gareth scratched his chin. Magus Valkyrie was rich. Kai couldn't help the chuckle that slipped out. That's part of it. He turned back to the door, but no. The true reason this tower was built over a mana vein, probably the only one in this desert, and I still don't know how it formed here, but Valkyrie built the tower around it. That's what fuels everything: defenses, the enchantments, the golems. And the mana vein, Kai added, stepping closer to the door, is also a mine. One that holds the most important magical resource in the world. The others froze. Claire blinked. Gareth's eyes widened. Kale straightened, stunned into silence. Before any of them could speak, Kai pushed the door open. A wave of pure, dense mana surged out, washing over them like a crashing tide. They stepped into the cavern and stopped. It was massive. The space stretched far beyond what their eyes could reach, a colossal underground vault carved beneath the desert. Crystalline veins pulsed through the walls like glowing arteries, and strewn across the cavern floor were countless stones, some fist-sized, others larger than a man's head, each one radiating with mana. Etham. It was everywhere. Kai stood in silence for a moment, taking it in. The glow reflected in his eyes, bright and eerie. He'd seen Etham before, even, but nothing like this. Unlike before, he could tell that there were no beasts crawling the walls here. No growls echoed from the dark. This mine was quiet. He remembered the layout of the tower he had seen when he linked with the podium. This mine was nearly twice the size of the one back in his territory. That meant twice the supply, twice the output. Mana cannons, enchanted arms, constructs. The production possibilities shot through his mind like fire, but he quickly pulled himself back. Relocating the materials is going to be a nightmare, he muttered under his breath, unless I move production here. But that was for later. He turned around to face his team. They were already wandering, eyes wide, bending down to inspect the stones. Claire brushed her hand over a cluster still embedded in the rock. Kale had a broad grin on his face. Looks like we'll return to Veralt several times richer, Kai said, a small smile curling his lips. Gareth laughed. I believe Administrator Francis is going to faint when he hears how much work he has to do to get this mine running. We won't start right away. There's too much going on. For now, I just needed to confirm it myself. He bent down, fingers closing around a piece of raw etham. Its glow danced across his palm, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. He turned it once, then slipped it into his pouch. And now, he said, standing up and brushing dust off his robes, it's time we check on the battle outside. The others looked at him. After that, he added, eyes narrowing as if already seeing the road ahead, I'll make my way to the capital. The assembly is approaching. And I'm sure there are people waiting for me to appear. The war between the tribals and the orcs was over. To Kai's immense relief, the tribals had won. And not just won, all factors considered, they had dominated. According to Fray's report, the orcs had been prepared. Their formations had been ready with weapons at hand. But in the end, it didn't matter. The moment they realized Corvash wasn't coming to their rescue, their morale had shattered. Fray had explained the exact moment the orcs had turned tide and panic swept through their ranks. And many simply ran. Some had run the wrong way, despite having lived here for long enough to know where the sand elemental nest was. They had been swallowed whole. That chaos had turned everything. What could have been a desperate bloodbath had become a clean and unexpected victory. And of course there had been losses, but far fewer than anyone had expected. The tribals didn't celebrate, not yet. They mourned. They dug graves, wrapped bodies in cloth, and lit fires to honor the fallen. Their priorities were set straight. There were no parades or rewards, or basking in glory. They took time to process losses and the grim that came after war. Search teams were already being assembled, partly to track the fleeing orcs, and partly to find whoever had warned them in the first place by questioning them. Dunnyborns would be hunted down and wiped out mainly because their existence had been deemed too dangerous for the Ashari desert, but all of that would come later. Now there were funerals. Dozens of them, and though Kai hadn't known many of the fallen well, one name had hit him hard. Husum, the old warrior who had come across as an honorable man, was gone. From what he collected, an orc had charged him from behind and ended him by cracking his spine in a single, brutal blow. It was a painful way to go, but the memory of the last battle he fought was left behind. He hadn't fallen easily. He'd fought until the very end, until his breath gave out and the bones in his back cracked like dry twigs. There were other stories of death that reached Kai's ears as he returned to the desert streets, passed from tent to tent, warrior to warrior, but none captured more attention than one single event. His battle with Corvash. It was on every tongue. There were whispers, shouts, and gasps that followed every tribal in the desert, speaking of it like myth made real. They had all seen the dragon tear through the skies. To top it off, Corvash had been loud in his last moments, a scream so monstrous and filled with pain that the tribals kept saying how it still echoed faintly in their bones. And then Anel had arrived, first among them. He'd come carrying not just the rescued children, but the orc overlord's severed head. That alone would have been enough. But when he told the story off the tower of the battle of the man who had taken on Corvash and came out victorious, people listened. And when Kai's party finally found the others, all the doubt, suspicion, and contempt they had faced before had melted. In its place, respect and fear. Respect for the one who had slain their greatest enemy. Fear for the man who could. Kai hadn't lingered in their attention. He'd said little, only talking about leaving the desert. But the tribal leaders had made a single request. He couldn't. Denethy had asked him to stay for the funeral. And so now he stood under the vast, open sky, boots buried in sand that had been freshly dug. An old tribal elder raised his hands to the heavens, voice raw and cracked as he called to the Ashari gods, asking them to grant safe passage to the warriors who had fallen. His words weren't shouted, they were spoken low. And in the middle of it, Kai too hoped that the fallen found their places in the afterlife. In front of him, the ground had been carved open. 36 graves stretched into the horizon like a scar in the sand. Kai looked around. The entire desert had come to mourn, not just the warriors. Men, women, children, elders with hunched backs and wooden canes. People who had once avoided looking at him now stood at his side. Some wept quietly. Others stared blankly, jaws tight with pain. He saw how they all glanced at him, both at him and the robes he wore. The elegant robes, threaded with red and blue, were ones he had found in Valkyrie's tower, and he had chosen to wear them. He could tell the garment was enchanted by various seals, mostly for protection, but what he liked most was the feeling it gave him. It clung to him like a calm, familiar spell. Whenever the tribal men and women looked his way, he offered a short nod, acknowledging their presence. But the more he looked at them, the more he realized there was something else in there, something rare among the tribals. There was hope. These graves weren't just a place of loss, they were a symbol, a turning point, a reminder of the price they'd paid for something far greater, freedom. They were no longer hunted or no longer tools in someone else's war. The Ashari tribes were free, and for the first time they could choose how they lived. The old priest stood at the front of the graves, a weathered staff gripped in his wrinkled hands. His gaze swept slowly across the desert tombs. These brave men and women fought valiantly against the Dunnyborns, he began, his eyes on the floor, reminiscing. They may not be of the same tribe, but they are all sons and daughters of Ashari. Their souls shall return reborn as great warriors, carrying the will of the desert in their hearts. And as long as we live, we will honor their names. We will remember their sacrifice. We will take Ashari forward into a future they carved with blood and steel. When his words faded into the wind, silence fell. Then as one, the tribals bowed their heads toward the graves. Even Kai did the same. It was the least he could do. The funeral ended quietly after that. One by one, people began to disperse, warriors, elders, families, all drifting back into the desert wind, carrying with them the memory of the fallen. But Kai remained. His party stood with him: Gareth, Fairy, Claire, Kale, Neris, Ansel, and now Rhea. The desert was quiet again. Only the tribal council members stayed behind now, watching him with thoughtful expressions. His eyes looked at Mari, silent and sharp-eyed as always, and beside her Khalid approached, a familiar smile on his face. Kai's eyes instinctively dropped to the man's left armor, what remained of it. The bandages were tight, the stump wrapped and sealed, but there was no bitterness on Khalid's face, only peace. "I take it you'll be returning to the kingdom soon," Khalid said, stopping a few steps away. Kai nodded. "I will. There are urgent matters waiting for me in the capital. I can't afford to delay." Then he paused, gaze drifting briefly to the horizon before continuing, "But I'll return. Sooner than you think. You'll see more of my people here too. I've reclaimed my mother's tower, but it holds far more than I expected. There's still much to uncover. When they come, I hope you'll be hospitable." Khalid chuckled. "That's the least we can do. You've earned that and more." He cast a glance at Mari, then back to Kai. "Adel told me about the tower, said it was like something out of legend, full of wonders. I'm curious to see it for myself." "Then you will. I have plans for the tower," Kai said, glancing toward the horizon, the last orange light of sunset bleeding into the sand. "And once I've figured them out, I plan to open it, not to everyone but to those I trust, especially among the Ashari." He turned back to the gathered tribals. "With the amount of mana flowing through that place, your warriors could grow stronger, much stronger." Mari gave a slow smile. "We are thankful for your generosity, Lord Arzan." The woman's smile reached her eyes, and Kai almost felt bad at what he was about to say next. He wasn't going to give benefits for free, and his generosity came with price tags, when he didn't know if they would be willing to pay. Well, it's not just generosity. "I won't pretend I'm doing this for free. Actually, there's something I want from you." The shift was immediate as the atmosphere changed. The tribal leaders looked at each other. Khalid tipped his chin low in thought and looked up. "You've changed the fate of Ashari in just 2 weeks. Say the word and we'll do whatever we can to repay you." Those words made Kai chuckle. "Don't make promises you can't keep. What I'm going to ask isn't something easy to give." He let the silence linger before speaking again. "I want to study your techniques, the ones your sand knights use." It was like dropping a stone in still water. All of them widened their eyes and some even straightened their postures. Kai expected it. He had timed this request carefully after the war, after their victory, after he had proven himself. Even then, he knew he was walking a fine line. "I understand what I'm asking," he continued. "Those techniques are sacred, passed down through bloodlines and tradition. But you already know by now I have sand knights of my own. Enforcers, I call them. They're still new. We don't have our own traditions yet." His voice dropped a little more earnestly. "I don't want to take your teachings and copy them. I want to learn, adapt, build something of our own. I'm not asking for your secrets to exploit them. I'm asking because I respect them, and because I believe in what I'm building." He looked from face to face. "I won't force you. If the answer is no, I'll accept it." The silence that followed was heavy with thought, with uncertainty, with history. And Kai waited. "It's not that we don't want to help," Khalid said after a long pause. His gaze was steady, but there was a weight behind his words. "It's just in our history, we've never shared our techniques with anyone outside the desert." Saif, who was to Khalid's left, nodded in agreement. "And even if the council approves, I don't know how the common folk would react. These arts are part of our heritage. We can't give it to you secretly." Kai inclined his head, already expecting resistance. But before he could respond, a voice cut in, unexpectedly firm. "I believe it can be done." All eyes turned as Adel stepped forward. Kai blinked, surprised. Their relationship had improved over the past days, but he hadn't expected Adel to speak so openly in his favor. It was likely more than just camaraderie. Adel was making a statement, staking a claim that his bond with Kai was stronger than the others. If so, Kai didn't mind. He only cared about results. "If you promise," Adel continued, "that the techniques won't spread outside your enforcers, then I think we can come to an agreement." Mari gave him a cautious look. "Are you sure about that?" "Yes," Adel said firmly. "We won't give everything, but I'm guessing Count Arzan only wants the basics to build something of his own, right?" "Yes," Kai said and nodded. The techniques in the end were made for sand, and either way, he had to modify them. With the barbarians, he had the raw power and another set of techniques to study. And Killian was there too, a man who was a genius in making his own breakthroughs without any help. He didn't need to steal the Ashari legacy. He needed inspiration. Khalid stroked his chin. "Just the basics, I believe we can discuss it." That was all Kai needed to hear. He gave a single nod, knowing that was as good as a yes. With even the basic techniques, he could finally begin laying the groundwork for a theory he'd been forming. "That would be great," he said quietly, sincerely. "I really appreciate it." Khalid's reply came with a tired but warm smile. "If it means a stronger bond between you and the tribes, then it's a small price to pay." Then his gaze shifted toward the group behind Kai. Will they be leaving with you? Before Kai could answer, Ansel stepped forward. We're staying a little longer, brother. Lord Arzon wants us to map out the tower and the surrounding terrain before we return. Kai confirmed it with a glance. Yes, I would have done it myself, but I have urgent matters to handle in the capital. He turned, letting his gaze sweep across the vast desert. The desert has already chosen a new path, he said, one that doesn't need me here anymore. I wish all of you the very best, but unfortunately, I don't think I can spend any more time here. The tribal leaders nodded in unison, Khalid giving a low bow. We understand. Until we meet again, Count Arzon. Kai turned to Rhea last. I'll see you in Veralt, he said. Be safe. Listen to Claire and Fray. She nodded and offered a bow. I will. Good. For a fleeting second, he wondered if she was going to actually listen or she was planning to sneak off and hunt more desert beasts. He hoped it was the former, but either way she was in good hands. Kai exhaled softly and stepped back. With practiced ease, he drew the spell's structure with a flick of his hand, wind gathering around his feet in a tight spiral. The sand shifted and danced beneath him as the desert wind obeyed, and then soared, vanishing into the sky just like that. Everyone was used to it by now, Kai taking off without warning, the wind howling in his wake. There wasn't much reaction as he soared higher, the dunes shrinking beneath him. The desert stretched endlessly at first, but soon it began to blur past as he flew at full speed, the wind whistling in his ears. As he traveled, his gaze scanned the sands below. He spotted beasts he hadn't seen before, burrowing things with hard carapaces, fanged serpents slithering just beneath the surface. He made mental notes of a few that looked promising for training, their agility or size standing out even from this height. Then he saw a massive shifting mound, the sand rolling unnaturally like waves around a central core. Sand elementals. Kai hovered for a heartbeat, temptation pulling at him. Their cores would make perfect materials for golems. Balin would probably think of hugging him for it, but he shook it off. Not now. Later. He took another look at it, definitely later. 2 hours passed in a blur of wind and heat until finally, the cracked golden sands gave way to stone and greened the edge of the Ashari desert. Lancefil was drawing near, and with it, a different kind of battlefield. His thoughts turned to the assembly. Corvash had ruled over orcs and tried to conquer through brute strength, easy enough to deal with. But the nobles, they struck with words sharper than swords. Schemes, alliances, backroom whispers. Kai would have preferred if they just tried to stab him outright. At least then he'd know where the blade was coming from, and he could prepare to fight back or defend himself. Now it would be politics. He could already imagine the lines being drawn. The princes would oppose him. Regina and Viridia would be there, watching, calculating. And him, he'd only have his people, those few who truly trusted him. But the assembly wasn't the first thing he needed to face. There was the matter of King Sullivan. He wondered what he wanted, and there was the matter with the medallion, the one piece that might change the kingdom's fate. He had claimed it. Now he just had to decide how to use it. Amara cast her eyes across the horizon, staring out over the dead, barren lands that stretched endlessly in every direction. The ground was cracked and gray, and the air stank of rot and ash. Every breath felt like swallowing decay. She wrinkled her nose and reflexively activated the first circle spell Lord Arzon had taught her, Purify. She had to keep it running just to keep from retching. Even after 2 weeks, the sight still made her stomach turn. Some things, she supposed, you never truly got used to. Her gaze drifted back behind her to the stretch of land she had already purified. The difference was obvious. The foul scent was no longer clung to the wind in that direction, and though the soil still looked dry, faint tinges of color had already begun to return. Most importantly, the stumps of the elder tree dotted the area. They had planted the stumps one by one. She didn't understand how it worked exactly, only that the elder tree's presence was enough to stir the land back to life. It was like giving oxygen to a drowning man. It coaxed the soil to breathe again. Even looking at it steadied her heart, making her forget about the stench and disgust for a moment. She knew that she wasn't done, not even close, but it helped her to know that she'd come so far. It reminded her of Lord Arzon's words, whenever the climb feels too steep, look back, see how far you've come. She used Purify again and inhaled a deep breath, filling her lungs with good air. Her thoughts halted for a moment as footsteps approached from behind. She turned back and spotted Magus Elas. The old man looked shabby. His robes were dust-stained and his beard had grown longer over the past 2 weeks. With the wind tugging at his cloak and the staff at his hand, he looked more and more like one of those storybooks mages she used to read about in the castle library. A silent nostalgia filled her heart at the thought of the library. She missed that place already. Lord Arzon had been adding more and more books to it, but she hadn't brought many with her, and the ones she had she'd already finished twice over. The silence of this wasteland wasn't the kind she liked. It wasn't peaceful like a reading book tucked under sunlight. It was hollow in every way and form. Magus Elas must have noticed the shift in her mood, because he stepped closer and gently placed a hand on her shoulder. Amara Stiffenedge never liked being touched, but she didn't pull away. The old Magus meant no harm, not now at least. Are you tired? He asked, and for a moment Amara saw genuine concern in his eyes. If you want, we could take a break for today. You've been working tirelessly. And even if I don't understand how you're doing it, I can tell it takes a toll on you. Amara shook her head. No, I'm okay, just missing home. I understand. 2 weeks is a long time to be away from the place where you feel most at peace. She turned her gaze past him to the small group standing at the edge of the cleared land. Half a dozen guards, their armor dulled by dust and ash, stood watch. Lord Arzen's most loyal men, led by Knight Clement. They followed her without question and were always on watch. I'm not the only one, she murmured. They're away too. They don't count. They're soldiers. It's their job to endure harsh conditions. But he looked at her with that familiar intensity again and let out a sigh. You're someone important. If it weren't for the circumstances, I wouldn't have let Arzen bring you here. Amara smiled faintly at the praise, but didn't reply. Since the day they met, since she first showed him what she could do, Magus Elias had looked at her as if she were some rare treasure. He always prioritized her well-being, hovered nearby when she pushed herself too far, and even took the time to teach her new spells when he could. Sometimes it was comforting. Other times it made her nervous. Because if someone like him believed in her that much, she didn't want to let them down, though there was Lord Arzen's warning that rang through her mind every time Magus Elias showed kindness. The Magus might try to get close to you, just be careful. But Amara hadn't felt anything wrong from him. If anything, Magus Elias always acted with good intentions, overprotective perhaps, but never overbearing. He didn't look at her like she was a pawn or a tool to be used. Still, all the attention made her feel a little shy. She wasn't used to being noticed so much, especially not by someone as important as him. Magus. The word alone held weight. They were at the top of the mage world, and here she was just trying not to stammer whenever she spoke. I think I can still do more today, she said quietly, brushing her fingers together. We can rest after that. Elias gave her a thoughtful look, the kind that made her feel like he was measuring more than just her words. Then he nodded. All right, he said, rolling his shoulders slightly. Let me get the sandstorm going again. The last one took a few weavers with it before it broke. As he spoke, Amara felt its sudden surge of mana, thick and commanding. Wave after wave, it radiated from his body, brushing against her skin like hot wind. A vast spell structure began to outspread in the air in front of her, even glowing lines and unrecognizable runes spiraling from it. Her lips parted at the sight. Even now, after seeing it so many times, she still couldn't help but stare. The spell took form, surrounding half of Elias' body before shooting down into the ground with a thunderous whir. It bloomed at the center and in the next second spread outward in all directions. Wind began to swirl, picking up speed until the entire area trembled with its force. Sand lifted into the air, spinning upward until the storm towered above them. It stood as a protective barrier. Amara stared in awe. I'll keep watch, Elias spoke. If you sense anything strange, let me know right away. Amara agreed, and her focus already shifted toward the next patch of dead mana. The ground looked lifeless, chalky and pale. She knelt slowly and pressed her palm to it. Instantly, a familiar shiver crawled up her spine. That same awful sensation, like worms writhing just beneath her skin. It made her want to recoil. But she didn't. She'd gone through this so many times to recoil and run the opposite direction like a coward. Instead, she breathed through it and anchored herself to let the sickening sensation crawl up her arm, allowing dead mana to slither through her skin and into her heart. It never stopped feeling wrong, but she didn't fight it. She absorbed it, let it become a part of her, and with a silent push from within, purified it. A surge of mana pulsed through her with every cycle. Frankly, Amara had no idea how she did it. Lord Arzen had spoken about something called soul inscription sanctioned enchantments on the soul itself that granted her this ability. She had been there with him in her astral realm when he had found it. Amara never gave it much thought. To her, this wasn't a grand mystery. It was simply what her people did. And now, with her being the last of them, it was what she had to do. It was her duty to cleanse the world of this corruption. All of it. So she continued. Hour after hour, the dead mana flowed into her and came out clean. The land responded. The chalky, lifeless gray began to recede, replaced with patches of dull but unmistakable color. The guards didn't wait, they moved quickly, planting elder tree stumps into the newly revived earth. Magus Elias watched over them, silent yet alert beneath the veil of sand swirling above. From time to time, Amara would pause. She'd take a breath, sip from her canteen, stretch her fingers, and then return to work. She could feel it now. The change, the way her body adapted, the way the mana no longer resisted her as much. When she'd first arrived, the effort of purifying even a small patch had left her breathless. But now, 2 weeks into these cursed lands, she realized how much more she could handle, how much further she could go. What had begun as a mission of favor requested by Lord Arzen had become something else entirely. This was training. She wasn't naive. She knew something big was happening, even if no one said it outright. She knew Lord Arzen was at the center of it, and if she wanted to stand beside him, really stand beside him, then she had to be more than a girl with a strange gift. And even if her growth as a mage took time, her gift, this unique, sacred power, it could be her leap forward, and she was ready to take it. Before she knew it, the sun was already sinking behind the dunes. The light painted the land in deep orange and gold, almost beautiful, if not for the haunting silence and the scars of corruption still etched into the soil. A large section had been cleared. It wasn't whole, but it was healing. Amara touched the next patch of dead mana, channeling her power again, but this time something shifted. Her breath hitched. A sudden wave of weakness surged through her, her vision dimming at the edges. Her knees nearly buckled. Amira, Magus Elias' voice came from behind. Are you all right? She hesitated. I believe I'm done for the day. Magus Elias stepped closer, his staff grounding beside him with a soft thud. He gave a small nod. That's for the best. You've done more than enough. Let's head back to camp. You can rest, or if you'd like we can begin the journey back to Veralt. At that, Amira shook her head. I can't. Her eyes drifted outward, scanning the vast stretch of barren land ahead. It went on and on, far beyond where the elder tree stump stood, beyond where her reach had ended for the day. There's so much to do. The words came out softer than she expected, not out of exhaustion but something deeper, maybe even a little guilt. She hadn't been forced into this. She had chosen it, and she wasn't ready to stop. Kai twisted sharply to the right as a massive claw swiped past him, the wind of it brushing his cheek like a knife's edge. He spun midair, cloak flaring, and caught sight of the beast that had nearly grabbed him. A massive eagle-like creature hovered above, looking at him with cruel eyes. He recognized it immediately. Ender Vulture, a third-grade aerial predator infamous for raiding small human settlements and feasting on the corpses. They were smart, fast, and savage. Not what he expected to run into just an hour into Lancefil. Not the first bird to try and eat him mid-flight either. The Ender Vulture screeched, a piercing cry that made his ears ring. Kai ignored it. His fingers were already moving, spell structure forming at lightning speed around him. A flurry of cutting winds shot out toward the beast's wings. The vulture twisted midair, barely dodging, and dove straight at him again with bloodlust in its eyes. Kai didn't give it the chance to close the gap. The desert was far behind him now. Here, the air was thick with mana-rich and plentiful. He could afford to flex. As the bird lunged, Kai darted upward, agile and precise, letting it soar beneath him. Then he struck. A lance of ice sharp, narrow, and fast pierced through the sky and slammed into the vulture's back and wings. The creature shrieked as frost bloomed across its feathers, weighing it down. Chunks of ice spread rapidly, encasing its joints and locking its wings mid-flap. Began to struggle, flapping desperately. Exactly what Kai wanted. Magma core, he murmured, and the spell responded instantly. 3 orbs of molten fire burst into life in front of him, swirling with deadly pressure before rocketing toward the immobilized bird. They struck wings, beak, and chest. Explosions tore through the sky, fire and smoke bursting in all directions. The creature let out one final cry before its body twisted, spiraled, and vanished into the clouds below. Kai watched, arms still raised, until a distant impact echoed from below. It would probably leave a crater. Despite its size, the vulture was only a third-grade beast. Against a fourth circle mage, it never stood a chance. Still, Kai didn't take time to relax. His eyes scanned the skies ahead. Lancefil was rich in mana, but so were its predators. This was only the beginning. Kai didn't wait to see if the creature had survived. He doubted it could recover from those injuries before either scavengers or another beast found it. A pitiful end, but not his concern. He moved on. Wind gathered beneath his boots, curling around his legs and back as he surged forward, slicing through the sky like an arrow. He passed over villages and towns in blur after blur, watching rooftops shrink and vanish below him as hours slipped by. More beasts came. Large, territorial things unaccustomed to being challenged in their airspace. Some came with talons, some with fangs, but they all came with evident bloodlust. Most ended up like Ender Vulturatorn, frozen, burned, and dropped like stones. A few were smart enough to flee after the first exchange, sensing just enough of his strength to reconsider. The unfortunate part was that he didn't have time to dissect any of them. Some of their cores or parts might have been valuable, especially for Balin, but he had a schedule. He was expected in Lancefil. He flew harder. Evening had just begun painting the sky amber when he finally spotted it. The walls of Hermel, massive, orderly, and glimmering with faint light mana, woven tightly into the stone. From a distance, it looked like a sleeping beast curled protectively around its own heart. Kai hovered high above for a moment, eyes narrowing. He could feel the enchantments from here. Detection fields, layered alarm spells, and likely more defenses hidden underneath. They had increased the wards since the last time he had been here. Lancefil might have looked like a city, but it was a fortress. No surprise, considering it was the capital and home to the Arkan Tower. After giving the city a good look, he let himself descend. Down toward the front gates, where a line of carriages was already forming. Noble banners fluttered, servants muttered complaints, and guards were busy inspecting everyone. The crowd was thick. All of them were here for the assembly. Cloaked in wind and mana, his entrance was noticed immediately. The guards drew their weapons out. They stepped forward with alarm etched into their faces, hands tight on hilts. Even the servants near the carriages staggered back in fear, some clutching at the reins of startled horses. For a heartbeat, it looked like chaos would erupt, but Kai remained still. He reached into his cloak and calmly held out a token, letting its etched crest glint in the fading light. "I am Count Arzan Kellius," he said, "here for the assembly of judgment." My cohort should already be inside the city. The words struck like a gong. Gasps rippled through the gathered crowd. A few noblemen peeked their heads out of velvet-draped carriages, eyes widening as they caught sight of him. Several servants whispered to one another, and even the guards hesitated, some exchanging glances, others lowering their weapons with uncertainty. Kai saw it all. It was exactly what he intended. He hadn't tried to hide his arrival, quite the opposite. Flying directly over the crowd, descending with wind Magic wanted them to see. His name had been echoing through noble halls ever since the beast wave. Half rumors, half fear, and a reputation that only grew with every passing week. He wanted to add more to it, especially one about his prowess. Hence, he didn't cover up, not even a bit. If his enemies were going to collect intelligence on him anyway, then his Alice should see his own powers too. The guards didn't speak for a long moment, tension lingering like fog. Then finally one stepped forward, his face having gone pale. He took the token with both hands, examining it carefully before bowing slightly. "Please enter through this way, Count Arzan," the man said, gesturing toward a smaller, reinforced gate off to the side. "Your cohort is staying at the Serenthia Inn just left of the Arkin Tower. If you'd like, I can guide you there myself." Kai gave a small nod. That would be appreciated. He didn't bother with a carriage. As the guard moved ahead, he followed on foot, boots tapping softly against the cobbled streets of Lancefil. He preferred it that way. The walk let him observe. With each turn through the winding lanes and bustling intersections, Kai's eyes moved not toward the buildings or banners, but the people. Commoners lining the streets, vendors shouting over their lungs, messengers darting through alleys, and above it all he could feel it. There was tension in the city, thick in the air like storm clouds before a downpour. He caught the whispers, two fragments of hushed conversations slipping into his ears as he passed. Every sentence was about the assembly. People didn't seem to realize that the man they were discussing was walking past by him, but each of them seemed to know that something big was going to happen in the city soon. Stories have been told, countless as star-scrawled on scrolls, carved in stone, sung in taverns near and far. Legends of old of valor and flame, of forgotten kings and beasts none could tame. Yet among these tales one rises tall, a tale not first but finest of all. It is not the story of the first mage who hunted a dragon, nor of a runaway princess hidden in a wagon, not a saga of chosen kings or swords pulled from Stanino. This tale stands proud on its own. This is the story of a noble lord, no less than divine, a man whose presence stilled tempests, whose wrath made mountains incline. He bore a spear in one hand, magic in the other, and with both he shaped fate like clay, bringing life where once lay decay. They said he killed the hunger of famine with a single harvest's bloom, that when beasts roared and mages loomed, he met their fury, met their gloom. He stared injustice in the face, even when it wore his brother's shape, and cast his judgment with unshaking grace. He healed the sick, burned out plague with light, turned darkest night into morning bright. Yet this tale, this hallowed page, speaks not of courts or cities sage. It speaks of sand, of orcs and storms, of a desert where chaos had taken form. The noble lord ventured forth, chasing whispers of a gift left behind his mother's will wrapped in time. But what he found was a land split wide, where orcs roamed free and men had died, where chains bit skin and tyrants ruled, where cruelty thrived and justice cooled. And so he stood between the sword and the scream, between what was broken and what should have been. Not alone, no, he was never alone. With him came comrades tried and truemen with steel, and a woman with spirits few could subdue. Through dunes that swallowed bones and sun that scorned the skies, they walked, unbowed, with fire in their eyes. The noble lord, with a voice like thunder and calm like rain, brought justice to a land drowned in pain. Where beasts lay buried and orcs struck wild, he rose a storm, aflame, the heavens' child. So let this tale be carved in mind, dear reader, not of crowns, not of fate, but of a man who stood straighter than towers, who held no throne but bore the weight. A tale of might and magic, of righteousness tall, the story of a lord who brought justice to all. And so it begins, the tale of spear and sand and magic. It told of a dream so vivid, so true, that even waking men began to doubt the world around them. The dream was seen by the noble lord, whose blood ran rich with legacy, and whose mother had hidden a gift ancient mighty too grand for common fate. With that vision seared in his mind, the noble lord made a vow not for glory, nor for gold, but for purpose, to claim what was left, to uncover what was sealed, and to see it through to its rightful end. Thus began a journey of grit and resolve, carved not by roads but by will, and with him went seven, one forged from fire whose rage lit the sky, one cloaked in silence, a figure of shadow and unseen eyes, a woman storm-born whose laughter crackled and whose words summoned thunder, a girl untested, too young to bleed, yet chosen to learn, a son of the sand, quiet and scarred, who walked as one with the desert, then two more pupils of fate, one, a beast in form and strength. The other, a boy who was me, a bard too early-handed a blade, yet gifted in tongue and steel alike. Awestruck by the Lord, I made a silent oath to tell his tale, to share his truth, so that others might learn what greatness looked like when it walked. Their journey began at dawn, beneath a sky kissed by gold. In a carriage borne by the noble Lord himself, they rode with purpose. But the first danger did not greet them under Sunit waited beneath, the cave of spiders and bats. A place where venom dripped like rain and fangs gleamed sharper than steel. Yet the beasts of night, old and cruel, held no ground before the companions of the god-touched man. Through web and claw, spell and blade, they carved a path, silencing the dark and tearing through the first trial like wind through canvas. Beyond the cave lay the burnt land, scarred and godless, covered in sand. It was the tribal who led them, his feet upon cursed soil. Mana was void, the sun unrelenting. Each breath a burden, each step a test. Yet still they marched through storms and silence, through beasts that hid beneath the sand. They walked not as wanderers, but as those who knew their place in fate. And then came the first true obstacle. A village torn asunder, cries lost to wind, blood soaked in dust. Orcs had come not as raiders, but as reapers. Sand tribals fell beneath brute force and cruel laughter. The noble lord's fury burst at the sight, for before the stars could claim the night, he had already seen the tyranny of the orcs laid bare in fire and cries. And thus began the reckoning. As a noble lord, he did not hesitate. Bound by creed, forged in purpose, he stepped forth and planted the first seed of rebellion and of hope. The orcs fell to steel and storm, their charge broken in mere moments by the might of the companions. Strength met courage, and courage did not yield. The humans were saved, but peace was fleeting, for grim news followed by a scorched breeze. A city burned at the edge of the horizon, and so the great Lord moved carriage abandoned, pace unrelenting toward flame and ruin. But when he arrived, only ashes remained. The tribals had survived, but not all. The children were gone, stolen amidst the smoke, taken for reasons none dared speak. Yet from that blaze came more than sorrow. The native excellent guardian of the sand found his kin among the survivors. Brother long lost, but joy gave way to regret, for the reunion came too late, and the fire had already claimed what time could not return. Still, grief had no room to linger. The great lord turned to the tribes. They met him with doubt. To them he was an outsider, cloaked in glory and unknown names. They did not trust what they could not hold, but trust, like thrones, is earned in battle. And so the noble lord offered a duel. 5 warriors, the strongest among them, 1 knight. By dawn they had all fallen defeated, not through pride, but precision, through clarity and through grace. In that moment the tribes saw not a stranger, but a figure worthy of respect. They gave him the approval, not allegiance, but recognition, a temporary bond that was more than enough for the path beyond. For from their words he learned of the true enemy, a figure shrouded in smoke and fame, a name feared and hated in equal breath, the orc tyrant, not born to power but built upon theft. A creature who had clawed his way to dominion by leeching from the sacred gift the noble lord's mother had once hidden, a gift not meant for war but twisted into a throne of bones. The lord heard the tale and made a vow beneath the desert stars. He would slay the tyrant, he would end his reign, he would return the sands to those who lived by their laws, not their blades, and thus began a new quest, one not of blades alone, but of unity. To bring together every scattered tribe, every corner of resistance, and forge them into a force of independence and fire. Few believed him, but belief had never been his fuel, so he walked, through storm and silence, through battle and siege. He moved across the sands, freeing tribe after tribe from the grip of orcish terror until whispers of his name became more than story. They became a dream of hope and glory. With thunderous acclaim and a tribal chief beside him, the great lord rode once more toward a village on the verge, its peace fractured by orcish surge. Yet this time it was not he alone who stood the storm, but his companions as well, flames at their fingertips, lightning in their cries, their strength unleashed beneath burning skies. The orcs were captured, their plans laid bare, and from their trembling lips came the truth: what the tyrant sought was never just war, but the tower, sacred and sealed, a relic of the noble lord's mother, mistaken to be hidden by tribal decree. Power hoarded, faith distorted, this was the tyrant's creed. War he waged, a ceaseless tide, bathing the dunes in crimson pride. Realization struck like a sword unsheathed. The tyrant's ambition was clear: conquer the tower, rule without peer. And so the noble lord made his vow, not whispered, not quiet, but carved into fate, to slay the tyrant and rally the tribes before it was too late. He called a gathering, a council of flame and thorn, where voices rose sharp and scorn was sworn. There he faced not only fear, but furymen who called for his head before hearing his plea. Yet still he stood, unwavering. His proposal, to lead the charge himself, to cut the tyrant down and drive the orcs from sacred ground. Accepted it was, though bitterly so. With his resolve unshaken, the lord turned to the sands, eyes locked on the horizon and the tower that waited beyond man's hands. Another tribal joined him, on whose past was hidden in dust, whose future would be forged in trust. Yet might alone could not win this war. The lord moved not just with sword, but with mind, deceit, and trickery, his tools this time. He let the orcs believe he was their god's own kin, sent to guide them through death and sin. Through danger and dunes they moved as one, companions cloaked beneath the noonday sun, until at last the tower rose from heat and haze, a majestic and dark, a monument to forgotten days. Made of charred stone and divine wrath, it stood tall, ancient, and grim along their path. The orcs had carved through its skin, a gaping hole where reverence had once been. Thinking it a gift from a god unknown, they tore through relics, flesh, and bone, and thus began the final descent into sacred halls defiled and bent. For the tyrant believed the tower his right, but little he knew, he would meet the Lord of Light. The Lord's retribution had arrived, and with it came fire, fury, and fate. His heart was set to free the stolen, to claim what was his, to bring justice to the tower defiled, with companions behind and purpose before he climbed. And there, amid the shattered stone and divine echo, the tyrant joined him in might, crazed by stolen power, believing the tower his birthright alone. He ascended swiftly, clearing traps and breaking seals, blind to the truth that he carried the noble lord in his wake. For though he led, it was the Lord who watched and waited. At the summit, the truth stood tall. The tyrant turned and found not loyalty, but the man revered by all. The air grew heavy, the sky above hushed. There were wasted words, but blades were louder and battle was rushed. The tyrant struck, his hatred for man burning in every blow, but the Lord did not back down. As their battle began, the companions scattered below, locked in their own war with the orcish swarm. Magic clashed with blade, power met technique. The end was written in every spark and scream. Madness drove the tyrant forward, relentless and wild, his rage overflowing like fire untamed. The Lord called forth giants of flame, titanic beasts born of will and wrath to crush the tyrant beneath molten fists, but the foe was no common beast. Tyrant bore gauntlets, stolen from sacred vaults, ablaze with ancient fire. One by one the giants fell. Wounds seared by lightning closed as the tyrant roared, his strength swelling yet his fate approaching. Knowing defeat drew near, he drank of liquid mana, a desperate draught to fuel the hate that hollowed his soul. But the Lord had not yet begun to fight in earnest. Upward he soared, toward storm and flame, his cloak trailing like twilight behind fame. The sky split as flame painted the firmament. And from it came the answer, the cosmic tribulation, a dragon of celestial fire. It roared like the heavens torn, its wings casting shadow over the sun, its eyes burning with fate. Lost in his rage, the tyrant met the dragon head-on, madness in his eyes, flame in his fists. But against a creature born of tribulation, forged from divine fire and righteous wrath, his strength was smoke, his fury dust. His fate was written in the stars above, yet still he fought, still he roared and he dreamed. He believed himself chosen, destined to rule, to rise, to seize the world beneath his heel. But the heavens do not bend for the deluded, the dragon answered. It struck with fire older than time, and the tyrant's resistance shattered like glass in a storm. Swallowed whole, his screams silenced in flame, he was cast back to earth, spat out onto the sands from which he came. The noble lord descended, silent as dusk. Wind curled at his back and judgment in his eyes. He stood over the broken tyrant, offering one last breath, one final chance. A moment to see the ruin he had wrought, a moment to grasp the weight of his sins. But madness had long devoured the mind behind those eyes, and so the Lord ended it so he couldn't rise. With a single stroke, he severed the head of the tyrant king, warlord of sand, the usurper of power, the beast who had dared defile his mother's gift. Thus fell the ruler of ruin, and with him the desert was freed. The tribes gathered, their chains broken, their hearts unbound. They looked to the great Lord not as man, but as myth. They called him God. They offered gold, thrones, and worship, but the noble Lord refused. He had no throne to sit, no time to linger. He had seen too many crowns lead to blood. Instead, he gave the desert back to its people. He told them build, unite, bury old grudges, and raise new homes. A city, he said, where no tyrant may rise again. The sound of footsteps pulled Kale from the final line. He lifted his quill, staring down at the pages before him, the ink still fresh. Behind him, the heavy clink of armor echoed, and when he turned, he saw Fair approaching, sand-streaked, sweat-drenched, and grinning like a fool. His hair was frayed, his chest plate scuffed. Clearly, he'd been sparring again, likely taking on multiple sand knights at once. Again, Fair glanced down at Kale's table, catching sight of the parchment. He reached for a page, curious, but Kale swiftly snatched it up, tucking the sheets behind his back like a child caught sneaking sweets. Fair arched an eyebrow, smirking, writing another story. Yes, and I believe this one will be famous in the bars and taverns of the Sylvan Enclave. I've already had 3 innkeepers offer me coins to recite my previous tales. Fair grinned, his teeth white against the dust on his face. Is it about Lord Arzon again? I swear you're half the reason for all the rumors flying around the city. They're good rumors, he said, tapping the stack of pages. Kale smirked without shame. Besides, I just take a bit of creative liberty. No names mentioned. He glanced down at the parchment in his hands, flipping through the inked lines. For all I know, this is just the 4th book in the Great Lord series, he added with a grin. The ones the kids adore. Fair chuckled. I know they do. But maybe it's time you put the quill down for a bit and come with me. Khalid and the others are waiting. Kale frowned. Why? It takes hours to get there from the tower. Currently, their entire party was living in Magus Valkyrie's tower. They'd made the place their temporary base, mapping its endless halls and cataloging the strange artifacts and ancient relics left behind. There in Rakhal, Fair replied, turning slightly toward the door. Or what was Rakhal? He looked back over his shoulder. With the orcs scattered, the tribal groups are coming together. They're forming a councilarial want to rule the region properly, and they're finally renaming the city, the one the 5 tribal council rules. They never had a name for it. Apparently the council could never agree, especially not Adel. But now that he's off doing his own thing, they're gelling better. Kale nodded, slowly gathering the scattered pages from his desk. Sounds good to me. Fair gave a brief nod and started walking the same way he came from. He jogged to catch up with Fray, still holding the parchment in both arms like treasured scrolls. As they stepped out into the sunlit corridor, Kale looked down at the title scrawled on the top page and asked, "Do you think they'll like the adventures of the Great Lord?" Fray gave a lazy smile without breaking stride. "Guess we'll find out soon." Unlike the last time he had visited Lancefil, Kai and his entourage weren't staying in the royal castle. With nobles from across the kingdom arriving for the assembly, even the massive, uncountable halls of the royal castle weren't enough to house them all. Only the highest-ranking nobles are those favored by the princeshed's secured rooms within the castle walls. And Kai, despite being the man at the center of the assembly, hadn't been given one. He'd expected it. A wanton slight, no doubt. Was it from the princes or from Regina? He wouldn't have put it past the princes to try and send a message by sidelining him. But Regina, no, she didn't strike him as the petty type. She was more the kind who'd kill a threat outright rather than waste time playing palace games. Whatever the reason, Kai and his companions had taken up residence in a luxurious inn near the Arkin Tower, a place clearly designed with noble clientele in mind. They had booked out the entire 3rd floor. As he entered, the receptionist at the front desk bowed deeply and guided him upstairs without delay. The guard escorting him peeled away without a word, leaving Kai to ascend the wide marble staircase alone. He moved, his cloak brushing softly against the polished wood, but his mind was elsewhere. Anything could have happened while he was busy defeating orcs. It was time to find out how his subordinates had done in his absence. His steps carried him to the 3rd floor, and the moment he opened the door to the suite, the air in the room gave him his answer. Inside the room, Francis and Killian sat hunched over a table cluttered with parchment, letters, and stamped scrolls. At the back of the room stood Leopold Blackwood with his arms crossed. All of them looked to be in deep distress. Frowns covered all their eyes and their faces were drawn tight. For a moment, Francis looked like he'd aged a good few years. Whatever they were discussing, it wasn't going well. He stood silently in the doorway for 5 seconds, watching them. They hadn't noticed him yet. Then Leopold looked up and his eyes widened. Francis and Killian turned the next second, rising from the sofa, smiles blooming on their faces like the tension from moments ago had never existed. "Lord Arzon, you're here," Francis said, his voice smooth but slightly too bright. "We've been waiting for you." Kai stepped inside, nodding once. "It took longer than expected to deal with matters in the Ashari desert," he said, his gaze sweeping over the 3. "How are you all doing?" Leopold stepped forward slightly. "My father hasn't gone public with it yet, but most of the nobility have heard the whispers in every banquet they are attending. He's planning to make a formal announcement at a similar banquet 3 days from now." Banquets. Are the nobles really throwing parties before the assembly begins? Of course, the assembly doesn't affect them. Not directly, at least. Only you, he shrugged. Or so they think. But a banquet's still a good excuse to gather influence and take note of all the rumors that are going around. Kai nodded and moved toward the sofa, settling into the seat with a soft exhale. His eyes drifted over the table, where parchments lay scattered in organized Chaos Banquet invitations, noble profiles, scribbled alliance notes, and other information sent by the Watchers. He picked one of the parchments, skimmed it, then raised his gaze. Although they were smiling, he saw the mask they'd put on. "You all said things are going well," he said evenly, "but the look on your faces when I walked in told a different story." Silence stretched for a moment as Francis and Killian exchanged glances. Then Francis leaned forward, his smile slipping. "There's one problem we haven't been able to solve. What is it?" Before Francis could speak, Leopold stepped away from the back wall and approached the table. He grabbed 2 folded parchments, his fingers brushing aside a few others before he handed them to Kai. "This," he said, his expression grim, "is the problem." Kai unfolded the pages and scanned them. His brows drew together, Baroness Marin and Viscountess Visa. He looked up at the others, 2 of the richest nobles in the kingdom with prosperous lands and loyal banners. "I see the influence. But why are they giving you 2 such a headache?" Leopold sat down on the opposite end of the couch, resting his elbows on his knees. "Because we need both of them in our camp to secure the assembly," he said bluntly, "and it's just not possible. 15 would be ideal," Killian added, "but 10 gives us a clear margin, especially with some abstaining from the vote." Francis gestured toward the parchment in Kai's hand. "And those 2 women, they command exactly the number of nobles we need. Between their direct vassals, trade partners, and quiet loyalists, they're the pivot." Leopold leaned back, brow furrowed. "But the problem is they hate each other. Is that the reason it's impossible to bring them together?" Kai asked. "Why, from what I've read, Baroness Marin aligns with the first prince's faction and Viscountess Visa leans toward the second. Is that the root of it?" Leopold shook his head immediately. "No, that's not the issue." He gestured loosely, almost dismissively. Those factions treat nobles by title, not by merit. Barons and viscounts barely get a seat at the table even if these two hold more wealth and land than half the margraves in the capital. He let out a breath. From what your informants and ours gathered, they don't care about the princes. If either of them gets a better deal, they'll switch sides in a heartbeat, and they'd bring a dozen lesser nobles with them. Kai frowned, the pieces fitting too easily. If they were that flexible, why the deadlock? He looked up, confusion flickering in his gaze. It was enough for Francis to finally speak again. He grabbed a goblet, definitely winning, took a long drink before shaking his head. It's because we can only bring one of them into our camp, he said. They loathe each other, not politically but personally. Francis rubbed his forehead. They can't even stand to be in the same room, he continued. Both of them are second circle mages, and every time they meet, they start exchanging spells. Not friendly duels, they actually want to kill each other. Killian muttered last time they crossed paths. They burned down a stage at a ball in front of 3 viscounts and a terrified harp player. If we recruit Baroness Marin, Francis said, Viscountess Visa will publicly denounce our faction. And the reverse is just as bad. We even considered keeping it quiet, bringing one of them in and hiding it from the other. Leopold scoffed. Didn't work. They keep watching each other, Francis said. Tight networks, informants, petty spies. Gods, it's a bloody mess. Kai didn't speak right away, but just from the tone in Francis's voice clipped, weary, a little too sharp, could tell the man had been dealing with this for far too long. Weeks probably, maybe longer, and it was wearing him down. The assembly hadn't even begun, and already the fractures ran deep. Even with Francis's explanation, Kai still couldn't understand why the rivalry between Baroness Marin and Viscountess Visa was so deeply rooted. Noble rivalries weren't rare, far from it. One noble hating another was almost tradition, but even in those cases, personal grudges were often set aside when it came to larger matters. Political alliances demanded tolerance, if not civility. He was certain there were nobles within the same factions who privately despised one another. But they tolerated each other's presence for one simple reason: the gains outweighed the pride. So why were these two so determined to keep their feud alive? Leopold caught the look on his face and smirked. Why do you think two women can hate each other that much? He asked, arms crossed casually. I don't know, there could be a dozen reasons. Leopold leaned forward slightly, amusement in his eyes. A man, Kai asked. What an absurd reason was it for them to feud over a man? Leopold nodded, dead serious. That's the biggest reason. You're telling me they've been exchanging killing spells for years because of a man? He shook his head in disbelief. How old are they? Official records place them in their 50s. Kai pinched the bridge of his nose. And they're still fighting over a man. He let out a quiet breath through his mouth, baffled. They haven't grown up at all. Of course, he reminded himself, mages lived longer lives. Even so, from what he skimmed in their dossiers, both women had long-established households, families, and even lovers. And yet they were still throwing spells over a long-dead love triangle. Francis finally spoke, drawing Kai's attention. It's apparently an old rivalry, Lord Arzen, he said. The Watchers looked into it. He set his goblet down with a sigh. It started during their time in the Arkin Tower. Kai's frown deepened. Leopold cleared his throat, gesturing loosely with a hand. Let me explain it properly. This story's practically a noble gossip legend. Every time one of them shows up at a ball, someone finds an excuse to bring it up. Kai raised an eyebrow, silently bracing himself. They were rivals from the first day they entered the Arkin Tower, Leopold continued. No one really knows why it started, but it got bloody when they both fell for the same Mana Viscount's son. Back then, they were just Baron's daughters. Same rank, same ambitions, and that man. He was a talented mage. He was expected to reach the 3rd circle. Francis made a sound of acknowledgement, and Killian grunted, probably already sick of this story. They fought over him all through their years at the tower, Leopold said. Duels, spell-offs, social sabotage. Ridiculous things, but in the end, the man chose Viscountess Visa. And you might have guessed she got her title through him. She married him, and yet Baroness Marin didn't give up. Oh, it gets worse, Leopold said with a grin that didn't quite reach his eyes. Baroness Marin accused her of using aphrodisiacs, claimed she seduced the man with potions to trap him. Francis finally chimed in, swirling the wine in his goblet. To be fair, she's very well regarded in alchemy circles. Top of her year, if the tower records are right. Exactly. So whether it's true or not, the accusation stuck. And soon enough, Visa was pregnant, married the Viscount's son who soon took the official title. And Marin, Kai let out a quiet breath, eyes narrowing slightly. She lost it, Leopold said flatly. Married a knight's son out of sheer spite. Forced her father to petition for her to inherit the barony, which, as you know, is highly uncommon in our kingdom. Kai nodded slowly. Female succession was rare but not unheard of among mages. Power made exceptions possible. They spent the next 2 decades trading jabs from opposite ends of the nobility, Leopold said. Baroness Marin flaunted her land and title. Viscountess Visa flaunted her marriage and children. And now, Kai asked. Fate stepped in. Francis picked up the thread again. Both their husbands are dead. One fell to a monster attack in the far north, some wyvern during a border skirmish. The other suffered a heart attack after a sparring injury. Kai blinked, unsure whether to laugh or sigh, so here they were. Two aging mages, powerful and bitter, still locked in a decades-old feud over a dead manon dragging a dozen lesser nobles with them. He leaned forward, elbows resting on his knees. Gods, he muttered. It's like a tragic play no one had the sense to stop. So both women hold noble titles now. They're bitter, lonely, and bored enough to keep throwing spells at each other. And now they've dragged half of their political influence into this personal feud. He shook his head. Even their opposing factions probably aren't about the princes, just hate. Killian nodded at that. I spoke with one of their knights, off the record. He said that even though their territories are miles apart, they still find ways to sabotage each other. Trade disruptions, caravan delays, even bribes to get the other servants reassigned. Everyone involved is miserable. No one likes it. Silence followed. Kai let the quiet stretch, staring blankly at the stack of parchment on the table. It was all such a mess. Petty, emotional, exhausting. Both women were clearly hurt, but they were also acting like children. Mages in their prime, nobles with power and influence, and yet they were stuck in a grudge match from their youth. Kai had come prepared for scheming, for power plays and even death threats. He had not come to deal with a pair of high-ranking noblewomen trying to destroy each other over a long-dead husband. No wonder Francis looked half-dead. Kai sighed again and looked up at the three men around him. You don't have any ideas, do you? They all shook their heads. Leopold gave a weary smile. My father even tried to arrange a marriage alliance. He offered to marry one of my younger siblings into their families. I spoke to both of their eldest children about it. He chuckled dryly. They looked terrified. One of them flat out said it would never work, and I swear they went pale just hearing their mother's name. Kai dragged a hand down his face. Fantastic. Their kids are just as scared of them as everyone else. His mind was churning, but not productively. He had no strategy for this kind of feud, no spell to untangle decades of pettiness wrapped in nobility and ego. Could he offer them something? Land, prestige, military backing? It was doubtful. If a marriage alliance with a duke's house couldn't mend things, he doubted a few political favors would fix it. He exhaled slowly, muttering under his breath. How am I supposed to get them in the same faction if they want to kill each other on sight? No one answered because no one had a clue. In the end, Kai did the only thing that seemed even remotely feasible at the moment. He stood up, brushing non-existent dust off his cloak, and looked at the others. Please show me my room, he said flatly. I'm going to sleep. Sleep, Lord Arzan. Yes, Kai cut in, already walking toward the door. He gave a glance towards Francis, who looked baffled. We have hard days ahead of us. And if I'm expected to solve that, he jerked his thumb toward the pile of parchment that represented two dueling noblewomen with war-ready egos, then I need proper rest. He reached the hallway, glancing back once. Let's see what my brain comes up with in the morning. Mana bubbled up from Amara's heart, threading through her veins. Just a year ago, such a thing would have left her writhing in agony. Her body would have rejected it, her blood screaming with every pulse of magic. But now it felt almost pleasurable. The flow was comforting. She exhaled, focusing her gaze on the weathered spellbook open before her. Her eyes traced the lines of the diagram, committing the structure to memory, and slowly she began to form it in the air. Blue light shimmered before her fingertips, coalescing into lines that blended into each other like water and thread. The spell's frame emerged. She felt actualized mana tugging water from the very air, bending it into a rising dome-like structure that encircled her feet. It glistened, forming a soft shell around her feet. She was holding it well this time, longer than her last try. But out of nowhere, her focus moved, and without a warning, all the control she had slipped. Pulse wavered, making her mana spasm, and the bubble burst. It splashed, echoing through the room as water soaked her boots and hemline, drenching the floor. Amara muttered under her breath, frowning as she looked down at her dripping dress. The silken fabric clung to her thighs. It was cold and clinging onto her for dear life. Perfect. She rubbed her palms together, brows furrowed in frustration. Aqua Ward, a peak second circle spell, seemed to be completely out of her bounds right now. Maybe that was the problem. She hadn't broken into the second circle yet, and that spell demanded more than just theory. She could read about it the whole day, but without proper control, she wouldn't know how to properly execute it. Still, giving up wasn't an option. She had to learn it. Amara stood in silence, staring at the circle that now flickered faintly on the page. She wasn't just doing this to feel powerful. She wasn't chasing magic for glory or vanity. She was trying to survive. The kingdom was shifting. Anyone with eyes could see it. And the assembly, a farce, putting Count Arzan on trial for standing against his own brother without delving into the facts. Only a rotting kingdom would do that. With only hints of her mother's true intentions, Amara lived each day with dread tightening in her chest. It was always there, an ever-present tug that something darker was looming, and the last thing she wanted was to be someone who needed protection. Her gaze fell again to the spellbook, lips pressed into a thin line as she studied the spell's structure. She traced the runes in the air with her fingers, mouthing the incantation under her breath, determined to get it right this time. Then came two sharp knocks on the door. She didn't need to ask who it was. "Come in," she called. Anya stepped inside, taking one glance at the drenched floor and instantly sighing. Princess, you're soaked, she said, pinching her brow. I'll bring you a new dress. You'll catch a cold like this. It's fine, Amara replied, not looking up. I'm going to keep practicing, and I'll probably ruin the next one too. Anya huffed, stepping carefully around the puddle. Then at least let me put the hearth on. And Princess, why don't you ask another mage to help? Just one session could help you with the flow structure. I can't ask anyone, Amara said firmly, cutting her off. It's already enough that people are whispering about how my health miraculously improved. If they find out I'm learning higher circle spells too, it'll just add more fuel. I want to keep this quiet. I'm sure I can find someone from the Arkin Tower who can keep his mouth shut. Anya prompted, though she already knew the answer. I don't trust them, not after everything they've done. Anya fell silent for a moment, then let a mischievous smile slip onto her lips. Well, I believe there's one mage in the city you do trust. Who? Amara asked immediately. Count Arzan, Anya said, eyes twinkling. He was spotted at the eastern gates yesterday. He's here for the assembly. I heard he's staying at the Serenthia Inn along with the rest of his cohort. Her hands fell to her sides almost immediately and eyes widened as she stood up. What? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I just overheard the knights talking about it, Anya said, trying not to laugh at Amara's sudden urgency. It was late evening when he arrived. It wouldn't have been proper to barge in. Amara nodded, though her face clearly betrayed the excitement bubbling inside her. How long has it been? A few months, maybe longer. Yet it had felt even longer than that. So much had changed. So much had happened. And all this time she'd only heard of Arzan through the whispers. Through half-truths carried on the lips of merchants, through hushed murmurs of the watchers, of how he'd headed into Vanderfall after hearing of the approaching plague and how he had stopped it. Her mother and the princes had done everything they could to stomp out those stories before the assembly, but like a wildfire, they only spread faster when smothered, especially now when the merchants from the Sylvan Enclave were entering the capital. Should she go meet him right now? Amara wondered and hesitated. There was so. Just as she turned to Anya, mouth parting to share her plan, a thunderous knock slammed against the door. Amara flinched, heart lurching. That wasn't a guard's knock or a polite servant's knock. That was well. She exchanged a quick glance with Anya, both of their faces suddenly tense. Slowly, Anya moved to the door and cracked it open. They both froze at the sight of what was before them. Standing there, tall and sharp and radiating a cold fury, was her eldest brother. His white hair messy and slightly damp from the fog outside hung low over his forehead. His usually impassive expression was carved with disdain, and his dark eyes swept across the room, locking onto the wet floor and then her. His gaze narrowed. What the fuck are you doing, Amara? He said, voice low and biting. Amara stiffened. Her spine went rigid, words tangling in her throat before they could form. Despite everything, despite her magic improving, despite her strength returning when it came to him, she still didn't know how to react. Eldrick, her brother, her mother's favorite. Her warden in silk robes. He looked furious. Did he find out? But then why was he here only now? While thinking, her eyes narrowed and she took a closer look at him. He looked horrible. Everything was off about the man. His cheeks were red, not the flushed kind, but how it'd look like when someone got slapped repeatedly. She had seen it on him before. Her stomach twisted. Did Mother hit him again? Before the thought could settle, Eldrick scoffed. Why are you quiet? He said. Lost your voice in exchange for your health. The words cut deeper than she expected. Still, she held firm. No, her voice was soft but steady. Why are you here, brother? His brow lifted, amusement flashing in his eyes. It seems your health brought a bit of confidence too. I don't remember you ever speaking to me with that tone. Her instincts screamed at her to lower her head, to apologize, to submit. But she didn't. She met his eyes and said, I just asked a question. Very well. I don't intend to stay long anyway. I have work to do. He reached into his coat and pulled out an envelope. Without ceremony, he tossed it toward her. She barely caught it before it splashed into the puddle at her feet. The wax seal was unmistakable, the royal sigil, pressed in deep crimson. What's this? Eldrick didn't look at her. Give it to Arzan Kellius, he said. Mother sent that. Apparently he wants to meet him. Hearing that, her eyes widened even further. What does Mother want with him? He shrugged. Maybe she wants to finish him herself. Over dinner, perhaps. I don't know. Just deliver it. I hear you two are close. There are rumors, you know. Amara didn't look down at his suggestion. If he thinks they're close, then so be it. Eldrick took one last glance around the room, at the puddles on the floor, the open spellbook, her soaked dress, and turned on his heel and strode out. He clearly wished to stay more than necessary. The door slammed shut behind him. Silence returned, but it wasn't calm. It was the kind of silence that pressed on her ribs and made her ears ring. Amara just stood there, staring at the envelope in her hands. The royal seal stared back, crimson and accusing. Mother wants to meet him. Her throat tightened. Nothing good ever came from anyone meeting her mother. Nothing. Her mother didn't meet Piplesh summoned them, and when she did, it was either to command, to twist, to poison, or to destroy. Would she really attack him? No. Right. Then again, this was Arzan, the man who had risen too fast, the one whose name was on every tongue, the man her mother had tried to kill if he was to be believed. Even she wouldn't dare strike him in the open, especially not before the assembly. But honestly, Amara wasn't sure anymore. What are you going to do now, Princess Amara? Anya's voice broke the quiet, soft but trembling slightly. The The maid stepped closer, shoes splashing lightly against the wet floor. Her eyes went to the envelope. Count Arzin will surely want to meet her if he gets that letter. You know that. Amara nodded slowly, her grip tightening around the parchment. That was the problem, wasn't it? If there was one thing she knew about him, it was that he was reckless, not in a foolish way or in arrogance or overconfidence. The man was filled with curiosity. He wouldn't ignore the letter, not a chance. If she gave it to him, he would go. And once he did, anything could happen. The excitement she'd felt just moments ago at the thought of meeting him again, showing him how far she'd come was gone. It was dread now, suffocating her lungs. And for the first time since regaining her health, Amara felt sick. Eldrick moved through the marble halls of the royal castle with a slow burning fire in his chest. His footsteps echoed, but now and then he faltered, one hand twitching upward to touch his cheek, as if checking whether the sting was still there. It was. 2 knights followed behind him, both newly assigned. They always were. Mother's decree, no knight or maid should serve the prince for more than 2 months. Loyalty breeds delusion, she had once told him. Delusion makes weak kings. It was one of her many lessons. One of her many shackles. She never wanted him to trust. Not people, not feelings, not even himself. Fragile bonds, she called them. Learn to break them before they break you. He hated that lesson. Hated everything she'd carved into him under the guise of making him stronger. Hated how even now, as a grown man and one of the heirs to the throne, she could still reduce him to nothing with a single morning visit. Not even with a blade, just with words and hands. His cheek throbbed. The skin felt hot and stretched where her ring had cut across it. She had struck him for failing, again. Failing to keep Arzin Kellius from gathering more power. Failing to act fast enough. Failing to think like her. And then the final insult, she handed him a sealed letter and said, "Take it to Amara. Since you're useless everywhere else, at least be my errand boy." He clenched his jaw. He wasn't a child anymore. He wasn't her puppet, but at that moment he had been. A knight's voice broke through his thoughts. "Your Highness, you are expected at the spell lesson next. Mage Jasper is waiting. After that, there's the strategy review with the other young nobles before the assembly, then." "Shut up," Eldrick muttered. The knight paused, clearly confused by what he'd said. Eldrick couldn't hear his steps for a moment until they returned. "What?" I said, "shut up." Eldrick roared, spinning to face him. "I will do whatever the fuck I want to do." "But your Highness," a more throaty voice came from behind. It was his other knight, the one with the broader neck, and wait, what was his name? Doesn't matter. We have orders from Queen Regina herself. We can't just... The man didn't get to finish. Eldrick rushed towards him in 2 steps. His mana rolled in angry waves and formed a crimson spell structure around his hand. Before the knight could raise a hand to defend himself, Eldrick's hand wrapped around his throat and pushed against the wall. The knight let out a strangled scream, his armor doing nothing to stop the crimson, burning hand from searing into his flesh. "I know you have children," Eldrick hissed, watching as the man writhed beneath his grip. "So speak the words I want to hear if you don't want them growing up with only their mother." Then, just as suddenly, Eldrick released him. The knight crumpled to the floor, coughing and choking as blood and blistered skin peeled under his trembling fingers. His throat was ruin-seared deep. The pain alone would knock most men out, but he was still awake, squirming like a worm. Eldrick scoffed. "Go see a healer," he muttered coldly. He turned to the other knight who hadn't moved a muscle. Without waiting for a reply, he walked off. The sound of his boots against the floor echoed louder than before, each step dragging with the weight of exhaustion. He didn't look at the servants watching from the corners, their eyes wide with fear or pity. Let them stare, let them whisper. They were nothing. All of them were nothing. His mother had taught him that, hadn't she? He turned left, then right, his steps carrying him deeper into the castle, toward one of the old storage rooms tucked away in a forgotten wing. No one ever came here. No one cared what these rooms once held. Probably old furniture or armor sets that no longer gleamed. He pushed the door open, stepped inside, and slammed it shut. The silence inside was thick, and finally his shoulders slumped. The room was filled with clutter. Forgotten relics of nobler time-spent swords, cracked armor plates, faded silks that had once been royal robes. A tarnished mirror leaned against the wall, its glass spiderwebbed with age. He didn't bother looking into it. Instead, he stood up and made his way to the far corner. There, half covered by a torn tapestry, lay a mat. He kicked it aside. His eyes immediately caught the small, rusted box that sat beneath. He knelt and pulled a key from his boot. It had taken him weeks to steal the original and forge this duplicate, but he had done it, for this. The lid creaked open. He almost sighed in relief as he saw the bed of dried velvet and the vial on top of it. The liquid churned like a restless shadow, the one he'd stolen from his mother's personal stock, the one he desperately wanted to drink. It had become an addiction before he knew it. Eldrick reached for it with trembling hands and uncorked the vial. A scent rose from it like cold fire. It made his vision blur just for a second, made his blood hum. So many thoughts rushed through him, his mother's voice, her disdain, the sting of her slap this morning, his failures, the assembly, Arzin, the throne. He tipped the vial to his lips, one gulp, then another. It was bitter like drinking ash and starlight, but it burned its way down, and when it reached his core, he felt it. the roar and the power surging through his veins, and yet it was so calm. It was so quiet. His limbs gave out as his back hit the cold floor. He didn't care. He lay there, staring at the cracked ceiling. The shadows in the corners deepened. Something pulsed inside his chest. And as his eyes fluttered closed, the power erupted inside him. He smiled, basking in the way the liquid made him feel. Kai went to sleep thinking about explosions, and not the kind that came from fireballs or collapsing towers, but the kind that happened when two opposing forces refused to back down. In spell theory, things were much less complicated. When two equal circle spells of different aspects collided, the result was chaos. There were exceptions, of course, when one spell vastly overpowered the other, or when compatibility somehow let them blend, but those were rare, and this wasn't one of those cases. Here, both women were equally matched. One was a viscountess and the other was a baroness. Neither bowed to the other, and neither had lost, which meant that neither was willing to give up. They had warred for decades, locking horns in silence, sabotaging each other in rooms, estates, and wherever their powers reached. Even after everything, to think that no one had emerged victorious was quite the feast. If he tried to side with one, that meant he'd be closing the door on the other completely, and right now, he couldn't afford to do that, not when the assembly was so close. It was a predicament that he could clearly not solve with strength. Another thought had crossed his mind, cutting off the barons that supported them one by one. Isolate the roots, and maybe the tree would fall, but even that was wishful thinking. 10 days, that was all the time he had before the assembly began. Obviously, it was not enough time to unravel years of loyalty of these barons. He was sure that Francis and the rest of them had already thought of that but had come to the same conclusion. So Kai knew the only way was for him to solve the feud. Yet more questions arose. How do you keep two forces, locked in opposition, from destroying each other and everything around them? He had no answer, not when he slept, not when he woke up. But the question still clung to him as he dressed, tied the last strap of his cloak, and made his way to the meeting room. When he stepped inside, the three were already there: Francis, Killian, and Leopold, sharing bread and spiced eggs over quiet conversation. Kai looked at the table and raised a brow. Did you three sleep here too? Francis and Killian stood at once, offering a bow. Leopold, meanwhile, leaned back in his chair, took a leisurely bite of bread. Not really. I actually shifted to the estate we've got in the capital the moment my father arrived. He doesn't let me stay there alone, says I need to earn it. He rolled his eyes. Honestly, I get it, but it's still annoying. Kai slid into the seat across from him. I can understand. Can you? Duke Kellius was like that. No, Kai replied without missing a beat. He was more absent, but I've had mentors like that. I'd say it counts. Leopold looked like he wanted to press further, but Kai was already turning to Francis. Other than Baroness Marin and Viscountess Visa, I'm guessing there are others who haven't officially picked a side yet, the ones still biding their time. Francis gave a small nod. They are. I've sent invitations to all of them. They'll be at the banquet hosted by Duke Blackwood. Most of them want to hear from you before they make any decisions. They want to know if backing me is worth going against the princes. Exactly, Francis said. It's not about loyalty to them. Lord Arzenthe want insurance, assurance. Noble words, future promises, security, things only you can give. Leopold nodded, still chewing. He's right. Noble words are worth their weight in gold, especially when they come from a count with Duke's blood. Let them hear you, see you actually invested in them, and they'll sway. He smirked. It's very similar to young nobles talking their way into a maiden's bedroom. Killian let out a short laugh, shaking his head. That's a terrifying comparison. But accurate, Francis muttered. Seems like you've got experience with that, Kai said at last. Kai nodded, appreciating the reminder. He knew that already, but hearing it said aloud helped reinforce how precarious everything truly was. I get it, he said. I believe I've gotten better with politics. He turned to Francis. Anyone I need to be extra wary of? Kai blinked. Noted. Francis continued, then there's Baron Vilden. He wants an exclusive contract for our golems in exchange for his backing. Heard about them during the Beast Wave and Fief War. You'll need to be vague but polite. He'll press you on specifics. Kai groaned internally but didn't show it. And that's not all, Francis added, reaching for a scroll. Baroness Viral expects you to show interest in her son's trade routes. Lord Winson is waiting to see if you'll openly speak against the second prince, who he hates due to a past incident, and Lady Enia wants a personal meeting before she commits, likely to assess if you're charismatic enough to follow. The list kept going, and the more Francis spoke, the more Kai realized that the hardest part of the banquet might not be saying the right things, but remembering who was who, and what promises had been made or hinted to toe each of them. None of these nobles thought they were doing him a favor. In their minds, they were risking everything to stand against the princes. They expected that risk to be well compensated. If he slipped a Devon Onseat could all fall apart. Francis kept talking through most of the breakfast, taking names, weaving details and strategies together. Kai listened quietly, storing every name and condition in the back of his mind. He'd review it all again before the banquet. But it wasn't just the nobles and banquet logistics weighing on Kai's mind. He'd been in Hermel for nearly a full day now, and there'd still been no summons from King Sullivan. Not even a letter, the silence gnawed at him. The king had sent a herald months ago, inviting him to meet once he arrived in the capital. That had to count for something. But if he waited too long, it might seem like he was ignoring the crown. Once breakfast was over, Kai leaned back in his chair and glanced toward Leopold. If I wanted to find King Sullivan, he said casually. Where do you think he'd be in the castle? What? Planning to kidnap the king now. Hope he'll whisk you away and spare you from the assembly. Kai chuckled. Obviously not. He sent a letter months back asking to meet when I came to Hermel. I'm just thinking. I might not get a formal invitation, so maybe I should go to him instead. Leopold squinted his eyes, surprised, but only for a second. All right. If it's the king you're after, there are really only two places he's known to spend time. His personal chambers or his garden. Not the royal one, mind you, the one behind the old chapel around his chambers. He prefers peace and that's where he finds it. Got it, Kai said, keeping that in mind. But wait, you're not just going to fly over to the castle, are you? Leopold said. The entire place is laced with guard posts and defensive wards. If you flutter too close, you'll set off alarms. Kai offered him a faint grin. I know I'm not stupid, but I have ideas. It won't be hard. Leopold frowned. Yeah. Just don't let the nobles give you a title like Skyborn Assassin or something. They'd love to twist that narrative if they... A sharp knock on the door cut him off. Everyone turned to look. Killian was the first to move. One hand slid to the hilt of his sword as he stepped toward the door with the quiet grace of a warrior expecting trouble. Who's there? He asked sharply. State your purpose. There was a beat of silence. Then a familiar voice responded, muffled but composed. I'm Anya, maid of Princess Amara. The princess is here to meet Count Arzan. Everyone in the room visibly relaxed. Killian opened the door swiftly, and there they were. Anya standing with a servant's poise, and beside her, Princess Amara. They all stood in respect, giving the proper bows in the presence of royalty. But as Kai raised his eyes to meet hers, he didn't find the familiar warmth or excitement he'd come to associate with Amara's gaze. She looked afraid. Her face was pale, her hands tense by her sides. It was as if her heart had shattered and she was still holding the shards in her chest. Kai stepped toward her immediately, concern etching his voice. Princess Amara, is everything all right? You look stressed, she finished softly. I am. There's something weighing on my mind, and her eyes met his, troubled. It involves you, Count Arzan. He stilled. What is it? As soon as Kai said it, Amara's eyes went to the floor. Kai waited till she took a second to herself, clearly seeing the panic in her face. With a heavy sigh, she reached into her robes and took out a sealed envelope. Her fingers shook when she extended it. My mother sent this. The moment the words left her mouth, Kai felt the air shift. He reached out and took the letter without a word, already dreading what it might contain. The seal was intact. A crest designed as a snake biting off an apple Regina's mark, probably pressed deep into the wax. He broke it open, unfolded the parchment, and read, Meet me in my chambers. Find Selwyn. He will guide you. It was all that was written. A part of him expected a threat to be there, a command or something else, but the simple instruction made his chest tight. Regina wanted to meet him. After all she had done, after trying to kill him through Actra, after manipulating his own brother into creating a beast wave and a fief war, and using people like pawns on a board, what game was she playing? Did she want to end it in person? As his mind reeled with possibilities, Amara stepped closer, her voice trembling. Count Arzan, are you going to avoid it, or are you going to meet her? Kai looked up at her. Her question rang in his mind like a drum, and then he looked at the letter again. I'm going to meet her, Kai said. Kai had no idea what Regina truly wanted. They had been fighting for a while without ever meeting face to face. But that hadn't lessened the blows. Every major scheme that had threatened him or his territory could be traced back to her shadow. The poison running through the kingdom's veins often bore her fingerprints, even if she remained cloaked behind silk curtains and courtly smiles. Even Amara hadn't known the reason behind the sudden summons, a private meeting just days before the assembly. It stank of a trap, but Kai didn't fear that. If anything, he saw it as overdue. He needed to see her, to assess her with his own eyes, and if Regina tried something, he would end it. No matter her lineage, no matter her titles, no matter what games she played, he wasn't going to let her do whatever she wanted with him. Still, he didn't dwell on her, not aloud. Every time her mother's name came up, Amara tensed like a string being drawn taut, ready to snap. So he let the subject go and instead turned his focus to something else entirely. For what? For helping with the nobles. Francis told me what you've done, how you've been pushing my name forward in the right circles. His gaze softened. Political power or not, you made a difference. She shifted a little, clearly unused to praise. I only spoke to a few people. It wasn't. It was, he cut in gently. Titles mean little when no one listens, but people listen to you. That counts. A soft flush crept onto her cheeks and she ducked her head to hide it, though the faintest smile tugged at her lips. He didn't press further. He knew her by now. Amara never took praise well, not because she didn't deserve it, but because she'd been starved of it her whole life. She simply had the title of a princess. It held little value inside the kingdom, but from what Francis had told him before, she'd managed to get a good reputation for him, where the reputation mattered most in noble circles. Even influential merchants were looking at him in a better light. The latter joined the breakfast, where all they talked about was strategy. Leopold wanted to talk more about Regina, but he shot it down. They moved on to continuing their discussion on the banquet, the event that could shape the tide of the assembly. There would be nobles and merchants and people on the fence, ready to tip toward whichever side offered the better future or the better deal. Kai knew he'd be at the center of it all. Every word, every gesture would be judged left and right, and he had no intention of letting any of it go to waste, so he spent the rest of the day learning names of nobles, their titles, their specialties, their weaknesses and grudges, who owed who favors, who had family members in the capital, who hated each other. Surprisingly, Amara proved invaluable. Every now and then, she'd chime in correcting Francis, clarifying a noble's reputation, or sharing a quiet scandal that helped Kai understand how best to approach them. It was exhausting work. Leopold left halfway through, grumbling something about meeting his father. But Kai, Francis, Killian, Anya, and Amara remained purring through documents, memory, and anecdotes well into the evening. They skipped lunch. Too much to process. Too much at stake. By the time the sun began to set, even Amara stood up with a sigh. "I should go," she said, adjusting the folds of her dress. "It's not proper for me to stay out this late." Kai nodded, but before she left, he asked casually Amara the castle. "Do you know where the king's private garden is, and his chambers?" She tugged her dress and tilted her head. "I do, but why do you want to know? Just curious." She frowned, clearly unconvinced, but didn't press further. She simply answered his question and stepped towards the door. Once she left and the room finally quieted, Kai reviewed his notes one last time. Then, when the stars began to rise over Hermel, he pushed Mana towards his legs, stepping out of the window and lifting into the sky. It was time to meet the king, and see what kind of game Sullivan intended to play. And if he got out early, Regina would be the next on his list to visit. Wind whipped through Kai's hair as he flew across the sky above the city. It was late close to midnight, yet Hermel still glowed with life. Lanterns lined the main roads, lights flickered above noble estates, and the sounds of people carried even at the height where Kai hovered, far above the ground. The people were still out in force, bristling through alleys and market lanes, too distracted by their own lives to look skyward, just how he preferred it. He hoped that meant King Sullivan was still awake. As for Regina, he doubted she ever truly slept. As far as he could tell, she was a paranoid woman. She didn't strike him as the type to trust anyone with her back turned, but that was that. It would have been easier to return with Amara by his side, but too many eyes would have followed. A royal and a disgraced noble going to the castle together. That would stir talk before he could even step inside. And this meeting, it wasn't something he wanted spoken of. The medallion shifted in his back pocket. If Regina knew he had brought it, she wouldn't hesitate to send shadows after him. Assassins, spies, curses cloaked as gifts, it didn't matter. He knew she wanted her hands on it, so he chose silence instead. Being discreet is always better when sensitive topics were involved. Gliding low, he weaved through the air above sprawling noble estates, each more gilded than the last. Banners after banners passed beneath him, and he tried to figure out which noble house belonged to who. Most were dark, their halls dim, but a few still had signs of life. He didn't slow until the castle came into view. Hovering midair, Kai narrowed his eyes, activating hawk eyes. The spell came to life almost immediately. The world sharpened. The fog of night lifted from his vision, and the castle's outline came into perfect, brutal clarity. The first thing he saw were the coordinated guards. They moved in patterned pairs and trios, pacing the outer walls. Their armors mirrored the torchlights. And there were more guards than he expected. Far more. Last time he was here, he could count patrols on one hand. Now, they crisscrossed like ants over a disturbed nest. He guessed it was due to all the powerful higher nobles staying in the castle, but he didn't waste long on the guards. Mortal eyes could be avoided easily. His attention turned instead to the castle itself, the stone walls, the high towers, and what lay beyond them, and through his spell-enhanced gaze he peered past the walls. They were all enchanted, layered with overlapping wards, glyphs etched into stone, invisible threads of mana humming just beneath the surface. Crude in Kai's opinion, but functional enough, and dangerous if tripped. If he tried to fly over the castle walls, even a whisper of his mana brushing those wards would flare like a beacon. So much for being discreet. He circled the castle slowly, cloak trailing behind him, his senses sharpened to every flicker of arcane resistance. Most of the wards were intact, glowing faintly to his hawk eyes with lines of rigid structure, meant more to detect than to destroy, but he couldn't take chances. Then he saw it, a pair of enchantments woven over a balcony on one of the upper floors. They pulsed irregularly, the mana threads fraying near the edge, sensible or poorly maintained. Either way, they were weaker than the rest. Kai hovered at a distance, canceling his spell and drifting just outside their reach. The world dulled without his hawk eyes, but he didn't need them now. Instead, he extended a single strand of manathin as a thread of spider silked toward the flawed wards. The strand brushed the edge of the glyphwork, and like a lock meeting its key, he began unraveling the layers. A twist, and soon it was gone. The enchantments faded with barely a flicker and, more importantly, no alarm. He exhaled slowly. They really don't expect anyone to know how to do this, he thought, almost amused. Flying mages were rare enough, ones trained in ward breaking, that bordered on mythical in this era. He made short work of the ward and made sure it was disabled. With practiced ease, he glided forward and landed silently on the balcony, boots touching the stone without a sound. 1 second passed, then another, still nothing. Only the quiet rustle of wind and the distant hum of city life below. He let out a slow breath, tension bleeding from his shoulders, but he didn't linger. Staying in one place was how you got caught. Amara's words about the layout of the palace echoed in his memory. You'll have to go to the 4th floor. There's a curved corridor leading to a side wing. Go through the reading chamber. There's a narrow arch at the end. That's where Father's quarters begin. He guessed that he was on the 5th floor and found the stairs easily enough, descending without sound. No guards yet. The corridor ahead curved left, just as she'd said. Velvet drapes lined the walls, and the scent of old parchment drifted from a room ahead, likely the reading chamber. He was on the right path. According to Amara, King Sullivan didn't keep many guards in that section of the castle, just few guards at the entrance of it, and only one knight with him that even slept close by, which meant if Kai was careful, there wouldn't be a fight. The real struggle was just getting there unseen, and so far he was winning. He started down the corridor, keeping his steps measured as his eyes wandered across the castle's lavish interior. Portraits and paintings lined every wall, kings and queens, knights and scholars, ancestors immortalized in oil and pride. Between them were glass displays of weapons, ornamental swords, spears with etched blades, and ancient relics sealed behind mana-reinforced cases. Every piece screamed of history and status, but none of it slowed Kai. He wasn't here to admire. What did catch his attention, however, were the guards. They were everywhere. Still, Kai didn't panic. He didn't duck, didn't hide in the shadows. Instead, he used the oldest trick in the Book of Stealth, look like you belong. He held his head high, raised his chin slightly, and frowned subtly, as if he was mildly annoyed that anyone would dare cross his path. He managed to take steps confidently, and the robes he wore did the rest. He looked like a high noble with somewhere very important to be and absolutely no time to explain himself. And it worked. Each time a guard passed by, they didn't question him, didn't stop him, they bowed. Kai gave the barest nod in return, never breaking stride. He doubted anything would happen even if they asked his identity. But why risk it? Discretion first, always. As he moved deeper, the chatter of other wings faded behind him. He was getting close, too close perhaps. Because he encountered more guards. The relaxed patrols of the outer halls were long gone. These were hardened men, standing sharp at attention. Their eyes swept the halls with focus. Their postures screamed discipline. He could feel the tension building with every step. And then, as he rounded a final corner, he saw them. There were 5 guards who were clustered directly outside a massive carved doorway. One look at it was enough for him to know it was the entrance to King Sullivan's chambers. They all stood way too sharp for him to get past without being noticed. Time for a little magic. Kai reached into his mana heart, weaving the spell. He sent the mana down the left corridor beside the guards, shaping it into a whistling draft of cold air. The effect was immediate. The wind slithered through the passage like a phantom, and the guards flinched. One rubbed his arm. Another took a half step away from the wall. Did you feel that? Yeah, the wind is chilly tonight. Maybe one of the maids left the windows. They whispered, distracted, but he wasted no time listening to them. Kai bent his knees and launched upward. The ceiling's heritol, vast, arched like the bones of a cathedral, were perfect for gliding. He soared just beneath the high beams, low enough to avoid brushing against the ceiling, high enough to remain unseen. A shadow in a castle of gold. As the guards squinted down the corridor, still murmuring about the sudden gust of cold, Kai glided silently above them. The spell of flight made no sound, not unless he wanted it to, a small but crucial modification. In his experience, even trained guards almost never looked up. They scanned ahead, maybe behind, sometimes to the side, but the ceiling, almost never. By the time one of them tilted their head, Kai was already past. He landed softly in the corridor just beyond them, the heart of the king's wing, the place that should have been the most secure in the kingdom. And it was empty, no knights or mages. So the rumors were true. King Sullivan didn't like to be surrounded. Even here, in the depths of his personal quarters, there were no men stationed, no eyes watching, and Kai really appreciated that right now. He moved. Room after room passed him, doors closed, curtains drawn. He didn't stop to inspect them. That wasn't what he was here for. Each turn of the corridor brought him deeper into the king's sanctum, and yet still nothing. Until finally he came upon a pair of wide double doors. Kai slipped through and conjured a small orb of light between his fingers. It drifted up toward the ceiling, casting soft illumination across the chamber. But the room was empty. He was hoping for the king to be here, but only the royal bed greeted him, too neat to have been used. To the side there were gilded shelves stacked with books and a polished desk with papers stacked just a little too perfectly. He frowned. Where is he? Only one option left. Kai turned back into the corridor and began retracing his steps, this time watching the walls for the way to the gardens Amara had mentioned. With every hallway he passed, the sheer size of the king's private wing became more apparent. It was massive, towering archways, winding passages, an entire wing of the castle, maybe a fourth of it, all for one man, and yet it felt hollow, like a museum no one visited anymore. All this space and no one to share it with. Kai didn't linger on the thought. He wasn't here to psychoanalyze a monarch, he was here to find him, and after nearly 10 minutes of searching, he finally found the garden. The stone corridor opened to an arched passage, lined with translucent blue crystal that shimmered faintly in the dark. Beyond it there were the gardens. Kai stepped through and his eyes widened. It was colder in here, but every breath he took felt fresh, rich with the scent of night-blooming flowers. Before him sprawled a massive garden, alive with greenery that had no right thriving inside stone walls. Mana lamps glowed softly among the trees, illuminating winding paths, a koi pond rippling under the moonlight, and hedges trimmed with almost obsessive care. Looks like the rumors were true. King Sullivan loved to tend to his garden. The garden was beautiful to live in a way the rest of the castle was not, and rare. His gaze swept over the beds, lingering on a cluster of reddish leaves sprouting from pink-stemmed stalks. His brows rose, red fire bloom. It was a rare alchemical plant, difficult to cultivate outside of temperate shadowed zones. He had tried growing it in his greenhouse back in Verol, but he failed twice. Kai stepped closer, inspecting the beautiful structure of the leaves, wondering what sort of soil mix they used here, when a voice rang out behind him. "You've got good eyes." That one took 3 seasons to stabilize. Kai turned instantly, his shoulders tightening, mana coiling in his heart only to relax a fraction when he saw who it was. King Sullivan. He stood a few paces away, hands clasped behind his back, dressed in deep blue robes with golden trim. Behind him, a knight watched silently, one hand resting lightly on the hilt of his blade. Kai's gaze returned to the king. He had changed. The last time they met, Sullivan had worn a full beard. Now it was trimmed short. The lines on his face seemed deeper. Dark circles sat under his eyes like bruises earned from sleepless nights. His hair was thinning. Is he even sleeping at all? Kai dipped into a bow, properly this time. "Your Majesty." Sullivan smiled faintly, though it didn't reach his tired eyes. "I expected you to come see me once I heard you'd arrived in Hermel, but I must admit," he looked around the garden and then back at Kai, "I didn't expect you to sneak into my garden like a ghost. Seems the security around the castle is lacking." He turned, gesturing with his hand. "Knight Roderick here thought you were an assassin." The knight behind him gave Kai a stiff nod. He didn't relax his stance. Kai didn't mind. He arched an eyebrow. "Were you expecting assassins?" Sullivan chuckled, a short, dry sound. "Maybe. You can never have too many enemies when you're a ruler." He stepped closer to one of the plants, brushing a gloved finger across a leaf as he continued. "And do you know what history tells us is the #1 reason kings die? I'm guessing it's not old age." "Family," Sullivan said with a bitter smile, "poisoned in their sleep, stabbed by a trusted cousin, cast down in coups because someone with your blood thinks they'd do a better job. Then the cycle begins again." He looked at Kai with a steady gaze. "And if it's not family, then it's loyal advisors. Or proud sons of noble houses who think the realm would thrive under a firmer hand." The king paused, a half-smile curling his lips. "Yes, I expect assassins." Kai simply nodded, glancing once more around the garden. The serenity didn't fool him. "I'm not here to cause trouble," he said quietly. "You wanted to talk, so I'm here." Sullivan's eyes searched him for a moment before he asked, "Have you brought it?" Kai didn't answer. He simply turned his gaze toward the knight still standing silent, watchful, one hand resting near his blade. Sullivan followed his eyes and nodded in understanding. "Roderick, give us some time." The knight didn't argue. With a firm nod, he stepped back, giving Kai one last scrutinizing glance before vanishing through the stone archway that led back into the castle. Now it was just the two of them. Silence settled over the garden like a soft fog. Neither of them spoke, and when Kai was about to, "Why don't you walk with me, Arzan?" Sullivan said in almost above a whisper. "Our last meeting wasn't exactly smooth, but there's a lot I'd like to say." Kai gave a single nod. The king turned and began walking deeper into the garden, and Kai followed, boots crunching gently against the gravel path. They didn't speak at first. For 5 full minutes, only the rustle of leaves and distant hum of mana lamps filled the space. Kai's eyes drifted from one section of the garden to the next. Each turn revealed something new. Sprawling ferns, winding vines hugging ivory archways, a narrow stream curling like a silver ribbon between beds of moonflowers. If he squinted, he could almost mistake it for a forest, not a garden. It was alive, and it was massive, and then finally the king spoke. "It took years to get it to this level. You did this yourself, just you." Sullivan nodded slowly, hands folded behind his back. "One of the few things I could do in peace. Peace was never my companion in the early years of my reign, nor is it now. But this," he gestured to the blooming expanse around them, "this helped. Something about watching things grow. Knowing that your effort isn't wasted, even if it takes time." Kai's eyes roamed the garden once more. "You've done a good job with them," and he meant it. The symmetry of the rows, the precise spacing of the beds, the way each plant was allowed its own space, and yet none of it felt wild or overgrown. It all told him the same story. He'd poured hours into this, and this meant more than just a hobby to the king. If what he knew was correct, the man was a mage, but hadn't known to use a single spell in years. Also knew that King Sullivan hadn't progressed past the second circle. Lancefil wasn't a magocracy. The king didn't need to be a mage, it simply helped, especially when dealing with nobles who valued strength and magic more than bloodlines. None in the royal family had ever made waves in the arcane arts, and Kai had a feeling King Sullivan hadn't used a single spell to tend to this garden. He did it the old way, with hands and time and care. Still, the king's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Even if I've poured all my life into this place, Sullivan said softly, there are still plants that rot. He pointed ahead. Kai followed his gaze and spotted it, a wilted thing tucked beneath a large flowering bush. Its leaves had paled, curling inward at the edges. Stems had sagged, brown creeping through green like a slow infection. I've cared for that one for 20 years, Sullivan said. It's called a moorshade lily. Beautiful when it blooms. Do you know what's interesting about it? What? There's no guarantee how long it will live, the king replied. You can give it perfect soil, perfect light, water it every morning, protect it from frost, but one day it just rots. He crouched slightly beside it, brushing a finger near the decayed leaf. These can grow for a year or 100, all up to fate. No mage or scholar has figured out the pattern. It just happens. He stood again and turned to Kai. The kingdom is very much like that right now, he said quietly. It rotted when I wasn't looking, when I trusted others to tend it. And now, his voice dropped a note colder. I think there's no saving it, not as it is. Sometimes you have to tear the plant out from the roots, throw it away and start again. Kai looked at him for a long moment before asking, so you've given up on it? Sullivan's eyes lingered on the garden path ahead. Then he sighed. The current kingdom. He paused, then gave a slight nod. Yes, but I haven't given up on what it could become. I believe it can still grow, with the right person tending to it. His eyes met Kai's. Have you brought the medallion? Kai reached into his robe, fingers brushing the cloth-wrapped object. Slowly he pulled it out, unwrapping it as moonlight coming from the glass roof caught the copper edge. He handed it over. King Sullivan took it with both hands, turning it over with a look that was equal parts awe and weariness. It's been a long time since I've seen it, he murmured. You must have gone through quite a bit due to this. A few people tried to kill me, came close too. The king laughed. And yet here you are, alive, stronger than ever. You really do have your mother's blood in you. He turned the medallion in his palm and looked up. So what do you want to do with it? The question hung between them like a blade. That medallion is proof. With it, you could ask anything of me, even the throne. He said the word without an ounce of hesitation. Do you want that? Kai looked at King Sullivan with wide eyes, having not expected him to be so direct, but he quickly controlled his emotions, seeing that the man wasn't joking. I really don't think you can just give it to me, Kai said, wording out his realistic opinion. I will, Sullivan replied. If you have enough men to stave off the civil war my sons will cause, not to mention Regina. Kai's brow furrowed at the name. I believe she's going to wage war against me either way. Sullivan nodded his head, agreeing. She hated Valkyrie after I gave her the medallion, vowed to finish off her whole line in front of me, and you did nothing. I have tried, Sullivan said with a tired sigh, but she's not someone to trifle with Evan for me. For years, I've just left the woman be. Whatever I've done, it's never worked. I'm surprised she hasn't already killed me, but I suppose she'd rather have her son take the throne. Doesn't want to complicate things now that I've not many years left. Kai was taken aback, not just by the content, but by the candor. The king was speaking plainly, exposing his mortality most rulers would guard like treasure. He hadn't expected that, but perhaps that was the point of this meeting. Sullivan hadn't summoned him to posture or deceive, so Kai dropped the last of his guard and met his gaze. Why did you want to meet me? Is it to have me use the medallion for a reason? Sullivan didn't answer immediately. His eyes drifted downward to the medallion resting on his palm. When he finally spoke, his voice was quieter. I wanted to see you, to know you better. I've heard what you've done these past few years, but hearing and seeing are different things. I wanted to look into the eyes of the man who might carry this kingdom's future. As for the medallion, I don't wish for you to follow what I said. It's your birthright. You'll use it as you see fit. Kai couldn't help but nod. So tell me what exactly happened in the Fief War. Without waiting for a reply, the king began walking through the garden, his steps slow but steady. Kai hesitated only a moment before following, falling into stride beside him. The garden was quiet, save for the faint rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. Taking the silence as a signal, Kai began to speak. He told him everything, of Lucian's betrayal, of how the man, with the help of Baron Idrin, had slaughtered an entire village and blamed it on him, of how Lucian had been working with blood-drinkers, filthy creatures of the Dark End, how they had backed his campaign throughout the war. He spoke of the bloodshed, the ambushes, the slow grind of fighting a war with limited supplies and no allies, and finally of his brother's death, and how he believed Regina had orchestrated it all. Throughout his entire explanation, Sullivan kept a straight face. Even when Kai described the blood drinkers and their allegiance to Regina, the king's expression remained the same. He only gave a small nod before saying, You had to go through a lot of trouble for someone else's hatred and ambition. I'm still alive, Kai said, and I won, but a lot of people didn't. Common men without powers, they fought in that war. They died for it. Sullivan exhaled slowly, pausing near a bush of pale violet blooms. We live in a time where blood is shed every day. More people die to blades than to disease. A good ruler ensures those they leave behind are taken care of. He turned to look at Kai, his gaze surprisingly gentle. And I think you are a good one. Kai's lips thinned. The compliment felt strange, too genuine, too unguarded. But he didn't reject it. Sullivan continued after a beat. As for Regina, I didn't know she had blood drinkers under her control, but I suppose it makes sense. She never had the proper mana organs, yet she always wielded terrifying power. I always suspected that her strength came from darker, more demonic sources. He sighed again, this time heavier. Sadly, I've given up on taking her down myself. Kai could hear the tiredness in his voice. It was as if he'd long accepted that his greatest mistake would never be undone by his own hand. He also heard the unsaid words, but you want me to take her on? Sullivan shook his head. I believe you'll go against her no matter what I tell you. But yes, I want her out of my kingdom. His voice hardened slightly. I may have abandoned it in public, but I care for it. Sadly, it's hard to clean off the rot inside your own home. He crouched down, fingers brushing the leaves of a flowering herb, inspecting it with the focus of a gardener rather than a king. Kai remained standing, watching him, the words lingering in his mind. He understood. Even standing here in the royal gardens with the crown's authority behind him, he couldn't simply walk up and kill Regina. The repercussions would be immediate and catastrophic. That's if he could even pull it off. Chakran's words echoed in his head. Regina wasn't just dangerous, she was embedded deep in the hierarchy of Maleficia, probably one among the top. And blood drinkers didn't follow the weak. They followed power, which meant Regina had plenty whether through others she controlled or her own sheer strength. With all the politics involved, he only saw two ways to finish Regina off, and he considered them. A clean assassination, unlikely. She'd survived this long in a den of vipers like the royal court. He didn't doubt she had layers upon layers of safeguards in place. That left the second option, creating a situation where killing her became acceptable. Not just acceptable, necessary. A public enemy, a war criminal, a traitor. Only then would the blade carry justice, not consequences. His gaze flicked to Sullivan, still crouched by the plant. Do you think a civil war will actually help the country? The king stood immediately, turning to him with sharp eyes that had seen decades of blood and burden. I don't know, he said frankly. But I also know that if you want to rebuild something sometimes, you have to break it first. He took a step closer. Why? Sullivan asked. Are you really up for that? I'm not sure, Kai admitted, but I have a feeling the kingdom is heading toward it either way. It feels inevitable. Sullivan gave a slow nod, his gaze distant. That's true. The nobles blame me for it. I've failed by not naming a proper heir. But you know what? He exhaled through his nose, weary. If I do, the civil war will just come faster than expected. He turned to Kai, his eyebrows turned up in worry. The worst thing as a father is to choose between your sons, and the worst thing as a king is to choose someone unworthy. All three of mine want the throne. And all three are incompetent in their own ways. Unfortunately, being a king isn't something you can learn on the job. You have to be one from the day you understand what power means. Then what's the solution? Sullivan ran a frustrated hand through his thinning hair. Kai simply stared at the man when he grabbed the medallion and pressed it into his hand. You know the solution, Count Arzan. That's the only one I see that doesn't end with the kingdom falling to someone unfit to tend it. And if it does, it might not be ours for long. Foreign powers will take advantage. It'll never prosper. Kai opened his mouth, then closed it again. He wanted to say that one of his sons had started mage wars in the near future that burned across the continents, that it had built an empire, yes, but also led the world to the brink of ruin. He wanted to talk about Eldrick and his mad reign that had broken the world, or how he suspected it had been Regina, pulling the strings all along, twisting fate through Maleficia. But he didn't, because the king was right. The only way to stop it from falling into the wrong hands was to take it himself. Even if he'd been preparing in the shadows, laying the groundwork, gathering the people and pieces, taking over wasn't as easy as holding a medallion. Power had its own weight. And the throne demanded more than ambition, it demanded sacrifice. And now it seemed it was demanding him. Looking at King Sullivan, Kai finally said, I'll think about it. Please do, the king replied, his tone softer now, yet firm with the weight of everything unspoken. With that, they resumed walking through the garden, the scent of herbs and flowering shrubs lingering in the summer air. King, seemingly more relaxed, moved from topic to topic as they strolled, speaking of noble houses that would likely oppose Kai in the assembly, ministers who were easily swayed, and those who could be brought to their side with the right pressure or promises. Kai didn't hide much. He knew the king likely already had eyes on his every move in the capital. With how much attention he had drawn, there was no real point in pretending. And strangely enough, he found himself liking this second meeting far more than the first. There was no testing or hidden meanings. For a brief second, it felt like it was just two men walking through a garden, talking about a kingdom both of them were trying to save in their own way, and time passed without notice. By the time their conversation began to quiet, Sullivan spoke. I believe it's getting late, Count Arzin. I won't hold you off any longer. Kai nodded, a small smile tugging at his lips. I enjoyed our conversation. But yes, I do need to be somewhere else. Another meeting. With whom, if I may? Kai hesitated a few seconds. Regina, he said finally. She sent a letter, want to speak with me. The change in Sullivan's expression was instant. The warmth drained from his face, replaced by something far colder, not fear, but caution sharpened by years of familiarity with a dangerous enemy. That one, he said slowly, might take a lot of your time. No matter how much Kai walked, the wide corridors kept going on and on. Somehow he managed to maintain a steady expression on his face, but beneath the surface, his mind was anything but still. Thoughts from his meeting with Sullivan played on a loop. The king had turned out to be far better with people than Kai had assumed after their first encounter. He hadn't looked bored or distracted this time. He'd listened, spoken with intention, and more importantly, had planted the seed of what he wanted without ever demanding it. The medallion, the throne, the kingdomate had all been laid before Kai as if it were his own choice. And perhaps it was. But that didn't mean the old man wasn't playing his own game. Kai's eyes narrowed slightly as he walked. He wondered what exactly had disappointed Sullivan so much about his sons. Enough to wish none of them ruled after him. Or was it simply fear? Fear of Regina, her secrets, and the power she had amassed in the shadows. Maybe pushing Kai into the role was less about belief and more about desperation, placing his bets on the one man who had escaped Regina's snares not once but repeatedly. He didn't know the answer, but he knew this wouldn't be their last meeting. Sullivan wasn't done with him, not by a long shot. Kai reached the bottom of a spiraling stairwell, pausing to talk to the guard about what he was doing here. The guard directed him upward. You can climb the stairs to Your Highness Queen Regina's wing, my lord, the man said with a polite nod. Kai gave a nod back and ascended. The moment his foot touched the first step, his mana spread out around him, sweeping through the stairwell like a cautious tide. He probed the corners, the crevices, the spaces where enchantments like to hide. No traps yet, but he didn't relax. He hadn't expected to meet Regina so soon. Their long-delayed confrontation was happening here now in the quiet halls of the castle. She had tried to kill Arzin more times than he could count. Perhaps this was her attempt to finish the job with a smile and poisoned tea, but that seemed unlikely. Kai didn't believe she'd be so reckless, not with the assembly looming. Regina never dirtied her hands, not directly. She was the type to prefer to sit in the shadows, weaving threads and letting others dance on them like puppets. Killing him openly now would be a step too far, even for her, which meant she wanted something. The question was what? Kai reached the top of the stairs. The air felt heavier here, as if the walls themselves had learned to hold their breath around her. And still he walked forward. Finally, he reached a set of grand double doorstall, dark and etched with golden inlay, depicting coiling serpents and thorned roses in a twisted, beautiful design. 2 knights flanked the entrance, far more alert than any he had passed so far. They stood rigid, armored from head to toe in blackened steel trimmed with crimson, their visors narrow and gleaming as they turned toward him. State your name and purpose, one said, his voice metallic behind the helm. Count Arzin of Verol, Kai replied. I'm here to meet Her Highness, Queen Regina. She sent for me to find her attendant. The knight held his gaze for a moment, then gave a short nod. Wait here. Kai obeyed, planting his feet and crossing his arms. He hoped Regina wasn't about to play some pathetic power game by keeping him waiting outside. That would be beneath even her, and she should have known he was already inside the castle. Fortunately, the knight returned not long after. Barely 2 minutes had passed, and this time he was dragging someone with him. A young man, clad in deep maroon robes lined with gold thread. The uniform marked him clearly as a court attendant, but his wide, cautious eyes and slightly ruffled collar made it obvious that he didn't like being here. Please walk with me, Count Arzin, the young man said politely, giving a small bow. I will bring you to Her Highness. Kai gave a nod and stepped forward as the great doors creaked open behind the attendant. Beyond them was yet another corridor. Of course, that was what he hated about large castles, too much walking. Flying through would be faster but disrespectful, and in a place like this, everything was about decorum. Power wasn't just in words or magic, it was in every step taken, every door opened, every moment drawn out. The attendant said nothing as they walked, and Kai didn't bother to break the silence. They passed arched windows, silent guards, and portrait-lined walls that seemed to watch him with every step. Eventually, the young man stopped at a smaller yet elegant door of darkwood carved with convoluted vines. Queen Regina is waiting for you inside, he said, his voice softer now. She's been looking forward to this meeting for a long time. Kai smiled faintly. So have I. The attendant pushed the door open, and Kai stepped through. There she was, Queen Regina, seated at the center of the room on a long velvet sofa the color of dried blood, perfectly posed, as if the entire scene had been composed by an artist. She wore a deep violet gown trimmed with onyx lace. Her hair was white, similar to Edric, swept into a regal updo, pinned with crystal thorns. A single strand curled intentionally over one shoulder like a serpent poised to strike. Her skin was pale, unmarred, porcelain smooth. Her eyes, thought hose, were the things that unsettled. Icy blue, flawless, and utterly emotionless. They didn't match the soft smile on her lips. "Arzin," she said, her voice like silk brushed over a blade, "why don't you take a seat? It's our first meeting and I want to make it memorable." Kai didn't miss the pause before the last word. He gave her a smile in return, one that didn't reach his eyes. "I believe it will be." Then he moved toward the seat she had gestured to, every sense alert. Whatever game Regina had prepared tonight, it wouldn't be played from the shadows. Not this time. This time it was face to face. Kai slowly sat down. Without a care, he let his eyes sweep around the room. He was quite surprised. Unlike what he'd imagined, the room didn't look that different from other affluent chambers he'd passed on his way here. If anything, it was tamer in comparison. Even the paintings were tasteful but subdued, and the furniture leaned toward comfort over opulence. He knew that this was a place that pretended peace, because there was Regina, seated gracefully on the blood-red sofa across him. She looked every bit the gentle, elegant queenholder, serene, her smile soft and composed like she was greeting an old friend. Her hands rested lightly on her lap, and her posture was the very picture of grace. But those eyes were wrong. They didn't shine. They didn't reflect light like normal eyes did. They absorbed it. Pools of icy void that seemed to pull and judge and peel you apart with every glance. If not for those, he might have been lulled into believing there was no danger here. He almost shifted his mana to run through the room just to confirm almost, but he didn't risk it. Instead, he stared back at her. She said nothing for a while, so didn't he? She looked at him from head to toe, and Kai sat there, trying his best not to feel awkward. And after what felt like forever, she broke the silence. "You've grown up a lot, Arzin." Kai felt another rush of mild shock at how warm her voice sounded. Her eyes softened as if she was recalling an old memory. "The last time I saw you in person, it was during my journey to Varen. Duke Kellius had requested I visit. You were just a child then. Look at you now. You are a count who reached the heights with your own achievements. You truly have grown so much." Kai couldn't help but feel the distaste on his tongue at her attempted compliments, but he had no intention of playing coy with her. "Was it then," he said evenly, "that you decided to block my mana veins?" Her smile didn't falter, not even a twitch. She maintained the same soft expression on her face, and the gentle blue eyes squinted as if in confusion. "I don't know what you're talking about, Count Arzin," she said lightly. "I've heard of your condition, of course. Mana vein blockage is unfortunate, but I always assumed it was natural. Was someone intentionally moving against you?" Kai almost frowned but caught himself. He saw it clearly now. The mask. She wore it well. Soft words, plausible deniability, just enough concern to make it seem like she truly didn't know. He grunted internally, knowing her type very well, the type that never admitted to anything they did. Even if he brought a mountain of evidence and carved it into stone before her eyes, she would still deny it with that same calm smile and pretend she didn't even know what he was talking about. Kai had met people like her before, and he had never liked them, but he could play the game. If she wanted to keep up the charade, he'd wear the mask too. "Yeah," he said with a faint shrug. "Lots of people are moving against me lately. I believe they're all just parts of the same thing. Different limbs of one body that sees me as quite the eyesore," he said in an extremely casual voice, though nothing about the conversation was that. "It seems your explosive rise has offended a great many people." "Just some," Kai replied. "They're afraid I'll get bigger than them. That their holdover power will be dragged out into the open. That would be unfortunate for them. Are you going to go against them?" Kai met her gaze directly. "I believe we follow different paths to our goals, and clashes are a part of that. I also believe I'll come out on top." He let the words hang for a moment, then leaned forward slightly. "But why did you call me here, Queen Regina? I imagine your time is far too valuable to waste on a count like me. Especially one that so much of the nobility dislikes." He added, almost as an afterthought, "Your son especially." Regina gave a soft sigh, almost motherly. "My son's just doing his best," she said, still smiling. "I don't know what differences the two of you have, but I believe you can sort it out. After all, the future of this kingdom rests on nobles like you. You definitely know everything," Kai thought, "but you pretend not to. You sure as hell sound like someone who's always pretending. As for why I've called you here, let's get to that." Her head turned toward the large doors, where the young attendant who escorted him stood still. His bony hands were folded in front of him, and he leaned forward, as if waiting for a command. But first she pointed a long nail at him. The boy nodded at Regina's silent command and moved toward Kai without a word, but as he walked forward, something changed. In a blink, a white porcelain teacup with a golden rim and a lacquered container appeared in his hands, straight out of thin air. He poured the tea with practiced grace, steam rising in elegant coils, as if this was the most natural thing in the world. Kai didn't let the surprise show on his face, but he knew exactly what this was, a show of strength. His gaze flicked to the man's hand, the subtle shimmer of a band on his finger, a spatial ring. As a matter of fact, Kai knew that a spatial ring was extremely rare, especially in this era. Regina wasn't just showing him that her servant was a magish, was telling him that even her tea pourers carried artifacts that most nobles would kill for. He understood the message she was trying to give. "You're in my court now." Kai didn't mind power games. He was used to them. But that didn't mean he'd play by their rules. The attendant set the teacup gently before him, bowing his head and stepping back in silence. Across from him, Regina smiled and took a sip from her own cup, watching him over the rim with that same unreadable calm. It was almost an invitation. See, no poison. Kai didn't touch his. He let the tea sit, let it grow cold. Regina didn't comment at first, but eventually she set her cup down and spoke again. The tea is quite good, she said, her smile faintly amused. It's unfortunate you don't seem to like it. I just had some before coming here, Kai replied smoothly. She tilted her head slightly, the smile sharpening at the edges. With my husband, he didn't answer, not because he was caught, but because it didn't matter. He hadn't gone out of his way to hide from mages. The castle guards had been easy to slip through quietly, but Regina, she had scrying arrays no doubt woven carefully into the very bones of the castle. She saw more than most, so instead he just said no, before coming here. His tone was crisp now, cutting through the air. So why don't we stop circling around and you tell me why I'm here? With the assembly approaching, I'd rather not lose sleep. Regina chuckled softly. I believe it's already quite late. She leaned back slightly, folding her hands. As for the reason, it's actually about the assembly. You're clearly not pleased with being called to it, especially when you believe you should be rewarded for killing your tyrant brother. I didn't kill him, Kai said immediately. He poisoned himself. Regina shrugged, just like it wasn't her who just said he did it. I'm just saying what others think, and I'm correcting it. His gaze didn't waver. I'm not happy being here, scrutinized for doing what no one else could, but it's what King Sullivan decided, and I'm okay with that. Regina raised an eyebrow, but the chill in her gaze remained unchanged. Those pale, emotionless eyes made her look more of a statue than a woman. Are you really okay with getting a death sentence over the fief war? That won't come to me, Kai replied. You're awfully confident, she said, swirling her tea with a diaphanous motion, especially for someone all three princes oppose, and there are many nobles who don't like your rise to power, Arzan. What about it? Regina sighed softly and took another sip of tea. Then she placed the cup down and leaned ever so slightly forward. I actually called you here to give you a way out. I hope you know how things work and I don't have to lay it out for you. A word from me, she continued, and all of my son's followers will vote in your favor. You could even be granted the title of Duke. I'll make sure of it. Kai felt his heart thud in his ribcage. There was no way Regina wanted to do all that as an apology for trying to kill him all these years. What will it take? Her smile returned. I know you've received your mother's inheritance. I don't want any part of it. But among her things, there was a medallion. I'm sure you know the one I'm speaking of. Kai nodded slowly, already seeing the strings she was trying to pull. You want it? Yes, she said simply. Give it to me and I promise you'll have no more problems. Not from my son, not from the other princes. You can return to your land in Thrivenot as a count, but as a duke. The same as your father. Kai almost laughed. He didn't, but it took effort to keep his expression from cracking, because there it was, the real Regina. Her sweet words were filled with demands and offers coated in honey, but reeked of venom. She wasn't offering saffetish, was offering chains. Beautiful, golden chains with titles and peace as the bait. Had Regina really called him here for this? To barter for the medallion like it was just another trinket in a noble's vault? She had to know its value ahead to understand what it represented. And yet, she looked at him like she was offering him a lifeboat. A generous, merciful gift. Why? Something felt off. He kept thinking, peeling it back layer by layer, and then finally it hit him. She thought of him as Arzan, not Kai, obviously. She'd heard of his victories, his rise, his survival, but all second-hand. They've never met properly. It was only the words that passed through the mouths of subordinates she probably considered barely competent. A woman like Regina would think herself above everyone, even her own allies. It wasn't arrogance alone, it was certainty. Kind that came from too many years of getting her way. She probably assumed everything he had accomplished came from his inheritance, that he might have gotten competent subordinates, that he'd gotten lucky. She didn't see him as someone with a real plan or spine. In her mind, he was a young upstart playing politics scrambling to win over lower nobles with meaningless gestures, desperately clinging to relevance. She was underestimating him, massively. And strangely, Kai didn't feel insulted by that. Anything, he was amused. He leaned back, loosened his posture, and let out a small laugh. For the first time ever since he got here, Regina's calm exterior shifted. Her eyes widened a fraction, her smile faltering just slightly as she registered the unexpected reaction. Kai grinned at her, settling deeper into the cushions as if he were lounging in his own home. It's not going to happen, he said. Her eyes narrowed. What? Me giving you the medallion, Kai said, still smiling. I'd rather die than do that. He let the pause hang just long enough and added, and trust me dying won't happen for hundreds of years. Regina took another sip from her teacup. Kai doubted there was even any tea left in it, but she still went through the motion elegant, composed as if sipping would somehow help her mask the chill growing behind her eyes. But it didn't. He saw it. The faint narrowing, the subtle gleam of something flickering behind her gaze. Her voice, when it came, was smooth but colder than before. Are you sure about that? She asked. You're kicking a gift in the mouth. I don't take poisons as gifts, Kai said calmly. She must be insane if she thought he'd just accept it and give it to her. If it wasn't any clearer, he knew he should explain further. After a beat, he added, "Do you really think I'd make a deal with someone who's actively tried to sabotage me?" He huffed. "Actra, the beast wave, even the fief war. You want me to believe those all happened on after Anna there be coincidence?" Regina's smile didn't falter, but it was thinner now. "Fate," she said with a shrug, "has a way of giving a man many trials." The audacity of this woman, Kai wanted to roll his eyes at her. At the absurd words she was throwing nonchalantly, it made anger simmer, but he calmed down. "So you're the trial maker? Huh, it's fine." He leaned forward slightly. "It's fine, you don't have to admit it. You treat this like a game, I get it. But remember, every game ends, and at this stage. My victory seems much more likely." He smiled faintly, "and I don't show mercy to the losers." The words had barely left his mouth when he felt a sharp flare of mana to his right. Kai didn't even need to turn. He could feel the pressure blooming from the direction of the attendant. He assumed his control unraveling like a thread drawn taut and ready to snap. But then Regina raised a hand without looking. "Selwyn," she said mildly, "you don't have to do that. We're just having a civil conversation." The tension paused and the mana pulsing from the attendant slowly dimmed. Kai kept his eyes on Regina coolly. "I'm sorry about him. He doesn't like people speaking ill of me." "It's fine," Kai said, tone dry. "I don't think he could harm me." Regina gave him a long, slow look like someone staring at a painting that didn't make sense. "You're oddly confident, Arzan," she said. Kai didn't look away. "You become that way after facing the kind of enemies I did." He let the silence hang for a heartbeat, then added, "Before I forget to give my condolences. I'm sorry about the loss of Chakran. I think he must have been one of your best subordinates." Regina didn't even blink. I don't know who that is," she said. Her voice was as calm as before, but her fingers paused on her teacup just slightly, barely noticeable. The air around her had changed. She was still smiling, still playing her role, but Kai saw through it. That small, frozen moment said everything. "Surely you don't," Kai said with a smile that didn't touch his eyes. There was humor in it, but the kind that left a sting. Then his voice shifted, quieter but firmer. "Either way, if you called me here only to offer that deal, I'm not interested. I won't give you the medallion. Not now, not ever. Even if I did, it would be by my choice, not yours. And I have the right to it. You know that." He stood up, not rushed, not angry, just steady. He didn't touch the tea. He didn't look back. With a nod that was more formality than respect, he turned and walked past the attendant, his footsteps soft but certain on the carpeted floor. The room was quiet, too quiet, like something holding its breath. And then, just as he reached the door, her voice drifted out behind him. "I hope you understand every decision has consequences, Arzan." Kai stopped, hand on the door. He turned slightly, just enough for her to see the look in his ice-clear, unwavering. "I hope you do too," he said. Then he left. No assassins jumped out. No dark tendrils of magic reached for his throat. But he didn't relax. He doubted Regina was foolish enough to make such a move in her own chambers, especially with the assembly so close. This had never been about giving him a way out. It had been her way out. She didn't want to keep wasting time, resources, and pawns trying to corner him. She had hoped he would quietly step aside, take the title, return to Veralt, and keep out of her path. She didn't believe he could win. She didn't believe he mattered. But now that he'd refused her offer, he knew what came next. She'd sharpen the blades, rally the nobles, tighten her grip on the assembly, maybe even try to make the trial itself his execution. He expected it all, and he didn't care. Even if the assembly branded him guilty for killing his own kin, even if they tried to strip him of his title or his freedom, Kai was already ready. He had plans in motion, contingencies laid out. He didn't need their approval. Sullivan had been right. The kingdom was teetering. The peace was thin, brittle. Civil war wasn't just possible, it was coming. And while Kai hated war, hated the cost of it, if that's what it took to end these petty games, then so be it. He would fight, and as always, he would win. Kai got busy the next day, so much so that he didn't have time to worry about Queen Regina's retaliation. He left the matter with a simple instruction to Killian increase the security around them, not that he expected anything to happen just yet. If Regina was going to strike, it would be during the assembly, or a day or two before it, when it would make the most noise. For now, she would wait, so Kai did the same. He sent a brief message to Amara outlining what had happened in their meeting and assuring her there was nothing to worry about, for now. Then, without delay, he stepped into the storm of meetings that awaited him. His arrival in Hermel had already swept through noble circles. If he had been the topic of every banquet before, now it seemed nobles whispered his name even over breakfast. His survival in the fief war, the beast wave, his new title as count, it all made him too visible to ignore. And visibility drew attention, and then finally would get to the part that really mattered, what they wanted in return. Spellbooks, artifacts, promises of future, trade routes, or protection. Some were bold, others subtle, but all of them were playing the same game. Of the dozens of nobles Kai met in a day, only a few seemed to genuinely respect him. Most were simply calculating, gauging his usefulness, or fearing the sheer weight of what he'd accomplished. None of it surprised him. This was the nature of power, and now he was in the thick of it. Some even asked him outright how he had killed Lucien, completely convinced that he was responsible, despite the fact that Kai had already said that he hadn't killed him. It wasn't just a rumor anymore. In the eyes of many, guilt was a given. Kai left each meeting feeling more drained than the last, but there was little he could do about it. What he had now wasn't a true factionaut yet. It was a rough outline, a gathering of opportunistic nobles who didn't know him well and whom he barely knew in return. They were taking a gamble by supporting him, choosing to oppose the princes because they believed they had more to gain that way than to lose. Kai understood their mindset and didn't bother correcting them. He brushed aside everything unnecessary and focused only on what mattered at their demands. He promised them what they were looking for. Some asked for obvious things: preferential trade deals, access to the mana cannons. Others had heard murmurs of his intention to build a mage tower and wanted him to send mages to their territories to help with beast infestations. A few were even bolder, asking for vague favors to be named in the future. They had clearly done the math. If the assembly favored him and more believed there was a strong chance Kai would inherit the duke's title. After all, his second brother, the only other legitimate heir, had allegedly left the kingdom months ago and vanished without a trace. And so 2 long days passed in a blur of conversation, posturing, and negotiation, stretching from morning to midnight. And with the 3rd day came the long-awaited banquet. But even as the servants began preparing his formal attire and his advisors finalized the seating arrangements, Kai's thoughts were elsewhere, circling around a single question. How was he going to get Baroness Marin and Viscountess Visa into his faction? That question had haunted him since the day he'd learned of them. They were both power players who'd been playing the game since ages, yet were well respected. And more importantly, they hated each other, and both had accepted personal invitations from Duke Blackwood to attend the banquet. Kai didn't believe in chance. If he wanted to truly solidify his position before the assembly, he needed both of them. Even they couldn't outright refuse an invitation from a duke, not when it was just a banquet. And Kai knew, without a doubt, that if he wanted any chance of getting Baroness Marin and Viscountess Visa into his faction, tonight was his last shot. But no matter how many times he went over it in his head, a solution slipped away every time, like water through his fingers. Every single time he was met with the same fate, no matter how hard he thought. It almost started to stress him out until something clicked. It came out of nowhere, half memory, half instinct. But he was glad it did when it did. It was a story his master had once told him, back when Kai was just another apprentice in the Sorcerer's Tower, constantly clashing with a fellow student. It was a story he'd heard decades ago, one that was buried so deep in his mind he hadn't thought about it in years. But now it resurfaced clear, sharp, and absurd enough to maybe work. A way to get both women into his faction, not permanently. Kai wasn't delusional, but for long enough in that case, a week, maybe just until the assembly. If he could manage that, it would shift the balance in his favor dramatically. Still, for the plan to work, everything needed to go his way. Everything, including every word, every moment, and every reaction. And that required finesse and a hell lot of luck. The kind of luck Kai wasn't sure he still had. When he explained the idea to the others, the reactions were mixed at best. Apprehension filled the room like fog. No one had a better plan, but that didn't stop anyone from casting doubt loudly and repeatedly. Still, it was the only thing that seemed like it even had a chance of success, so it was accepted. With that decided, Kai found himself walking beside Leopold as they made their way up the stairs toward the banquet hall, hands behind his back, voice dry as ever. "I've made a bet with one of your knights," Leopold said casually, "on whether those two are going to burn my ancestral house to the ground tonight." Kai stopped mid-step and turned. "And who's that?" "He prefers to keep his identity a secret, but he put a lot of money on it working out." He gave a nonchalant shrug. Kai gave a tired huff of laughter. "I don't share his optimism." "Neither do I," Leopold said, lips twitching. "But we're going through with it anyway. We need to try." Because at this point, it wasn't just about politics. It was about survival. Kai started walking up the stairs again, footsteps steady but his thoughts running miles ahead. Right now, they were at Duke Blackwood's estate in the capital, chosen venue for the banquet. It hadn't officially begun, but he'd already seen the carriages lined up outside. Nobles had arrived early, eager to make conversation, eager to be seen. Some had come for Duke Blackwood, others for him. The Duke was already entertaining a few in his chambers, and Kai had no doubt new rumors were swirling faster than the servants could refill their drinks. Among the early arrivals were the 2 women in question, the ones Kai needed most. If things were going according to plan, then Francis was handling one, while Killian was keeping the other company. But the real play had yet to begin. They needed to move quickly. The timing had to be perfect, flawlessly so. Without that, it didn't matter if every word they rehearsed landed and every look was timed to precision. The whole thing would crumble. As they turned into a wide, gold-trimmed corridor lit by chandeliers, Leopold spoke again, hands clasped behind his back. "You know," he said, sounding completely serious but eyes twinkling, "maybe we should just offer them both marriage contracts again. I can even throw myself at one of their daughters, for the cause, of course." Kai slowed, glancing over his shoulder with a raised brow. "You'd really do that for me?" Leopold grinned. "Well, they do have pretty daughters." A chuckle burst out of his lips. Why don't you ask one of them out tonight if the plan fails? Oh, I plan to, Leopold said smoothly. One way or another, I'll leave tonight with something. Kai shook his head, but his smile lingered as they reached the door. This was it. Behind that polished blackwood was Viscountess Visa. He could already hear her voice, the way she accentuated her words, speaking with Francis. That was a good sign. She hadn't stormed off. Yet, Kai exhaled slowly, adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves, smoothing his robe once more. Everything had to be perfect. He glanced at Leopold, voice low but firm. Make sure you do your part right. Leopold gave a nod, more serious now. And with that, Kai turned the handle, opened the door, and stepped inside. As soon as Kai stepped inside, every pair of eyes in the room turned to him. Francis, seated at a low table across from Viscountess Visa, looked visibly relieved. He stood up at once and gave a respectful bow, clearly more than happy to hand things over. The Viscountess, however, remained seated. Her sharp eyes moved to Kai, scanning him from head to toe in an obvious sweep. He knew the look. He'd seen it on merchants sizing up jewels, generals measuring battlefield terrain. From the polished finish of his boots to the piece he wore, Kai had prepared for this. Everything was well taken care of. Even his hair was brushed back just enough to seem effortless. The Viscountess's well-known appreciation for refinement was not something he had overlooked. She looked no older than her early 30s in illusion, of course. Kai knew she was closer to 50, but there wasn't a single wrinkle on her face, and her skin held the smoothness of someone who could afford the best healers and mana treatments in the kingdom. Long, straight blue hair cascaded down her back like a silken waterfall, carefully styled, not a strand out of place. Finally, she spoke, giving him a nod as if approving his appearance. Count Arzin, she said, you're here. Your administrator was just telling me how much you were looking forward to meeting me. I was, Kai replied with a polite smile, walking forward. I just got caught up speaking with Duke Blackwood. A few guests arrived early and I had to greet them. Yet you're here, she said, a small smirk curling on her lips, meeting me personally. Some people, Kai said, are worth giving attention to. She raised a brow, eyes glinting. If you talk like that, I might assume you're interested in an old woman like me. Kai almost flinched. He had forgotten she is not joking. After the death of her husband, she'd earned a certain reputation. Dozens of lovers, most of them minor nobles, all left in her wake. Some whispered about it, others called her names. She apparently didn't care. Kai quickly recovered, offering a smile that aimed to charm without invite. I am interested in you, but in a very different context. Why don't I tell you about it? He gestured to the empty seat in front of her. She studied him for a moment longer, then gave a nod. As he sat down, the Viscountess leaned slightly forward. Is this in the context of the assembly? She asked. You should know I'm already in Prince Aldrin's faction. She spoke, her usual accentuation highlighted Prince Aldrin even more. It was deliberate, but Kai understood the hidden meaning behind it, a warning. Now he had to thread really carefully. I know, Kai said calmly, but I don't think you care much about him. The Viscountess's eyes narrowed, the faintest twitch at the corner of her mouth. That's a poor thing to say, questioning my loyalty, she said. I've been loyal all my life. And yet, Kai said, pausing, you've also always been ambitious. That earned a raise of her eyebrow. She adjusted her necklace coolly and listened to what he'd to say. Kai took the sign. Not only have you chased after things considered out of your reach just to prove you could take them, but you also have a taste for power. And unlike the usual power-hungry nobles or mages, you know how to nurture it, grow it, make it bloom. That's a rare quality. Her eyes didn't soften, but they didn't look away either. I remember a story, he added, about a spell, a rare one, crafted by a third-circle mage. You wanted it, challenged him to a duel, again and again, lost hundreds of jewels and half your vault's treasures chasing it, but in the end, you won, you took it. Viscountess Visa's lips curved upward ever so slightly. You've done your research. I like to be prepared when I'm making an offer. She gave a light nod. That's good. I like that, but do you really think your little faction can offer me enough power to leave a prince's side? Last I checked, you weren't running for the throne. I'm not, Kai said, meeting her gaze evenly. But unlike the royal family who haven't managed to produce even a single magus in generations, me bloodline has. If you remember, my mother was the greatest magus in the kingdom's history, she interrupted in a soft voice. The frost queen who could freeze entire valleys. Her eyes that were fully on him until now seemed to be distant, even for the briefest moment. He could tell that she was thinking about something else. Kai almost opened his mouth to ask what it was, but she spoke. I was there at her funeral. Kai knew that, but he offered a small nod. He sighed as if the grief caused him deep trauma. His eyes left hers for the next 2 minutes, and Kai hoped he was showing a good solemn expression. I'm sorry about your loss, she said. What were you going to say? Kai nodded again, appreciating her sincerity. Like her, you dabble in the ice affinity too, don't you? Yes, I do, Count Arzin. What about it? Kai's gaze didn't waver. That's what I'm offering you. Some of my mother's secreture research. Books she wrote on ice magic. And more than that, I'm willing to teach you a different way to form spell structures. A better way. He leaned forward to the edge of his seat. The current structures are faulty. They aren't as effective as they could be. Too many fault lines, too many inefficiencies. I believe they can be stripped down, refined. I've already started doing it. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then mana pulsed from her body and grazed Kai's skin. Her emotions had spiked before she could suppress them. A second later, the pressure vanished as she reeled it back in, but the slip was enough. He had touched something real. "You'd give that to me," she said slowly. "Just for a vote. I thought your mother's inheritance was the most precious thing to you." "It is. There's nothing more precious to me than what she left behind," Kai said, shaking his head slightly. He paused, then looked at her. "But I have a different perspective on it, Viscountess Visa. I believe it's of no use to the kingdom if only I hold it. And since she entrusted it to me, I'd like to think she trusted my judgment too. I'd help you grow as a mage, Viscountess, and you already know what I've achieved in the last year, things that take most mages decades." As he spoke, mana surged from within him, not in a showy burst, but in a smooth, controlled flow. It formed the faint, glowing silhouette of a fourth circle spell structure. He didn't form it fully, no. He maintained the silhouette for a few more seconds right where it was. The Viscountess's eyes widened, going round enough that for a moment Kai thought they might actually drop out of her skull. "The rumors were true," she whispered. You're a step away from becoming a magus." Kai nodded once and let the structure dissolve, pushing the remaining mana outward not to impress, but to let her feel it the truth of what he'd said. And for the first time since entering the room, the Viscountess's posture changed. Her shoulders didn't stiffen, they tilted. Her eyes flicked downward just for a second, the wheels behind them turning. She's considering it, Kai thought. Good, take your time. Politics had failed her, but magic, she still wanted it, craved it. She might have played the game like the others, but deep down, she still had the ambition of a mage, and that was the thread Kai had tugged, but it was only half the plan, before he could say anything else. "That bitch," a thicker accent, an even louder voice note screech came from the other room. Viscountess Visa's face drained of color, literally. She sat up straighter, shoulders going rigid. Kai exchanged a quick glance with Francis, whose eyebrows had shot up, but the flicker in his eyes said everything. It's starting. The second phase of their plan had just begun. The thing about enemies was that, even if they couldn't stand each other, couldn't breathe the same air without wanting to tear the other apart, they also couldn't stand the thought of the other getting a head start. It was obvious once Kai had learned how Baroness Marin had seized her title from her father, not out of duty or timing, but purely to one-up Viscountess Visaho, despite being married to a viscount, only held a nominal title with little real power until the death of her husband. He'd seen more than a few examples of such petty rivalries in the records he'd read about them, and that was exactly how he planned to get them both on his side, not by giving them separate advantages that might interest them. No, that would never work. They'd sooner spite him than allow the other even the smallest gain. The trick was to make them realize that if they did nothing, the other woman would gain something significant, something they could not afford to let happen. Hence, when he went to speak with Viscountess Visa, he made sure Killian and Leopold were in the adjoining room with Baroness Marin, 2 rooms with walls thin enough for each to catch the gist of the other's conversation. And Kai, naturally, made sure to speak in a loud, clear voice so that every single word would come out clearly. Now, as he sat in the room with Viscountess Visa, the door burst open. It revealed a reddened Baroness Marin. She was followed by Killian and Leopold, both of them looking shocked. Like the Viscountess, she looked far younger than her years, that even her skin was smooth and unlined, not a single wrinkle on her face apart from the deep frown. Her hair had a streak of vivid blue that cut through her otherwise rich red hair, and the striking contrast caught the eye instantly. In a grand ballroom, she could have easily passed for an elegant noblewoman who'd come to dance and exchange pleasantries. But now, a whole different story. Now she looked more than ready to burn the entire place to the ground. Mana gushed out from Baroness Marin in crashing waves, the unrestrained force chilling Kai to the bone. Even the air seemed to thicken under the bite of her fury. She made no effort to temper it, not here, not know as her glare stayed locked on the Viscountess. And if looks could kill, she would have done a massacre by now. Viscountess Visa rose sharply from her seat, her own expression just as lethal. An even more petrifying flare of mana surged from her in response, clashing with the Baroness's in the air. For 2 long seconds, neither woman spoke. The hostility between them was so palpable it felt as if the floor itself might crack under the weight of it. Words at this point were unnecessary. The mana radiating from Viscountess Visa shifted subtle, but enough to draw Kai's attention. Her right-hand fingers were curling, and thin blue lines of a spell structure began to take form in the air. That's quick, Kai thought, watching as the Viscountess took a step forward, ready to strike. It was escalating far too fast. The last thing he wanted was to watch these 2 women unleash spells on each other. Without a word, he stepped between them. His frown carried the weight of weary disapproval, as if he had walked into an unwelcome scene and was now forced into the role of mediator. "Baroness Marin, Viscountess Visa, please stand back," he said, keeping his tone calm while his facial expression stayed edged with caution. "You are in Duke Blackwood's estate. Starting a fight here is beyond rude. I'd like to think you're both wiser and far less reckless than that." Viscountess Visa huffed in annoyance, but her eyes didn't leave her rival. But slowly, ever so reluctantly, she let the glowing lines of the spell fade from her hand. Even so, neither woman pulled their mana back to their mana heart. It still poured into the room, clashing and sparking invisibly in the space between them like the pressure before a storm. Kai considered, for a fleeting moment, binding them both in place, but forcing enemies to cooperate never ended well. They'd only turn on him instead. He kept his position between them, becoming a wall of calm in the middle of their seething animosity. Bitch, if not for me being in the other room, you'd have sold your soul for Magus Valkyrie's inheritance, Baroness Marin spat. I know you're a low-life nothing who's always wagging her tongue to everyone, but that she jabbed a finger toward the Viscountess is low even for you. Viscountess Visa scoffed, lips curling. You're just projecting what you're like. I was simply considering an offer Count Arzin made to me, not to you, so kindly get out. Oh please, Baroness Marin shot back, stepping closer. Do you really think he's here to talk to you alone? Do you think you're that special? If that were the case, he wouldn't have had his personal knight escort me around all evening, not to mention the Duke's first ones. At that, both women turned their eyes to him, and Kai knew instantly it was his move. If he handled this right, his scheme would finally start to take shape. If not, he'd walk out having alienated them both, and the banquet would end in nothing but wasted effort. And after all the trouble he'd gone so far, that was the last thing he wanted. So just like he practiced, he spoke up. You're overestimating this bitch's capabilities. Viscountess Visa's lips curled in scorn. She placed her hands on her hips in frustration. Oh really? You say that after you failed to contain a dungeon in your own territory, didn't you almost manage to kill your own son? We all know you tried to sabotage that. She didn't finish. Kai's mana swept through the room like a sudden, crushing weight. He pressed it down on both women, cutting through their words and pinning them in place, not enough to harm, but more than enough to silence. Their eyes widened at the pressure. If he let them keep going, they'd fight until the walls shook and his carefully laid plan would be nothing but ash. He couldn't let it happen, and this was one way to do that, to let them know and show who was in control. We can't talk like civilized people, he said, moving his eyes back and forth between the pair, then there's no point in having a discussion at all. The weight of his mana didn't ease. It's true I wanted to speak with both of you, he went on, and you both know why. But if all you're going to do is fight, then I'll find other nobles. I'm sure there are plenty who would be very interested in what I'm offering. The implication hung in the air, and his words clearly drew a line that made Viscountess Visa eyes widen. I won't try to start a fight, Count Arzin, she said, straightening her shoulders. I want to go back to the conversation we were having. Then she turned to Baroness Marin. You'll get your chance, now leave. Baroness Marin raised both her eyebrows and took a small step forward. I don't think I will. Her entire posture turned towards Kai. Count Arzin, I'm assuming you were going to have the same conversation with me for me to vote in the assembly. Yes, that's true. Then she said, stepping even further into the room. Do you mind if I participate? I'm sure you don't. Kai looked like he was weighing the idea, his brow faintly furrowing. I wanted to speak in private to avoid certain situations. He sighed, rubbing his palms together. Trust me, Count Arzin, Baroness Marin said smoothly. I have no intention of starting a fight. Now, why don't we go back to the discussion? I doubt you have much time before more nobles arrive. And without waiting for his agreement, she crossed the room and took a seat, the faintest smirk tugging at her lips as she glanced at the Viscountess. The latter huffed through her nose but didn't speak. Kai guessed both women had decided that, for now, continuing to fight would just waste time neither of them could afford. The current argument was conceded for now, and that worked perfectly for him. He took his seat again, settling in, trying his best to appear as uncomfortable as possible. I'm thinking Baroness Marin heard what I was discussing, he said. The Baroness nodded. I did, true. I was an admirer of your mother, Count Arzin. Getting even a single book written by her would mean a great deal to me. Kai inclined his head slightly. The only reason he had considered this plan viable at all was because of this one thing: both women were similar kind of mages. The Viscountess specialized in ice magic, the Baroness in water magic. And Magus Valkyrie had been a towering figure in both fields due to the closeness of the aspects. And to them, she was more than a name in the history books, was an idol. Both of them wanted the research of a magus. That alone would be enough to grant them unimaginable power that could let them challenge for higher noble positions, perhaps even threaten the standing of those who had long kept them in check. So, Kai said and cleared his throat, it's pretty clear. What I'm offering is part of my mother's inheritance, is something I believe will benefit you both. I could offer other things, but I know the magical aspect of this deal is what you truly care about. Both women gave small, almost imperceptible nods. I just want your votes in the votes of the nobles under you in my favor during the assembly, he continued. I know it will alienate you from your current factions, but if you wish, I'm forming my own. You'd be welcome to join. Viscountess Visa's eyes narrowed. You speak as if this faction will be far more permanent than just for the assembly. It's for the assembly right now. Her lips curled faintly, as if she were silently weighing whether there was more to that answer. What I will share with you, Kai went on, will undoubtedly help you both increase your strength by a great deal, enough to push you toward the next circle. I know you've both been trying to reach it for years now." Neither of them said a word at that, but their silence was telling enough. He'd done his research enough, and throwing what someone wanted in front of their face was one way to get what you wanted, and Kai followed the oldest trick in the book. So Kai asked finally, "What do you think? If you agree, I'll send you one book within a week and the rest after the assembly. If you have more demands, we can always negotiate after the banquet." He gestured to his side. "Francis here is very good at that sort of thing." Francis gave a small nod. Instead of noises of agreements, a strong silence stretched across the room. Both women sat there, thoughtful, eyes lowered and possibly calculating just how far they were willing to go with what they were being offered. From time to time, the two women would break from their thoughts just to glare at each other, their eyes meeting like drawn blades before flicking away again. Then, in perfect, ridiculous unison, they spoke at the same time. "I accept the deal, but this bitch can't have it." The words hung in the air like an echo, and as if realizing they'd said the same thing, both women looked even more furious than before. Kai exhaled slowly, forcing himself to keep his tone steady. "I can't accept such a demand. What I'm offering isn't something I can share with only one person. You can't bring your enmity Herathats between the two of you. What I'm offering is between me and each of you separately. You need to understand that." The Viscountess leaned forward slightly. "You can't expect me to agree, knowing you might make the same deal with this woman. You're just trying to play both sides, Count Arzin, and that doesn't end well for a lot of people. And that's because," Kai said evenly, "the parties being played find out about it after the fact and feel betrayed. I'm putting everything out in the open right now. You either accept it or reject it. I'm not forcing you. I didn't want this situation to happen, but since it has, I'm showing all my cards without any tricks." There was a sharpness in his tone now, frustration deliberately bleeding through. In truth, this was exactly the situation he had been aiming for from the start, but the role he needed to play now was the man reluctantly forced into being blunt. The two women glanced at each other again, the tension in the air refusing to ease. It was uneasy, annoying, and boring to everyone in the vicinity, but neither gave up for a while until Baroness Marin crossed her arms. "Why don't I give you my answer later when it's more appropriate? You'll just try to offer him incentives later to cut me out of the deal, despite knowing you don't have anything that would please him." The Baroness's lips curved into a mocking smile. "Oh, I have plenty of things. You should worry about yourself, old hag. You don't even come close to my wealth." "Wealth isn't everything," Baroness Marin shot back. "I have much more to offer Count Arzin than you ever could." Kai exchanged a glance with Killian and Leopold, then another with Francis. The argument was spiraling fast, and he was witnessing firsthand what many nobles had already seen at banquets and parties. These two women simply could not exist in the same room without bickering. But unlike most, Kai knew exactly how to make them behave. A wave of mana rolled out from him, heavy and unyielding, pressing down on both of them until their voices fell silent. They looked at him now, not at each other. Kai sighed, letting just enough weariness into his tone. "To stop you from overthinking, let me make something clear. I won't speak to either of you alone after this. I've already said everything I needed to say. The only further discussions will be negotiations if you agree to help me in the assembly." Viscountess Marin frowned. "But if I agree now, then I'll have nothing to play during negotiations. I'll make sure you get good value out of your vote," Kai said evenly. "And I'm fairly certain that if you reject my offer, Baroness Visa will accept it." The Baroness smirked at that, clearly enjoying the implication. But Kai could tell both women understood the real message. If one of them tried to play hard to get, the other would simply take the deal, and they'd be left behind. And both of them hated the idea of falling behind. He also knew they'd each been chasing a power increase for some time now. In this moment, with the threat of the other gaining Magus Valkyrie's research first, they were trapped in the perfect stalemate he wanted. It was fragile, yes, but he only needed to hold it together for a few days. Seeing that there was nothing more to be said, Kai rose to his feet. "It was really good to meet you both," he said, modulating his voice with a finality that wasn't there before. "But I'm afraid I need to return to the banquet now. Think it through and give me your answers. We'll be here all night." Without waiting for a reply, he turned and strode out of the room, the conversation left hanging behind him. Killian, Leopold, and Francis fell into step at his sides, the door closing softly on the tense silence they'd left. Once they were clear of the corridor, Killian glanced over. "Do you think it will work?" "It should. They can't stand the thought of the other doing well." He exhaled slowly, a quiet sigh. "Either way, we'll know in a few hours. But for now, there's more to deal with. I'm pretty sure half the nobles in this estate are just waiting for me." And with that, he kept walking, the low hum of the banquet growing louder with each step. Kai stepped into the banquet hall and everything in the air shifted. Every eye turned towards him within seconds, and in the span of a breath, the high of conversations dulled to murmurs, then faded altogether. Soon it was replaced by glances and whispers that rippled through the crowd like a restless tide. Talking to the two women had taken far longer than planned. He took a glance around the room, and half the seats were already filled. There were nobles everywhere. The sheer amount of silks and embroidered shiny materials of their clothes were enough to blind someone. Yet even with the amount of people, it hadn't taken an announcement for them to know who he was. Recognition bloomed almost instantly, and the heaviness settled on his shoulders. Francis and Killian flanked him as he walked further in. From the far side of the hall, Duke William Blackwood broke away from a group of nobles. His thick black beard had more stripes of white than the last time he'd seen him. William Blackwood closed the distance with the sure stride of a man who owned the ground he walked on, placing a hand firmly on Kai's shoulder and fixing him with a steady gaze. "I expected you to be here a while back. It took time with the two," Kai replied evenly. Something flickered in the Duke's ice understanding. "And what came out of it, I believe it will work out," Kai said with certainty. But at the back of his mind, he wasn't so sure anymore. With how the two women were, it could go either way. So he said what he knew for sure: "We'll know soon." William gave a short nod. Kai let his gaze wander over the crowd, studying the faces one by one, recalling the descriptions that Francis had given him earlier. Some matched perfect-lithe sharp-jawed marquis with a habit of glancing at the exits, the rotund viscount who laughed too loudly, authors he still had to guess at. "It seems quite a lot of people are here already." "All of them have probably asked about you twice by now," Leopold said, his lips twitching with faint amusement. "Then I believe it's best to not keep them waiting," Kai answered. Duke Blackwood's hand pressed briefly into his shoulder before withdrawing. "Make sure you act like a ruler," he said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of command. "People will only follow you then. If you slip even once, they'll see weakness. We can't afford that." Kai gave a small nod to the Duke's words, knew them well, and stepped forward, each footfall drawing him deeper into the heart of the hall. If before the noble's attention had been a scattering of glances, now it gathered, sharp and unblinking, every gaze fixed on him. The silence held for a beat too long, until Kai let a warm, sincere smile spread across his face. He let his eyes sweep across the room, meeting gazes rather than skimming over them. "I don't need to explain to any of you why this banquet is held, but I hope that despite everything happening in the kingdom, you will still enjoy it." A pause just enough to let the words settle, then, with a faint curve of his lips, "I won't take much time with a speech now. Please have fun tonight." A handful of nobles raised their glasses toward him, crystal catching the lamplight in brief flashes, a glittering acknowledgement of his presence. The tight coil in the air loosened, replaced by the softer hum of resumed conversation, like a hall taking a collective breath. But that reprieve was fleeting. Within moments, nobles began breaking from their tables in neat, purposeful clusters. They converged on him like eager ants to a morsel, their silks whispering as they closed the gap, no one slowing until they stood directly before him. The first to arrive was a group of Eastern viscounts, their expressions polite but their eyes keen. They wasted no time on pleasantries, no exchange of courtesies, no idle remarks to warm the air. They danced around certain topics with deliberate omission. The fief war, for example, was absent from their tongues, probably assuming it was a sensitive topic to Kai. The plague, however, that was another matter entirely. Rumors of its eradication had already taken root in the capital, growing feverishly since his arrival. Kai didn't mind the immediate attention, however. He didn't appreciate when faces literally leaned toward him. One lanky noble with a narrow, hawkish face stepped forward, claiming the lead without needing to be granted it. Small cap R letter 1D07 letter 1D00 letter 1D05. Small cap L letter 1D00 letter 1D1B letter 1D07S letter 1D1B. Letter 1D04 small cap H letter 1D00 letter 1D18 letter 1D1B letter 1D07 small cap RS. Letter 1D00 letter 1D1B. NOV letter 1D07 LF small cap IRE. "Is it true," Viscount Alburn began, voice pitched low yet thrumming with interest, "that you encountered those demonic weavers there? The church has already begun sermons claiming their aid in ceasing the plague, and you are being mentioned a great deal in those accounts." Kai took a measured breath and smiled, letting the pause sit long enough to turn attention into silence. This wasn't merely a question about the plague. It was a probe into his standing with the Church of Lumaris, especially in front of the Eastern lords whose faith and politics were intertwined. "Bishop Morris was gracious enough to accompany me," he said at last, "along with the clerics and the paladins. It was a difficult journey, but by the grace of Goddess Lumaris, we were able to cleanse the land of filth." The effect was immediate. Smiles flickered across a few faces, shoulders eased as if some unspoken measure had been met. "Good to hear," Viscount Alburn replied, inclining his head slightly. "If you have time after the assembly, I would love to bring you to Archbishop Ormond Valsier's sermon. I believe a meeting between you two is something the goddess would approve of." "I would like that," Viscount Alburn. Kai let a small, sincere smile show. "May Goddess Lumaris shine her light on all of us." "May the goddess shine her light on all of us," several nobles echoed, though Kai doubted she was shining much on him tonight. What followed was the Tidemore nobles, drifting in and out of earshot, listening to one conversation and cutting in on the next. Like he'd been taught, he met every approach head-on and by name, even the minor ones. A name, a held gaze, a measured answer, then a clean handoff to the next. One of them, Baron Lionel Marcaster, pressed forward through the thinning gap in the crowd, eyes alight with an enthusiasm that bordered on hunger. He launched into talk of mage circles and how he had heard of Kai's unique ways, leaning so heavily on the last word it was almost a prod, as though persistence might pry something loose from Kai then and there. Kai's reply was cool, unhurried, and exactly what he'd prepared. I have my own methods, derivations from my mother's work, but I can invite you to one of my classes at the Sorcerer's Tower located in Veralt. You'll see enough there to satisfy curiosity. A ripple of polite approval circled their little knot of listeners. It was the sort of answer that gave nothing away yet left the other party feeling as though they'd been granted something. Promises without concessions, access without the keys, but the reprieve was short-lived. The moment Baron Marcaster stepped back, another cluster took his place. The tide of nobles showed no signs of slowing. The mention of his teaching drew more than casual interest. In this hall, most nobles were mages themselves, or had bloodlines tangled with magical talent, and the idea of their kin learning under a rising fourth circle mage was irresistible. They leaned forward, questions tumbling over one another, their eagerness poorly hidden behind the thin veil of etiquette. Requests came quick listens, daughters, nieces, nephews, each one described in glowing terms as promising, gifted, or born for magic, all in need of the right mentor. Ever since the plague's extermination, word of his advancement to the fourth circle had spread like wildfire. Apprentice requests would only multiply from here. A few nobles were bolder still, asking outright to become his apprentices themselves, their eyes gleaming with the same ambition they had accused their children of possessing. Kai answered each with the same polished refrain he would think about it. And in every exchange, he found a way to offer a tailored compliment acknowledging a minor achievement, recalling a name mentioned in passing, or noting some small detail from their past exploits. Faces brightened under his attention. People liked being remembered, they liked to feel their worth had been noticed. Kai made full use of that truth. Beyond the apprenticeships and the inevitable questions about the plague, came another topicone Francis had warned him about: marriage. He was now a count of a duke's bloodline, a fourth circle mage, and yet unmarried. In this kingdom it was an opportunity, one that more than a few families wanted to seize. When he politely said he wasn't ready, that he would give the matter thought after the assembly, the subtler ones tested his reaction with remarks about the rumors surrounding Princess Amara. Those he brushed off with a shrug so casual it might have been rehearsed. No one dared to probe, though. Thankfully, they knew it was way beyond their boundaries. Through it all, Duke Blackwood and Leopold stood just behind him. They answered a handful of questions, but their role was clear. The Duke wasn't here to assist. If anything, it looked like he was judging every word that came out of his mouth. Kai hadn't forgotten their talk back in Blackwood territory, and if the night unfolded as he intended, perhaps the Duke would see him in a different light. Because even Kai had to admit, he was handling everything far better than he'd expected. He kept an extremely careful balance. He reassured the nobles who'd already agreed to vote in his favor while still giving genuine attention to those who were still on the fence. And by the end of the first hour, it was clear that the atmosphere had gotten better. Many of the nobles expressed satisfaction, some by words, and some by sending approval gazes and nods his way. It was only his second banquet, yet the undercurrent was shifting. The lesser nobles often overlooked in larger political games seemed to warm to him quickest. Once they were satisfied with his answers, they drifted away, speaking to each other instead of clinging to his side. The hall swelled again with conversation, a sign that the event was going better than many had anticipated. Midway through, he caught sight of Viscountess Visa and Baroness Marin entering. Both looked like they were contemplating, and both of them found his gaze more than one, but they never moved toward each other. Kai filed that away. If they had an answer for him, he would get it before the night was done. Even with the opening handled well, there was no respite. Kai moved from table to table, refusing to let the banquet come to him who went to it. He asked about the nobles themselves, steering the focus away from his own affairs. It made him more likable, yes, but it also served another purpose, learning exactly what each of them brought to the table. For them, this was an evening of pleasantries. For him, it was reconnaissance. He was making his way toward another cluster of seats when he noticed a noble breaking away from the crowd, heading straight for him. He paused mid-step, eyes narrowing just slightly as he scanned the burly old man's face. Recognition came quickly. If his memory was right, this was Count Farron Blackbow, one of the higher-ranking nobles present, and not a man they had approached for a vote. He was on the short list of guests invited solely because Duke Blackwood needed to maintain certain relationships. Most nobles in that category hadn't even bothered to show up likely at the prince's quiet urging, yet this man had come, and now he stood before Kai, looking him over as if analyzing a weapon rather than a person. "That was quite a showcase, Count Arzon," the man said at last. "You honestly impressed me." "I was in the back," the old man replied. "I wanted to observe." His thin lips curled faintly. "And I think you did better than I expected." Kai raised an eyebrow at the tone. "You speak as if this is a test." "Everything is a test, Count Arzon, and frankly, yes. I was sent by the second prince, Aldrin, to evaluate you." Kai already knew of the man's allegiance to Aldrin, but was he really trying to poach him now? The princes had kept their distance so far, no doubt expecting him to make the first move. It seemed the second prince had grown impatient. I believe, Kai said evenly, if I wanted to bow before Prince Aldrin, I would have done so already. It's quite late for that now. I don't think it's ever too late, the Count replied smoothly. And Prince Aldrin is gracious enough to save you from the Assembly's verdict if you decide to do the right thing. I believe I'm already doing that, Kai said, letting his gaze drift briefly across the hall. The older man shook his head, rubbing his round belly in circles. You're placing your eggs in the wrong basket, Count Arzin. Why do you think the princes have done nothing, even while you poach these useless barons and viscounts? It's because they don't care. Lower nobles like these can't be trusted. Come the day of the assembly, they'll do exactly as the princes command. You and they can't be compared, Count Arzin. Even you know that. That's why you're here, Kai said and cleared his throat. To give me a way out. Kai held back a frown. The man spoke of Prince Aldrin as though he'd been touched by the gods themselves. And even if that were true, Kai had no reason to accept. If he'd wanted to, he would have done so months ago. I have no interest in that, Count Blackbow, he said finally. I hope you enjoy the party. Count Blackbow's expression sank. You shouldn't make such quick decisions. A good noble is a patient one. You should hear me out. I don't think anything you say will convince me. A shadow passed through the old man's eyes, almost a glare, but before he could speak again, a ripple of sound cut between them. The hall's hum shifted. Whispers rose from every table, quick and sharp, darting through the air like startled birds. Kai frowned, trying to see past the man's solid frame. The Count turned, his expression falling further. Kai followed his gaze, and then his own face twisted in confusion. Standing at the entrance was someone he had not expected to see, someone uninvited and wrapped in fur, stealing everyone's attention with a simple curve of her lips. Viridia. She stepped forward as if she belonged there, the murmurs growing louder with every footfall. Her eyes locked with his, and her lips curved further. Kai stared at Viridia, eyes widening before he caught himself and forced his expression into something neutral. What was she doing here? She hadn't been invited, he was sure of it. She wasn't like Count Blackbow, whose presence could at least be tolerated for the sake of appearances. No, Duke Blackwood would never have allowed her name on the list. So why was she here? Even she had to know that her sudden arrival would ignite a fresh wave of rumors. This was a banquet meant largely for his supporters nobles who had either already pledged themselves to his cause or were leaning in that direction. Viridia's presence would muddy the waters, yet she didn't seem concerned in the slightest. Not at all. In a way, he wouldn't know. Her face was as unreadable as ever. Calm eyes, straight back, and her pointy nails caressing the fur in her cloak. She crossed the threshold like she had every right to be here, and the room responded as if she did. Conversation stuttered and shifted toward her, the nearest nobles immediately moving to greet her. Before he could blink, she was at the center of a growing circle, surrounded by bows and curtsies. He knew that her official title was a baron, but Magus of Lancefil carried enough power to bend protocol. Even counts were expected to offer her respect. Perhaps that explained why Count Blackbow, after glancing briefly at Kai, gave a curt nod and moved to greet her instead. Good save, he felt, but at what cost? When countless men and women spoke to her, addressing her presence, Viridia returned gestures with the barest of nods, speaking to the gathered nobles in clipped exchanges. But Kai could see the faint, telltale tightness in her shoulders, the subtle way her gaze flicked toward the doors. She wasn't here for idle chatter. If given the choice, she'd carve her way out of this crowd in a blaze of magic rather than endure the politeness surrounding her. What's she doing here? Leopold's voice cut into his thoughts, quiet but edged with wariness. Kai turned, catching Francis and Killian wearing nearly identical expressions, displeasure thinly veiled under practiced civility. They all wanted to know what Magus Viridia was doing or trying to do. I don't know, he admitted. Duke Blackwood didn't invite her, right? He asked, fully knowing the answer. No, Leopold replied without hesitation. His eyes didn't leave her. I believe she came in uninvited. For what reason, I have no idea. Even if none of them had a specific idea, Kai had a feeling she was here for him. Her arriving unannounced when no one expected it was all too familiar. It was exactly how she had appeared back in the Arkin Tower, the day she had decided to interrogate him without warning. Back then, he'd been a weak second circle mage, someone who had to tread lightly in every exchange with her. Now, he was far more than that, and more than capable of giving it back if she tried anything. But was she going to? He didn't get his answer immediately. After exchanging polite words with the surrounding nobles, Viridia began to move. She cut through the hall with the same unhurried stride she'd entered with, her fur cloak trailing just enough to catch the light. Her path led straight to Duke Blackwood. If the Duke was surprised to see her, his face didn't betray it. His face stayed locked in its usual fortress of stoicism, not a muscle shifting out of place. Whatever passed between them was short, pared down to essentials, a few words, perhaps a courteous inquiry and an equally curt reply. No smiles, no signs of warmth. Within moments, Magus Viridia stepped away again, her expression unchanged. A liveried server crossed her path, silver tray in hand. Without breaking stride, she took a crystal glass, the motion so fluid it almost seemed rehearsed. She didn't thank him, merely lifted the wine to her lips for a small sip. Her gaze wandered, not settling on any single person, but always seeming to take in more than it revealed. It didn't take long for the nearest nobles to start peeling themselves from their seats. They approached her in small number zones and too drawn in by that gravitational pull she seemed to carry. Even when their faces were wreathed in smiles, their eyes carried a shadow of caution. Kai found himself still watching her. The clink of goblets, the muted hum of conversation, even the subtle perfume of the hall faded into the background. For a heartbeat, he forgot the role he was meant to play here. He hadn't planned for this, not for her to walk into this banquet of all places. The idea of mingling with nobles while having to glance over his shoulder for her movements was less than appealing. "What are you going to do, Lord Arzan?" Killian's voice pulled him back to the present. Kai glanced at him, his jaw tightening just slightly. "I don't know, but I surely can't let her stay here without knowing her purpose." Leopold gave a short, dry hum. "Do you think she just came here because she's bored? I don't think she has any family to keep her company, and she doesn't strike me as the type to have friends." Kai turned his head, meeting his gaze. "Do you really think so?" Leopold shrugged. "Just a guess." Kai turned his gaze back to Viridia, weighing his options. There were only two paths here: wait for her to show her hand, or force her to reveal it. The former meant patience. It meant letting her dictate the pace, and Kai knew she was perfectly capable of dragging this out for the entire evening if she wanted to. And unfortunately for her, he had no interest in spending the banquet glancing over his shoulder. So even if the idea felt rushed, his decision was made. He didn't need to think more. "I'll go see why she's here," he said, glancing briefly at the others. Leopard opened his mouth, but Kai was already on his feet, moving through the spaces between tables. The nobles that had been clustered around Viridia noticed his approach almost at once. The conversations faltered mid-sentence until a ripple of silence settled over that part of the hall. All eyes tracked the meeting that was about to unfold. Kai stopped directly in front of her. She plastered a smile on her face and looked at him with the same determination he had. "Magus Viridia," he said, inclining his head just enough to acknowledge her presence. "It's been a while." That alone was enough to make several nobles nearby lean in, watching more closely. Unlike the others, he hadn't bowed. He had simply nodded, something one didn't do unless they considered themselves on the same footing. Viridia noticed her eyes moved toward his attire and back up again, maintaining the smile on her face. "Yes," she said, "it's been a while. Last I saw you, you were stumbling around here and there." But now her eyes swept briefly across the hall. "You're hosting banquets with a duke. You've risen in rank quickly, Mage Arzan. A good kind of surprise always." Yet Kai replied evenly, "But I don't think I invited you." That earned more than a handful of gasps. Even politically, it wasn't a risk. Everyone knew she backed the first prince. Public rivalry with her wouldn't cost him the nobles he needed, and might even strengthen some of his other alliances. They weren't around her out of respect. They were there because of fear. "Yes, you didn't invite me," she said in a clipped tone, "but I found the whole thing interesting, and I had things I wanted to discuss with you. I've been losing patience quickly these days, and I didn't know if I'd get your time anytime soon. So you barged into an important event," Kai thought, keeping his expression still. He was almost certain she'd done it purposefully, some game Regina had set in motion, with Viridia merely playing her part. The more he considered it, the more he was convinced. Viridia was a puppet, and this was her master's hand at work. "What do you want to talk about?" Kai asked plainly. Her gaze drifted over the nobles clustered around them, eyes sweeping slowly as though chewing over every one of them. "I'd like to do it when it's just the two of us," she said at last. Then she turned that same voice outward, addressing the onlookers with a courteous curve of her lips. "Why don't you all go back to enjoying yourselves? The banquet looks wonderful, and the dancing hasn't even started yet." A few exchanged quick glances, as though silently debating whether to stay. Their smiles wavered, the curiosity in their eyes almost solid enough to touch. But one by one they began to move, some taking an extra heartbeat too long to turn away, others pretending they weren't still straining to hear. Kai didn't bother watching them go. Without sparing the crowd a second glance, he fell into step beside Viridia, and together they crossed the floor toward the balcony. Their passage left a ripple in the room, a hush at first, then the noises of voices blooming behind them, hushed words passed like contraband. He could almost feel the shape of the rumors forming, threads twisting together before the night had even ended, and throughout his walk he felt eyes on his back. Reluctantly, he ignored them. The instant they stepped outside, the winter night wrapped around him. Viridia shut the balcony doors behind them, the heavy latch falling into place with a muted click. The music and laughter inside were reduced to a muffled in an instant. Kai gave a single glance at that and turned to look at her. Viridia was watching him with a smirk, as if savoring the ripple of reactions she'd left behind. For a moment, Kai's nostrils filled with her perfume. "Too strong suits her. You are the last person I thought I'd see tonight. If I could, I wouldn't see you ever." Her brows lifted slightly, and a faint, amused curve touched her lips. "Aren't you cold towards me? Valkyrie and I used to be friends, you know, and I had a brother who tried to kill me," Kai replied flatly. "Relations break and change over the years. You know that better than most, so tell me why you're here. I know there's a reason." Viridia's tongue brushed over her lips leisurely, as though she was weighing her words or perhaps just trying to draw out the moment to see if she could unsettle him. Knowing her, it was likely the latter. Kai didn't give her the satisfaction. He simply leaned back against the balcony railing, crossing his arms, his gaze never leaving hers. "I was given the task to kill you, by Regina." He opened his mouth to respond, but she lifted a hand lightly and continued. "She wants you gone before the assembly, especially after you refused her offer. And I think she's given up on anyone else in the kingdom being able to do it besides me. That Regina wanted him dead wasn't a revelation. She'd tried enough times already." What was surprising was how frankly Viridia admitted it, as if they were discussing the weather. "Don't trust the assembly to just hand me a death sentence for kin killing," Kai said in a dry tone. Viridia shook her head, a grimace flashing across her face. "The assembly of judgment is a variable. You can't control it, and she doesn't like variables." Her gaze sharpened, and there was a faint edge of satisfaction when she added, "Princess Amara is slowly moving toward that list too. If she wasn't already tangled in so many delicate matters, Regina would have already done things best left unsaid." Kai wondered if it was meant as a threat. It certainly sounded like one using Amara's name as a pressure point, but the more he thought on it, the less unlikely it seemed. There was a reason Amara wasn't here tonight. The risk was too great. Even with his watchers in the city, they hadn't been able to slip directly into the castle. Amara was a mage, but that wouldn't stop Regina from trying something after the assembly, especially if she failed to get her way. If Viridia was right, it wasn't a matter of if but when. Pushing the thought aside, Kai brought them back to the matter at hand. "I'm guessing she's the one who sent the assassins after my witnesses and me. Or was that you? I don't know what you're talking about. I never sent any assassins. I doubt you don't know about it." "Knowing about something," she said smoothly, "is different from accepting that I did it. I didn't send anyone after you." Even a child, with only a fraction of the information he had, could see she was lying. No one else in the kingdom was more capable of orchestrating those attempts than her. But he understood the game, admitting to something she had failed that would make her vulnerable. Talking about orders to kill him was safe. Those hadn't been carried out yet, and he could do nothing to punish her for them. But failed operations, those were best left in shadow, with blame safely diffused elsewhere. It was the sort of thing many high-circle mages would do, especially those who enjoyed holding power. Twist the truth, dodge failure, and only admit to what could not be used against them. The wind turned sharper, and Kai let it carry his thoughts for a moment. Was she going to attack him right here? He doubted it, but the way Viridia stood, calm and self-assured, gave him no real answer. So he decided to simply ask, "You said you're here to kill me. Are you planning on an attack?" "If so, I would like that after dinner." Viridia chuckled, the sound low and faintly amused. "I said I was ordered to kill you. Trust me, I don't want to. It's been a long time since I've had a proper fight, and even if I hate your guts, I don't kill people I have something to gain from." Kai's eyes narrowed. "What do you want from me?" "I'll come to that," she murmured, turning away from him. Her gaze drifted over the skyline, over the clusters of noble estates, their windows spilling golden light into the night. Banquets were being held all across the city tonight, laughter and music would be echoing in other halls just as it was here. But her attention didn't linger there. It shifted, inevitably, to the royal castle. Towering, lit up and visible from anywhere in the capital, it loomed in the distance, lit like a beacon. "She wanted me to send assassins after you," Viridia said, her voice almost idle, as if discussing the weather. "But I thought they would fail, so I assumed a duel would be a better way to finish you off. Mages like going down in honor, after all. But you don't have any family left for them to tell the tale to, do you?" Kai paused, not because of her mention of a duel. Fighting her didn't worry him with his current level of power. He had no reason to fear her in a direct match. No, it was the rest of her words. Arzan did still have family. One of his brother was alive, but she didn't seem to be hinting at killing him. Her meaning was different. He stared at her, and Viridia met his eyes with a faint, knowing smirk. "I think you understand what I'm saying," she said softly. "I know you're not Arzan." How does she know? Kai stared at her for a few seconds, not moving his gaze but maintaining a steady expression. A neutral one where not a single muscle moved. On the surface he was the calmest, but inside, every muscle in his body itched to tense. The question hit like a blade sliding under his ribs. Had his secret leaked? No, impossible. The few who knew it wouldn't dare speak of it, not to her, not to anyone. And the elves, he doubted it. Whatever else they were, they saw him as a lifeline, not a threat to be exposed. Even if they wanted to, what good would it do them? So how in the hells did Viridia know? The thought spiraled in on itself before snapping into place. A bluff, of course, she didn't know suspected. She was bluffing with everything she had. A good actor, he could give it to her. And if he was being honest, he had given her more than enough reason for it. People weren't blind to change, especially not mages. Sudden leaps in strength drew attention. Even Killian and Francis had let doubt flicker in their eyes from time to time. It was only natural, which meant that if he had any chance of keeping this buried, he had to smother it now. The only winning move was to give her nothing. He let a faint furrow touch his brow, tilting his head slightly. "What are you talking about?" Viridia's lips pressed into a thin line. Now she looked curious. but with this woman, it was hard to know what was true and what was not. You don't have to act, she said. How convincing. It's easy to say you aren't Arzen. Although body possession exists only in theory for most of us, there are creatures capable of it. I doubt you're one of them. But you are certainly a mage who found a way. She narrowed his eyes. Boy, I knew Valkyrie. Her research and what she left behind could make any mage with decent talent a magus. But your growth, she shook her head slightly. Your growth is too fast. You can hide behind your bloodline and your inheritance, but the way you've progressed, the way you look at me. You are a mage who does not fear me, and only one who once stood above me could look at me like that. Internally, Kai let out the barest sigh of relief. So he'd been right, it was a bluff, but the ease didn't last long. Her words made it clear her suspicions hadn't gone anywhere. If anything, she was more certain now. He doubted she'd ever expected him to accept her claim outright. Her theory was both right and wrong, tangled in truth and misdirection, but that didn't matter. She would cling to it until proven otherwise, and he had no intention of doing that. You should learn more about Achilles, he said lightly, creeping pride into his words, and how they could look a dragon in the eye. Nothing like that ever happened. That's just something one of your ancestors used to babble about. You probably read it somewhere, but that doesn't mean it's true. She was right, of course, but that didn't mean he had to admit it. I heard it from my father when I was a child, Kai replied evenly. And yet you stayed a coward for most of your life. One incident is enough to change someone. I'm sure even you know it, he said, voice tightening just a fraction. When Actor came for my life, I knew I had to change. I don't believe it, she said, with the easy confidence of someone who had already judged him. You don't have to, and I'm not asking you to, Kai said, his tone cool but edged. You can keep whatever theories you like about me. You can even claim I'm a devil, for all I care. It won't change the fact that I am Arzen Kellius. That made her pause. The flicker in Viridia's eyes wasn't hesitation, it was assessment. She studied him the way one might study a particularly stubborn puzzle piece, her head tilting slightly as though the new angle might make him fit. Kai could almost hear the gears turning in her head. Maybe not, she murmured at last. But I know you aren't. I haven't reached my position without following my gut. And what does that tell you about me? He asked, meeting her gaze without blinking. That you're dangerous, she replied instantly, and that I have a lot to gain from you. I'm not interested in old women. Her chuckle was low, rich with amusement. I'm not really interested in young men either. Or who knows, perhaps you're not so young after all. The smirk faded into something sharper, her smile narrowing to the blade thin edge of intent. Either way, she continued, what I'm interested in are the theories you wrote in your last Ascension exam. Nothing that's never been thought of before, but your perspective was different, uncomfortably different. Kai's mind traced back to that day. Was that where her suspicions had begun? Possibly. But it would have been easy enough to assume he'd studied Valkyrie's work and bent it into his own style. No, Viridia wasn't the type to gamble everything on one clue. She was collecting fragments, stacking them until they formed something dangerous, and he wouldn't let her think she'd solved him. So he said, a faint sardonic curl in his voice, you just want my magical knowledge. For now, but I believe you have far more to give me. I don't really think I want to give you anything, Kai said, his voice flattening to stone. I have no reason to. I'm giving you a reason. What? Her lips curved again, the expression almost playful if you ignored the calculation behind her eyes. Let's go back to the beginning of our conversation, to the fact that you think I'm someone else. She shook her head slowly, eyes never leaving his. No, to the fact that Regina wants me to kill you, if not by sending assassins, then by a duel. And I'm here for that, to challenge me to a duel. Before Kai could think it through, the old woman nodded. Her eyes practically glinted at the thought. Yes. A public one for the whole city to see. If I win, I won't kill you, but you'll share your knowledge with me. If you win, her voice lowered, the corner of her mouth lifting, you can do whatever you want with me. Kai's frown deepened. He let the silence stretch, weighing it in his mind. Every instinct told him it was a bad idea, and every logical reasoning that came to his mind said it was the worst idea. The last time he'd stood in a duel was against Reika, puffed-up noble brat who thought his spells made him untouchable. But Viridia, she was something else entirely. She was clearly a very experienced mage, too experienced. Did he really want something like this played out before the assembly? The more he thought about it, the less it seemed like Regina had any certainty of actually winning in the assembly. Maybe she wasn't even sure she could force through a verdict for his execution. This duel felt like a backup plan, her second blade, in case the first one failed. Not that it mattered. Thinking too much about Regina's reasoning wouldn't change anything. His gaze returned to Viridia, weighing her like a predator sizing up another predator. I don't really see why I'd agree to a duel with you, he said evenly. And if you actually don't kill me, won't you be going against Regina too? Surprisingly, Viridia didn't answer. He expected any comment, a clever remark, or denial, but no. The woman stayed silent. That only meant one thing. She wasn't following Regina's orders to the letter. She was playing her own game. That was good for him. He wanted Regina to have as few allies as possible, but that didn't make him any more willing to step into a duel with someone like her. I won't be playing any more games, he said at last, turning away. He had taken only 3 steps before her voice drifted after him. I don't mind causing a scene until you accept. He stopped mid-step. Kai slowly turned back to look at her, his eyes narrowing into a cold glare. It clicked. This conversation, her of all places, had been calculated from the start. Every word, every pause, every thread she pulled was meant to box him into a corner where refusing her was worse than accepting. He hadn't seen it coming, and he hated that. You're just forcing my hand, he said. You won't like the slap it gives you. I don't really care. Viridia closed the distance between them, and once again Kai's personal space was crowded with her strong scent. It almost gave him a headache. She met his eyes. I expect you to be there for the duel, she said. 2 days before the assembly. The rumors will start by morning, and I've already booked the arena. There's no way you can back out of it. Kai's jaw tightened. Even if I don't, I haven't accepted your terms. You don't want me to do anything for you. He hesitated. If she was telling the truth, then winning meant she'd owe him something, and that was not a small thing. Was she truly so confident in her victory, or was this just one piece in a much longer game? So many questions and so little answers. That was frustrating. You know, he said slowly, I don't kill mages during duels. But this whole thing, it's making me pretty mad. I don't like being a pawn. Her lips curved into a smirk, then just win. Before he could respond, she turned and walked away, opening the door as if the conversation had already ended. She didn't look back. Kai stood there, still and silent, watching the sliver of night sky through the open doorway. Somewhere beyond the walls, music from the banquet floated faintly through the air, but it no longer felt like the same night. The banquet had suddenly turned far messier than he'd expected. Kai didn't return to the banquet until a good 30 minutes after Viridia had left. The change in atmosphere was immediate. The gazes he received were no longer the casual curiosity from earlier. Some were wide with disbelief, others narrowed in suspicion, and a few looked at him as if he were already a dead man walking. He had no idea what Viridia had told them, but he could guess well enough. And she wasn't even there anymore, having slipped out after dropping yet another headache in his lap. The worst part was he could do nothing about it. From the start, Viridia had decided on the duel and dragged him into it with no room for refusal. His reputation was too important right now. If rumors spread of a challenge and he failed to show, the damage to his standing before the assembly would be far too great. She'd made sure of that, but Kai had no intention of letting it end there. Whatever game Viridia was playing, he would make sure she had no will to play anything like it with him again. His subordinates were visibly unsettled when he reappeared. Leopold in particular looked pale, and even Duke Blackwood stepped away from the nobles he had been entertaining to quietly ask what had happened. Kai gave them the simplest answer he could. He hadn't done anything, and Viridia had come looking for trouble. He promised to explain later. Too many eyes were on him now, and there was another matter that needed handling's 2 women from earlier. Hours had passed since their initial conversation, and Kai wanted answers. At least one problem needed to be put behind him tonight. Fortunately, it seemed his plan had worked. When Kai finally spoke to Baroness Marin and Viscountess Visa, they didn't waste time circling around the matter. Both agreed to help him, on one condition, that what he offered was exactly as he promised. They made it very clear they wouldn't back out simply because the person they despised would also gain from it. Just as Kai had expected, neither of them could stomach the thought of the other walking away with an advantage they had turned down. Refusal would only mean handing the other more power, and that was something neither of them could afford. And since the arrangement was only temporary just until the assembly begrudgingly agreed to keep themselves in check, even if they still spat venom at each other whenever they spoke. It was a tactic Kai knew well his master had used the same strategy on him once. Give both sides an incentive and the promise that their cooperation was short-lived, and suddenly the enemy across the table wasn't quite so unbearable. A week of tolerance in exchange for power was a deal almost anyone would take. That didn't mean they wouldn't try to wring more out of it. Both immediately started testing the boundaries, even going so far as to bring up the idea of an engagement with Leopold. The man rejected the suggestion outright, claiming he was too young to think about marriage, a blatant lie if Kai had ever heard one. Judging by his expression, Leopold had already spoken to their daughters and decided he wanted nothing to do with them. In the end, Kai suspected he was the only one finding any amusement in the situation, mainly because he was watching everyone else get tangled in their own petty games, while he, unfortunately, kept getting tangled in bigger ones. After the banquet concluded, he gathered his close people and explained what had happened with Viridia, leaving out the part about her doubting his identity and the fact that she had backed him into a duel. Duke Blackwood immediately called it ridiculous, especially so close to the assembly. Kai only shrugged. Our opponents are exactly that ridiculous. When they all woke the next morning, Kai's fears proved justified. Word had spread like wildfire. Every noble breakfast table in the city was buzzing with talk of a duel, his duel with Viridia. No one seemed to know the exact reason for it, but the one detail everyone agreed on was that it was a blood duel. That alone was enough to whip the noble circles into a frenzy. Speculation poured in from every direction. Some claimed it was a matter of personal insult, others whispered about a political grudge, and a few had already spun wild tales of secret vendettas and ancient debts. When Kai overheard the first of these rumors, his jaw clenched so tightly it ached. How fucking dare she? Viridia felt the prickle of Queen Regina's eyes on her before she even finished speaking. That narrow, penetrating stare that Viridia was never comfortable being under. She had just recounted every detail of what had happened last night with Arzan, if that was even his real name. All these years, Viridia had realized one thing. Regina did not truly care how a task was accomplished, only that it was. The silence between them stretched, thick as syrup. The faint clink of porcelain was the only sound in the room as the queen set down her teacup. Finally, after what felt like weeks compressed into seconds, Regina spoke. So she said, her voice just above a whisper, "You ignored my suggestion to send more assassins after him. I thought you had more at your disposal." Viridia kept her back straight when she knew where this was going. "I do, but only a few are in the capital. I sent some to destroy his carriage when they were on the road to Hermel, but he wasn't with them." "And why?" she asked, tilting her head slightly. "Did you not kill the others?" "Because it wasn't worth it. The risk is only worth taking when the reward is good enough. His cohort is too strong. Knights with powers and more than one who fights like a seasoned warrior. We've already failed to eliminate the captured nobles in his possession, and repeating that would serve no purpose." In fact, her lips curved faintly. They'd only turn it into a sympathy tale. Martyrs are far more dangerous than corpses. One of Regina's brows rose, the faintest arch of skepticism, before she lifted her tea and took an unhurried sip. "Explain." "By my estimates," Viridia continued, folding her hands in her lap, "even if the assassins managed to kill one or two of those nobles perhaps, wound some of his knights, they would still be cut down or driven off. And all for what? You already have plans to render their testimonies meaningless, to make them sound like fanciful hogwash. Why squander lives and resources on a fight that offers nothing but the risk of making him look heroic?" The queen set her cup back down, the porcelain clicking softly against the saucer. When she asked candidly, "Did you start caring about assassins?" "I train them," Viridia said without hesitation. "Even if they are just pawns, I believe they should give their lives for better causes than this." "There are better causes," Regina said, "than ridding the kingdom of a parasite." "Better causes always come up," Viridia replied. Regina groaned quietly, pressing a hand to her temple as though she'd reached the end of her patience. If Viridia could speak the truth, she would say the feeling was mutual, but for now she still needed to play the part of the loyal subordinate shackled by the queen's machinations. "You think there are better causes for your assassins," Regina said at last, "but not for yourself. Dueling him means the whole city watching, the entire nobility scrutinizing you. You told me to do that if I found no other option," Viridia countered. "I never said to make it an event," Regina snapped. Viridia resisted the urge to sigh, keeping her expression smooth. "There's a reason I did that." The queen began tapping her finger against the table. "And that reason is, I believe we need a spectacle," Viridia said. "Despite you not fearing the lower nobles, their numbers are high, and right now they believe in the princes. But Arzan is offering them a great deal in exchange for just a vote. Some are beginning to think he'll be made a duke, and they're ready to ride behind him. Princes may not remain forever since only one takes the thrones, but a duke endures. Even if Prince Eldric takes the throne, the Kellius dukedom will not be so easily destroyed." Regina's jaw tightened, her teeth grinding audibly. "I will see about that," she said at last, "but I take your point." Regina paused for the briefest moment. Viridia gave a small nod, then corrected her. "I don't plan to kill him. The plague was for that," Regina said pointedly. "I believe that was more for Prince Eldric," Viridia replied. "You would have been with him," Regina countered. "That was enough. But that damn man ruined it too. We suspect he had ties with Elias of Vanderfall. There are still sandstorms every day in the plague lands, and we can't get near whatever is going on. The treant was pulled out of its roots. I don't think Arzan has that much power. But be careful." Viridia didn't need to be told twice. She knew very well Arzan was an enigma. Although she doubted he had been the one to pull the tree out, the report she'd received described it as little more than a husk burnt. That, she was certain, was his doing. Regina's gaze sharpened. "If you won't kill him during the duel, make sure you get the healers to poison him so he succumbs to his injuries. Unfortunately, that is. I already planned for that," Viridia said and controlled the urge to roll her eyes. After all this time, she still wanted to give Viridia commands on every little thing. "You don't have to worry." For that, the queen gave a single nod. That was not agreement, it was dismissal. And so, without another word, Viridia rose, knowing the audience was over. Viridia turned to leave, but Regina's voice followed her to the door. "Don't fail," she said. "You failed enough to lose all favor. If you fail again, you know what will happen." Viridia looked back over her shoulder. "I do." She opened the door and stepped out. Her first instinct was to let out the breath she'd been holding, but instead her gaze fell on Selwyn, Regina's attendant. He glared at her in his usual fashion, meek and compliant in the queen's presence, but Viridia knew exactly what was hidden beneath. She nodded at him in passing. "Selwyn, you should go pour more tea for your master before you look at me like that." He held her stare for a second before shoving past her. "Don't disappoint her again." Viridia glanced back at him. "You don't have to worry. A slave should act like one. his lips twisted into a smirk. We're both slaves. Then he stepped into the queen's chambers, closing the door behind him. Viridia lingered for a moment longer, eyes fixed on the door where the petite man walked inside. His words they simmered in his mind and stroked a quiet rage. It was frustrating when even slaves had the audacity. She turned on her heel and strode away. I have no time to listen to a slave. There was a duel coming, and she intended to remind the entire kingdom why exactly she was known as the strongest mage. Rumors were everywhere, so much so that no one was even talking about the banquet he had held. That had been the whole point: draw the nobles in, get them mingling, plant the right seeds in the right ears. He'd assumed it would be the talk of the city by sunrise, every noble who'd attended summoned by the princes for questioning, but nothing of the sort happened. Instead, the only thing anyone seemed interested in was him and Viridia. More specifically, the fact that the two of them had apparently had a fight at the banquet and were now set for a blood duel. The stories came in abundance, each one more absurd than the last. In some, he had supposedly insulted her outright, claiming to be the stronger mage on the back of his recent victories. In others, she was the villain, goading him by making cutting remarks about his mother until he snapped. One version, apparently courtesy of a viscount who had been in attendance, had them trying to slap each other across the table. Another claimed there had been a full-blown spell exchange right there in the middle of the hall. And then there was the most ridiculous one of all, that it had been a lover's spat. That one, thankfully, no one in their right mind was going to believe. But whether the details were exaggerated or invented entirely, everyone seemed convinced there had been some sort of altercation between them. And annoyingly, with how tense his last two exchanges with Viridia had been, it wasn't as if there was no truth to it. It just hadn't led to a blood duel. That part had been shoved onto him, forced into the open before he could even think of refusing. Not that he had any way to clarify the matter now. Viridia had been ready for this. The speed with which the gossip had spread was unnatural, almost surgical. He could easily picture every noble in the city waking up to their servants leaning in, whispering the latest scandal into their ears before they'd even touched their morning tea. How was that possible? He didn't know. Even the watchers hadn't been able to trace it back to her directly, which told him exactly how careful she'd been. Unfortunately, neither Francis nor Killian had any idea either. I talked to Tiara, Francis said, arms folded above his pot belly. She's been handling the watchers here in Hermel. Despite infiltrating several noble houses, she didn't get a whiff of it. She guesses Veridior Regina has a deep network of spies already planted in those houses. They're the ones who did it, but we've been looking for hints of other spies, right? Kai asked. Yes, we are. That's why it's strange we didn't catch even a hint of it, Killian replied. Kai let out a slow sigh. He knew full well his watchers weren't the top spies in the kingdom. The organization had only just formed, after all. But if their enemies had an active network too, at least one or two of them should have been caught. Not every noble house could be perfectly guarded, especially if there was already a spy embedded in each one. Leopold, pacing through the room with the look of a man who hadn't slept, stopped to frown. Does that really matter? The problem is you've got a duel with Viridia out of nowhere. Kai didn't answer him. Instead, Duke William Blackwood, present for the first time in one of these discussions, sitting with deceptive ease in the corner, spoke up. It does matter. She managed to accomplish this in just a few hours. That kind of system is something we need to understand. In the coming months, things won't be easy. We have to think long-term. Leopold closed his mouth at that, continuing his pacing without another word. Kai nodded slowly, mind sifting through the possibilities. How had she moved so fast? How had she gotten the rumors into every noble household overnight? Then the thought clicked into place. Mages, he murmured. Francis frowned. What? Every noble house has mages from the Arkan Tower working with them, Kai said. She didn't need to send servants. She probably informed a few mages, and the information trickled down to the others before reaching the nobles. Since everyone's gathered here, they likely brought their mages along for the journey. I wouldn't be surprised if there are mage banquets going on right now. Francis nodded. There are. Kai leaned back against the couch. Then it probably spread during one of those at the same time as ours. Viridia didn't stay long, and just like that, every noble knew by morning. The watchers can't react that fast, not yet. Duke Blackwood inclined his head. It does make sense. But the question is, what are we going to do? The rumors have spread. I'd wager she's already informed the arena. I don't think he can just reject it. Citing the assembly, Leopold said, glancing at his father. Right, father. No, Duke Blackwood replied. This and the assembly are separate matters. If Arzan refuses, Viridia can bury him under more bad rumors. She could claim he's a coward. We're projecting his identity as a strong mage who saved the kingdom. He can't back down. Delaying won't work either. The assembly's judgment will take time, and she'd just say he's stalling. Killian scowled. Lord Arzan didn't even do anything to provoke a duel. Kai gave a dry smile. I don't think I did anything to provoke a beast wave or a fief war either. Some things just happen. Francis leaned forward slightly. So you will duel her, Lord Arzan. Kai went silent. He was still adamant about not getting involved in this, but the truth was unavoidable. There was very little he could do to stop it. The nobles expected him to duel. The city expected it. Viridia expected it. Part of him wanted to burn everything down just to spite them all. As he sat there, a flicker of mana bled from him without conscious thought. Killian's brows drew together. Lord Arzan, are you all right? Yes, Kai said evenly, just thinking about the duel. Then he looked around at the faces in the room. I believe I will take part in it. But his lips curved, not in amusement, but in promise. I don't think Viridia will like what she sees in the arena. Kai of the Sorcerer's Tower is one of the last mages left, barely surviving in a world ruled by creatures of the dark where the era of mages ended, and most of the lands got contaminated with dead mana. To save his world and fulfill his master's last wish, he put himself through a forbidden ritual, risking his soul being ripped into pieces to make his way into the past. In an era with abundant mana, an era yet to enter the golden era of magic. Things go wrong, of course, as they always do, and he finds himself thousands of years before the world fell to mana contamination in the body of a young Lord, Arzan. All is not well, though, as the young lord was murdered by someone right at the cusp of a beast wave threatening the territory, while larger threats loom on the horizon. There was a lot to do for Kai to regain his former strength in this time of primitive technology, but then again, he might just be able to change that.